Chapter 1. The Return from the Abyss. Chen Qingyuan, I present you with two choices. 1. To become my Tao partner. 2. In the depths of a forbidden realm known as the Abyss, a young woman clad in a flowing red dress spoke coldly. Her gown trailed elegantly, adorned with several exquisite blossoms. Barefoot, her ankles were exposed, pristine as jade and utterly flawless. A dark veil concealed her visage, leaving only her star-like eyes visible, framed by delicate brows reminiscent of spring waters. Her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, every smile and frown exuding allure. I choose the second option. Before the red-dressed maiden could utter her next words, a young man in a green robe decisively made his choice. Beautiful women are akin to poison, especially those whose ages are shrouded in mystery. Chen Qingyuan had endured a century of torment at the hands of the red-dressed maiden and was acutely aware of her terrifying nature, refusing to be swayed by her beauty. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan had made a verbal pact with another young woman to become Tao partners, a promise he would not betray. You fool, do not regret your decision. The red-dressed maiden glared at him, a cold snort escaping her lips. I shall never regret, Chen Qingyuan replied, his resolve unwavering. Then let us establish 9 agreements, after which I shall grant you your freedom and sever our ties. The red-dressed maiden produced a jade bracelet, extending it toward Chen Qingyuan from afar. Taking the bracelet, he set forth on the path home. After being trapped in the abyss for a century, he was finally free from this cursed place, his heart brimming with exhilaration. In the North Wilderness, in the flowing star domain, at the Tianyuan sect. Master, the soul lamp of our junior uncle has ignited. Today, a core disciple on duty in the Soul Fate Hall discovered a significant occurrence and rushed to the Elder Hall in a flurry. Nonsense. Your junior uncle has been dead for over 100 years. An elder inside the room scolded loudly while brewing tea. It is true if you do not believe me. Go and see for yourself. This was a matter of great importance, and the core disciple dared to report only after multiple confirmations. Upon hearing this, the elder nearly choked on his tea, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is it true? Upon arriving at the Soul Fate Hall, a dim light flickered from a soul lamp in the corner, confirming the news. The elder's body trembled slightly, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through him, fearing the possibility of despair once more. The soul lamp has reignited his hour. Junior brother truly alive. Master, what shall we do? The core disciple inquired. Investigate. Hope flickered in the elder's eyes, his hands clenched tightly, his expression grave. He was Dong Wenjun, the revered elder of the Xianqing Dao sect, holding a position of great prominence. Over 100,000 miles from the Xianqing Dao sect lay an ancient forbidden zone known as the Abyss. A century prior, the Abyss manifested strange phenomena, with claims of a heavenly treasure falling within. Consequently, various sects from the North Wilderness ventured into the Abyss. The Xianqing Dao sect dispatched over a dozen formidable elders and dozens of core disciples. Among them was a newly appointed inter-sect elder named Chen Qingyuan, still young yet of high standing. Many masters from various sects entered the Abyss, never to return, meeting their demise. The Xianqing sect suffered the most, losing all its members. Now, after a century, the lighting of Chen Qingyuan's soul lamp sent waves of excitement through the Xianqing sect. At last, I have emerged. At the edge of the Abyss, Chen Qingyuan stood by a lake, exhaling deeply. His attire bore traces of mud, devoid of any aura. He was the closed-door disciple of the sect's venerable ancestor before their demise. Every elder in the sect referred to him as junior brother, while younger disciples called him uncle or even great-uncle. I never wished to enter again. Chen Qingyuan glanced back at the dark forest, within which lay an ancient chasm, a realm of hidden wonders. Just as he uttered these words, an ethereal female voice echoed in his ear. Do not forget our agreement. At this, Chen Qingyuan shivered and promptly fell silent. The memories of his century-long ordeal in the Abyss were too harrowing to revisit. A lingering question plagued him. How had he survived? Could it be due to his handsome appearance? This possibility, though slim, lingered in his mind. The red-dressed maiden had secretly informed him that the Xianqing sect would soon discover his whereabouts and send someone to find him. I shall find a shaded place to rest for a while. Thus, Chen Qingyuan, weary of walking, reclined beneath a large tree, drifting into a blissful slumber. One must admit, in this desolate wilderness, Chen Qingyuan's audacity to act so carelessly despite his lost powers suggested he harbored undisclosed trump cards otherwise. How could he be so brazen? An hour later, Dong Wenjun arrived with a group. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan resting in the shade, he trembled with excitement, his lips quivering, longing to shout. However, fearing it might be an illusion, he stood frozen, ripples of emotion flooding his eyes. "Junior uncle, please awaken." Several disciples hurried forward, calling out. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of Dong Wenjun, whose hair had turned silver, both expressing joy as he softly called, "Brother Dong." Hearing the familiar voice, Dong Wenjun felt as though he had returned to reality, swiftly moving before Chen Qingyuan, cautiously extending his hands to grasp Chen Qingyuan's arms. "Junior brother, is it truly you?" "It is I," Chen Qingyuan replied with a smile, "but be gentle, that hurts." Dong Wenjun immediately released his grip, taking a moment to scrutinize Chen Qingyuan. "Junior brother, your cultivation?" Dong Wenjun had not noticed earlier, but now realized there was not a trace of spiritual energy within Chen Qingyuan, nor any sign of cultivation. "It is gone, but it is of little consequence," Chen Qingyuan remarked, his demeanor largely unchanged, a smile lingering on his lips. Normally, a cultivator rendered powerless would find it more unbearable than death. Yet, Chen Qingyuan appeared unfazed, as if it were of no great matter. His century in the Forbidden Realm had not been devoid of gains. "Ah, this." Dong Wenjun expressed surprise, tinged with concern. "Let's not dwell on this, we should return." Chen Qingyuan waved his hand, interrupting the conversation. "Very well." Dong Wenjun nodded gravely, acknowledging that this was not the place for idle chatter. He then produced a treasure to protect Chen Qingyuan's corporeal form as they made their way back to the Xianqing sect. The Xianqing sect's successful location of Chen Qingyuan was thanks to the guidance of the soul lamp. Soon, Chen Qingyuan returned to the Xianqing sect. Towering mountains loomed, shrouded in mist. Gazing at the beautiful scenery, a radiant smile spread across Chen Qingyuan's face. "I am finally home." Having grown up in the Xianqing sect, he had just become a disciple of the venerable ancestor when they passed away. Thus, Chen Qingyuan had cultivated under the guidance of his seniors, forming deep bonds with them. The council hall was filled with elders, as this meeting was of utmost importance, and core disciples were not permitted. Chen Qingyuan was led into the hall, observing familiar faces, and he clasped his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to all my seniors." The sect leader, Lin Changsheng, was Chen Qingyuan's eldest senior brother. "Junior brother, how did you survive?" Lin Changsheng, seated at the head of the table, was already aware of the general situation. "Alas, it is a long story, difficult to recount," Chen Qingyuan replied, standing in the center of the hall, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him. "We have ample time, take your time to explain." Lin Changsheng's expression was serious, in response. Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to begin his tale. "On that day, we entered the abyss." Subsequently, he recounted his prepared narrative, summarizing that the group had ventured into the abyss, encountering various restrictions and unknown perils. Only Chen Qingyuan remained alive by employing a secret technique. He was able to feign death and escape, taking 100 years to emerge from his ordeal. Though he had narrowly escaped death, the backlash from the secret technique had rendered him utterly powerless, his spiritual roots severed. The others listened intently, lost in contemplation. Lacking knowledge of the circumstances within the abyss, they could not discern the veracity of Chen Qingyuan's words. "You're the last one left," Lin Changsheng sighed. Initially, there had been a flicker of hope among the group that perhaps others had also managed to feign death and evade capture like Chen Qingyuan. "The abyss is not to be entered." Chen Qingyuan recalled the harrowing images of his fallen comrades, his expression filled with sorrow. The laws governing the Forbidden Zone were exceedingly perilous. To touch them was to invite certain death. Chen Qingyuan's survival might have been a mere stroke of luck, or perhaps it was destined. "Junior brother, for safety's sake, we must examine your physical condition," Lin Changsheng stated gravely. "Understood. Proceed with the examination." The Xianqing sect was concerned that Chen Qingyuan might have been possessed by another being. If not handled with care, this could pose a significant threat to the sect. Generally, possession only allows one to inhabit the physical body, without the ability to access memories. However, there exist rare instances where the possessor retains the memories of their previous incarnation. Chapter 2. Regret of the engagement. After various mystical investigations, it was determined that Chen Qingyuan's body exhibited no abnormalities. Could it be that we have been overly concerned? Nevertheless, it was difficult for everyone to believe that the little junior brother, who had been dead for a century, had suddenly returned to life. Was he not possessed by some formidable being? Observing the lingering doubt on everyone's faces, Chen Qingyuan turned to the esteemed elder Dong Wenjun, seated at the leftmost position, and could not help but remark, "Brother Dong, I recall that 150 years ago, you and I stealthily took Sister He-S meticulously nurtured by Ling fruit." At this, Brother Dong's face flushed instantly, his gaze evasive. Chen Qingyuan then shifted his attention along the row of seats, continuing, "Brother Su, have you lost all those thousands of spirit stones you secretly hoarded from your wife?" Brother Su's brow twitched, his eyes widening in alarm, as though fearing eavesdroppers. "Brother Wang, last time you mentioned the celestial maidens of Dongyi Palace were far more beautiful than your wife. Is she aware of this?" Upon hearing this, Brother Wang's ears turned crimson, pinched by his wife sitting beside him, causing him to grimace. "Brother Shiman, you owe me 3,700 high-grade spirit stones. It is time to settle that. Brother Ling, have you opened the treasure box you left at home? What treasures lie within?" Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to continue, the brothers hastily covered his mouth, exchanging worried glances. "Little junior brother, cease your words. I can affirm this is indeed our junior brother, without a doubt." "Yes, indeed, absolutely true." The crowd unanimously supported Chen Qingyuan, dismissing any notion of possession. "Young rascal, do we not agree to keep our secrets forever? What are you doing?" The brothers communicated telepathically with Chen Qingyuan, causing his ears to buzz. They believed him now. No one questioned further. Only the most terrifying beings could possess someone capable of usurping their memories. Yet, even if memories could be taken, character and temperament could not be replicated. Chen Qingyuan's cunning nature and the subtle smirk at the corner of his mouth left no room for doubt. He was undoubtedly their little junior brother. "You insist on me revealing these secrets to prove my identity, don't you? Alas, I cannot be blamed for this." Chen Qingyuan expressed his helplessness, sacrificing his brothers for his own vindication. "Little junior brother, do continue. Why have you stopped?" On the right, the sisters wore grim expressions, their gazes sharp, as events unfolded. The elders momentarily lost their joy over Chen Qingyuan's return. I feel a bit fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest." Chen Qingyuan coughed a few times and swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, a commotion erupted within the hall, escalating to the point of physical altercations. Devoid of cultivation, Chen Qingyuan called upon the diligent disciples to assist him in reaching the secluded cavern that had lain dormant for a century. After consuming a modest meal, he reclined on the bed, deep in thought. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "You've just returned and already caused such a ruckus. It truly gives one a headache." "Elder brother." Chen Qingyuan quickly rose to see Lin Changsheng, who had entered the room. Clad in a purple Taoist robe, with silver-streaked hair, he exuded an air of ethereal grace. The cacophony in the hall was unbearable. Lin Changsheng, disinterested in the familial squabbles, sought a pretext to depart and came directly here. "Your spiritual root has been severed. I can offer you no aid." Having confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had not been possessed, Lin Changsheng retracted the stern demeanor he had displayed in the hall, revealing a countenance of concern. "It is quite all right. Being an ordinary person has its merits." Chen Qingyuan smiled broadly, indicating his indifference. "If only I had forcibly prevented you back then, we might have avoided such calamities." Alas, a century prior, Lin Changsheng had deemed the Tianyuan forbidden zone exceedingly perilous, repeatedly advising Chen Qingyuan against entering. However, Chen Qingyuan, resolute in his intent, insisted he must go. Reluctantly, Lin Changsheng had acquiesced. To this day, Lin Changsheng remained puzzled as to Chen Qingyuan's unwavering desire to venture into the Tianyuan, for with Chen Qingyuan's innate talent, he could have easily soared to great heights, even reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, without the need for any extraordinary fortune. "It is not your fault, elder brother. Do not carry the burden of guilt." Chen Qingyuan poured a cup of tea for Lin Changsheng, offering a gentle smile. It appeared that some force had inexplicably drawn Chen Qingyuan into the Tianyuan, a phenomenon he himself could not comprehend. What plans do you have for the days ahead? Lin Changsheng, preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Qingyuan, had little inclination to enjoy his tea. I have my arrangements. Do not concern yourself, elder brother. Chen Qingyuan had already devised a plan for his future. The loss of his cultivation and the severance of his spiritual root seemed a catastrophe to outsiders. Yet to Chen Qingyuan, it was of little consequence. Very well, Lin Changsheng conceded, knowing that once Chen Qingyuan set his mind on something, no one could sway him. I will exhaust every means to help you rebuild your foundation. Chen Qingyuan merely smiled faintly in response, offering no further comment. There is something I am unsure how to broach. Besides visiting to see Chen Qingyuan, Lin Changsheng had another matter to discuss. Speak candidly, elder brother. The two sat in the courtyard, the gentle breeze soothing. Dongyi Palace and Tianyuan sect are preparing for a marriage alliance. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Changsheng slowly continued, the betrothed is by Shishue. At this revelation, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids flickered slightly. Bai Shishue of Dongyi Palace had once been betrothed to Chen Qingyuan. In those days, he was renowned as a prodigy of the North Wilderness, the object of affection for countless women. During his external training, he had met Bai Shishue, and feelings had blossomed between them. Consequently, upon their sects learning of this, a marriage contract was established, awaiting an opportune moment for the union. Who could have predicted the events surrounding the Tianyuan forbidden zone, leading the world to believe Chen Qingyuan had perished, causing the engagement to be forgotten? Now that Chen Qingyuan had returned, the matter was no longer simple. Was this decision made by the two sects, or was it by Shishue's own desire? Chen Qingyuan's expression grew somber. It was rumored that the young master of Tianyuan sect had gifted Bai Shishue a spirit pill to aid her in breaking through to the golden core stage. In my view, since Bai Shishue accepted the other's goodwill, she likely had no intention of refusing. Lin Changsheng divulged what he knew. The path of cultivation is divided into several realms: postnatal stage, innate stage, yellow spirit stage, mysterious spirit stage, earthly spirit stage, and celestial spirit stage. These constitute the 6 foundational realms of cultivation. Beyond these lie the golden core stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation stage, integration stage, tribulation stage, and ascension stage. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan was a practitioner of the nascent soul stage, hailed as a paragon among the younger generation of the North Wilderness. When is the official marriage to take place? Chen Qingyuan inquired softly, his gaze complex. In a year's time, Lin Changsheng replied after calculating the timeline. I see. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, refraining from further comments. Junior brother, since you are still alive, your engagement with Bai Shishue is naturally not considered nullified. Perhaps Dongyi Palace will send someone, or she may come herself. Lin Changsheng harbored concerns about this, fearing for Chen Qingyuan's feelings. If she comes, it'll be good to see how she chooses. Chen Qingyuan exhibited little emotional fluctuation, maintaining an air of calm detachment. Perhaps. Lin Changsheng hesitated, words unspoken. Elder brother, I am tired and wish to rest for a while. Chen Qingyuan interrupted Lin Changsheng, rubbing his brow. Very well, I shall not disturb you. Lin Changsheng cast a deep glance at Chen Qingyuan, rose from his seat, and slowly made his way outside. Within a few days, the astonishing news of Chen Qingyuan's resurrection spread far and wide, igniting a wave of astonishment. Simultaneously, the revelation of Chen Qingyuan's fall from grace as a mere husk of his former self circulated, provoking countless murmurs and speculations. Naturally, this information reached the higher echelons of Dongyi Palace. To ensure that the matter of the impending union remained undisturbed, Dongyi Palace promptly dispatched personnel to address the situation. Days later, a venerable elder from Dongyi Palace, named Yao Susu, arrived. In her middle age, she retained an air of elegance. The hospitality of a Xianxing sect left Yao Susu with no grounds for complaint. However, she felt compelled to articulate her purpose. Sect master, may I have an audience with Elder Chen Qingyuan? Certainly, Lin Changsheng sighed inwardly, masking any emotional fluctuations, and sent someone to notify Chen Qingyuan. Upon receiving the message, Chen Qingyuan instructed a disciple to guide him with a spiritual treasure to the council hall. Inside the hall, a mist swirled, giving the impression of being enveloped in clouds. As Chen Qingyuan entered, all gazes turned toward him. Yao Susu scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, her thoughts echoing, "Alas, he is indeed diminished. What a pity." Once, Chen Qingyuan was a luminary in the North Wilderness, now reduced to a mere shadow, his spiritual roots severed. Senior brother, Chen Qingyuan greeted sect master Lin Changsheng with a respectful bow before taking a seat beside him. Dressed in a pale white robe, his long, ink-black hair was secured with a wooden hairpin. "Elder Yao, what brings you to see me?" Chen Qingyuan feigned ignorance. "Let me speak plainly before my esteemed fellow cultivators. If I inadvertently offend, I beg your pardon. The reason for my visit is that I am the master of Bai Shixue." "Speak freely." Chen Qingyuan nodded. The assembly fell silent, entrusting the resolution of the matter to him. Regardless of Chen Qingyuan's current state, he remained their junior brother, deserving of respect and protection from indignities. Should Dongyi Palace dare to disrespect him, the Xinqing sect would not hesitate to retaliate. Years ago, Elder Chen had entered into a verbal agreement of marriage with his beloved disciple, Shixue, a union that was to be a grand affair. However, a century prior, upon entering the abyss of heaven, Elder Chen's soul lamp extinguished, leading the world to presume the worst. Consequently, Shixue languished in despair for several years before gradually regaining her composure. Yao Susu placed the blame squarely on Chen Qingyuan, expressing that Bai Shixue had been deeply affected by his fate, longing for him to the point of illness. She continued, "We all believed Elder Chen had met with misfortune, and I presume your sect held the same view. Therefore, the verbal engagement was effectively nullified without formal discussion. 2 years ago, Shixue met the young master of Tianyuan sect, establishing a bond and setting a wedding date. By all accounts, Dongyi Palace bears no fault in this matter, and Shixue did not intentionally breach any agreement. I have come to clarify this to prevent any unnecessary complications." With a flourish of her right hand, Yao Susu produced a Qingyuan pouch and retrieved its contents. "We rejoice in Elder Chen's return and have prepared a modest gift for your sect. I hope you will accept it." A mid-grade spiritual vein spiraled above the council hall. This vein had been compacted through Qingyuan techniques, originally spanning hundreds of miles, capable of yielding numerous spirit stones for the cultivation of many disciples and elders. This was no trivial offering. Although Yao Susu did not explicitly spell it out, everyone comprehended the significance, finding no grounds for objection. She had first clarified the situation and then presented a substantial gift, thus preserving the dignity of the Xinqing sect. Should they persist in their grievances, it would reflect poorly on them. After all, there are no formal documents to substantiate the original engagement, and Dongyi Palace's visit to apologize was already a commendable gesture. The apology from Dongyi Palace served two purposes: to avoid offending the Xinqing sect and to deter any potential disruptions. "Junior brother, what do you think?" Lin Changsheng did not make an immediate decision, but turned his gaze toward Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 3. Severing Causality. No regrets, although reconciliation between the two families is the most favorable outcome. Lin Changsheng feared that he might offend Chen Qingyuan's dignity, and thus approached the situation with utmost caution. Elder Yao, being aware of the subtlety of etiquette, decided to retract his offer. Chen Qingyuan pondered for a moment, his expression impassive. Upon hearing the exchange, the crowd's eyelids lifted slightly, their hearts tightening. Yao Susu furrowed her brow and inquired, "What does Elder Chen mean by this?" The verbal engagement from years past should not be taken too lightly. However, to resolve this matter of causality, let Bai Shixue come in person. I assure you, once she arrives, I will not pursue this further," Chen Qingyuan stated earnestly. His intention in uttering this was to ascertain whether Bai Shixue came willingly or was coerced by the sect. Before his journey to Tianyuan, Chen Qingyuan had spoken with Bai Shixue. Back then, she had expressed that no matter the circumstances, she would wait, be it a millennium or 10,000 years, without regret. Moreover, Bai Shixue was merely an ordinary disciple at that time, receiving significant cultivation support from Dongyi Palace due to Chen Qingyuan. It could be said that much of what she possessed was a gift from him. If her choice was indeed voluntary, Chen Qingyuan would harbor no resentment toward her. After all, in the eyes of the world, he was deemed dead, and thus could blame no one. Some matters are best clarified face to face. Yao Susu had initially thought that Chen Qingyuan sought to exploit the situation, but it appeared otherwise. She nodded in agreement. I shall have Shi Xue visit Elder Chen in a few days. Furthermore, if Elder Yao truly wishes to present a gift to celebrate my return, a single medium-grade spiritual vein is far from sufficient. Despite his temporary lack of cultivation, Chen Qingyuan's gaze was sharp, akin to a dagger piercing through Yao Susu, rendering her uneasy. In the past, when Bai Shishue and I explored the secret realms, every gift I bestowed upon her was a treasure, no less than 3 top-grade spiritual veins, and certainly more than enough medium-grade ones. Upon hearing this, Yao Susu awkwardly chuckled and hastily retracted the medium-grade spiritual vein. Lin Changsheng and the others exchanged complex glances with Chen Qingyuan. In those days, Chen Qingyuan had embarked on numerous excursions, claiming to return empty-handed, which now seemed to imply he had given everything away. It was only a handful of instances, and no one pressed further. After all, most of the resources Chen Qingyuan had previously acquired had been devoted to the construction of his sect or discreetly gifted to his senior brothers as private funds. Having no other matters, I shall take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality, Yao Susu concluded, turning to depart. After her exit, the guardian elder Dong Wenjun could not resist asking, Junior brother, you extravagant fool, how could you fail to bring back the treasures you obtained? Dong Shixiao. Do not be overly concerned with material possessions, Chen Qingyuan replied with a subtle smile. Over the years, he had indeed returned with a significant amount of resources to bolster the sect and nurture the disciples. You impudent lad. The others shook their heads in exasperation. Even though Chen Qingyuan had become immortal, they still regarded him as family, offering no reprimands or indifference. This very sentiment was why Chen Qingyuan considered Xinying sect his home. Days later, Dongyi Palace sent representatives. Several elders and over a dozen disciples arrived, with Bai Shishue among them. The Xinying sect arranged for Bai Shishue to have a private audience with Chen Qingyuan. Dressed in a flowing pale pink gown that brushed the floor, her long hair was secured with a jade hairpin, and a pink sash adorned her waist, complemented by a jade pendant. Her features seemed sculpted from jade, her skin as pristine as snow, her eyes akin to painted landscapes. In the room, Bai Shishue placed her delicate hands upon her abdomen, appearing somewhat anxious. Why do you remain silent? Chen Qingyuan, sitting beside her, observed her averted gaze coldly. I'm sorry. Though Bai Shishue had much to express, the moment no longer warranted such discourse. All she could muster was an apology. My return, has it left you feeling somewhat disconcerted? Chen Qingyuan's gaze remained tranquil, perceiving an unfamiliarity in Bai Shishue. No, I am very glad that Brother Chen has returned safely, she replied, her lips pursed tightly, her eyes cast downward. When a soul lamp extinguishes, life ends. You cannot wait indefinitely for the dead, I understand. Today's meeting was merely to ascertain whether you had been coerced by the sect. It appears not. Chen Qingyuan bore no ill will toward Bai Shishue, acknowledging it as a matter of fate unfulfilled. If you had returned sooner, perhaps the situation would have been different, Bai Shishue murmured softly. If I were not a cripple, what choice would you and Dongyi Palace make? Chen Qingyuan shook his head gently. This is unrelated to my delayed return. It is a matter of strength. Bai Shishue yearned to explain, but ultimately remained silent. Well, it is all in the past, Chen Qingyuan remarked. Bai Shishue's expression shifted slightly, yet she did not respond. Observing her demeanor, it seemed she held little affection for the young lord of Tianyuan sect, viewing their connection more as a matter of mutual benefit. Had Chen Qingyuan retained his formidable strength, rather than being a cripple, Bai Shishue would undoubtedly have presented a different disposition. For cultivators, a century is but a fleeting moment. If Bai Shishue truly loved Chen Qingyuan to the core, she could not easily turn her back. Moreover, with his return, the possibility of rekindling their past could arise. However, Bai Shishue's purpose was not to rekindle romance with Chen Qingyuan, but rather to sever their ties. Perhaps a century ago, she had indeed loved him. But now everything had changed. From this moment forth, we shall have no further entanglements. Chen Qingyuan declared thoughtfully. Within the room, silence reigned, the atmosphere heavy. An elder from Dongyi Palace gently knocked on the door, indicating it was time to depart. As she prepared to leave, Bai Shixue glanced at Chen Qingyuan, noting the absence of his former brilliance and the lack of spiritual energy within him. At some point, her gaze transitioned from guilt to indifference, her inner tension gradually dissipating. After a final, profound glance at Chen Qingyuan, Bai Shixue exited without uttering a word. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he had noticed the subtle movement of her hands earlier. Bai Shixue had shattered a jade talisman to signal the accompanying elder to break the stalemate. The hardships endured over the years have been borne by Bai. Inside the Tianyuan forbidden zone, a maiden clad in red had taken an interest in Chen Qingyuan, desiring to become his companion. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyuan declined without hesitation, citing his prior engagement. Consequently, he was subjected to various tortures, resulting in the destruction of his spiritual roots and the loss of his cultivation. According to the maiden's words, it was all for his own good. While Chen Qingyuan possessed exceptional talent, he ultimately fell short of reaching the pinnacle of power. To unlock limitless potential in the future, he must reconstruct his foundation. With that matter settled, it was time for him to attend to his own affairs. Chen Qingyuan had not forgotten the agreement with Tianyuan and planned to set off in a few days. Recently, news of Chen Qingyuan's return from Tianyuan spread throughout the realm, prompting numerous factions to seek information about the situation within. Many sent high-ranking members to Xianying's sect. In response, Xianying's sect maintained that Chen Qingyuan was unwell and would not see any visitors. Amidst the coercion and temptations from various powerful entities, Xianying's sect consistently shielded Chen Qingyuan, ensuring he was spared from these troubles. In the shadows, under the arrangements of his elder brother Dong Wenjun, Chen Qingyuan quietly departed from Xianying's sect. Although many were curious about his whereabouts, they refrained from pressing for information, simply hoping for his safety. With his cultivation rendered null, temporarily leaving Xianying's sect was indeed a prudent choice. In a nearby town, Chen Qingyuan procured several travel talismans, which could be activated solely with spirit stones, negating the need for personal spirit energy. After an entire month, he finally arrived at his destination, Mingyue City, nestled in a remote corner of the northern wilderness. Within the city, at the end of a narrow street, stood a modest courtyard, seldom graced by passers-by. "Who is it?" A frail, aged voice emanated from within as Chen Qingyuan knocked on the tightly shut gate. "You shall know upon opening," he replied. With a creaking sound, the gate swung open, revealing an elderly man, his skin weathered and dark, leaning on a gnarled cane. His stooped figure appeared fragile, almost feeble. The old man scrutinized Chen Qingyuan with a curious gaze, a toothy grin revealing his yellowed teeth. "Young man, have you perhaps taken a wrong turn?" "I have not. I seek you," Chen Qingyuan stated, producing a palm-sized wooden plaque. Upon sighting the plaque, the old man's pupils dilated, his expression shifting to one of utmost gravity. "Please enter," he said solemnly. This plaque had been retrieved by Chen Qingyuan from the abyss, rumored to symbolize a significant debt owed to a powerful individual, granting the bearer the authority to command the plaque's owner in any matter, even to demand his life. "For where did you acquire this item?" Once inside, the old man seemed transformed, his demeanor sharpened as he inquired in a low voice. "Abyss," Chen Qingyuan answered candidly. At this, the old man set aside his earlier caution, bowing deeply to Chen Qingyuan in a gesture of respect. He then recalled a recent occurrence. "Are you, perchance, Chen Qingyuan of the Xianqing sect?" "Indeed," Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a nod. "Since you possess the plaque, I am bound to honor my promise. What task do you require?" The old man prepared himself for the gravity of the request, his demeanor serious. "Is there any way to help me restore my foundation?" Chen Qingyuan articulated his intention. "There is," the old man replied after assessing Chen Qingyuan's physical condition, nodding in affirmation. "I initially presumed it to be a matter of great complexity, yet it seems rather straightforward. Are you certain?" Chen Qingyuan questioned with skepticism. "Not difficult at all," the old man reassured him. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Chen Qingyuan asked respectfully. While all the high-ranking members of the Xianqing sect had been a loss on how to assist him, This seemingly unremarkable old man found the task manageable, instilling in Chen Qingyuan a profound respect as he clasped his hands together in salute. Just an old fool. The old man chuckled self-deprecatingly. Chapter 4. Reshaping the Foundation. The mysterious Taoist, what shall I call you, esteemed elder? Chen Qingyuan inquired, demonstrating his discernment by refraining from further probing. You may simply refer to me as the lame one, the old man replied, glancing down at his severed right leg and the cane in his hand, his tone unperturbed. That is unacceptable, Chen Qingyuan protested, fearing the repercussions of addressing such an enigmatic elder in such a manner. Not at all, the old man dismissed the title with indifference, his expression devoid of concern. Subsequently, the old man arranged for Chen Qingyuan to have temporary accommodations, indicating he would need to step out to procure certain items essential for reshaping Chen Qingyuan's Tao Foundation. I appreciate your kindness, esteemed elder, Chen Qingyuan expressed with a respectful clasp of his hands. This is but my duty. The old man reciprocated with a slight bow before departing. Left alone in the disordered courtyard, Chen Qingyuan surveyed his surroundings, noting the cobwebs in the corners, the yellowing leaves in the flower bed, and the stone slabs laid upon the earthen ground. Following the stone path beneath his feet, he discovered a woodshed filled with a pile of dry firewood. How curious, Chen Qingyuan mused aloud. Why does the elder's lifestyle resemble that of an ordinary mortal? His observations revealed that the courtyard was furnished with commonplace items, such as wooden tables and chairs, all draped in a layer of dust. After a glance at the woodshed, he chose to stroll through the garden, seeking a more delightful ambience. Now, a mere mortal, Chen Qingyuan found it necessary to venture out daily for sustenance. After 10 days of residing here, he had grown familiar with the nearby streets. As the autumn breeze chilled the air, he resolved to prepare some porridge to warm himself. Upon entering the woodshed to kindle a fire, he stumbled upon a broken sword embedded within the woodpile, instantly piquing his interest. This sword, approximately 2 feet in length, was rusted and dark, bearing the marks of time. Chen Qingyuan scrutinized it closely, sensing it was no ordinary weapon, though he could not identify why. As he crouched to grasp the blackened blade, an overwhelming weight suddenly descended upon him, as if countless mountains pressed against his chest, enveloping him in a suffocating sensation. This feeling intensified, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, just as he contemplated employing his hidden cards from the abyssal realm. A gentle breeze swept through the woodshed. Instantly, the oppressive aura of the black sword vanished, prompting Chen Qingyuan to withdraw his hand, his expression tense. Young master, I have returned, the old man announced as he entered the courtyard, his hands empty. Emerging from the woodshed, Chen Qingyuan met the elder's gaze without reservation, candidly stating, I owe you my gratitude, esteemed elder. Had you not intervened, I would have found myself in considerable trouble. A mere broken sword could hardly harm you, young master. The elder chuckled, his face lined with wrinkles. If this is but a broken sword, then there are no true treasures left in this world, Chen Qingyuan replied, acutely aware of the sword's formidable nature despite his current lack of cultivation. Indeed, you jest, the elder remarked. If such a sword possesses such power, one can only imagine the strength of its former owner. Did you find anything of value in your endeavors, esteemed elder? Chen Qingyuan deftly shifted the topic. Rest assured, all is well, the elder assured him with a slow nod. Years prior, within the abyssal realm, Chen Qingyuan had encountered a mysterious maiden clad in red, whose origins and prowess were unfathomable. The maiden severed his spiritual roots, disrupting his cultivation, and bestowed upon him a wooden token, instructing him to seek out this elder to reconstruct his Tao foundation and elevate his innate talent. The elder unveiled a long-sealed chamber, revealing a bathtub carved from icy stone, its frigid air permeating every corner of the room. After retrieving various herbs and necessary items, he instructed Chen Qingyuan to remove his upper garments and sit within the icy tub. Calmly, Chen Qingyuan complied, settling into the tub as directed. I have recently heard some news, young master. The Dongi Palace and Tianyuan sect are to be wed. Are you aware of this? The elder inquired, grinding the herbs with a raspy voice. I am aware, Chen Qingyuan replied with a subtle nod. Is there anything you require of me? During his outing, the elder had thoroughly investigated Chen Qingyuan's background. Besides that, he had also ventured to the borders of the abyssal realm. No need, Chen Qingyuan shook his head. The ties have been severed. You need not concern yourself. Very well, the elder acknowledged, placing the precious herbs into the icy tub, his murky eyes seemingly perceiving the entirety of the mortal realm. Chen Qingyuan gazed in astonishment at the herbs, recognizing their extraordinary value. The red yun, the 8-pointed dark leaf, the white moon vine, each was a rare treasure, difficult to come by. There were also some herbs whose names Chen Qingyuan could not recall, yet their worth was undoubtedly immeasurable. Young master, the process of reshaping your foundation may be somewhat painful, the elder kindly warned. Please proceed, esteemed elder. I can endure it. Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a determined nod, preparing himself. Thus, the elder summoned forth a tremendous surge of spiritual energy from within, causing the chamber's floor to shimmer with radiance as an ancient array of patterns materialized. With a swift motion, the elder struck the icy tub with his right palm, while directing his left palm downward to activate the grand formation. Buzz above the chamber. It seemed as though countless stars had appeared, rippling across an expansive cosmic sea. In that instant, Chen Qingyuan felt the world tilt, his body immobilized, unable to move. As time passed, he perceived his soul leaving his body, feeling as though myriad blades were relentlessly slicing through him, plunging him into excruciating agony. And he could not suppress a muffled groan. Clenching his teeth, Chen Qingyuan was drenched in sweat, the intensity of the pain escalating to the point where he began to falter in his resolve. The elder remained unmoved, coldly observing Chen Qingyuan's torment. An entire hour elapsed, and Chen Qingyuan's face contorted in pain, his skin splitting, revealing a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the glistening of his internal organs through the gaping wounds, a sight both horrifying and heart-wrenching. A glimmer of golden light appeared at the center of Chen Qingyuan's chest, resembling a seed. The moment has arrived, the elder's expression shifted, hastily proceeding to the next step. A dense chill enveloped Chen Qingyuan as his blood and the herbs amalgamated, forming a thick, crimson mixture that sent shivers down one's spine. Manifest, the elder intoned, forming seals with his hands, causing a black box to materialize before him. With utmost care, he opened the box to reveal a fragment of bone, approximately a foot in length, resembling charcoal. Can he withstand this? The elder mused, casting a glance at Chen Qingyuan, who had fainted from the agony, before turning his focus back to the bone. According to the elder's knowledge, this black bone belonged to an ancient being, a remnant from a cataclysmic battle that had left it shattered. Not long ago, following the instructions of the maiden in red, the elder had brought this bone from the abyssal realm. Reshaping the foundation was not inherently difficult. The challenge lay in integrating the bone into Chen Qingyuan's body. Is this truly feasible? Initially, the elder felt perplexed, uncertain of how to proceed. However, the maiden's voice echoed in his mind, advising him that he need only activate the array upon witnessing the golden seed appear at Chen Qingyuan's chest, and all would align as destined. After a brief moment, the black bone began to levitate. With a resounding crackle, the layer of material on the surface of the black bone detached, revealing a lustrous golden hue engraved with numerous ancient laws, having withstood the test of time. The old man's pupils constricted, his entire being tensed as he watched the black bone descend upon Chen Qingyuan. Gradually, the black bone seamlessly integrated into Chen Qingyuan's body, vanishing without a trace. Despite the old man's relentless probing, he could uncover nothing. Truly, a remarkable individual. Initially, Chen Qingyuan experienced a sense of repulsion towards the black bone, but this phenomenon swiftly dissipated, leading to a perfect bond, a genuine union of essence. Days later, Chen Qingyuan awoke. The old man had vigilantly stood guard by his side, anxious about any potential mishap. Upon witnessing Chen Qingyuan's awakening, the weight of anxiety that had burdened the old man's heart was finally lifted. My body. Chen Qingyuan felt no pain, sensing an extraordinary lightness, devoid of any scars. In the next moment, he became acutely aware of the spiritual energy permeating the world around him. His expression shifted as he hurriedly began to assess his physical condition. Golden Tao bones? Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, both astonished and elated, locking eyes with the old man for a fleeting moment. Chapter 5. The Celestial Sword Immortal of Chang'an, reaching the Yellow Spirit Realm in times past. Chen Qingyuan possessed extraordinary talent, yet he remained merely a mortal being. According to ancient texts, the Golden Tao bone symbolizes a flawless foundation, devoid of imperfections, bestowing unimaginable advantages for future cultivation. Among the 5 domains of the world, the northern wilderness encompasses vast territories, adorned with countless stars. Once, Chen Qingyuan was renowned as a prodigy of the northern wilderness, well-versed in various matters. Nevertheless, he had never encountered anyone capable of cultivating the legendary flawless golden bones. The preciousness of this golden Tao bone was not lost on Chen Qingyuan. It was in essence priceless. Senior, this. Chen Qingyuan could not remain in a state of unbridled joy. His expression gradually turned complex as he hesitantly remarked, "This is too precious. I feel unworthy to accept it." In accordance with the command of the esteemed elder of the Forbidden Zone, the Tao bone is bestowed upon you, the old man replied, shaking his head to indicate that it was not his own merit, elaborating on the circumstances. The Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan recalled the red-clad maiden. A sense of trepidation washing over him, mingled with an inexplicable longing. "Please rest well, young master. I shall take my leave for now." With these words, the old man exited the secluded chamber. In the quietude of the chamber, Chen Qingyuan fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he organized his thoughts and clarified his situation, ceasing his aimless musings. A flawless Tao bone and a perfect foundation. As long as Chen Qingyuan's resolve remained steadfast, his future achievements would be boundless. Dressed in a clean and tidy garment, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the courtyard. In a corner of the yard, the old man sat on a wooden chair, his cane resting beside him, as he chopped firewood with a broken sword in hand. Observing the old man's actions, Chen Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before approaching. "Senior, why squander such a fine sword in this manner? The sword is broken. What use is it, no matter how good?" The old man replied dismissively, "My foundation may be shattered, yet you possess the divine ability to mend it. Is there truly no way to restore a broken sword?" Chen Qingyuan genuinely wished to see such a fine sword put to better use, feeling a pang of sympathy. "I have tried many times, all in vain." The old man's chopping paused momentarily, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Chen Qingyuan, unsure of how to respond, fell silent. "What is the name of this sword?" After a while, Chen Qingyuan inquired. "Giang." The old man pondered for a long time before revealing the name of the sword. "Giang. I feel as though I have heard this name before." Chen Qingyuan murmured it several times, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he pondered deeply. Moments later, he suddenly lifted his head, astonishment flickering in his eyes, followed by reverence, exclaiming, "You are the Celestial Sword Immortal of Chang'an." Upon hearing this title, the old man's body quivered slightly, his expression complex, his voice hoarse. "It has been many years since anyone has referred to me in such a manner." Clearly, the old man acknowledged his identity. Initially, he had been reluctant to disclose it, but upon witnessing Chen Qingyuan's integration with the mysterious Tao bone, he changed his mind. "It truly is you. It's hard to believe." Chen Qingyuan stood awestruck, his emotions in turmoil, struggling to regain his composure. The Celestial Sword Immortal of Chang'an, whose true name was Li Muyang, was once a world-renowned powerhouse, hailing from the northern wilderness as a peerless swordsman. Historical records indicate that the last time the Celestial Sword Immortal made an appearance was 10,000 years ago. It is said he ventured to Zhongzhou, also known as the Imperial Province, and struck the Ziyun Mountain, a symbol of the will of heaven and earth, in pursuit of the pinnacle of the sword path. The sword cleaved the Ziyun Mountain, inciting the wrath of the heavenly laws, which descended as divine punishment. In that battle, the Celestial Sword Immortal was defeated, leading the world to believe he had perished, buried by the laws of heaven. Since then, The life of the celestial sword immortal has become a legendary tale, regarded as an insurmountable monument by countless sword cultivators. Such titles are but empty names, long since turned to smoke. Li Muyang regarded these matters with indifference. How could the sword immortal, a figure of such prominence, be here? Chen Qingyuan had heard tales of the celestial sword immortal since childhood and held deep respect for him. It is no exaggeration to say that if Li Muyang so desired, he could effortlessly establish a top-tier force. Sharpening the sword. The old adage, a dead camel is larger than a horse, rings true, no matter how fallen. Li Muyang was not a common cultivator to be compared with. Despite countless failures, Li Muyang had never given up. Is this truly a way to sharpen the sword? Chen Qingyuan gazed at the scattered firewood, struggling to comprehend. Young master, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect for a sword cultivator? Li Muyang set aside the broken sword, locking eyes with Chen Qingyuan. By conventional wisdom, it is vital for a sword cultivator to possess a sword that resonates with them and to master superior sword techniques. Chen Qingyuan continued, however, I believe that regardless of the path taken, the most important aspect remains the heart of the Tao. To cultivate, one must first cultivate the heart. Upon hearing this answer, ripples of emotion danced in Li Muyang's eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, Li Muyang sighed deeply. Had I possessed your wisdom in my youth, I would not have met such a fate. The truth of cultivating the heart of the Tao is something I only truly grasped in my later years. Li Muyang was not merely sharpening the sword. He was refining his heart of the Tao. In his youth, he believed himself to be exceptionally gifted, sailing smoothly while overshadowing his peers. During his prime, he even proclaimed himself the third in the world, causing countless sword cultivators to look up in awe. Why third in the world? Because heaven and earth are one and two. He called himself the third, as none dared to claim the first or second position, fearing to provoke the ways of heaven and earth. Later, as Li Muyang found it increasingly difficult to encounter a worthy sword cultivator as a rival, he believed his strength had reached an unparalleled level. He journeyed to the revered Ziyun mountain, sword drawn, intent on challenging the heavens. Alas, Li Muyang was defeated and vanished from the world thereafter. May I ask, senior, what became of the other half of the sword? Chen Qingyuan's gaze remained fixed on the rusted broken sword. The sword rusted due to its spirit falling into slumber, reduced to an ordinary weapon. One day, when Li Muyang rekindles his heart of the sword shall awaken, revealing its former brilliance. It remains at the Ziyun mountain. Li Muyang gazed into the distance, his thoughts wandering. The Ziyun mountain in Zhongzhou, such a place was deemed forbidden. Chen Qingyuan followed Li Muyang's gaze, remaining silent. In the days that followed, Chen Qingyuan began his cultivation anew. On the first day of his recultivation, he stepped into the post-heaven realm. The post-heaven and pre-heaven realms serve as the foundational stages of cultivation, each comprising 9 levels. Within a mere month, drawing upon the talent of his flawless Tao bone and his own comprehension, Chen Qingyuan broke through to the 9th level of the post-heaven realm and ascended to the pre-heaven realm. After solidifying his foundation for several days, he continued to strive for further advancement. This way of life continued for half a year, during which Chen Qingyuan cultivated to the initial stage of the Yellow Spirit Realm. Achieving the Yellow Spirit Realm in just 6 months was nothing short of astonishing. Li Muyang, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, would find it hard to believe. In his memory, no one could compare with Chen Qingyuan, who drew upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, unaided by elixirs or the teachings of powerful beings. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan's foundation was remarkably stable, with no discernible flaws. At last, he had reached the Yellow Spirit Realm. Chen Qingyuan had achieved his first objective and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he remained indoors, retrieving a dark-hued bracelet from his belongings. The reason Chen Qingyuan had survived his ordeal in the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone was due to a pact he made with the Red-Clad Maiden, to assist her in completing 9 tasks, thereby resolving their shared fate. For such a request, Chen Qingyuan felt he had no right to refuse. Only by refining one's cultivation to the Yellow Spirit Realm can one wield the special secret technique imparted by the Maiden in Red to unlock the bracelet's restrictions. What was the first task she assigned to me? After toiling for half a day, Chen Qingyuan successfully lifted the restrictions, allowing a strand of consciousness to enter the bracelet. Chapter 6: The First Agreement. Attending the marriage ceremony within the bracelet lay an independent space, shrouded in terrifying laws. As Chen Qingyuan's consciousness swept across the surroundings, his soul trembled involuntarily. A resonant hum echoed, and before him appeared a tightly closed white umbrella. The manifestation of the umbrella triggered a certain restriction within the jade bracelet, and a chilling voice resonated. Chen Qingyuan, this is a wedding gift for your beloved. Your attendance is imperative. Presenting a white umbrella at a wedding. Wasn't that a curse upon others? Could it be that the voice was tinged with jealousy? Chen Qingyuan felt a wave of embarrassment. He had anticipated the first task of the agreement to be exceedingly arduous, yet it unfolded in this manner. Years ago, when Chen Qingyuan entered the Tianyuan, the woman in red had expressed a desire to become his partner, often teasing him with her affections. To this, Chen Qingyuan had firmly declined, stating that he already had a fiancée. It was not that the woman in red was unattractive. Rather, it was a matter of commitment. If one were to assess beauty, the woman in red was exceptionally lovely, far surpassing mortal standards, her allure beyond mere words. Though Bai Shishue of Dongyi Palace was said to be breathtakingly beautiful, she paled in comparison to the woman in red. The difference in their charisma was as stark as clouds to mud. Why did it feel as though she harbored a hint of malice? Chen Qingyuan murmured softly. He had thought he had moved on, that everything was in the past. Yet, this sudden turn of events from the woman in red compelled him to comply. One should not assume that leaving the forbidden zone of Tianyuan would grant him freedom. Should Chen Qingyuan fail to fulfill the agreement, the repercussions would be dire. After resting for a few days, Chen Qingyuan resolved to depart from Minghua City and return to Xianqing sect. With half a year remaining until the union between Tianyuan sect and Dongyi Palace, he calculated the time. Senior, I must take my leave, Chen Qingyuan said, having packed his belongings and approaching Li Muyang, who sat in the courtyard. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, you may seek me here. Li Muyang offered a promise. Very well. Chen Qingyuan accepted without pleasantries. This was, after all, a life-saving talisman. Once Chen Qingyuan had departed, Li Muyang gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Within the Xianqing sect's council hall, discussions were underway regarding the routine affairs of the sect, particularly the impending union with Tianyuan sect, and plans to send an elder to make an appearance. As the wedding day drew near, representatives from various factions had already set out, and Dongyi Palace was gradually becoming lively. Junior apprentice, you have returned. As soon as Chen Qingyuan arrived at the gates of Xianqing sect, the guarding disciples reported the news. To avoid attracting undue attention, Chen Qingyuan concealed his cultivation level. As long as he bore the jade bracelet, it would trigger the restrictions within, masking the fluctuations of his spiritual aura. The Sword Immortal had repeatedly cautioned him against revealing matters concerning his Dao bone. Failure to do so could lead to terrifying consequences that would endanger those around him. Furthermore, the Sword Immortal wished to keep his whereabouts hidden, leaving Chen Qingyuan unable to explain the restoration of his spiritual root. He would find a suitable opportunity to share this with his senior brothers later. Junior brother, where have you been these past 6 months? The protective elder Dong Wenjun set aside his affairs and hurried out to greet him. Just went out for a stroll. Chen Qingyuan replied with a faint smile. The elders gathered in the rear courtyard, engaging in light conversation with Chen Qingyuan. The last time he returned, he had left shortly thereafter, and they had yet to sit down together for tea. At that time, his return had stirred quite a commotion, with many sects eager to meet him to glean information about the forbidden land of Tianyuan. However, upon hearing that Chen Qingyuan had become a cripple and had faked his death to escape, coupled with the unwavering stance of Xianqing sect, those factions refrained from pressuring him further. Now, with the impending union of the two sects, the attention of the forces in the Fuliu star domain had shifted away from Xianqing sect. The North Wilderness region boasted countless star domains, with the sects of Fuliu star domain numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Xianqing sect was considered a top-tier force within this realm, enjoying considerable prestige. Junior brother, that woman from Dongyi Palace has called off the engagement. It's her loss. We will surely devise a brilliant plan to restore your spiritual root. allowing you to regain your former glory. An elder with white hair consoled, mistakenly assuming that the union of the two sects had dampened Chen Qingyuan's spirits. Thank you for your concern, Brother Su, Chen Qingyuan replied warmly, a smile gracing his face. Today is a rare occasion for us to gather. Let us set aside our worries and raise a toast. The sect leader, Lin Changsheng, rose from his seat and lifted his cup. Cheers! The assembly stood and partook of their drinks, be it wine or tea. Xianqing's sect exhibited a remarkable unity within, unlike other factions rife with intrigue and self-interest. Of course, minor frictions occasionally arose within the sect, but they were easily resolved and not of great consequence. The cohesiveness of the upper echelons was largely due to the efforts of the Grand Elder, who had dedicated considerable thought to fostering this camaraderie. Those core elders seated here, enjoying tea and drink, had all benefited from the Grand Elder's kindness. Approximately 200 years ago, the Grand Elder had brought back an infant still in swaddling clothes, adopting him as his disciple. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder had passed away. Since then, the elders had taken great care of the young boy, treating him as a beloved younger brother, their bond akin to that of blood relatives. In truth, the Grand Elder had only ever taken one disciple in his lifetime, and that was Chen Qingyuan. The elders referred to Chen Qingyuan as junior brother out of respect for the Grand Elder, whom they called Master Uncle. Brother, I wish to attend the ceremony of the union between the two sections. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chen Qingyuan articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the hall, and all eyes turned toward Chen Qingyuan, uncertain and astonished. Why? Lin Changsheng inquired, his voice tinged with concern. The assembly regarded Chen Qingyuan with expressions of confusion and disbelief. There is nothing to evade, Chen Qingyuan stated plainly. The elders contemplated this, coming to an understanding. Are you truly prepared for this? Lin Changsheng's eyes were filled with apprehension. I am, Chen Qingyuan replied with a slight smile. Then you shall accompany senior brother Yan. Lin Changsheng deliberated briefly before nodding in agreement. Thank you, brother. Chen Qingyuan expressed his gratitude. Xiansheng sect dispatched elder Yin Minghai to Tianyuan sect to present a gift. Regardless of the awkwardness between the two families, some semblance of formality must be maintained. 2 months later, Yin Minghai, along with Chen Qingyuan and a dozen others, set off. Aboard a spiritual vessel, Yin Minghai donned a deep gray robe, standing tall at 7 feet, his hair slightly graying. Junior brother, recently the sect leader has been tirelessly seeking renowned physicians for your sake. However, once your condition is disclosed, no physician is willing to intervene, deeming it hopeless. Yin Minghai stood beside Chen Qingyuan, enveloping him in a protective aura. Thank you for your concern, brother, Chen Qingyuan acknowledged, keeping these matters close to his heart. Alas, Yin Minghai sighed, reflecting, in your prime, you were unparalleled, renowned throughout the North Wilderness. Yet now look at the outcome. Had I known, we would have restrained you from venturing into Tianyuan. There is no need for concern, brother Yin. Perhaps this is my fate, Chen Qingyuan mused. He could not divulge the experiences within the Tianyuan forbidden zone to anyone, lest calamity befall him. Moreover, some matters were best kept to oneself. Before long, Xianqing sect's warship arrived at the borders of Tianyuan sect. The horizon was filled with various spiritual vessels and treasures, adorned with the banners of numerous sects, creating a grand spectacle. The Tianyuan sect is nestled amidst the mist-laden mountains, where ancient trees take root within the rocks, soaring into the clouds and casting shadows that obscure the sun. At the foot of the mountains stand formidable spiritual beasts, alongside emerald-hued giant pythons spiraling through the air, colossal birds ablaze with flames, and winged steeds, among others. With merely 3 months remaining until the union of the two sects, representatives from various schools may either enter the Tianyuan sect or await within their own celestial vessels. Junior brother, let us remain here for the time being. When the day arrives, we shall make our presence felt, suggested Yin Minghai, intending to spare Chen Qingyuan any distress by staying aboard the celestial vessel. Senior brother, we are already within the territory of the Tianyuan sect. As a representative of the Xianqing sect, it would be rather inappropriate for you to remain concealed. You should greet the various factions, I can manage on my own, Chen Qingyuan replied, wishing to alleviate any burden from Yan Minghai. That would not be appropriate. The Xianxing sect's vessel is anchored here for all to see. If you remain absent, it may appear presumptuous to outsiders, tarnishing our reputation, he countered. Do not worry. I am aware of the circumstances. Chen Qingyuan reassured him with a reassuring glance. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Minghai acquiesced. Very well. You shall stay in the cabin during this time and refrain from venturing out. Understood. Chen Qingyuan nodded as he watched Yan Minghai depart. Even though the Xianxing sect is no ordinary sect, it is imperative to maintain amicable relations with the many eminent forces, avoiding conflict whenever possible. Thus, although this occasion marks the matrimonial ceremony between the Tianyuan sect and the Dongyi Palace, it also serves as a gathering for various sects to convene, fostering connections and goodwill. Not long after, someone approached the Xianxing sect's vessel, accompanied by a voice that taunted, Chen Qingyuan, you dare attend the union of the two sects, unafraid of embarrassment? The tone dripped with sarcasm, clearly intended to mock Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 7. My stay or departure is of no concern to you within the confines of the cabin. Chen Qingyuan heard these words, pushed open the door, and beheld a young man clad in purple, suspended in midair. It was none other than Xia Xiaochong, whom he had not seen for quite some time. The corners of Chen Qingyuan's mouth curved slightly upward as he stood in a light-colored robe, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. You, the purple-clad youth, named Xia Nanzhong, a member of the Serpent Clan, had once been vanquished by Chen Qingyuan. You remain as unlikable as ever, he remarked, having spotted the worship of the Xianxing sect. Xia Nanzhong had come to take a look and was astonished to find Chen Qingyuan's figure, prompting him to approach immediately. You are not even human, Chen Qingyuan retorted. At this, Xia Nanzhong felt a flicker of annoyance. However, upon reflection, he recognized the truth in the jest, so he swallowed his words of reproach. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyuan's comment bore a hint of insult, prompting Xia Nanzhong to huff in irritation. Over a century ago, Xia Nanzhong and Chen Qingyuan had clashed, resulting in a fierce battle. Following that encounter, Chen Qingyuan had bestowed upon Xia Nanzhong a mocking nickname, Xiaochong, which had amused many. Defeated, Xia Nanzhong could only accept it. Are you not aware of the identities involved in the union of our families? Xia Nanzhong, suppressing a trace of anger, chose not to stoop to Chen Qingyuan's level. I am aware, Chen Qingyuan replied with a nonchalant expression. Knowing this, and yet you still come here? Your temperament is truly admirable, Xia Nanzhong remarked, offering Chen Qingyuan a thumbs up, a mixture of admiration and sarcasm. In your heyday, you overshadowed all, and Qin Yutong, the young master of the Tianyuan sect, surely endured much at your hands. Now, with Qin Yutong about to wed by Shi Xue, are you not courting humiliation? Xiaochong, are you expressing concern for me? Chen Qingyuan said with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Why on earth would I concern myself with you? Dream on. Xia Nanzhong, disliking the nickname, felt only a mild irritation, for they were both adversaries and allies. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. You have become a cripple, and staying within the Xianxing sect is your safest option. Thank you for the reminder, Chen Qingyuan replied, dismissive of the warning. I may mock you a few times, but others may not be so lenient. With this, Xia Nanzhong lost interest and turned to leave. After this encounter, Xia Nanzhong confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had indeed fallen from grace, feeling a mix of joy and melancholy. After walking some distance, he glanced back at Chen Qingyuan's direction, sighing softly, such a prodigy, what a pity. In just a few days, news of Chen Qingyuan's arrival in the Tianyuan sect's territory reached many ears. Practitioners from various sects gazed toward the Xianxing sect's worship, murmuring among themselves, what treasures lie within the abyss of heaven? What has he obtained there? A young man questioned from a lofty position. What is it to you? Chen Qingyuan replied coldly, casting a glance at the black-clad youth, whom he did not recognize. Likely a figure who had gained renown over the past century. How many formidable beings of the divine transformation and integration realms perished in the abyss? What right do you, a mere nascent soul cultivator, have to return alive? The black-clad youth persisted, refusing to relent. Had it been a century ago, I would have easily sent you crashing against the wall, Chen Qingyuan admonished. Oof. Now, you can only reminisce about your past glories, the black-clad youth retorted, aware of Chen Qingyuan's illustrious achievements, but knowing that times had changed. Chen Qingyuan was now a cripple, and there was no need for fear. Chen Qingyuan merely smiled, regarding the fool as a waste of time. Thus, he settled at the bow of the ship, savoring fragrant tea while admiring the surrounding beauty, completely ignoring the incessant chatter of the black-clad youth. In truth, many were eager to uncover how Chen Qingyuan had survived, or to glean secrets about the forbidden area from him that might prove useful in the future. Due to the Xianqing sect's influence, practitioners from various factions refrained from resorting to excessive measures against him. What puzzled everyone was Chen Qingyuan's claim of having faked his death to escape. Yet, how could he have survived within the forbidden area for over a century? If they could ascertain his method, they might attempt to enter the abyss of heaven and seize opportunities for themselves. As time slipped through their fingers, the day of a union between the two sects arrived. Today, a gathering of elders and disciples from Dongyi Palace came to prepare for the ceremony. The bride, by Shishue, had yet to make her appearance. She would only reveal herself on the day of the formal union. Leading the group from Dongyi Palace was by Shishue's master, Yao Susu. Dressed in a simple, light-colored robe with a snow-white sash at her waist, her long hair secured with a jade hairpin, she exuded a dignified and classical aura. With an impeccable demeanor. Yao Susu heard some remarks from around her, and she turned to gaze in Chen Qingyuan's direction from a distance of 100 miles, momentarily halting her steps. After a brief hesitation, she resolved to approach him, followed by over 100 others. Why is Elder Chen here? In front of numerous distinguished guests. Yao Susu treated Chen Qingyuan with courtesy, cupping her hands in greeting. Congratulations, Chen Qingyuan said, remaining seated, glancing up briefly. The members of Dongyi Palace found Chen Qingyuan's demeanor quite rude and were about to reprimand him when Yao Susu intervened. It is merely a matter of customary pleasantries. Do not take offense. Yao Susu was more concerned about why Chen Qingyuan had come and whether he intended to disrupt the union. She tentatively inquired, is it merely to offer congratulations? Of course, I have even prepared a gift for the occasion. Chen Qingyuan recalled the white umbrella within the jade bracelet. While somewhat detrimental, it posed no substantial harm to the two sections. Moreover, it was not Chen Qingyuan's original intention, but rather a consequence of circumstance. Compared to the actions of Dongyi Palace, Chen Qingyuan appeared almost saintly. In the past, he had bestowed many treasures upon Dongyi Palace. Now, with the dissolution of their engagement, they had not returned anything. And on that day, they had even attempted to sever ties with a mid-grade spirit vein, a blatant act of humiliation. At least in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, it was an affront. What kind of gift? Yao Susu felt a chill in her heart, an inexplicable sense of unease. Since it is a gift, I cannot disclose it. Were it in the past, Chen Qingyuan might have shown Yao Susu some respect, but now he regarded her with little regard. Chen Qingyuan, should you dare to disrupt the union, do not blame Dongyi Palace for being ungrateful. Noticing Chen Qingyuan's dismissive attitude, Yao Susu ceased her pretense, removing her mask and coldly warning him. Oh, Chen Qingyuan remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. Is there any old affection between the Xianqing sect and Dongyi Palace? How pitiable. Chen Qingyuan's words seemed to Yao Susu merely a facade to preserve a semblance of dignity. Her gaze was scornful as she slowly shook her head. You should know that cultivators have lifespans that span millennia, while mortals barely see a century. Now that you are a cripple, even if the Xianqing sect prolongs your life, it will not be for long. And so, Chen Qingyuan's expression remained emotionless, as tranquil as water. Returning now would benefit both you and the Xianqing sect. For the sake of safety, Yao Susu sought to compel Chen Qingyuan to withdraw. As long as he left the Tianyuan sect, the union would surely proceed without incident. Chen Qingyuan's presence felt like a ticking time bomb, unpredictable and potentially capable of uttering inflammatory remarks, leading to immeasurable consequences. My stay or departure seems not to be within your purview, does it? Chen Qingyuan smiled. This union is a matter between Dongyi Palace and Tianyuan sect, and I certainly possess a degree of decision-making power. Seeing Chen Qingyuan's refusal to depart, Yao Susu's heart grew increasingly anxious. Thus, She decisively issued an order for him to leave. The Xianqing sect had received an invitation from the Tianyuan sect and had traveled great distances to extend their congratulations. "Are you truly serious about driving me away?" Chen Qingyuan inquired. "How did I never notice before how insufferable this old hag, Yao Su, truly is? I merely wish for Elder Chen to take his leave. I harbor no ill intentions towards the Xianqing sect, Yao Su, as a core elder of the Dongyi Palace." Understood the gravity of her words and hurriedly clarified. Thousands of eyes were fixed upon this scene. One must be accountable for their words. Impudence. Before Chen Qingyuan could respond, a voice laden with fury erupted from within the warship's quarters. Chapter 8. The overprotective senior brother dressed in a gray robe, Dong Wenjun, emerged from the door. His expression somber. After greeting Elder Dong, the faces of Yao Su and the others changed in an instant, and they performed a deep bow. Who is Dong Wenjun? He is none other than the guardian elder of the Xianqing sect, a top-tier expert in the tribulation transcendence stage. The mere presence of such a figure instilled fear and reverence in many, causing them to tremble. The guardian elder of the Xianqing sect has come. This is a person of immense renown. The union of the two sects should not necessitate the personal appearance of a powerful being in the tribulation stage, suggesting that his visit is not merely for the union, as he would have revealed himself earlier rather than lurking in the shadows. The gathered cultivators were in an uproar, their mouths agape in astonishment. It had been many years since Dong Wenjun had left the Xianqing sect, and his discreet departure this time was a clear indication of his concern that Chen Qingyuan might be bullied, prompting him to hide within the ship's cabin. "Senior brother, why have you come here?" Chen Qingyuan expressed his surprise, turning to look at Dong Wenjun, whose white hair and dignified demeanor conveyed authority. "I came here because I feared for your safety," Dong Wenjun replied, instantly softening his demeanor when he gazed upon Chen Qingyuan, his expression turning warm and gentle. He had lost his young junior brother once and would not allow it to happen again. When Chen Qingyuan's soul lamp had extinguished in the past, it had struck Dong Wenjun like a bolt of lightning, leaving him heartbroken. Later, he knelt before the tomb of the Grand Elder, openly admitting that he had failed to care for Chen Qingyuan, consumed by guilt. "Senior brother." Chen Qingyuan felt a tightness in his throat, his eyes stinging. The guardian elder only left the sect in times of peril or urgent matters. However, Dong Wenjun had defied this regulation to ensure Chen Qingyuan's safety. The onlookers were both astonished and envious upon hearing Dong Wenjun's words. To have a tribulation stage senior brother protecting him was a dream beyond the reach of countless individuals. In the past, this would have been understandable, as Chen Qingyuan was exceptionally gifted and represented the hope of a new generation for the Xianqing sect. Now, however, Chen Qingyuan had been reduced to a mere mortal. How could the higher-ups of the sect react in such a way? "My little junior brother shall not be bullied by anyone," declared Dong Wenjun, instructing Chen Qingyuan to stand aside while he handled the situation. He then stood tall, surveying the assembled cultivators before finally fixing his gaze upon the members of Dongyi Palace. "If the union of the two sects is unwelcome to the Xianqing sect, then we shall take our leave at once. Elder Dong, please do not take offense. It was never our intention," Yao Su replied, bending lower, her back dampened by cold sweat. Earlier, emboldened by the presence of only a few inner disciples aboard the warship, she had dared to insult Chen Qingyuan. Had she known Dong Wenjun was hiding in the cabin, she would never have uttered such words. Having offended Dong Wenjun's authority, even the current sect leader of Dongyi Palace would have to apologize. A tribulation stage expert was a figure of immense power in the vast North Wilderness. To provoke one was unwise. "What do you mean by that?" Dong Wenjun demanded, his voice booming. I. A terrifying pressure descended upon Yao Su, as if a mountain pressed down upon her, making it nearly impossible to breathe. "In the past, out of consideration for my little junior brother, I indulged you with a few words and granted you some face. But when it comes to seniority and strength, you lack the qualifications to even meet my gaze. To dare to bully my junior brother today is truly overstepping your bounds." Having watched Chen Qingyuan grow up, Dong Wenjun had always indulged him, trying to fulfill all his desires. He could hardly bear to scold Chen Qingyuan, let alone allow others to bully him, were it not for the presence of a few older individuals from Dongyi Palace. Dong Wenjun would not merely have applied pressure, but would have slapped Yao Susu across the face. When younger generations came to provoke him, Dong Wenjun would often turn a blind eye. However, when the older generation dared to take advantage of their age, he could not remain silent. I was wrong. Yao Susu gasped, barely able to withstand the pressure from the tribulation stage, feeling as if her bones were being crushed, and she forced herself to apologize. Oomph. Dong Wenjun snorted coldly, dissipating the pressure. If there is a next time, I will ensure that Dongi Palace properly educates you. Thank you for your forgiveness, senior. Despite harboring 1,000 grievances and discontent, Yao Susu could not show it, and she was obliged to express her gratitude. Begone, Dong Wenjun said, hands clasped behind his back, showing utter disdain for Yao Susu. If he wished, he could easily suppress her with a mere finger. Subsequently, Yao Susu and her companions hurriedly departed, not daring to look back. This incident was a significant embarrassment, destined to become fodder for gossip among many. No one had anticipated the arrival of such a prominent figure from the Xianqing sect, and those who had just insulted Chen Qingyuan were fearful of retribution, swiftly disappearing from sight. The commotion had drawn the attention of Yan Minghai, who, upon learning of the situation concerning Chen Qingyuan, rushed over immediately. Senior Brother Dong, after a brief inquiry, Yan Minghai quickly grasped the situation and returned to the warship, first bowing in respect to Dong Wenjun, then turning to Chen Qingyuan. Concern etched on his face. Little junior brother, are you all right? Suddenly, Dong Wenjun delivered a swift kick to Yan Minghai, sending him flying 1,000 meters. Yan Minghai paused in midair, straightened his attire, and swiftly returned to his original position. Shaoqi, how could you be so thoughtless as to leave little junior brother alone on the ship? Had I not accompanied you, who knows how he would have been bullied? Dong Wenjun pointed an accusatory finger at the seventh elder, Yan Minghai. It is all my fault. I almost placed little junior brother in danger, Yan Minghai admitted, filled with remorse. Senior brother, I am fine. Please do not blame Elder Yan. Chen Qingyuan quickly interjected, guiding Dong Wenjun to a chair and pouring him a cup of tea. Senior brother, have some tea to calm your anger. Dong Wenjun's swift kick had been so rapid that Chen Qingyuan had not even registered at first. If little junior brother does not blame you, then let it be. After sipping the tea, Dong Wenjun's anger subsided significantly. Yan Minghai cast a grateful glance at Chen Qingyuan, relieved to have avoided a severe reprimand. The cultivators from various sects watched this scene in disbelief. They could not comprehend why, despite Chen Qingyuan's fall from grace, he still received such affection. Elder Dong's presence at Tianyuan sect was a notable event, and he was invited to enter and take a seat. Just as the crowd pondered why Chen Qingyuan was so favored, the Grand Elder of Tianyuan sect stepped forward, smiling as he bowed. I wish to play chess with my little junior brother and have no time for such matters, Dong Wenjun replied, his refusal direct and unyielding. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of Tianyuan sect was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he regained his composure and smiled. Whenever Elder Dong finds time, you are welcome to enter. Tianyuan sect will extend its utmost hospitality. Dong Wenjun had no patience for such formalities and chose not to respond. His appearance had prompted many older figures to reveal themselves, all coming forth to greet him. Yan Minghai handled these trivialities while Dong Wenjun sat in the cabin, playing chess with Chen Qingyuan, sipping tea, and sharing laughter. Before long, the day of the union arrived, and auspicious clouds adorned the sky, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Various sects arrived in a grand procession, presenting their gifts with great fanfare. The wedding procession from Tianyuan sect arrived punctually, exuding grandeur and immediately capturing the attention of all. 7 dragon-like creatures pulled a white jade war chariot, upon which stood numerous powerful cultivators, exuding an extraordinary aura. Following the white jade chariot was a magnificent bridal sedan chair. What is referred to as a flower sedan chair, in truth, resembles a diminutive, mobile palace. It is entirely adorned with exquisite gold and jade inlays, with numerous areas intricately engraved with patterns of dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing. Ethereal white mist encircles it, while within the sedan chair, Bai Shishue is clad in a flowing pink gown, her head crowned with a phoenix tiara. Celestial mist wafts gracefully, and the sky is painted with hues of dawn. A multitude of cultivators gazes from afar, their eyes transfixed. Chapter 9. Delivering the White Umbrella, Disrupting the Venue. Chapter 10. The Abyss Below. The Union Suspended in the East Palace, by Shishue and Chen Qingyuan, both adorned in crimson robes, stood side by side upon the elevated platform of the inner hall. To the assembly, the couple embodied a perfect match of talent and beauty. Having heard of young Master Qin's remarkable prowess, witnessing him in the flesh only confirmed the rumors. Elders from various factions began to extol their praises. Chen Qingyuan cast a fleeting glance over the crowd, his eyes landing on Chen Qingyuan, who sat quietly in a corner. A smirk played upon his lips, his gaze laced with provocation, clearly mocking. Chen Qingyuan met his stare with unruffled composure, his expression serene. A testament to the endurance forged over a century spent in the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone. Thank you all, esteemed friends, for your support. Qin Yang, the master of Tianyuan sect, declared from the center, a smile gracing his countenance as he clasped his hands in greeting. After an elaborate speech, he announced that Tianyuan sect would henceforth stand united with East Palace. Du Ruoxing, the mistress of East Palace, ascended the platform, delivering her own platitudes. Once these formalities concluded, the newlyweds prepared to offer their vows to the heavens. Upon completion of the rites, they would be bonded as partners, sharing both joys and tribulations. A towering incense stick, nearly 10 meters high, was ignited, releasing fragrant smoke that ascended to the heavens, marking the commencement of the celestial ceremony. As the ritual approached its climax, a flicker of joy, tinged with something enigmatic, shimmered in Qin Yang's eyes. Given Tianyuan sect's profound heritage, it seemed improbable that Qin Yang would derive such happiness merely from an alliance with East Palace. Should the two sects unite, East Palace would surely come to regret it. Suddenly, a chilling voice reverberated from afar, halting the proceedings. The two newlyweds paused, taken aback. Do not heed this, Master Du. It is merely the mischief of a rogue. I shall send someone to handle it, Qin Yang replied, his expression shifting instantly as he turned to Du Ruoxing with a faint smile. He then conveyed a message to the elders within the sect: seal off all barriers, allowing no one to enter. Du Ruoxing's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping over her. Yet, she chose not to halt the ceremony. Instead, directing her gaze toward the source of the voice, curious to discern the situation. The barriers of Tianyuan sect suddenly activated, drawing the attention of the assembly, who were filled with confusion. Master Qin, what is the meaning of this? Inquired one cultivator. To prevent certain miscreants from causing disruption. Once the union is concluded, the barriers will be lifted. There is no need for concern. Qin Yang feigned calmness, urging the guests to understand. Most accepted his rationale with nods, though a few remained skeptical, deep in contemplation. Proceed. Qin Yang urged the Grand Elder to expedite the union ceremony. The Grand Elder, understanding the cue, prepared to have the couple exchange tokens, invoking blood to forge a soul contract, thus binding them as partners. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the eastern barrier. A tear was rent in the fabric, and a figure clad in black emerged, exerting all his strength to announce. Beneath Tianyuan sect lies a prison for demons. Should East Palace unite with them, great calamity shall ensue. A stir rippled through the crowd. Countless eyes turned toward Qin Yang, seeking a definitive answer. Wait, Du Ruoxing interjected, breaking the silence. Master Qin, will you not provide an explanation? Preposterous fabrications. Qin Yang vehemently denied. Is that so? Du Ruoxing's expression grew grave. If this is but a falsehood, would Master Qin dare to swear upon his heart of Tao? In that instant, an oppressive silence fell, the tension palpable. Many elders of Tianyuan sect moved toward the eastern barrier, intent on quelling the intruder. The figure in black had no intention of leaving alive. I am Wang Ping, once a core disciple of Tianyuan sect 5 centuries ago. I stumbled into forbidden grounds and uncovered the demon prison, inciting the ire of the sect's upper echelons. Fortune favored me, allowing me to escape with my life. In seeking to open a breach in the barrier, I have exhausted all my life-saving techniques to tarnish the reputation of Tianyuan sect and exact revenge. Tianyuan sect, in their cruelty, torture my family to death to lure me out. I have hidden for 500 years, and today I seize this opportunity to reveal the truth. A millennium ago, Tianyuan sect was but a third-rate power in the Flowing Star region, yet it has risen to prominence in mere centuries. Driven by the resources of the demon prison, they have been siphoning power from the depths, allowing the prison to expand unchecked, careful to keep this secret hidden. Now, the demon prison's might has grown uncontainable, and Tianyuan sect seeks scapegoats. As Wang Ping confronted the elders of Tianyuan sect, he vocally recounted the truths he knew. The demon prison is rich in resources. Tianyuan sect has only extracted a fraction, yet has risen to the pinnacle of the Flowing Star region. To conceal the prison, no more than 5 within the sect are privy to its existence. Now, as the prison looms larger than ever, Tianyuan sect scrambles to suppress it, only to find it too late. Thus, they endeavor to ally with East E Palace, knowing that once united, East E Palace will be compelled to assist in resolving the prison's threat. Surely not. I seem to remember a Wang Ping, who mysteriously disappeared thereafter. It is indeed peculiar how Tianyuan sect's ascent occurred so rapidly, transforming into a behemoth in mere centuries. If what he claims is true, the existence of the demon prison beneath Tianyuan sect could spell catastrophic consequences should it erupt. As the assembly absorbed Wang Ping's revelations, a wave of disbelief washed over them. Chen Qingyuan, seated nearby, was taken aback by the turn of events, intrigued that he had not missed this unfolding drama. If the claims held any truth, the implications would be dire. Yin Minghai furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the expressions of the guests turning grave. The deeper they pondered, the more unsettled they became. Qin Yang's countenance darkened, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves as he directed a seething glare at the figure in black, wishing to rend him asunder. As Qin Yang hesitated to speak, Du Ruoxing sensed the gravity of the situation and swiftly moved beside by Shishu, forcefully severing the bond between her and Qin Yutang. If your sect fails to provide a reasonable explanation, this union shall be difficult to pursue. Master Du, allow me to clarify after the ceremony concludes, Qin Yang insisted, hoping to salvage the alliance with East E Palace. However, Du Ruoxing was not so easily swayed, asserting, "Speak now, for there is no need to postpone." Bang! Following a fierce confrontation, Wang Ping was overwhelmed by the elders of Tianyuan sect, his body erupting in a mist of crimson. No one mourned his demise. Expressions remained impassive. The members of East E Palace cast a grateful glance toward the direction of Wang Ping's demise, recognizing that had he not sacrificed himself to reveal the truth, they too would have unwittingly allied with Tianyuan sect. Master Qin, will you not clarify this matter? The existence of the demon prison is of paramount importance. If such a truth exists and Tianyuan sect conceals it, they shall become the enemy of all sects in the Flowing Star region. We implore you, speak candidly and do not hide the truth. The esteemed leader of the Qin clan, representatives from various sects voiced their opinions, placing immense pressure on Qin Yang. The numerous elders and disciples of the Tianyuan sect appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how this ceremony of alliance and marriage had escalated to such a point. No wonder the Tianyuan sect was so eager to ally with the Dongyi Palace. They had ulterior motives. Based on Qin Yang's demeanor, no one doubted the authenticity of the peril posed by the demon cave. The Dongyi Palace nearly fell victim to the deception. Many were filled with trepidation on behalf of the Dongyi Palace. Had an alliance been forged, the Dongyi Palace would have inevitably been entangled in the consequences of the demon cave, unable to extricate itself from the situation. The Dongyi Palace is regarded as a formidable force within the Liuxing domain, capable of alleviating pressure for the Tianyuan sect. Initially, the Dongyi Palace had hoped that an alliance with the Tianyuan sect would bolster its own foundation and secure greater influence within this star domain. They could never have anticipated the depth of the Tianyuan sect's concealment. In light of this, I invite all esteemed friends to step aside for a more detailed discussion. With matters having reached this point, Qin Yang realized that the truth could no longer be hidden. It was time to lay everything bare before everyone. Chapter 11. The departure of the crowd, led by Qin Yang. The high-ranking members of various sects followed closely behind. On one side, Qin Yutang's countenance was exceedingly grim, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He was entirely oblivious to the matters concerning the demon abyss. His union with Bai Shishue was a command from his father, Qingyuan, coupled with the fact that Bai Shishue had once been the beloved confidant of Chen Qingyuan. Qin Yutong was more than eager to pursue her, investing considerable effort into his courtship. Originally, Qin Yutong had intended to engage in a candid conversation with Chen Qingyuan following the marriage ceremony, perhaps even exchanging some harsh words to elevate his mood. However, the sudden turn of events left him utterly bewildered. Bai Shishue, equally at a loss, stood at the center of the crowd in Dongyi Palace, her expression dazed, seemingly unaware of the situation at hand. "Senior brother Yin, let us go take a look." Clad in a blue robe, Chen Qingyuan was unwilling to miss out on the unfolding drama and pulled Yin Minghai along in pursuit of the crowd. "Do not wander off. You must stay close to me." Yin Minghai expressed his concern for Chen Qingyuan's safety, initially intending to escort him to the worship. However, he could not resist Chen Qingyuan's determination and reluctantly agreed. "Rest assured, I shall not stray. This is not Xinqing's sect, and we must proceed with caution." Qingyuan dismantled several prohibitions, guiding the assembly to the forbidden area on the back mountain, a lush forest teeming with vitality. Initially, some core elders sought to debate with Qingyuan, arguing against leading the sects to the demon abyss. Yet, after Qingyuan's reasoned discourse, the informed elders conceded, having lost their ire. If a resolution to the demon abyss was not found promptly, its eruption would spell disaster for Tianyu sect. Such an event would not only bring misfortune to Tianyu, but would also implicate the entirety of the Fuliu star domain. Upon traversing the dense forest, thousands of individuals arrived at a desolate plain. Delving deeper into the plain, they encountered an abyss approximately 10,000 meters in diameter, its entrance shimmering with intricate demonic runes. Foul demonic energy wafted from within. The demon abyss lay at the bottom of this chasm, situated at the very core of Tianyu sect's subterranean domain. Due to the extensive barriers established around the abyss by Tianyu sect, the demonic energy was contained and did not disperse. What a vast demon abyss! To where does it lead? Is it connected to the demon realm? If the demon abyss experiences a disturbance, Tianyu sect will bring calamity upon the entire Fuliu star domain. This is intolerable. Why was I not informed at the first sign of the demon abyss? Its influence has already solidified, and should it erupt, the consequences will be dire. The elders of various sects began to hold Qingyuan accountable, their expressions darkening. Listening to their reproaches, Qingyuan remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. He had anticipated such a day and had prepared himself mentally. Once the elders had exhausted their grievances, Qingyuan finally spoke. "Esteemed friends, it is indeed Tianyu sect that has erred, and we willingly accept our punishment. However, I implore you all to return and discuss this with your respective sects to collectively address the issue of the demon abyss. You are all aware that if it erupts, it will affect every corner of the Fuliu star domain, even extending to other star realms. None can remain unaffected. This disaster was conjured by Tianyu sect. Why should we bear the responsibility?" Someone retorted angrily. "Tianyu sect is prepared to offer half of our treasury as a gesture to all sects," Qingyuan declared as he ascended, addressing the crowd from above. "Once this matter is resolved, Tianyu sect is willing to accept accountability from all the heroes of the realm." He then turned his gaze toward the members of Dongyi Palace. "Zhu sect master, if Dongyi Palace is willing to continue our alliance with Tianyu sect, the remaining half of our treasury shall be willingly presented." Though Qingyuan felt a pang of regret, he understood the necessity of this action. Should the demon abyss erupt, it would be Tianyu sect that faced the brunt of the devastation. For the future of Tianyu sect, he had no choice but to set aside pride and deplete the sect's resources in exchange for assistance from other sections. Dongyi Palace has no fortune to ally with Tianyu sect. I believe we shall forego it, Duruoxing decisively rejected, unwilling to gamble the future of Dongyi Palace. Resolving the turmoil of the demon abyss would merely yield abundant resources. If they failed, Dongyi Palace would undoubtedly be dragged down, never to rise again. "Zhu sect master, might you reconsider?" Qingyuan attempted to persuade her. In response, Duruoxing merely cast a cold glance, offering no reply. Understanding her resolute stance, Qingyuan ceased his insistence. He then uttered a series of grandiloquent words, urging all guests to relay the news back to their sects and to expedite discussions on a solution for the demon abyss. What is this nonsense? To have us clean up Tianyuan sect's mess is infuriating. This is of utmost importance. We must return and devise a strategy. After a period of uproar, the crowd departed in indignation. Before leaving, Tianyuan sect returned all gifts. Since the union between the two sects had been annulled, there is no need for the celebratory banquet to proceed. Esteemed friends, I apologize, the elders of Tianyuan sect, likely wishing to avoid offending the other sects and seeking their assistance, offered their apologies one by one, contrasting sharply with their earlier arrogance. On their way back, Chen Qingyuan encountered the members of Dongyi Palace at the gates of Tianyuan sect. Zhu sect master, Yan Minghai, of slightly lower status, clasped his fists in greeting. Elder Yan, Du Ruoxing nodded in return, her demeanor impassive, concealing her inner thoughts. After exchanging pleasantries, Du Ruoxing's gaze fell upon Chen Qingyuan. She scrutinized him deeply, finding nothing amiss, and internally lamented the fate of a once promising talent reduced to nothingness. One elder returned the gift from Xianqing sect, departing in a dejected manner. Chen Qingyuan looked at the white umbrella in his hands, his expression slightly peculiar, murmuring to himself, "Though the gift has been returned, this is not my fault. The first agreement should be deemed fulfilled, right?" The members of Dongyi Palace could not help but notice the striking white umbrella, as many were previously unaware of Chen Qingyuan's intention behind gifting it. At this moment, numerous gazes converged upon him, accompanied by hushed whispers. "Chen Qingyuan, your gift was indeed quite fortuitous," Du Ruoxing remarked, her face devoid of expression. "Merely coincidence," Chen Qingyuan replied calmly, unperturbed in the presence of the leader of Dongyi Palace. "For what I understand, you are not one to lack composure." Du Ruoxing spoke softly, standing a good distance away from Chen Qingyuan. The elders behind her wore grim expressions, as this engagement had turned into a farce, leaving them feeling humiliated. Bai Shishue, clad in a red gown, cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qingyuan, feeling a mix of shame, awkwardness, and helplessness. The decision of whether the sects would unite did not rest in her hands. If given the choice, she would prefer to proceed with the union, rather than be the subject of ridicule, thereby losing face. Soon, Bai Shishue convinced herself internally, slowly lifting her head, her gaze shifting. She had embarked on this path, with no possibility of turning back. From this day forth, she remained a gifted cultivator, while Chen Qingyuan was destined for a mere century of life. Any remnants of guilt within her dissipated in that moment. I mean no offense, Zhu sect master. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. Chen Qingyuan smiled gently, gradually stowing away the white umbrella. Your survival from the abyss is quite fortunate. Would you care to share what transpired within? Du Ruoxing expressed her keen interest in the abyss. As soon as the words left her lips, many present took note, halting in their tracks, their gazes toward Chen Qingyuan turning unfriendly. Chapter 12. The alliance is abolished. A stir among all parties. Yan Minghai sensed an array of unfriendly pressures, evidently showing a keen interest in Tianyuan. He promptly prepared for defense, moving a few steps closer to Chen Qingyuan. Should anyone dare to harm Chen Qingyuan, Yan Minghai would be the first to protect him. Du Zongzhu's curiosity beckoned him to investigate personally. Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly, unperturbed by Du Ruoxing's imposing demeanor, casually responding, "If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pay a visit." In the presence of the gathered crowd, Du Ruoxing could not resort to coercion or temptation against Chen Qingyuan. Most importantly, not far off, aboard the warship, sat the protective elder of Xianqing sect, a formidable figure in the tribulation transcendent stage. Du Ruoxing had no desire to offend him. It was an unnecessary risk. "Senior Yan, let us depart." Chen Qingyuan disregarded the members of Dongyi Palace, not sparing a glance for Bai Shishue throughout. As Chen Qingyuan had stated, his ties with Bai Shishue were severed. Perhaps Bai Shishue had once truly cared for Chen Qingyuan, but that was contingent upon his status as a renowned prodigy. Since his return, the world knew him as a cripple, and any emotional turmoil Bai Shishue experienced was merely tinged with a hint of guilt. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties in finding those who genuinely reciprocate one's feelings. Although Chen Qingyuan could comprehend by Shishua's actions, he could not forgive her. They had become as strangers, with no debts owed to one another. This fellow must harbor secrets, Du Ruoxing murmured as she watched Chen Qingyuan's departing figure. Had Chen Qingyuan emerged alive a century ago, cultivators would have shown little interest, merely considering Tianyuan a place of great terror, best left untouched. Yet now, with Chen Qingyuan's reappearance after 100 years, how could it not pique the curiosity of the entire world of cultivators? Master, is there truly no room for negotiation between Dongyi Palace and Tianyuan sect? Yao Susu mustered the courage to inquire. What? Elder Yao wishes to play the mediator? Du Ruoxing cast a fleeting glance at Yao Susu, her tone indifferent. That is not my intention. Please do not take offense, master. Yao Susu quickly bowed in apology. Acknowledging her misstep, Du Ruoxing snorted coldly and departed with the members of Dongyi Palace. Should the two sects form an alliance, Yao Susu, as by Shishua's mentor, would naturally elevate her status. Thus, at the behest of a certain elder from Tianyuan sect, she sought to negotiate. The matter concerning the demon cave was exceedingly serious. Du Ruoxing would not foolishly assume responsibility for Tianyuan sect predicament. An alliance? What nonsense! Despite many wishing to glean information about Tianyuan from Chen Qingyuan, no faction dared to exert pressure. Not far away, the silver-haired Dong Wenjun stood aboard the Xianqing sect's warship, hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on Chen Qingyuan's direction. Anyone daring to act against Chen Qingyuan would need to consider whether they could contend with Dong Wenjun. Why would one still protect a cripple? Many found it incomprehensible, harboring doubts within. In other sects, becoming a cripple would signify death, and one would be disregarded. The world of cultivators could not grasp how profoundly important Chen Qingyuan was in the eyes of the Xianqing sect's higher-ups. It was a matter of familial bonds, not mere self-interest. With Dong Wenjun's deterrence, Chen Qingyuan returned safely to the warship, and the group departed from Tianyuan sect without encountering any troubles. Before long, news of the annulment of the alliance spread throughout the land, encompassing the issue of the demon cave as well. Damn it, Tianyuan sect reaped all the benefits, and now creates a massive mess for us to handle. What kind of absurdity is this? It was no wonder Tianyuan sect sought to hasten an alliance with Dongyi Palace. They wished to secure a scapegoat before their demise. I always wondered how Tianyuan sect could rise in prominence over the centuries. It turns out they gained immense fortune from the demon cave. Now that the situation has spiraled out of control, they want us to bear the consequences. Truly outrageous. The senior officials of various sects learned of this matter, cursing vehemently, wishing to reduce Tianyuan sect to rubble. However, after years of development, Tianyuan sect boasted numerous powerful figures, making them difficult to confront. Thus, the cultivators could only grumble in private. At Xianqing sect's inner hall, a group was deliberating the issue of the demon cave. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he was still permitted to offer his thoughts while sipping tea. After much commotion, some within Xianqing sect advocated for addressing the demon cave alongside the strong from other sects, seeking retribution against Tianyuan sect. Conversely, others felt that since Tianyuan sect instigated the matter, it was best to remain aloof for the time being. Junior brother, what are your thoughts? Lin Changsheng raised his hand to silence the crowd and turned to the relaxed Chen Qingyuan. This does not concern us. Hence, there is no need for us to quarrel. Chen Qingyuan expressed his genuine opinion. It is Tianyuan sect that should be anxious, not Xianqing sect. Even if the demon cave were to erupt, we could first annihilate Tianyuan sect, and then unite with fellow cultivators to deal with the aftermath. I concur with Junior Brother's perspective. If we must take action, it should be after Tianyuan sect has been vanquished. Many of the senior brothers and sisters expressed their agreement, deeply displeased with Tianyuan sect's actions. However, this approach risked missing the optimal opportunity to resolve the demon cave issue. Once it spiraled beyond control, who knew how many innocents would suffer? A certain elder furrowed his brow, filled with concern. In my view, we should observe the developments. Chen Qingyuan understood the worries of the others, his expression growing serious as he pondered. For now, let us refrain from discussing this. Lin Changxing interjected to prevent any disputes. Let us first see what actions Tianyuan sect takes, and we shall deliberate further then. As the meeting concluded, Lin Changsheng asked Dong Wenjun and Chen Qingyuan to stay behind while the others departed. Junior brother Dong, do you recognize your mistake in leaving the sect without permission? Lin Changsheng appeared younger than Dong Wenjun, yet he was considerably older and possessed slightly greater strength. I acknowledge my error. Dong Wenjun lowered his head in admission, offering no defense. I understand your concern for junior brother's safety, but as the protective elder of the sect, your responsibilities are grave. You must not leave lightly. If I were to be temporarily absent from the sect for any reason and you are not present, the consequences of an invasion by unscrupulous individuals would be dire. Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun shared the same lineage, both referring to Chen Qingyuan's master as Sherbua, having benefited from his favor. I am willing to accept punishment. Dong Wenjun had anticipated the consequences before leaving. You are to meditate facing the wall for 3 months and abstain from alcohol for half a year, Lin Changsheng stated sternly. Dong Wenjun was taken aback and chuckled bitterly. Elder brother, while I can accept the wall meditation, might it be possible to exempt me from the alcohol prohibition? Absolutely not, Lin Changsheng replied firmly. Very well. Dong Wenjun, who had never been fond of women but had a deep affection for alcohol, found the prospect of abstaining for 6 months torturous, yet he had no choice but to accept the punishment. Junior brother, you have returned but have yet to offer incense to Sherbua. You should do so today. After resolving this matter, Lin Changsheng shed his earlier severity, his expression softening. All right. Chen Qingyuan had never met his master, as his master had passed away shortly after accepting him into the fold. The master's passing left Chen Qingyuan with an unsettling feeling, but since Lin Changsheng himself had buried the master, and many elders had witnessed it, he could only accept this reality. At that time, Chen Qingyuan had been but a babe, entirely unaware of the events unfolding around him. Due to the kindness his master had shown, Chen Qingyuan had greatly benefited. Over half of Xianqing's sect's upper echelon had received their fortunes and opportunities from the master, especially Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun, who had been repeatedly rescued from peril by their master. With this connection, Chen Qingyuan has never experienced any grievances and is well aware of many secrets held by his senior brothers. During the last examination to ascertain whether he had been possessed, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to sacrifice his seniors to prove his innocence. It was not that he was incapable of keeping secrets. Chen Qingyuan and his companions arrived at the cemetery on the back mountain, where the autumn wind whispered a melancholic tale. Chapter 13, The Second Agreement. Traces of the ghost doctor in the southeast corner of the cemetery stands a gravestone inscribed with the words grave of Shang Wanro, a legendary figure of the Xianqing sect. He was also the adoptive master of Chen Qingyuan. Since Chen Qingyuan could remember, he had never laid eyes on Shang Wanro, only knowing that he was taken in by him. Master, your disciple has come to pay respects. Despite never having met his master, Chen Qingyuan held him in profound reverence, bowing deeply and offering incense. Master uncle, Lin Changsheng and Dong Wenjun also bowed, their eyes filled with respect. Without Shangwan Rong's guidance and grace, they would not have risen to their current positions as sect leader and elder protector. They might have perished in some forgotten corner long ago. The three tidied the dust from the grave, performed some simple rites, and then departed from the cemetery. Dong Wenjun had been punished to contemplate his misdeeds, while Lin Changsheng remained with Chen Qingyuan in a secluded cultivation cave, discussing pressing matters. Junior brother, I have been inquiring about the restoration of spiritual roots and have made some progress. Senior brother, you needn't worry so much. All will unfold according to fate. Chen Qingyuan noticed Lin Changsheng's slightly haggard expression, indicating he had been troubled by these matters. The world of cultivation is perilous, and human nature is exceedingly complex. It is not that Chen Qingyuan was unwilling to disclose his situation regarding the restoration of his spiritual body. Rather, it was a matter of necessity. If the news were to leak, not only would Chen Qingyuan face numerous troubles, but the entire Xianqing sect would be dragged into chaos. Having survived a century in the abyss and now possessed of a flawless Tao root, the news of this feat reaching the ears of certain powerful beings would undoubtedly cause unimaginable upheaval. This is what a senior brother ought to do. Lin Changsheng gently shook his head. I have discovered the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, said to be located somewhere in the Yunhai star field. He is the most renowned physician in the northern wasteland, having cured numerous perplexing ailments, and it is rumored he possesses the ability to bring the dead back to life. Chen Qingyuan was aware of the ghost doctor's name from a young age, a figure shrouded in mystery, whose true form was unknown. Hearing that the ghost doctor's presence has been detected in the Yunhai star field, I shall accompany you in search of fortune. To gather such information, Lin Changsheng must have expended considerable effort and resources. However, every sacrifice was worth it if it meant healing Chen Qingyuan. Senior brother, if I cannot be cured, will you be disappointed? Chen Qingyuan looked up, meeting Lin Changsheng's gaze, his expression solemn. Nonsense. You are a harbinger of fortune. Good people have divine favor. It is impossible for you not to be healed. Lin Changsheng, fearing that Chen Qingyuan might lose hope, hastily offered reassurance. Every situation has its exceptions. But what if? Chen Qingyuan sought to understand Lin Changsheng's true thoughts, speaking with gravity. Seeing Chen Qingyuan's serious demeanor, Lin Changsheng remained silent for a long while. After a moment, he spoke with unwavering determination. If you truly cannot be healed, I will ensure you live the latter half of your life without worry, find you a suitable partner, and secure your descendants. When you pass, I shall lay you to rest beside Master Uncle's grave, visiting periodically to tend the grave and share tales of the sect. In truth, Lin Changsheng had contemplated the worst outcome many times, merely envisioning Chen Qingyuan growing old and dying as a mortal. Regardless, as long as Chen Qingyuan lived, Lin Changsheng would ensure he suffered no indignities. This sentiment was shared among the higher-ups of the Xianqing sect. All right, I understand. Chen Qingyuan suddenly laughed, breaking the somber atmosphere in the cave. We haven't reached the point of death yet. There's no need to be so grave. Weren't you the one who brought up this topic first? Why are you flipping the script? Lin Changsheng's gaze was sharp. My apologies. Let us speak no more of it. Hearing Lin Changsheng's earlier words warmed Chen Qingyuan's heart. The Xianqing sect, unlike other sects that prioritize profit, was deeply bonded in sentiment, which explained Chen Qingyuan's reliance on them. The ghost doctor's whereabouts are elusive. We shall depart for the Yunhai star field at dawn, Lin Changsheng declared. Are we in such a hurry? Chen Qingyuan replied, surprised. If we miss this opportunity, it may take a century to find the ghost doctor again. The implication was clear. Chen Qingyuan had but one chance to restore his spiritual roots. After all, if he lived as a mortal, he would have only a century to exist. Senior brother, if you accompany me, what will happen to the sect? Chen Qingyuan was concerned that turmoil might arise within the Xianqing sect due to his personal matters. Dong Shidi will oversee things at home. There will be no issues. Do not worry about such matters. Lin Changsheng had made the necessary arrangements to allow himself time away from the sect. For him, the task of restoring Chen Qingyuan's spiritual roots was of utmost importance and could not be taken lightly. Very well. Chen Qingyuan had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement. Lin Changsheng escorted Chen Qingyuan to the cultivation cave before turning to leave. In the stillness of the night, Chen Qingyuan sat by the bedside, taking out the jade bracelet and examining it closely. As his consciousness entered, he felt the terrifying laws once more enveloping his soul, a suffocating sensation washing over him, his heart sinking slightly. The first agreement has been barely fulfilled. A chilling voice echoed in Chen Qingyuan's ear. This jade bracelet contained an unfathomable power, seemingly connecting to the abyss, allowing communication with the girl in red. Now you must undertake the second task. The girl in red spoke again. What is the task? Chen Qingyuan inquired. Travel to the northern Tsang star field. There is a gift awaiting you. The cold words reverberated throughout the space of the jade bracelet. What gift? Chen Qingyuan was quite curious. You will know when you arrive. As soon as this statement fell, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was expelled from the jade bracelet. Northern Tsang star field. Chen Qingyuan fell into deep contemplation, feeling both anticipation and unease regarding the gift the girl in red had mentioned. Each recollection of his century-long existence in the abyss filled him with trepidation and dread. The next day, Lin Changsheng arrived early at Chen Qingyuan's door, prepared to escort him to the Yunhai star field. Just as they were about to set off, An intersect elder rushed over in haste. Sect leader, this is an invitation from the 18 sects of the Fulyu Star Field, requesting your presence to discuss matters concerning the Demon Abyss. The Fulyu Star Field is home to 19 top-tier powers, including the Xinqing sect. The significance of the invitation from the 18 sects was profound. As the Demon Abyss continued to expand, the various holy sites needed a solution. I have no time. Let the Grand Elder go. Lin Chongqing frowned. His first instinct was to decline the invitation, unwilling to engage in idle chatter with other sect leaders. Sect leader, this matter is extremely serious. If you do not attend, it may not bode well. The elder replied with a wry smile. Why must I be the one to negotiate a solution for the troubles caused by Tianyuan sect? Lin Chongqing snorted coldly, believing it was sufficient that he did not add to their troubles. The situation with the Demon Abyss has escalated. Our Xinqing sect will surely suffer as well. Sect leader, you must go and see if we can negotiate for resources from Tianyuan sect. This elder, responsible for the sect's internal and external affairs, held a portion of the authority to oversee the sect leader. Senior brother, you go ahead and handle this. Chen Qingyuan understood the gravity of the situation and also comprehended Lin Chongqing's desire to accompany him in search of the ghost doctor. However, in the face of the sect's greater good, Lin Chongqing, as the sect leader, could not afford to be absent. Let someone else accompany me, he declared. Lin Chongqing turned to Chen Qingyuan, his expression grave, and sighed deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to prioritize the overall situation and summon someone through a discreet message. But who could that be? Chapter 14. The compassionate Lin Chongqing truly wished to avoid the trouble stirred up by Tianyuan, yet the gravity of the situation compelled him to act. His absence could yield dire consequences. Allow Pingyan to accompany you, he resolved after much contemplation. Very well. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, feeling a slight sense of relief. Without Lin Chongqing's presence, he would be able to seize opportunities independently, free from concern about revealing his condition. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in white appeared. Known as Lin Pingyan, the sole son of Lin Chongqing. A senior elder within the Xinqing sect, Lin Pingyan had reached the pinnacle of the Yuan-Ying realm. Despite being several centuries Chen Qingyuan senior, he was obliged to address him as junior uncle. Father, junior uncle, Lin Pingyan greeted, hastily abandoning his tasks upon receiving the message. Bowing deeply to the two. Initially, he found it difficult to utter the term junior uncle, but as Chen Qingyuan exhibited remarkable talent, surpassing peers from the Fulyu Star Domain and gaining renown across many regions of the North Wilderness, Lin Pingyan's reservations melted away. Accompany junior uncle on this journey. No matter what transpires, you must ensure his safety, understood? Lin Chongqing said with gravity, lightly tapping Lin Pingyan's forehead to convey the whereabouts of the ghostly physician. I understand. Father, Lin Pingyan replied solemnly, vowing silently that as long as he remained alive, he would protect his junior uncle at all costs. Go, Lin Chongqing instructed, opting not to send too many companions for fear of attracting attention. With Lin Pingyan as Chen Qingyuan's guardian, most issues could be resolved effortlessly, provided they did not encounter formidable beings who had cultivated for millennia. Thus, Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan set off. Meanwhile, Lin Chongqing convened with several elders to discuss matters concerning the Demon Cave. A stone carriage, extending 100 meters in length, could be activated by placing spirit stones in a specific location, enabling it to traverse vast distances at remarkable speed. Inside the stone carriage, Chen Qingyuan felt utterly at ease. Junior uncle, it will take approximately a month to reach the Yinhai Star Domain, Lin Pingyan informed him. Although Lin Pingyan's talent did not rival that of the former Chen Qingyuan, it was still considerable, and the elders of the Xinqing sect held high hopes for him. Had it not been for Chen Qingyuan's emergence, Lin Pingyan would undoubtedly have become the sect's young master. A century prior, the Xinqing sect had intended for Chen Qingyuan to assume the role of young master, believing he could uphold the sect's legacy and lead it to glory. Alas, fate took a different turn. After 100 years, the sect's upper echelons, after extensive deliberation, planned to designate an auspicious day for Lin Pingyan's formal appointment as young master. Unexpectedly, Chen Qingyuan's appearance disrupted the sect's established plans. The elders still hoped to heal Chen Qingyuan, allowing him to take up the mantle of leadership. No matter. There is no need for haste, Chen Qingyuan remarked as he and Lin Pingyan sat within the stone carriage, a selection of spiritual fruits and fragrant tea laid before them. Lin Chongqing's decision to assign Lin Pingyan to protect Chen Qingyuan was not a whimsical choice, but rather a well-considered one. Only in each other's company could they navigate unnecessary troubles, and perhaps even strengthen their bond as sect members. Lin Pingyan, raised by Lin Chongqing, was trusted implicitly. It was inconceivable that he would act against propriety, though he might harbor some discontent within. Pingyan, I have heard that the sect's higher-ups intend to make you the young master, but my presence has complicated this matter, Chen Qingyuan stated candidly. Wishing to unburden himself of this concern. It is of no consequence, Lin Pingyan replied with a faint smile, showing little emotional shift. Had it been me, I would not have swallowed such indignity. I would have confronted those who obstructed me, perhaps even resorted to curses, Chen Qingyuan said vehemently, as if the injury were his own. Observing Chen Qingyuan's fervor, Lin Pingyan found his own sorrow and vexation dissipating somewhat, unable to suppress a smile. Junior uncle, you dramatize excessively. Clad in white, Lin Pingyan exuded an air of refinement and gentility. He was meticulous and often reserved. Junior uncle, I have indeed felt anger in secret, but it is merely a natural emotional response. Once one sees it clearly, it is easily dismissed. Moreover, should your health be restored, your achievements will undoubtedly match your former glory, and I would willingly support you in becoming the sect leader. Whether a century ago or now, Lin Pingyan's refined demeanor faltered in Chen Qingyuan's presence, quickly succumbing to vulnerability. Why I cannot abide is your perspective. How can a cultivator be so reasonable? Chen Qingyuan sighed. You do not understand me, nor do you grasp the sentiments of our senior brother. What do you mean by that, junior uncle? Lin Pingyan inquired, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion. I have never aspired to be the young master, nor do I possess the ability to bear the responsibilities of the sect. My utmost effort lies in protection. I have expressed this before. Although the sect is grand, it is not my sanctuary. What I yearn for is a life of freedom and ease. With time ahead, Chen Qingyuan resolved to engage Lin Pingyan in earnest conversation. Pingyan, do you know why your father and the elders wish to compel me into a leadership role? Junior uncle possesses extraordinary talent, suppressing peers, and is undoubtedly worthy of leading the sect, Lin Pingyan acknowledged, his respect for the strong evident as he willingly addressed Chen Qingyuan as junior uncle. That is part of the reason, but not the core of it. Chen Qingyuan gently shook his head. Are there other reasons? Lin Pingyan asked, intrigued. Is it due to the ancestor? Not all. Chen Qingyuan replied once more. Then what could it be? Lin Pingyan's curiosity was fully piqued. Throughout my life, I have never faced hardship, neither in the outside world nor within the sect, Chen Qingyuan recounted. You, however, are different. Your disposition is too gentle, lacking the necessary ruthlessness. Should you lead the sect, it would inevitably become constrained, and its disciples would gradually lose their resolve. This would be a fatal blow to any sect. Life is precious. I do not wish to become a butcher, Lin Pingyan stated, having lived for over 5 centuries, claiming fewer than 10 lives, all of whom were irredeemably wicked. His excessive compassion rendered him unfit for leadership. This time, our senior brother has entrusted you with my protection, both as a testament of faith and an opportunity to sharpen your character. Perhaps, as you accompany me, you may be influenced to shed these detrimental traits. In the realm of cultivation, mercy is often a perilous flaw, yet Lin Pingyan embodied the essence of a gentle scholar. Had he not been born within the Xinqing sect, which seldom experienced internal strife, he would have certainly faced a harsher reality in other sections. Kindness can invite treachery. This holds true for mortals and cultivators alike. Let be, Lin Pingyan lamented. It was not that he lacked the desire to be resolute. Rather, he was simply incapable. To him, life held immeasurable value, and unless one was irretrievably doomed, he could not bring himself to take a life. It was precisely this indecisiveness and excessive compassion that rendered the sect's higher-ups hesitant to appoint him as the young master. As a leader of the sect, whose hands had not been stained with blood, For the sake of the sect's interests, there are times when one must act against their better judgment. Only in this manner can the sect endure through the ages, instilling fear in rivals and safeguarding its disciples. Change shall come gradually. Chen Qingyuan reclined in his rocking chair, gently closing his eyes. If you can effectuate some transformation, the position of sect leader will undoubtedly be yours in the future. As your junior uncle, I shall certainly assist you. It may prove somewhat challenging for Chen Qingyuan to guide someone towards virtue, yet leading them astray poses no such difficulties. I do not covet power. I merely wish to avoid disappointing my father. Lin Pingyan diligently pursued his cultivation in hopes of becoming the junior sect leader. And this was the sole reason for seeking Lin Chongqing's approval. Given the current trajectory and pace of our journey, we should pass by the base sect tomorrow. Do remember to take a brief pause then. Chen Qingyuan whispered as he lay upon his bed. What shall we do? Lin Pingyan inquired. To collect debts, Chen Qingyuan replied, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, revealing a touch of wicked charm. Chapter 15. Debt Collection. A firm stance the following day. The war chariot came to a halt within the territory of the base sect. Lin Pingyan instructed for the steward of the base sect to be summoned. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan sat comfortably, savoring his tea. Although Lin Pingyan was uncertain about the nature of the debts Chen Qingyuan intended to collect, he refrained from inquiring further and swiftly made his way to the entrance of the base sect. Displaying utmost courtesy, Lin Pingyan announced his identity and awaited the disciples' report at the entrance. Observing Lin Pingyan's decorum, Chen Qingyuan felt a twinge of exasperation and exclaimed, as an inner elder of the Xianqing sect, why must you wait at the door? The gatekeepers of the base sect are clearly lacking in etiquette. Simply kick the door open. Remaining inside the war chariot, Chen Qingyuan's words reached Lin Pingyan's ears. Little master uncle, is this truly appropriate? Kicking down the door at the slightest disagreement does not align with your principles. Appropriate? Nonsense. The base sect is merely a second-tier sect. As an elder of the Xianqing sect, if they do not invite you in directly, it is a blatant insult to our sect. If this word gets out, our disciples will surely be bullied whenever they venture outside. Everyone will want to trample upon us. Chen Qingyuan exaggerated the gravity of the situation intentionally, seeking to heighten the pressure on Lin Pingyan. It cannot be that serious. Lin Pingyan glanced back at the war chariot in the distance and transmitted his thoughts. Pingyan, am I still your little master uncle? Seeing Lin Pingyan's hesitance, Chen Qingyuan decided to use familial hierarchy to assert his influence. Yes, Lin Pingyan responded promptly. Then heed your little master uncle's advice and kick the door open, Chen Qingyuan commanded sternly. If you do not, I shall not proceed to the Yanhai Star region, and your physical ailment will remain untreated. Upon hearing this, Lin Pingyan felt a surge of urgency. If Chen Qingyuan truly refused to heal him, Lin Pingyan would live in perpetual guilt. With no alternative, Lin Pingyan steeled himself and delivered a powerful kick. The door of the base sect burst open with a resounding crash. Instantly, figures appeared in the sky above the base sect, eager to discern who possessed the audacity to behave so brazenly, and the atmosphere grew tense. Elder Lin, what is the meaning of this? An inner elder of the Bay sect approached, having heard of Lin Pingyan's arrival, only to witness the door-kicking incident, his face turning ashen. Nothing much, Lin Pingyan thought to himself, feeling somewhat guilty, yet he maintained a facade of indifference. Just as the two parties found themselves in a stalemate, Chen Qingyuan's voice broke the silence. Producing a common object, a sound transmission tube, which can amplify sound significantly, Chen Qingyuan stood at the front of the war chariot, raised the tube to his lips, and bellowed towards the base sect. Pingyan is an inner elder of the Xianqing sect and the sect master's son. He comes to pay a visit to the base sect, yet is relegated to waiting outside. Do you not regard the Xianqing sect? Regardless of right or wrong, he sought to place the base sect in a precarious position. It's him. Many within the base sect recognized Chen Qingyuan, whispering amongst themselves, pondering the implications. That is not our intention, a certain elder hastily interjected. According to protocol, the gatekeeping disciples must report before allowing visitors to enter. Protocol my foot, Chen Qingyuan retorted vehemently. If the elders of the Tianyuan sect arrived, Would the base sect deny them entry? The base sect's refusal to extend this courtesy to the Xianqing sect suggests they believe us to be in decline and ripe for bullying. Elder Chen, please do not be angered. It is indeed the base sect that has erred and neglected Elder Lin. The Grand Elder of the base sect interjected, urging others to refrain from escalating the matter. Recognizing the error is a good start. Chen Qingyuan's tone softened slightly. Both elders, please come inside. Tea has been prepared. That will not be necessary. Chen Qingyuan declined. I have come here to settle accounts, not to enjoy tea. Settle accounts? What accounts? The Grand Elder appeared perplexed, unsure if his confusion was genuine or feigned. Ask your 13th elder, Chen Qingyuan declared, holding the sound transmission tube aloft. The Grand Elder promptly summoned the 13th elder, a slender middle-aged man. What is the situation? The 13th elder recounted events from a century ago. Chen Qingyuan had invested in a business venture with him, establishing a trading company with profits split evenly. However, following an incident involving Chen Qingyuan at Tianyuan, the 13th elder failed to distribute the profits. Having conducted his investigation, Chen Qingyuan had come to collect the debt. For nearly a century, the trading company's operations had faltered, yielding minimal spiritual stones. The 13th elder hung his head, feeling a sense of shame. I care not for your profits or losses. You shall compensate me with a medium-grade spiritual vein, and this matter shall be settled. Chen Qingyuan had no intention of scrutinizing the trading company's financial records. He had made up his mind beforehand. A spiritual vein? How could that be? The 13th elder's head snapped up, unable to accept the demand. For a century, you failed to inform both sects, clearly intending to monopolize the company's profits. Alas, your incompetence in management is your own downfall. Requiring you to compensate with a medium-grade spiritual vein is already lenient. Had this been a century ago, I would have rendered you incapable myself. Despite his diminished status, Chen Qingyuan had not lost his authority and unleashed a torrent of invective. Elder Chen, shall we not sit down and discuss this? The Grand Elder wished to avoid escalating the situation and tarnishing the sect's reputation. There is nothing to discuss. He belongs to your base sect, and your sect must bear this responsibility. Chen Qingyuan offered no leniency, continuing, if he cannot provide it, then the base sect shall repay the debt. Is Elder Chen being unreasonable? The Grand Elder's countenance darkened, visibly displeased. Should I be unreasonable? I would not have come to collect a debt, but rather summoned the senior disciples of the Xianqing sect to debate. Chen Qingyuan was unafraid of threats. Some sects thrived on bullying the weak and required a firm hand. You. The Grand Elder's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. He had heard of the Xianqing sect's fondness for Chen Qingyuan. Who would dare speak harshly? Pinyin, I shall take a brief nap. If the base sect refuses to settle the debt within half an hour, I shall have a friendly spar with the elders of your generation, without holding back. With that, Chen Qingyuan returned to the war chariot, leisurely enjoying fruit and tea, ignoring the base sect. Lin Pinyin bowed in the direction of the war chariot, affirming yes. He then turned to face the base sect's assembly, unflinching. Regardless of the high-ranking members of the base sect's attempts at flattery, Lin Pinyin had but one response. Any discussion should be directed towards my little master uncle. Half an hour later, the base sect reached a conclusion. Fine. Though reluctant to part with a medium-grade spiritual vein, they felt they had no choice. Take it. From this day forth, this debt is settled. The Grand Elder's face was grim as he presented the spiritual vein to Lin Pinyin. Staring at the entire medium-grade spiritual vein, Lin Pinyin felt a sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated the base sect's capitulation. I am busy with affairs and cannot stay for tea, the Grand Elder declared, leaving without a backward glance. Upon returning to the war chariot, Lin Pinyin placed a spatial ring containing the spiritual vein upon the table, gazing intently at Chen Qingyuan. Little master uncle, the spiritual vein has arrived. Chen Qingyuan stretched languidly, seemingly already aware of this outcome, displaying no signs of delight. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, Are you comfortable? What? Lin Pinyin was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 16. Are you suited to be a monk? How does it feel to collect debts? Is it pleasurable? Chen Qingyuan reiterated once more. This. Lin Pinyin hesitated. Do not stutter, Speak candidly, Chen Qingyuan urged. To be honest, Master Uncle, it feels a bit strange. Lin Pingyan replied honestly. At first, it felt uncomfortable, a tad too coarse. Yet, upon securing a spiritual vein, I felt immense joy, as if I had found something valuable for free. What do you mean by found for free? That was an investment made by your master uncle a century ago. Chen Qingyuan remarked. He never engaged in losing ventures, sometimes appearing as cold as ice, at other times exhibiting a hint of cunning, his character enigmatic and hard to decipher. Master Uncle, is this truly debt collection or mere robbery? Lin Pingyan felt a twinge of guilt. If it were robbery, do you think the matter could be resolved so easily? Chen Qingyuan took a sip of tea. The 100-Leaf sect first disrespected you and then intentionally concealed the matter of the merchant association. They were at fault. A mid-grade spiritual vein as compensation, though it pains me, is within the 100-Leaf sect's means to offer. Moreover, given the reputation of our Xianqing sect, they dare not refuse. Chen Qingyuan was not reluctant to ask for more. He simply could not afford to. If he were to demand excessively, not only would he gain nothing, but he would also forge an irreparable enmity with the 100-Leaf sect. The current situation differed, although the 100-Leaf sect was displeased with Chen Qingyuan's actions. They had to publicly express gratitude for his restraint, in hopes of maintaining a good relationship with the Xianqing sect. It was indeed an art to demand what one was owed. One could offend by asking too much or suffer loss by asking too little. Thus, careful calculation was essential. Master Uncle, this is not a sustainable strategy. It is wiser to do less of it, Lin Pingyan stated earnestly, feeling that such bullying was unjust. If all members of the Xianqing sect were like you, we would be left with nothing to drink in the northwestern winds. The spiritual minds in the flowing star domain are limited. Fairness is a mere illusion, and one must rely on their own capabilities. Chen Qingyuan found Lin Pingyan's character exasperating. How could such a refined and benevolent person survive in the world of cultivation? No worries, I will gradually guide you. You will surely change your perspective in time. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qingyuan accompanied Lin Pingyan in collecting several debts. An elder from the Yukon mountain had borrowed over 1,000 spirit stones from Chen Qingyuan, and after a century, with interest, owed 5,000 spirit stones. Would he dare to default? Chen Qingyuan directed Lin Pingyan to confront him. If he refused to negotiate, they would publicize the matter and tarnish his reputation. Employing various strategies, Chen Qingyuan reclaimed his rightful spirit stones, feeling quite pleased as they resumed their journey. Similar incidents occurred a dozen times. Chen Qingyuan sat within the war chariot while Lin Pingyan managed the overall situation. After multiple debt collections, Lin Pingyan inexplicably felt a peculiar sensation as he gazed at the table laden with spirit stones and treasures, enough to rival the entire wealth of a third-rate faction. Soon, they were to arrive at the Yunhai star domain. Lin Pingyan decided to take control of the chariot rather than allow it to advance on its own. To avoid inadvertently triggering the fragmented laws between the star domains and causing unnecessary trouble. Master Uncle, brace yourself, Lin Pingyan instructed as he formed seals with his hands. Traversing the interstellar sea, the terrifying domain laws bore down upon the chariot, nearly breaching its protective barrier multiple times, yet Lin Pingyan managed to suppress them. Chen Qingyuan relaxed in the chariot, feeling no discomfort as he contemplated their next steps. Several hours later, the chariot emerged from the chaotic star domain storm and halted in a secluded corner of the Yunhai star domain. Have we arrived? Noticing the chariot had stopped, Chen Qingyuan turned to look outside. Indeed, Lin Pingyan replied, surveying his surroundings, searching for the direction of the ghostly healer based on the information they had gathered. The ghostly healer is likely located in the eastern part of the Yunhai star domain, in a place called Qiqing Star. Then let us test our luck. Chen Qingyuan, not wanting to disappoint the members of the Xianqing sect, felt compelled to embark on this journey. When the time was right, he would find an excuse to send Lin Pingyan back and act independently. As they continued their journey, they encountered some robbers who specialized in ambushing travelers. But Lin Pingyan managed to dissuade them, administering a light punishment without taking their lives. Chen Qingyuan repeatedly urged Lin Pingyan to show no mercy. Yet he always felt that life was precious and granted the robbers a chance. You, Chen Qingyuan lamented, with your incessant talk of righteousness, you would be well suited for the Buddhist path. I dare say the monks of the Buddhist sect are not as magnanimous as you. You could easily become a sect leader. Master uncle, please do not jest, Lin Pingyan replied, his kindness not stemming from foolishness, understanding the underlying sarcasm in Chen Qingyuan's words. After all these years, do you not grasp a fundamental truth? Chen Qingyuan taught, the world of cultivation is rife with intrigue and vendettas. You can either be bullied without retaliation, or if you choose to strike back, you must do so without mercy, ensuring your enemy is utterly vanquished. Lin Pingyan comprehended this principle, yet he found it easier said than done. He bowed his head, letting out a soft sigh. Although Lin Pingyan was much older than Chen Qingyuan, it was Chen who imparted this wisdom. If you show mercy, it is those close to you who may suffer. Remember, do not let a moment of compassion lead to a lifetime of regret. Lin Pingyan took this to heart. He had his own way of handling matters, and changing overnight was not feasible. It required gradual guidance. Enough talk. Call for me when we arrive. Chen Qingyuan mused. Our Xianxing sect is filled with cunning old foxes, yet somehow they raised a little white rabbit. Moreover, this little white rabbit's father is the most cunning fox of them all. It is truly absurd. Was Lin Pingyan not the biological son of the eldest brother? With idle moments to spare, Chen Qingyuan began to indulge in whimsical thoughts. As this notion crossed his mind, he chuckled. It was utterly impossible. With Lin Chongqing's abilities, he could easily discern his own lineage. Such a situation could not arise. If it were indeed a matter of bloodline, then it could only pertain to the eldest sister-in-law. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan recalled something. He had never seen the eldest brother Lin Chongqing's wife, nor had he ever heard any information regarding her identity. Forget it. There is no need to dwell on such matters. Chen Qingyuan closed his eyes, gathering his energy. Over the course of 10 days, the chariot finally landed on the surface of Qiqing Star. Master uncle, we have reached our destination, Lin Pingyan communicated to the cabin. Understood, Chen Qingyuan replied, adjusting his attire before stepping out leisurely. Not far ahead stood a grand city, the air shimmering with 3 dark golden characters, Pusu City. According to intelligence gathered by the Xianxing sect, the ghostly healer was likely within Pusu City. It was rumored that 2 years ago, the ghostly healer had intervened to save someone, and all clues pointed to this very city. Many powerful factions had secretly arrived at Pusu City, hoping to encounter the ghostly healer and secure a chance for assistance. However, for the past 2 years, no one had caught sight of the ghostly healer. The ghostly healer acted according to fate. He cared not for fame or power, only for the essence of destiny. When the time was right, he would aid even a beggar without charge. But without such fate, even the most prestigious sect sovereign would find their invitations met with indifference, as he would simply turn and leave. This peculiar disposition had earned the ghostly healer great renown, elevating him to a legendary status. In Qiqing Star, I believe I have an acquaintance who might be of assistance. Chen Qingyuan suddenly recalled something, raising an eyebrow with a hint of a smile. An acquaintance? A trace of doubt flickered across Lin Pingyan's brow. Chapter 17. Friends bound by life and death, seeking the ghostly physician. Chapter 18. The mysterious man in the bamboo house in a narrow alley lived an enigmatic old man, rumored to have arrived in Pusu City 5 years prior. He seldom ventured outside, and few had glimpsed his true visage. Han Shan conveyed the pertinent details, all verifiable for Lin Pingyan's investigation. At the alley's end stood a thatched cottage, its door firmly shut and the yard cluttered with firewood, resembling a humble abode devoid of any spiritual aura. Could the legendary ghost doctor reside in such a place? The group pondered silently. Upon reaching the entrance, Han Shan bowed slightly and inquired, "Is anyone inside?" The sound of disarray echoed from within. An old man cautiously emerged, fear etched on his face. Upon noticing the well-dressed Han Shan and his companions, he fell to his knees, pleading, "Esteemed sirs, I am but a humble commoner unable to afford spirit stones. Please do not cast me out of the city." Clearly, the old man mistook them for guards, trembling in trepidation. It was evident he was an ordinary man, lacking any trace of spiritual resonance. Seeing the old man kneeling, Chen Qingyuan's lips twitched slightly, exchanging a look of incredulity with Han Shan. This is quite unreliable, he thought. My apologies for the disturbance, Han Shan replied, his expression shifting as he turned away. No matter how low-key the ghost doctor might be, it was implausible for him to kneel before anyone. Thus, Han Shan dismissed his first target. Upon exiting the alley, Chen Qingyuan jested, "Old Han, your skills in gathering information are commendable." Enough with the sarcasm. There are more to come, Han Shan retorted, his demeanor darkening. The group soon encountered a myriad of characters. A burly blacksmith inquiring if they needed weapons, a toothless old woman selling herbs, and various vagabonds wandering the streets. In sum, Chen Qingyuan met an assortment of peculiar individuals, half of whom were undocumented immigrants, appearing shrouded in mystery, while the other half were relatively new arrivals to the city. Despite many possessing some level of cultivation, the strongest among them barely reached the golden core stage, far removed from any association with the ghost doctor. Han, are you truly capable of this? Lin Pingyan, who had remained silent, finally spoke, his eyes filled with skepticism. We must examine each one carefully. Do not rush, Han Shan replied, somewhat awkwardly. After 5 days and the elimination of 16 candidates, Han Shan led the group once more, this time to a secluded spot at the end of South Street, rarely frequented by anyone. The scenery was delightful, with autumn waters shimmering and willow leaves dancing in the breeze. A modest house made of green bamboo stood before them, its yard flourishing with various fruits and vegetables, resembling a paradise. To the left of the bamboo door hung a wooden sign inscribed with the phrase, "Due to a prior arrangement, I await until the rafters decay." Chen Qingyuan pondered the meaning, realizing it essentially referred to fate. At this moment, he felt Han Shan had finally proven to be somewhat reliable, as they were surely approaching the crux of their quest. In Chen Qingyuan's eyes, this location was where Han Shan's true strategy lay. Everything prior had merely been a prelude to illustrate the arduousness of finding the ghost doctor. Whether Han Shan could deceive Lin Pingyan rested upon the sophistication of his plan, which ideally would involve locating a formidable expert far superior to Lin Pingyan himself. Han Shan approached the door, knocking with a firm voice. "Is anyone home? We mean no harm." After an extended silence, he called out again, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" The stillness of the surroundings persisted, prompting Han Shan to probe with his divine sense. However, such an intrusion could easily offend, and only after multiple unanswered calls did he dare to proceed. Suddenly, as a tendril of his divine sense sought to breach the threshold, it was violently repelled by a formidable force, causing him to stagger back, blood spilling from his mouth as he coughed softly. "Cough! Old Han!" Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan rushed to support him, concern etched across their faces. Seizing the moment when Lin Pingyan turned away, Chen Qingyuan exchanged a glance with Han Shan, admiration flickering in his eyes. What a performance, risking injury to deceive Lin. Han Shan remained oblivious to Chen Qingyuan's thoughts, bewildered by the unseen barriers surrounding the yard. Had he known, he would never have dared to probe with his divine sense, for the pain was unbearable. "I'm fine," he reassured, steadying his turbulent energy. Once composed, he scrutinized the bamboo house, his expression tense. There may be a formidable being residing here. We must tread cautiously and avoid offense. Could it truly be the legendary ghost doctor? Lin Pingyan exclaimed, excitement brimming in his voice as he glanced at Chen Qingyuan. If they could locate the ghost doctor, there was hope for his master-s recovery. Chen Qingyuan mused in silence, realizing he had underestimated Han Shan's capabilities. Resolving to treat him to a meal later, to devise such an intricate domain in less than a month is quite impressive. Even with Chen Qingyuan's discerning eye, he could detect no flaws in the bamboo house. "I am Han Shan, a core disciple of the Tianyuan sacred land. I inadvertently trespassed earlier. I humbly ask for your forgiveness," he addressed the house, bowing respectfully to convey his identity and temper any potential ire. "What brings you here?" A voice, indistinguishable in gender due to its ethereal quality, resonated from within. "A friend has sustained grave injuries and seeks the expertise of a renowned physician." I dare to inquire if you're the ghost doctor? Han Shan stammered, feeling an immense pressure descend upon him, as if countless mountains bore down upon his shoulders. Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan slightly bowed, refraining from any disrespect. After a prolonged silence, the house remained unresponsive, leaving the group in a state of uncertainty. An hour elapsed, and Han Shan, losing patience, whispered to Chen Qingyuan and Lin Pingyan, "This individual may be a recluse of extraordinary skill, not necessarily the ghost doctor. Perhaps we should leave. There are other potential candidates." Chen Qingyuan regarded Han Shan, thinking, to retreat is to advance. This famed mystery is quite clever. He had heard tales of the ghost doctor's eccentric nature, and given the intricate barriers here, departing without confirming his identity would be unwise. Lin Pingyan, unwilling to forego any possibilities, insisted they wait a while longer. "Are we truly not leaving?" Han Shan's gaze remained fixed on Chen Qingyuan. "We cannot give up easily. Let us wait," Chen Qingyuan replied earnestly. "Very well." Han Shan grimaced, but agreed to persist. 2 more hours passed, and as night fell and the full moon emerged, a voice devoid of emotion echoed to them, accompanied by a mystical light that illuminated Chen Qingyuan. "This one shall remain. The others may depart." In an instant, Han Shan and Lin Pingyan were gently pushed away by a soft force, unable to approach the bamboo house. Chapter 19. The Woman in the Black Dress. The Legendary Ghost Doctor, Chapter 20. Thick-skinned with the remarkable skills of the ghost doctor, coupled with certain past experiences, he was able to discern the lingering traces of the Forbidden Zone on Chen Qingyuan. The laws of the Forbidden Zone are exceedingly unique, starkly contrasting with the marks of the heavenly path. The younger generation is well aware of his own deteriorated condition and does not wish to burden the elder with unnecessary concerns. Moreover, lacking any substantial possessions, he fears he may be unable to afford the cost of treatment, so he decides to decline. Upon hearing that the ghost doctor intended to treat him, Chen Qingyuan hastily replied, concealing the multitude of secrets he harbored within. "I only attend to ailments based on fate. Since I have chosen you, I shall not charge you a single coin," the ghost doctor declared. The more Chen Qingyuan resisted, the greater the ghost doctor's curiosity grew, compelling him to delve deeper. "Sit down." The ghost doctor raised his left hand and waved gently, summoning a stone table and 2 stone stools to appear before them. With no alternative, Chen Qingyuan reluctantly took a seat, contemplating his next course of action. Should the ghost doctor harbor ill intentions, he would have no choice but to resort to his life-saving trump card. When he departed from Tianyuan, the girl in red had bestowed upon him a life-saving talisman. If he ever faced a life-or-death crisis, he could produce the talisman to avert disaster. However, Chen Qingyuan had never tested its efficacy and remained unaware of its true power. Additionally, he was puzzled as to why the girl in red had shown him such kindness. Each time he pondered this matter, a wave of self-admiration washed over him. Could it be that his striking looks had incited her affection? "Extend your hand," the ghost doctor gestured. Slowly, Chen Qingyuan raised his hand and placed it upon the table. The ghost doctor's fingers rested upon Chen Qingyuan's wrist as he began to check his pulse. After a brief interval, the ghost doctor furrowed his brow slightly, musing, "The pulse is steady, not resembling that of an injured body. Yet if he is not injured, why does his physique exhibit no aura of vitality, akin to that of an ordinary mortal?" Truly perplexing. While examining the pulse, the ghost doctor discreetly probed Chen Qingyuan's meridians and dantian, but discovered nothing amiss. The more normal it seemed, the more suspicious it appeared. "Are you concealing something?" The ghost doctor withdrew his hand and gazed intently at Chen Qingyuan, as if he intended to dissect him for further study. "Not at all," Chen Qingyuan thought triumphantly, perceiving the ghost doctor's apparent ignorance of his restored health. He shook his head, maintaining an expression devoid of any sign of emotion. "Reside here for the time being, allowing me to treat you gradually. I am quite intrigued by difficult ailments," the ghost doctor stated. "That may not be wise." Chen Qingyuan felt a weight in his heart. Perhaps this was his fate. He could not let the elder be troubled and thought it best to take his leave. "You wish to depart?" "I shall not permit it," the ghost doctor declared, exhibiting a peculiar disposition. He pointed towards an empty room to the left of the bamboo hut. "You shall stay there." Having uttered this, the ghost doctor turned and departed, leaving Chen Qingyuan awkwardly alone. What is this situation? Chen Qingyuan had never intended to seek out the ghost doctor, as his body had already healed, and he had no need for treatment. Yet, revealing this to the ghost doctor would certainly lead to him being subjected to dissection for research, particularly concerning the flawless Tao bone within him. Old Han, when I find the opportunity, I will ensure you pay for this. Chen Qingyuan's anger simmered, attributing the blame for this incident entirely to Han Shan. Little did he know, Han Shan was equally bewildered. Who could have anticipated that a random search among the vast populace would lead to such a discovery? Had he known, he would have been better off selling the ghost doctor's information, surely garnering a substantial profit. The ghost doctor harbored no malicious intent towards Chen Qingyuan for the time being. His sole interest lay in uncovering the peculiar marks on Chen Qingyuan's body. Thus, he confined Chen Qingyuan within the bamboo hut, employing various means to investigate every detail concerning him. While residing in the bamboo hut, Chen Qingyuan found himself in a leisurely state. What a pity! None of this is mine. Gazing at the abundant spiritual herbs and precious medicines strewn about, he could only admire them from afar, his heart yearning as he sighed. Do you desire them? After 5 days of residing there, the ghost doctor finally made his appearance. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan bowed deeply to the ghost doctor, unabashedly acknowledging his desire. How forthright! Through these days of investigation, the ghost doctor had gathered extensive information regarding Chen Qingyuan. In light of your honesty, how about I gift you a few spiritual herbs? Chen Qingyuan, ever thick-skinned, seized the opportunity. The ghost doctor shot him a look that seemed to say, dream on. Yes, even in dreams, I desire them. Most of the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden were extraordinary, incomparable to anything found even in the depths of the Xinqing sect. Taken aback by Chen Qingyuan's response, the ghost doctor hesitated momentarily before swiftly shifting the conversation. First, answer a few questions. If you are forthright, I might bestow upon you some spiritual herbs. What does the elder wish to know? Chen Qingyuan felt a twinge of worry. 100 years ago, you ventured into Tianyuan. What did you experience? The ghost doctor, immensely curious about the forbidden zone, asked directly. There exist many terrifying laws within. During that time, the various sacred places of the Flowing Star domain dispatched powerful individuals to enter, most of whom perished under the laws of Tianyuan, leaving naught but their bones. I narrowly escaped, yet my cultivation was entirely lost, rendering me a mere mortal. Chen Qingyuan's words were a blend of truth and fabrication. It was uncertain whether it was Chen Qingyuan's adept performance or the protective jade bracelet that shielded him. But the ghost doctor found it difficult to discern the veracity of his statement. If you truly escaped, why did you remain within Tianyuan for a century? There were too many laws within Tianyuan. I inadvertently triggered a mechanism and was sealed for 100 years. Chen Qingyuan spoke earnestly, his gaze unwavering. Upon breaking the seal, I realized my cultivation was thoroughly wasted, and I had been oblivious to the passage of over a century in the outside world. Young one, should you dare to deceive me, you must contemplate the consequences. The ghost doctor feigned a fierce demeanor, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. I would not. Chen Qingyuan replied. Then you ventured to Mingwei City, for what purpose? The ghost doctor continued his inquiries. To clear my mind, Chen Qingyuan answered. Mingwei City is exceedingly distant from the Xinqing sect. Are you sincere in claiming you traveled there to unwind? The ghost doctor regarded this response with skepticism. Since the elder has investigated me, you should be aware that not long ago, Tianyuan sect and Dongyi Palace decided to form an alliance. My beloved departed from me, leaving me in a sorrowful state. I wandered aimlessly, and before I knew it, I had traveled so far. As Chen Qingyuan spoke, he had never considered that this incident could serve as an excuse. A hint of melancholy surfaced on his face, and he sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, the ghost doctor found it entirely reasonable, unable to discern any flaws in his story. After a prolonged silence, the ghost doctor mused by my intuition. It seems you speak not a single word of truth. Despite Chen Qingyuan's claims being seemingly plausible, they did not instill genuine belief in the ghost doctor's heart. Elder, everything I say is true. You must trust me, Chen Qingyuan asserted solemnly, vowing that each word he spoke was devoid of any deceit. Chapter 21. The arrival of the sword immortal. After all that has been said, it ultimately boils down to a desire for a few spiritual herbs. The ghostly physician perceived Chen Qingyuan's hidden intentions and let out a cold snort. "Ha! If the elder bestows, I dare not decline," Chen Qingyuan replied with an innocent smile. "If I were to refuse what the elder had previously promised, it would be a sign of disrespect. Your audacity is quite remarkable," the ghostly physician thought to herself. Having dealt with countless cunning individuals over the years, she found it rare to encounter someone as brazen as Chen Qingyuan. Yet his approach was measured, evoking no sense of aversion. "Very well." Chen Qingyuan's gaze shifted toward the nearby medicinal garden, his intentions unmistakable. "Take them." Reluctantly, the ghostly physician plucked 3 spiritual herbs and tossed them into Chen Qingyuan's embrace. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Chen Qingyuan treasured them, swiftly placing the herbs into an ordinary spatial bag, which required no spiritual energy to activate. "You little trickster," the ghostly physician muttered as she turned to leave. In the following days, the ghostly physician conducted numerous examinations on Chen Qingyuan, finding no abnormalities in his condition. Logically, given his severe injuries, there should have been some trace of them. Strangely, it seemed as though Chen Qingyuan had been born a mere mortal, with no signs of a damaged physique. From the ghostly physician's experience, there are 2 plausible explanations for this phenomenon. Either the obliteration of Chen Qingyuan's existence was extraordinarily formidable, erasing all traces, or he had employed some secret technique or treasure to conceal his true condition. Regardless of which scenario was true, it instilled a sense of gravity in the ghostly physician, necessitating cautious handling. "Surely, I cannot resort to soul-searching methods." The ghostly physician dismissed the thought, deeming it inappropriate. She was merely curious about Chen Qingyuan and had no desire to turn him into a mortal enemy. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan's enigmatic nature made her wary, preventing her from resorting to unscrupulous tactics. "Esteemed elder, since you cannot ascertain my physical condition, might you consider releasing me?" Chen Qingyuan reiterated his request. "Absolutely not," the ghostly physician replied without hesitation. At that moment, a figure descended outside the bamboo cottage's barrier, transmitting a voice that resonated. "Nan, let him go." Upon hearing the voice, the ghostly physician's delicate frame trembled slightly, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Simultaneously, Chen Qingyuan displayed a look of bewilderment, for the voice was all too familiar. The ghostly physician quickly opened the barrier, graciously welcoming the newcomer. An elderly man clad in simple garments entered, leaning on a staff and walking with a slight limp. "Sword immortal." Upon seeing the elderly man, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise, stepping forward to pay his respects. The figure was none other than the renowned sword immortal, Li Muyang. "What brings you here?" The ghostly physician regarded Li Muyang with deep respect, for he was her savior. Thousands of years prior, when her life hung in the balance, it was Li Muyang who intervened and rescued her, thus forging their bond. "It is for him," Li Muyang said, directing his gaze at Chen Qingyuan. "Him?" The ghostly physician turned to Chen Qingyuan, her face a mixture of confusion and astonishment. "What has happened to him? He is a young friend of mine. For my sake, please do not make things difficult for him. Allow him to leave." Li Muyang had been keeping a watchful eye on Chen Qingyuan, secretly protecting him. Upon noticing that Chen Qingyuan had encountered trouble, he felt compelled to intervene, while also taking the opportunity to reconnect with the ghostly physician after many years. "He's your friend?" The ghostly physician found it hard to believe. "Rest assured, I have done nothing to him." "Sword immortal, you two know each other?" Chen Qingyuan approached with surprise. "Indeed," Li Muyang replied with a warm smile, exuding kindness. "Her name is Gongsun Nan. I wish I had known sooner. These past days have left me on edge." Chen Qingyuan sighed in relief, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. "Young man, I did not bully you, did I?" "Do not wear such a pained expression," Gongsun Nan remarked sternly. Had she known of Chen Qingyuan's connection with Li Muyang, her attitude would have undoubtedly changed. "Currently, I have no issues. Had the sword immortal not arrived at this moment, what might have transpired is uncertain. With Li Muyang present, Chen Qingyuan felt no fear of Gongsun Nan and feigned grievance. You. Gong Sun then clenched her fists, her frustration boiling over. You truly know how to put on an act. You were quite respectful earlier, yet now you turn your back on me. It was merely a matter of compromise, born of necessity. Chen Qingyuan boldly spoke, unafraid of offending Gong Sun Nan, for she could never rival the once mighty sword immortal, Li Muyang. Enough with the bickering, Li Muyang interjected, bringing an end to their quarrel. Young man, should you wish to leave, you are free to do so at any time. Furthermore, I shall ensure that Nan vouches for you, confirming that your injuries have been healed, so you need not worry about revealing your cultivation. However, regarding that particular matter, you must not disclose it to anyone, nor let it become public knowledge, as it could lead to great calamity. Understand. Thank you, esteemed sword immortal. Chen Qingyuan expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist. Although Li Muyang's concerns stemmed from the favor owed to the crimson-clad maiden of the abyssal zone, Chen Qingyuan would remember this kindness and seek to repay it when the opportunity arose. The matter Li Muyang referred to involved the mysteriously sourced Dao bone. Gong Sun Nan, observing from his side, could not conceal her astonishment, her heart racing. The sword immortal addressed him as young master. I have never witnessed such deference toward a young man before. Who exactly is this Chen Qingyuan? Sword immortal, esteemed physician, I take my leave, Chen Qingyuan announced, not wishing to linger. After bowing, he stepped beyond the barrier, disappearing into the horizon. Once Chen Qingyuan had departed, Gong Sun then retracted her gaze, hesitating as she began, Li La. Fate. Li Muyang's response was shrouded in mystery. From what you just said, is this young man's body truly unharmed? Gong Sun then inquired again. I have remade his Dao body. He is now in perfect health. Li Muyang clarified. Ah, I see. Gong Sun Nan's understanding dawned upon her. I suspected something was amiss with his physique, but it turns out you intervened. She believed Li Muyang had concealed Chen Qingyuan's condition, which was why she had been unable to discern herself. Li Muyang chose not to clarify, opting instead for silence with a smile. I know you have long sought a remedy for your appearance, yet regretfully, no progress has been made over the millennia. Li Muyang spuka solemnly. If you have not yet given up, consider engaging with young Master Chimor. Perhaps an opportunity may arise. Gong Sun Nan had worn a veil for many years due to an incident that marred her beauty. Is there still hope? She murmured, gently caressing her face as she gazed toward the direction Chen Qingyuan had vanished. He has left. Li Muyang had no desire to linger over tea and turned to depart. Take care. Lila Gong Sun Nan bowed respectfully. Chen Qingyuan, how is it that you have garnered Li La's esteem? What abilities do you possess? From this day forth, Gong Sun Nan developed a profound interest in Chen Qingyuan, certain that their paths would cross again. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the territory of the Tianyuan sacred land, eager to catch up with Han Shan. Chapter 22. Introducing a matchmaker in the sacred land of Tianyuan within a certain city. Chen Qingyuan utilized a sound transmission technique to contact Han Shan. As Han Shan was indulging in food and drink without a care in the world, he suddenly trembled upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's voice, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. The mere fact that Chen Qingyuan could employ the sound transmission technique indicated that his foundational cultivation had been restored. Before long, Han Shan hurriedly arrived before Chen Qingyuan, scrutinizing him closely with an expression of disbelief. Brother Chen, your body has truly recovered. With the ghostly physician as a cover, Chen Qingyuan was free from the worry of being monitored and could confidently assert his restored cultivation. Thus, he concealed the Dao bones within him using the principles of a jade bracelet, revealing only an ordinary spiritual root and the initial stage of the Huangling realm. The levels of foundational cultivation are categorized into the postnatal realm, innate realm, Huangling realm, Xianling realm, Dilan realm, and Tianling realm. Beyond that lies the Jindan realm, Yuanying realm, Huashan realm, Hui realm, Dujia realm, and Deshang realm. Given Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation, he was akin to an ant in the cultivation world, easily squashed. Why is your cultivation so feeble? Han Shan observed him with astonishment and concern. Alas, such is fate. It is a stroke of luck to retain this modicum of cultivation. Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly, feigning sorrow. In truth, his original cultivation had long been eradicated, and he was now merely rebuilding it. according to the crimson-clad maiden within the Tianyuan. Although Chen Qingyuan's initial foundation was relatively superior, it fell short of true perfection. Consequently, she gradually nullified all of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation without harming the essence of his being, a task of considerable difficulty. Why was the crimson-clad maiden so invested in Chen Qingyuan? Even he himself was uncertain. Perhaps it would only become clear in due time. What a pity, Han Shan lamented. Yet, the restoration of your spiritual root is indeed commendable. The ghostly physician's intervention is truly remarkable. He is deserving of his legendary status. That is largely thanks to your assistance, old Han. Chen Qingyuan replied, a hint of irritation evident in his sharp gaze. Had it not been for the appearance of the sword immortal Chang'e, the ghostly physician would have undoubtedly taken his time studying Chen Qingyuan and would not have easily allowed him to depart. Cough. Han Shan sensed Chen Qingyuan's reproachful gaze and cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Brother Chen, you cannot blame me. Who would have known that the person I casually sought would turn out to be the ghostly physician? Han Shan continued, had I known earlier, I would have sold the ghostly physician's information. I could have made a fortune. Moreover, if not for my serendipitous encounter with him, your body might not have recovered. In the end, he insisted, you cannot fault me. You should be grateful. You dare to take credit? How shameless. Chen Qingyuan retorted coldly. Do not say that. If I am shameless, it is because I learned from you. In my youth, I was an upright and kind-hearted child, but since meeting you, alas, it is hard to describe, Han Shan lamented, growing increasingly sorrowful. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan, regardless of Han Shan's current strength, kicked him lightly and teased. Old Han, you haven't suffered while following me, have you? Not exactly, but I often face disdain from others. Over the years, my reputation in the sacred land has suffered. Many say I am shameless, and numerous junior sisters have kept their distance from me. Han Shan came from a wealthy background, likely surpassing many intersect elders of the sacred land. If it were me, I would never be so unpopular, Chen Qingyuan remarked, casting a condescending glance at Han Shan. I believe you. Despite your apparent state of having been discarded, the higher-ups of the Xianqing sect still protect you. Even Lin Pingyan, the sect leader's son, holds you in high regard. It is truly perplexing, Han Shan mused curiously. Brother Chen, do you have some secret techniques you haven't taught me? This is something you cannot replicate, Chen Qingyuan replied. Do tell, Han Shan implored, eager to enjoy similar treatment to Chen Qingyuan's, envisioning himself striding through the Qianlong sacred land with confidence. You owe me a favor now. Do not be so stingy. This is my innate charm. Do you understand? Chen Qingyuan quipped with a slight smirk. Han Shan was rendered speechless, rolling his eyes in response. The two then sought a tranquil spot nestled by the mountains and waters, sitting down to savor tea. After some idle chatter, the conversation turned serious. Han Shan's expression grew solemn. Brother Chen, should I notify my friends at the Xianqing sect to bring you back? Not for the time being. Chen Qingyuan shook his head. I have my own plans. What plans? Han Shan inquired, puzzled. That is none of your concern. Chen Qingyuan feigned mystery. I may not be able to interfere, but with your current cultivation, encountering ill-intentioned individuals could lead to dire consequences. If such a situation arises, the Xianqing sect would undoubtedly hold me accountable, Han Shan insisted, shaking his head vigorously, unwilling to let Chen Qingyuan act alone due to the danger involved. You have known me for so many years. Have you ever seen me suffer a setback? Observing the worry etched on Han Shan's face warmed Chen Qingyuan's heart. This friendship was not in vain. Through trials of life and death and conflicts of interest, he had developed immense trust in Han Shan. Not really, Han Shan replied after consideration. He indeed had not witnessed such a thing. Despite my mere Huangling realm cultivation, I possessed numerous means to ensure my survival. Chen Qingyuan felt it necessary to persuade Han Shan, as he would require his assistance later. Time was of the essence. The Xianqing sect had undoubtedly dispatched experts to provide support. Once they arrived, they would certainly take Chen Qingyuan away, ensuring he encountered no danger. Although everyone at the Xianqing sect cared deeply for him, this became a shackle for Chen Qingyuan, making it challenging for him to act freely. That is unacceptable. Han Shan deliberated, still unwilling to let Chen Qingyuan depart. Why are you so obtuse? Chen Qingyuan thought about giving Han Shan a good beating, but decided against it after some reflection. In the past, he could afford to bully Han Shan, but now it would be easy for the tables to turn. No matter how you plead, I will not allow you to leave. When the Xianqing sect's friends arrive, regardless of what happens afterward, I will bear no responsibility, Han Shan insisted earnestly, prioritizing Chen Qingyuan's safety. Chen Qingyuan sought out Han Shan for two reasons: to reminisce and share past stories, and to have Han Shan manage the Xianqing sect personnel, preventing the elders from worrying. If Chen Qingyuan slipped away without a word, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of scolding from his seniors upon his return. Old Han, let us discuss this. Chen Qingyuan stood and poured Han Shan a cup of tea, his smile gentle. You came to find me. You cannot face trouble while under my roof. There is no room for negotiation. Han Shan maintained his stance, refusing the tea. Old Han, I shall introduce you to a match. At this juncture, Chen Qingyuan resorted to his trump card. Upon hearing this, Han Shan's eyes instinctively darted toward Chen Qingyuan, his brows arching slightly, his expression growing rather peculiar. Chapter 23. Effortlessly Mastering Null. Chapter 24. The Northern Song Star Domain, the dead zone guided by the Jade Bracelet. Chen Qingyuan materialized in the western polar city of the Northern Song Star Domain. The lady in red had mentioned leaving a gift here for him to personally collect, marking it as their second agreement. However, the specific location remained elusive, leaving Chen Qingyuan in a quandary. She did not clarify where the gift was placed, only stating it was within the bounds of Western Polar City. Given the vastness of the city, Chen Qingyuan found himself at a loss, unable to discern north from south. After much contemplation, he resolved to temporarily reside in Western Polar City, hoping that new clues might emerge from the Jade Bracelet in due time. Upon entering the city, he sought out a commendable inn for accommodation. As night deepened, a fragment of his consciousness entered the Jade Bracelet, revealing it to be unchanged. He decided to let things unfold naturally and withdrew his consciousness to begin meditating. Now equipped with a complete Dao bone, Chen Qingyuan understood the necessity of diligent cultivation without any lapse in effort. Thus, he spent 2 months living in Western Polar City, during which he remained in seclusion, solidifying his foundation. Within the confines of his secluded training chamber, peculiar colorful stones grew in the corners, while a thin layer of white mist enveloped the ground. Swirling counterclockwise around Chen Qingyuan's position, he took out over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and gradually refined them. A faint white light emerged from his body, and the golden Dao bone within him trembled slightly, the vague Dao patterns upon it becoming clearer. After a brief moment, he shattered his cultivation bottleneck, advancing to the early stage of the Xianling realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which resembled deep abysses, hollow and profound, tinged with a hint of antiquity. In that instant, he felt as if he had traversed endless epochs, gaining insight into the essence of the world. This sensation was fleeting, and he quickly returned to normal, exhaling a breath of turbid air. What exactly was the origin of this Dao bone? As Chen Qingyuan merged with the golden Dao bone, he increasingly sensed its extraordinary nature. After pondering for a long while without arriving at any conclusions, he decided to shelve the matter for the time being, intending to investigate it further when the opportunity arose. At that moment, he noticed the jade bracelet he carried was trembling, prompting him to retrieve it. He then extended a fragment of his consciousness into it. To his surprise, words appeared before his eyes: Northern Polar City, Dead Zone. Soon after, his consciousness was expelled from the jade bracelet. Dead Zone, Chen Qingyuan murmured softly. After spending 2 months in Western Polar City, he had gathered some essential information and was aware of the area's peculiarity. The Dead Zone was said to be the remnant of a battlefield, existing for at least 1,000,000 years, its true age beyond reckoning. The Dead Zone in the Northern Song Star Domain, akin to the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone in the Fuliexing Star Domain, was considered a forbidden ground, where entering could lead to a perilous fate. The Tianyuan Forbidden Zone was somewhat more renowned, attracting greater attention. Having just emerged from one perilous encounter, was he now to delve into another? Truth be told, Chen Qingyuan was reluctant to explore the Dead Zone. Yet, with a prior commitment, he understood the necessity of honoring his promise. Failure to do so could invite unforeseen troubles. Alas, this is too difficult, he sighed, resigning himself to fate. Over countless years, countless powerful figures had ventured into the dead zone, but few emerged alive. Chen Qingyuan recognized that with his current cultivation, entering the dead zone would likely result in his demise. If she wished to kill him, it would be no trouble at all. Gazing down at the jade bracelet in his palm, he felt an inexplicable sense of security. Since the lady in red had specified the location, he had no choice but to go. 2 days later, he prepared to leave Western Polar City and head northward. The dead zone occupied a third of the northern Song star domain, vast and expansive. Due to its unique laws, it harbored numerous spiritual treasures and Tao medicines. Thus, many cultivators, despite knowing the dangers, dared to venture inside. Numerous individuals were active on the outskirts of the dead zone, seeking opportunities. Indeed, there were many in the world unafraid of death. Upon arriving at the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan observed a multitude of figures moving in groups. Fellow cultivator, which sect do you belong to? Along the way, a group of over 10 sword-flying Taoists halted, gazing at Chen Qingyuan aboard the flying vessel, and inquired with cupped fists. I am a scattered cultivator, Chen Qingyuan replied, wishing to avoid interaction with strangers. Upon hearing this, the sword-wielding Taoists ceased their pleasantries and turned to depart. Every year, numerous scattered cultivators ventured to the dead zone, hoping to encounter fortuitous opportunities that could elevate their status. Such occurrences were common, inspiring countless cultivators. Although many came to the dead zone annually, Chen Qingyuan wondered why there were so many present at this time. He had done his research prior to his expedition and found it perplexing. It made little sense. To ascertain the situation, he tossed out 100 mid-grade spirit stones and approached a cultivator to inquire. Fellow cultivator, why are there so many people coming to the dead zone recently? It is rumored that the Taoist Grandmaster has predicted a change in the heavenly secrets originating from the dead zone. Various factions have taken notice, believing that a remarkable treasure may emerge from within, replied the gray-clad cultivator candidly. Such reckless willingness to risk their lives based on an uncertain rumor was indeed audacious. Chen Qingyuan mused, concerned that the convergence of various factions would disrupt his plans, complicating his actions. The Taoist Grandmaster was a revered figure, and his predictions had never been incorrect. If he could acquire fortune from the dead zone, even the danger would be worth the risk. The gray-clad cultivator scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, seated within the flying vessel, and remarked, "You must not be from the northern Song star domain." Due to the protective enchantments of the flying vessel, ordinary cultivators could not discern Chen Qingyuan's true strength. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan nodded. No wonder you would voice such thoughts. The Taoist Grandmaster is indeed highly skilled and cannot be mistaken. With that, the gray-clad cultivator clasped his hands in a gesture of goodwill before departing. Ahead, the fiery red expanse of the dead zone awaited, with many already employing Tao techniques in search of traces of fortune. Is this not pushing me into the fire pit? Chen Qingyuan grumbled, yet his body obediently maneuvered the vessel closer to the dead zone. To avoid being oppressed by others, he allowed the jade bracelet to conceal his cultivation aura. In doing so, powerful figures would be unable to perceive his depth, thereby refraining from provoking him. While many in the Felixing Star domain recognized Chen Qingyuan, few here were familiar with him. After all, he had merely been a Yuan-Ing cultivator a century ago, not yet reaching a level of widespread recognition. To encounter her here, she indeed seems to be a prodigy of the northern Song star domain. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyuan recognized many from the younger generation of the northern wilderness and even spotted familiar faces among the crowd. Chapter 25. Murong Wensi, the blood-red land stretched endlessly. A desolate expanse that seemed to have no conclusion. This was the edge of the dead zone, where Chen Qingyuan casually surveyed the scene. Noting the presence of over 1,000 individuals from various factions of the northern Song star domain. Not far away stood a woman clad in a light-colored gown, her waist cinched with a ribbon, adorned with a jade pendant. Her hair was a soft shade of yellow, and her eyes sparkled like sapphires, radiating exquisite brilliance. Her name was Murong Wensi, who had crossed paths with Chen Qingyuan a century ago. To be precise, she had been deceived by him. During an expedition to explore a secret realm, Murong Wensi had been misled by Chen Qingyuan, who had claimed all the resources for himself. Although she was furious afterward, she refrained from taking any retaliatory action against him and even felt a sense of admiration. The Murong family revered strength, and having been raised in such an environment, Murong Wensi naturally embraced the family's ethos. Since Chen Qingyuan had the ability to outsmart her and seize all the resources, she could only blame her own carelessness. How did he end up here? The edge of the dead zone was vast, and with a casual glance, Murong Wensi spotted Chen Qingyuan in the distance, her eyes shimmering with surprise. The elders of the Murong family, noticing her gaze, inquired, "Child, who is that man?" From the flowing star domain. "A disciple of the Xinqing Dao sect," Murong Wensi replied, her complexion as pale as jade, her red lips alluring. "A century ago, I ventured into a secret realm in the flowing star domain, and it was he who left me empty-handed." So it was him, the once renowned prodigy who had made a name across the realms. It was said he had entered the forbidden grounds of Tianyuan a century ago and had, by some stroke of fortune, emerged alive not long ago. As this revelation dawned upon them, the onlookers recalled the events of the secret realm from 100 years prior, a time when Murong Wensi had remained quite distressed. Chen Qingyuan had not concealed his whereabouts, deliberately exposing himself to the crowd. As he intended to delve deeper into the dead zone, he sought the company of acquaintances to alleviate potential troubles. However, he was uncertain whether they would be willing to assist him. "Murong Miss, it has been quite some time." Chen Qingyuan maneuvered his flying vessel to the ground, rising to clasp his fists in greeting, exuding courtesy and a warm smile. Murong Wensi approached a few steps, her gaze assessing him with a hint of complexity. "Who would have thought we would meet here, young Master Chen? What a coincidence! It must signify our fateful connection." "Indeed, even if it is a fateful connection, it may be a cursed one," Murong Wensi retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Your words are rather sharp, Murong Miss." Chen Qingyuan responded without irritation, his smile unwavering. "Oomph." Murong Wensi could not forget how she had been deceived by Chen Qingyuan, a lingering grievance that weighed heavily on her. "I heard you survived against all odds and have become a cripple. Why are you not staying at the Xinqing sect, but instead ventured here? Not long ago, I encountered the ghost doctor and inadvertently had my injuries healed, much to your disappointment," Chen Qingyuan replied. "The ghost doctor?" At this mention, Murong Wensi's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Do you know where the ghost doctor resides? And he healed your injuries?" "Of course," Chen Qingyuan nodded. "I am quite endearing. Even the eccentric ghost doctor could not bear to see me reduced to a cripple." In truth, Murong Wensi was tempted to give Chen Qingyuan a thorough beating. However, with other thoughts swirling in her mind, she chose to flatter him, saying, "Young Master Chen is exceptionally handsome. Who could possibly dislike you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's smile momentarily froze. Something was amiss. Why would this woman suddenly declare me handsome? Surely there was a scheme afoot. Although it was true that many acknowledged his good looks, such praise from Murong Wensi was far from trivial. "Murong Miss, do you have something you wish to ask of me?" Chen Qingyuan inquired directly, avoiding any circumlocution. "Yes." With the matter laid bare, Murong Wensi took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. "Let's strike a deal. You will reveal the specific location of the ghost doctor, and the Murong family will owe you a favor. Or we shall bestow upon you a generous gift." In recent days, the Murong family had dispatched elders to seek the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, but to no avail. It was rumored that the ghost doctor was likely located on the Sichuan star in the Yunhai star domain, yet the search yielded no trace. The Murong family, along with various factions, had invested considerable resources in their futile quest for the ghost doctor. In contrast, Han Shan, who had merely drawn a lucky lot, had indeed struck gold, locating the ghost doctor and even sending Chen Qingyuan to him. Had it not been for the intervention of the sword immortal Changong, Chen Qingyuan might still have been held captive by the ghost doctor, possibly subjected to dissection for research. Why did the Murong family seek the ghost doctor? Chen Qingyuan was intrigued and probed further. "Not for you to know. The matter pertained to family secrets, and Murong Wensi could not divulge it." However, even without her explicit words, Chen Qingyuan could glean the gravity of the situation from the expressions of the Murong family's elders. It was likely that the life of a certain ancestor of the Murong family was in jeopardy, and they sought the ghost doctor's assistance. The death of an ancestor would be a significant loss for the family. Then how about this? I have a keen interest in the dead zone. Perhaps the Murong family could extend some favor towards me. Once I emerge from the dead zone, I shall certainly disclose the ghost doctor's precise whereabouts. With an opportunity presented at his doorstep, Chen Qingyuan would be remiss not to take advantage of it. What brings you to the dead zone? Is it not due to the proclamations of the Tao sect as Xian ancestor? Murong Wensi inquired with curiosity. He, Chen Qingyuan, chuckled before turning serious. Not for you to know. Damnable man. Murong Wensi gritted her teeth in frustration, yet she found herself powerless to judge Chen Qingyuan, her clenched fists turning slightly purple. Do you agree? Chen Qingyuan softly coughed. If you dare deceive me this time, you shall not leave the northern Song star domain alive, Murong Wensi threatened, fearful of being outmaneuvered by Chen Qingyuan once more. Why would I deceive you? If it were not for the ghost doctor's intervention, I would still be a mere mortal. Do you think a mortal could arrive here? Chen Qingyuan lied without flinching. Immediately afterward, Murong Wensi turned to her kin, communicating silently for discussion. After a brief moment, the Murong family consented to the proposal. Very well, as long as a single member of the Murong family remains alive. We shall ensure you do not encounter misfortune within the dead zone, Murong Wensi promised. Splendid. Chen Qingyuan admired Murong Wensi's forthrightness. Her decisiveness made her trustworthy. I too shall keep my word and will not let you down. The barrier of the dead zone was on the verge of weakening. They should prepare to enter. All gathered at the precipice of the dead zone, waiting for a thick red mist billowed ahead, posing a significant danger. Every few months, the red mist would dissipate for several hours, marking the optimal time to venture into the dead zone. Chapter 26. Entering the dead zone. The storm approaches. The Murong family consists of 15 members, including Murong Wensi. Their journey is inspired by the words of the Taoist Grandmaster, as they seek to tempt fate in the dead zone in hopes of encountering extraordinary fortune. Chen Qingyuan had reached an agreement with the Murong family and stepped down from the flying vessel. Concealed by a jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan's cultivation remained undetected. Despite the probing attempts of the Murong cultivators, they could not discern Chen Qingyuan's true capabilities. This only reinforced their belief in the ghostly physician's extraordinary skills, capable of healing even those whose spiritual roots had been extinguished, demonstrating profound and enigmatic power. As the crimson mist dissipated, they proceeded. Murong Wensi, one of the strongest prodigies of the Murong family, had achieved the late stage of the nascent soul realm. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, having outclassed his peers and garnered significant renown across the vast northern wilderness. However, those who once surpassed him have now surpassed him once more. Nevertheless, with Chen Qingyuan's innate talent, it would not be long before he reclaimed his place at the peak of the younger generation. Young man, keep close to us. An elder glanced back at Chen Qingyuan, offering a reminder. Subsequently, the group hastened into the dead zone, unwilling to waste any time. According to the experiences compiled by those who had previously entered the dead zone, the 3 hours following the dissipation of the crimson mist were the safest. If they did not emerge within this time frame, there was an overwhelming likelihood that they would remain trapped within the dead zone forever. Murong girl, why not take me along? It would be unfortunate if I were to lose track of you. Chen Qingyuan, with his cultivation at the mystic spirit realm, could not keep pace with the Murong family on foot. Among them, the weakest member of the Murong family was at the Golden Core realm, and the leader was a highly esteemed elder with a cultivation at the transformation realm. Hold on, Murong Wensi relented, tossing out a light-colored cloth strip in consideration of Chen Qingyuan's knowledge of the ghostly physician's whereabouts. As the strip floated through the air, a delicate fragrance wafted toward them. Chen Qingyuan grasped the light-colored strip, the other insecurely held by Murong Wensi. With a swift motion, various factions embarked on their journey into a land resembling a blood-soaked red earth, with no end in sight. As they ventured deeper, the terrain turned increasingly dark red, and an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere permeated the air. Mountains, boulders, fields, and seas all bore the hue of blood. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan and the others encountered chilling white bones, remnants of those who had previously entered the dead zone. The leader of the Murong family, an elder named Murong Ping, noticed a shattered mirror lodged in the crevices of the rocks and recognized its origin. The esteemed Chong Kong has remained hidden for over 1,000 years. It appears he has found eternal rest in the dead zone. How regrettable! Murong Ping sighed. Hearing this, the group felt a shudder of trepidation. Those worthy of the title esteemed were at least powerful beings of the tribulation transcendent stage. Every realm of the tribulation faced life and death. And it was clear that the esteemed Chong Kong had not reached the end of his journey, having ventured into the dead zone, only to meet his demise. Victors are kings, while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. This has been the way of the world since time immemorial. Every top-tier being capable of reaching the Great Ascension realm had experienced near-death encounters. Though the mirror was shattered, it held significant commemorative value. They should keep it. Murong Ping carefully stowed the broken mirror, offering a slight bow toward the void as a sign of respect for esteemed Chong Kong. The group then continued their journey. According to the words of the Taoist Grandmaster, there was a possibility of encountering astonishing treasures within the dead zone, though their exact locations remained unknown, relying solely on chance. Typically, one would assume that the deeper they ventured into the dead zone, the greater their chances of discovering such treasures. It seems that members of Wang Bo's sect and Yu Cheng's sacred ground are engaged in battle up ahead, someone remarked, having noticed the commotion. A moment later, the group witnessed two factions locked in fierce combat, their clash causing the ground to tremble for thousands of miles, a palpable aura of murderous intent thickening the air, as if solidifying, causing the temperature to plummet and frost to form upon the earth. It appeared they were fighting over a Tao treasure. From a distance, the center of the conflict revealed a Tao treasure, resonating with lingering Taoist essence and holding significant value. Let's take a detour. We need not interfere, Murong Ping advised, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Chen Qingyuan maintained his silence, closely following the Murong family. Under their protection, he encountered no difficulties along the way. Recently, various factions had witnessed the Murong family discovering the Long Kong mirror, and they dared not approach, filled with trepidation. An hour passed, yet the group had not unearthed any clues regarding the treasured artifact. If we cannot find anything soon, we may have to exit temporarily and await the next dissipation of the crimson mist to resume our search, someone suggested. Let's search a bit longer. Murong Ping surveyed the surroundings, where the dark red expanse made it difficult to discern anything of note. Behind the crowd, Chen Qingyuan felt the jade bracelet on his wrist tremble. Subtly, he used a wisp of divine thought to investigate. The bracelet quivered toward the right front, seemingly guiding Chen Qingyuan's path. However, he could not openly express his intention to follow the direction indicated by the bracelet, lest it raise suspicions among the others. They were nearing the edge of the dead zone, where the presence of other factions was becoming scarce. Chen Qingyuan needed to devise a plan to part ways with the Murong family. Otherwise, it would hinder his future endeavors. Their recent journey had indeed been fortunate due to the Murong family's assistance. Without it, Chen Qingyuan would have encountered numerous troubles. Some factions entered the dead zone seeking opportunities, while others engaged in nefarious acts of murder and theft, discarding their victims' bodies within the dead zone to leave no trace and evade repercussions. What is that? As Chen Qingyuan pondered how to separate from the Murong family, Murong Wensi noticed a disturbance of wind and sand ahead. The group immediately turned to see the wind and sand intensifying. It might be the rumored dead zone storm. Hurry! Murong Ping exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. No sooner had he spoken than the group dashed toward the exit at an astounding speed. Initially, the storm was slight, but it swiftly escalated into a massive tempest, spreading across various regions of the dead zone. Within half an hour, a swirling mass of crimson mist accompanied by a chaotic storm bore down upon Chen Qingyuan and the others. Typically, the crimson mist would dissipate after approximately 5 hours. However, this time it arrived in just over an hour, accompanied by a terrifying storm. Such dead zone storms erupted only once every few hundred years. It was indeed unfortunate that Chen Qingyuan and his companions had encountered one. This is disastrous. Chen Qingyuan cast a glance back at the approaching storm of crimson mist, his eyes widening in despair, feeling utterly powerless against it. Boom! The storm engulfed the perimeter, swallowing countless individuals in its red mist. Crushed by the laws of the dead zone, those fortunate enough to escape did so in a state of utter disarray. As the storm descended, the Muron cultivators were entirely absorbed in their own survival, leaving no room to attend to Chen Qingyuan. Enveloped in the crimson mist, Chen Qingyuan found it peculiar that he remained unaffected by the laws of the dead zone. Turning, he spotted Muron Wensi, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Due to the light-colored cloth strip connecting them, they were buried in the same location. Is she dead? Chen Qingyuan approached Muron Wensi, 100 meters away, as the wind and sand assaulted him, with the crimson mist swirling around. Chapter 27. Perhaps my handsomest chapter 28. Do people like you have friends? Who desires your personal belongings? Retrieve everything. The rest belongs to me, Chen Qingyuan stated bluntly. For reasons unknown, Muron Wensi felt an immense humiliation regarding her appearance, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Were it not for the necessity of survival, she would have drawn her sword and vented her rage upon Chen Qingyuan. After a moment's hesitation, she stowed away her personal items into an ordinary Qingyuan bag and handed over the jade bracelet along with all its resources to Chen Qingyuan. He appeared exceedingly pleased, much like a shrewd merchant. Is this satisfactory? Muron Wensi bit her lip, her anger palpable. I have protected you during this time, which leaves you indebted to me. You cannot take what is rightfully mine without acknowledging the favor owed. Such words are misguided. Allow me to clarify. Chen Qingyuan replied earnestly. Had I not rescued you earlier, you would likely be dead by now, and those resources would certainly belong to me. However, out of kindness, I expended precious spirit medicine on your behalf, which does not equate to the value of what I have given. Furthermore, in the days to come, you will accompany me, significantly affecting my safety. Is it unreasonable for you to owe me a favor? Indeed, spirit medicine was valuable, but Chen Qingyuan's insistence on claiming it felt rather shameless. Strangely, as Muron Wensi listened to his convoluted reasoning, she found some merit in his words. Taking a deep breath, she relented once more. Very well. I shall acknowledge that I owe you a significant favor, which I shall repay in the future. How considerate. Chen Qingyuan grinned, unable to contain his admiration. It is rare to encounter a woman as intelligent and beautiful as you, Miss Muron. Oof. Muron Wensi scoffed, rolling her eyes at him. It is equally rare to meet someone as greedy as you. What can I say? I have been poor since childhood. It is hardly fair to compare myself to you. Miss Muron, Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly. You poor? The Xinqing sect has spoiled you immensely. How dare you complain of poverty? Muron Wensi retorted, visibly annoyed. You do not understand. Although the sect treats me well, resources are limited, and what they provide me each month is scarcely sufficient. To foster my own development, I must venture into the world. He explained. To date, Chen Qingyuan had only suffered one loss, that being the time with Bai Shixue from Dongyi Palace. At that time, he was moved by her unwavering determination and fell in love, willingly gifting her many resources. Alas, as time has shown, circumstances change. There are few as shameless as you in this world, Muron Wensi scolded. Thank you for the compliment. Curiously, Chen Qingyuan remained unfazed, even finding joy in the exchange. At this moment, Muron Wensi conceded defeat entirely and fell silent. The two of them walked side by side until they reached a nearby mountain range, where they sought refuge in a secure cave. Here, they could escape the chilling winds of the dead zone and enjoy a measure of peace. As they traveled, they encountered numerous corpses, recently deceased, likely victims of the Crimson Fog Storm. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies, Muron Wensi's anxiety deepened. She wondered about her clan's fate and whether they still lived. Inside the cave, they ignited a fire to dispel the darkness. Reflecting on the events that transpired, Muron Wensi recalled how several strands of crimson fog had drifted toward them, only to mysteriously veer away from Chen Qingyuan. Had they been contaminated by the fog, their outcome would have been dire. How peculiar, Muron Wensi mused internally, her curiosity piqued but refraining from voicing her questions. We shall remain here for several months until the crimson fog dissipates, Chen Qingyuan decided. He intended to ensure Murong Wenxi's safe departure before stealthily returning to the dead zone himself. Since he was not affected by the realm's laws, he had no reservations. With a disguise, no one would recognize him. "Thank you," Murong Wenxi said, feeling at ease in Chen Qingyuan's presence. As the oppressive weight of the dead zone's laws was lifted, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, save any valuable items for me for our next meeting," he remarked, finding no value in mere verbal thanks. Indeed, it was evident that one could not afford to be courteous with this fellow. He would surely take advantage. Murong Wenxi resolved to meditate and heal, only to realize she had no spirit stones remaining, filling her with dismay. After much contemplation, she turned to Chen Qingyuan, who was sitting nearby with his eyes closed. "Hey, what is it?" Chen Qingyuan replied lazily, not opening his eyes. "I have given you all my spirit stones. Could you lend me some?" Murong Wenxi hesitated, reluctant to ask. "Lending spirit stones is negotiable," he said, slowly opening his eyes, sensing an opportunity for commerce. "How much do you need?" he inquired. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. She calculated the time they might need to stay, requesting a bit extra. "Agreed," Chen Qingyuan nodded. "But let us be clear. If you borrow 1,000, you must repay 3,000. You are quite the merchant." Murong Wenxi protested, displeased. "Will you borrow or not?" Chen Qingyuan grinned, fully aware of his upper hand. "Fine." Taking a deep breath, Murong Wenxi suppressed her inner turmoil and gritted her teeth in agreement. "We need a written agreement for this," Chen Qingyuan insisted, producing paper, ink, and a red clay seal for her handprint. Watching him deftly prepare the documentation, Murong Wenxi was taken aback. "Do you truly have friends with such antics?" "Indeed," Chen Qingyuan chuckled, recalling a few mischievous companions. "Would you like me to introduce you?" "Never mind, that won't be necessary." Reluctantly, she signed her name and pressed her hand into the seal, wishing to distance herself from individuals like him. "From now on, I shall be your creditor, Miss Murong. You must live well and remember to repay me when you have the means," he declared, securing the document as proof against any denial. Staring at the 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones before her, Murong Wenxi felt tears welling up, her emotions in turmoil. These stones bore the seal of her family, originally hers. Now, she was compelled to establish a debt for her own possessions, with interest tripled. "Chen Qingyuan, I have truly drawn the short straw in knowing you," she lamented, simmering with indignation as she began refining the spirit stones to mend her injuries. "While we're at it, let us enjoy some food." Chen Qingyuan, relishing life's pleasures, set up an iron rack over the fire and began grilling some meat from spirit beasts. Chapter 29. The canine man, Chen Qingyuan, savored the exquisite delicacies, as if he were on a vacation in the realm of death. Nearby, Murong Wenxi was meditating to heal her wounds, absorbing the luminous stones before her, which gradually dimmed and transformed into ordinary rocks. A month later, with significant improvement in her condition, Murong Wenxi paused her healing, opening her eyes to find Chen Qingyuan reclining against a stone, lost in slumber. Seeing him so relaxed stirred an inexplicable annoyance within her. She picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at him. Thud! The stone struck Chen Qingyuan's calf, and he lazily glanced at Murong Wenxi. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," she huffed lightly. "I just find you unpleasant. There are plenty of people who feel the same. You hardly rank among them." Chen Qingyuan replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, you are not significant enough. You must have offended many with your obnoxious personality," Murong Wenxi retorted. "True, but those people can't harm me. They can only watch in frustration," Chen Qingyuan continued. "I'm curious. Have you never encountered misfortune in your life?" Murong Wenxi inquired. "Unless we count special circumstances, I suppose not." He reflected, recalling the numerous resources he had once gifted to Bai Shishua. A considerable loss indeed. Aside from that incident, he had never suffered a financial setback. "What special circumstances?" "Pray tell." Murong Wenxi expressed her curiosity. "Why should I share that with you?" "TCH." Chen Qingyuan rolled his eyes, then shifted his tone to a teasing one. "If you're willing to pay a fee for the story, I might consider it. Why are you acting like a scoundrel? How did the Xining sect raise you?" Murong Wenxi asked, feeling somewhat bored and eager to learn about Chen Qingyuan's past, especially since he was once a renowned figure in the North Wasteland. Free range, Chen Qingyuan answered candidly. Do you think this is a cattle ranch? Murong Wensi chuckled at his response. Sitting about 10 meters apart, they faced each other, the fire in the cave long extinguished. A dim white spiritual pearl hovered in the air, illuminating the cave's corners. If you have nothing to do, close your eyes and meditate. Don't disturb my sleep, Chen Qingyuan remarked, having forgotten where he acquired the small object. I refuse to comply. What can you do about it? Murong Wensi playfully challenged. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan stood and approached her slowly. Instinctively, Murong Wensi leaned back, preparing for defense, her gaze sharp and expression serious. What do you intend to do? Unexpectedly, Chen Qingyuan bypassed her and bent down to pick up a long, flat stone behind her. He returned to his spot, resting his head against the stone in comfort. After reclining, he couldn't resist a jibe. What a dramatic reaction. You. Murong Wensi felt tricked again, her cheeks flushing with anger, half annoyed and half flustered. It's just a stone. Can't you retrieve it without such theatrics? I reiterate, I have no interest in you. Just a reminder, although I possess striking looks and exceptional charm, do not develop feelings for me. It would surely lead to your misfortune, Chen Qingyuan remarked, glancing at her with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Murong Wensi retorted indignantly. How can you be so self-absorbed? It is merely the truth. You cannot alter that, Chen Qingyuan replied, his ears seemingly filtering out any sarcasm, transforming it into praise. Rest assured, even if I were to fall for a pig, you would not even register in my thoughts, Murong Wensi declared, implying that even a pig surpassed him in her estimation. That's reassuring, Chen Qingyuan replied, unfazed by her taunts, a faint smile lingering on his lips. By the way, you claim to be exceptionally charming. Why did Bai Shishue abandon you? Murong Wensi seized the opportunity to counter Chen Qingyuan's self-aggrandizement. At the mention, the smile on his lips gradually faded, his expression becoming complex. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, perhaps it was a matter of fate without a bond. If she truly loved you, she wouldn't have found another so soon. Even if you faced an accident in Tianyuan, perhaps she was never truly enamored with you, viewing it more as a matter of convenience. Murong Wensi pressed on, seizing the moment to challenge him. I understand, Chen Qingyuan said slowly, sitting up to meet her gaze. His eyes were deep, as if carrying the weight of time itself, brimming with untold stories. In that instant of eye contact, Murong Wensi felt herself transported to a vast desert, her thoughts muddled, her heart inexplicably heavy. The scorn she had held for him dissipated, replaced by a solemn curiosity. This was the first time she witnessed a different side of Chen Qingyuan, one filled with tales of hardship. Previously, he had been brash, exceedingly narcissistic, and somewhat cunning. Do you know why you chose to become her partner all those years ago? Murong Wensi inquired, sensing a shift in his demeanor. She resembles a dear friend from my past, Chen Qingyuan replied, gazing out at the dim, oppressive sky beyond the cave. A friend from the past? Murong Wensi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She was my dream girl, vividly real yet elusive. At times, I find myself lost in thought. Questioning the reality of my dreams, he murmured, what are you talking about? Murong Wensi asked, bewildered. Do you believe in past lives? Chen Qingyuan suddenly posed a serious question. I do, she nodded. Powerful beings can indeed live a second life, reincarnating and cultivating anew. While such occurrences are rare, they are documented in ancient texts. However, from your demeanor, you hardly resemble a reincarnated powerful being. Do you think I would be in this predicament if I were? Chen Qingyuan remarked, self-deprecatingly. True, Murong Wensi acknowledged. So, you assert that Bai Shishue resembles your past love, which is why you treated her so well. That's about the gist of it. Chen Qingyuan hesitated before nodding. Unfortunately, she is not the same person. They merely share a likeness. My bond with Bai Shishue has concluded. Memories of dreams are as fragile as bubbles. One touch and they shatter. Chen Qingyuan did not dwell on it. Upon learning of Bai Shishue's marriage to another, he felt neither anger nor sorrow, but rather an inexplicable sense of liberation. He should never have agreed to Bai Shishue in the first place, but having given his word, he felt compelled to see it through, even daring to offend the crimson-clad maiden of the Tianyuan forbidden zone. Yet it was not Chen Qingyuan who faltered in the end, but by Shi Shue. "I'm sorry," Murong Wensi expressed, observing the sorrow etched on Chen Qingyuan's face. The apologies on his lips were devoid of sincerity. If you truly felt remorse, you ought to show some sign of it. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted, a smile that was neither genuine nor fully dismissive. In an instant, Murong Wensi's earlier sympathy vanished without a trace, as she silently cursed him in her heart. Wretched man. Chapter 30. Delving into the death domain. Moving forward alone moments ago, Chen Qingyuan wore a visage of profound sorrow, yet without warning, he reverted to his former self, incessantly clamoring for benefits, leaving one utterly speechless. In that fleeting instant, Murong Wensi felt a twinge of sympathy for Chen Qingyuan, chastising herself for nearly being deceived by his Ade once again. In the ensuing months, Chen Qingyuan and Murong Wensi exchanged few words, each absorbed in meditation. Time passed swiftly, culminating in the moment when the crimson mist began to dissipate. Gazing at the retreating fog, Murong Wensi's face lit up with joy. At long last, the awaited moment had arrived. "Let's depart." After a brief pause, Chen Qingyuan confirmed the mist had vanished, the barrier loosened, and turned to Murong Wensi. The two set forth, preparing to leave. After approximately 2 hours, they arrived at the boundary of the death domain. As they stepped beyond its confines, Murong Wensi felt a remarkable lightness in her body, the inexplicable pressure dissipating abruptly. Without delay, she contacted her kin. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan remained silent, observing a fleeting shadow of sorrow on Murong Wensi's countenance. Upon concluding her conversation with the clan elder, Murong Wensi cast a glance toward the death domain. "During the last storm, over half of our companions perished. Such misfortune is regrettable. Indeed, it seems there may be some treasures within the death domain. Alas, the Murong clan has missed their chance and must forfeit," Chen Qingyuan lamented. The recent storm had claimed several elders from the Murong clan. Though it was not catastrophic, it had nonetheless dampened morale, necessitating their retreat. "You've been injured. It would be wise to return swiftly to avoid the schemes of the treacherous. After all, the world of cultivation is fraught with turmoil, and not everyone possesses my benevolence." Chen Qingyuan's initial courtesy took a sharper turn in his latter words, leaving Murong Wensi both amused and exasperated. To label Chen Qingyuan as benevolent might hold some truth, as he refrained from exploiting Murong Wensi's vulnerabilities and offered assistance. Yet, the term benevolent scarcely encapsulated his essence. Avaricious and self-admiring would be far more fitting. If Murong Wensi were to assess Chen Qingyuan, she would describe him as a cunning narcissist with a hidden, intriguing past. Though the Murong clan may not have shielded you entirely, I find myself in need of information regarding the ghostly physician. Name your price. Murong Wensi remained focused on her objective, her tone earnest. "Considering our acquaintance, I shall provide this information free of charge." Chen Qingyuan pondered briefly, deciding not to hold Murong Wensi accountable this time. Yunhai Star Domain, Chichuan Star. He then delineated the precise location where the ghostly physician had previously resided. "Thank you." Murong Wensi quickly recorded the details, expressing her gratitude. "Whether you can enlist the ghostly physician is a matter for your clan to resolve. Moreover, I cannot guarantee if the physician still resides there. It is a question of fate," Chen Qingyuan remarked. Obtaining such detailed clues was indeed fortuitous. During this venture into the death domain, the Murong clan sought certain fortuitous encounters to heal an elder of their lineage. Given the perilous nature of this journey, they would have to pursue the ghostly physician instead. "Farewell, then." Chen Qingyuan uttered a final phrase before turning away, not looking back. As she gazed at the direction of his departure, Murong Wensi lingered in thought, murmuring to herself, "Chen Qingyuan, will you ever stand once more at the center of the grand stage, reviving your former glory?" A century ago, Chen Qingyuan's strength had overshadowed Murong Wensi, single-handedly suppressing the talents of over a dozen star domains. At that time, a list was circulated naming the most formidable young prodigies of Beiwang. Dubbed the 10 Talents of Beiwang, with no rank assigned, Chen Qingyuan was prominently featured. The title of 10 Talents of Beihuang was no trivial matter. Each individual on that list was more formidable than the last. Regrettably, shortly after being named among them, Chen Qingyuan encountered the calamity known as the Tianyuan catastrophe. It was said that many prodigies sought to challenge him to elevate their own status. A century later, how many among the younger generation still remembered Chen Qingyuan? After parting ways with Murong Wensi, Chen Qingyuan feigned a journey to another location, but discreetly circled back to the death domain. This time, he disguised himself, employing the power of a jade bracelet to conceal his presence. Ensuring the area was clear, he plunged back into the death domain. By now, the crimson mist had once again enveloped the borders. However, Chen Qingyuan had no intention of waiting for it to clear. With the jade bracelet's protection, entering at this moment would allow him to avoid encounters with others, thus sparing him considerable trouble. Had he known earlier that the jade bracelet could defy the laws of the death domain, he would have avoided dealings with the Murong clan altogether. Re-entering the death domain, Chen Qingyuan sensed the jade bracelet's guidance, leading him deeper within. Along the way, he encountered numerous bones and remnants of spiritual treasures, or items such as Qingyuan bags. Fortune smiles upon me. Chen Qingyuan gleefully collected these treasures, his smile unwavering. In such a perilous domain that instilled fear in countless powerful beings, he felt as though he had returned home, navigating freely without feeling any pressure. After leisurely traversing for several months, Chen Qingyuan not only amassed a wealth of treasures, but also advanced his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Xianling realm. With his flawless constitution, his training progressed swiftly, laying a solid foundation. Most importantly, Chen Qingyuan already possessed the cultivation of the Yuanying realm, thus facing no obstacles. Although the red-clad maiden had once crippled his cultivation, she had not harmed his physique. Now, resuming his training was a breeze for him. I must be nearing the outer reaches of the death domain, Chen Qingyuan mused, observing the dark red terrain and casting a glance behind him. At this point, the sight of bones and artifacts had become scarce, as few could venture this far, even those seeking death itself. The silence was profound, with desolation stretching as far as the eye could see, devoid of any signs of life. Chen Qingyuan could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, each pulse resonating within him. As he journeyed deeper, an increasing sense of pressure enveloped him, prompting him to tread cautiously. Is it still within? He retrieved the jade bracelet, observing its directional guidance and gazing into the distance, his brow furrowing. Having come this far, returning empty-handed was not an option. Moreover, this was the second promise he had made with the red-clad maiden. He must fulfill it, since she had beckoned him here. She certainly would not intend him harm. If she truly wished to eliminate him, a mere breath would suffice. There would be no need for such elaborate schemes. Confident in the red-clad maiden's intentions, he pressed on, believing she harbored no ulterior motives. 2 months later, Chen Qingyuan's eyes brightened as he finally stumbled upon a new discovery. Chapter 31. The Cemetery and the Silver Spear. What discoveries awaited him? Not far ahead, the land transformed from a deep crimson hue to a pitch-black expanse. Chen Qingyuan proceeded cautiously, perceiving a dark veil draping over the sky, an intangible pressure settling upon him. Tombstones? After advancing a short distance, Chen Qingyuan found himself confronted by a graveyard, his gaze rendered speechless. Countless tombstones of varying heights and sizes stretched before him, all enveloped in a deep blackness, exuding a faint aura of solemnity and an indelible sense of sorrow, untouched by the passage of time. Some tombstones stood upright, others leaned at precarious angles, while some had already collapsed, buried beneath a shroud of dark earth and yellowed sand. For reasons unknown, the sight of these tombstones not only struck Chen Qingyuan with awe, but also evoked a profound sadness within him. Indeed, it was sadness. Why did he feel so uneasy? He clutched his chest, brow furrowed in confusion. Tick-tock, inexplicably, a tear slipped from Chen Qingyuan's eye. As he felt the tear trace down his cheek, his vision blurred, and he glimpsed numerous figures in a brutally fierce battlefield within the cemetery. Yet, with a blink, the hazy scene vanished. Buzz, the jade bracelet trembled gently, pulling Chen Qingyuan from his tumultuous thoughts. Following the bracelet's guidance, he ventured deeper into the graveyard. After a considerable passage of time, the tombstones became increasingly sparse. Upon reaching the cemetery's end, he found a vast expanse devoid of ordinary tombstones. At the terminus lay a dark red coffin, its surface etched with the scars of time, as if it had borne witness to an unimaginable conflict. Beside the coffin stood a stone pillar towering approximately 3 meters high. A coffin? A pillar? Chen Qingyuan stood transfixed, eyes wide in astonishment, perhaps due to the endless years it had endured, or perhaps in response to Chen Qingyuan's presence. The stone pillar began to crack, fissures spreading across its entire surface. Witnessing this, Chen Qingyuan instinctively took several steps back, his body taut with anxiety. Bang! Clatter! The pillar shattered into countless tiny fragments, revealing what lay within to Chen Qingyuan's astonished gaze. It was. Chen Qingyuan's mouth fell open, words eluding him, utterly amazed. A silver spear, approximately 9 feet in length, its tip sharply pointed and adorned with a dragon motif, its body smooth and flawless. The spear's tail resembled a round sphere, akin to a snow lotus in bud. In that instant, Chen Qingyuan was left in a stupor. In his memory, no weapon could rival the silver spear. Its intangible might stirred a tempest, transforming the once silent and eerie graveyard into a cacophony, the wind howling like the cries of a battlefield. Suddenly, the jade bracelet levitated, drifting beside the silver spear. Its message was unmistakable. The gift spoken of by the woman in red was indeed this silver spear. Could it truly be a gift for me? Chen Qingyuan, usually avaricious, hesitated, caught in indecision. Buzz! The jade bracelet emitted a gentle wave of ethereal energy, seemingly answering Chen Qingyuan's unspoken query. Steeling himself, he slowly approached, closing the distance to just half a meter from the spear. After a prolonged internal struggle, Chen Qingyuan cautiously extended his right hand, grasping the silver spear. Boom! The moment his fingers wrapped around the spear, a terrifying force erupted from its body, surging outward in all directions. The overwhelming pressure exceeded anything Chen Qingyuan had ever encountered. Even a powerful being in the tribulation phase would likely kneel before its might. Strangely, however, the spear's oppressive energy did not harm Chen Qingyuan in the slightest. After several breaths, an eerie quiet enveloped the cemetery. Chen Qingyuan gradually exerted himself, discovering that he could lift the silver spear with ease, without feeling any significant strain. This perplexed and exhilarated him. Logically, such a divine weapon should possess sentience, rendering it unfit for ordinary practitioners to wield. Yet, not only had Chen Qingyuan effortlessly grasped the spear, but he could also maneuver it with grace and fluidity. In his hand, the silver spear felt remarkably comfortable. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qingyuan finally uttered 2 words. Since the silver spear did not reject him, he relaxed his vigilance slightly, deciding to attempt a communion with its spirit. Thus, a fragment of his own consciousness delved into the spear. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan realized that the spear's spirit had shattered, reduced to countless fragments, rendering communication impossible. Remarkably, despite the destruction of its spirit, the spear's form remained intact, an astonishing phenomenon. Chen Qingyuan gasped in awe. Then, with a hint of regret, he remarked, "What a pity." The shattering of its spirit implied that the spear could only unleash a fraction of its original power. Nevertheless, even this diminished potential left Chen Qingyuan profoundly impressed. "I lack the ability to restore you. Whether I ever gain that chance remains to be seen." After studying the silver spear for some time, Chen Qingyuan attempted to activate the jade bracelet's enchantment, drawing the spear within its confines. With the acquisition of this silver spear, he had fulfilled the second pact with the woman in red. Eager to resolve his entanglement with her, Chen Qingyuan inquired through the bracelet, "What is the third pact?" To extricate himself from the woman in red was his utmost desire. Let us discuss it once you have reached the golden core stage. The enigmatic space within the bracelet conveyed. Upon reading this, Chen Qingyuan decided to put thoughts of the pact aside for the time being. Very well, I shall return home first. Having been away from the Hongyan sect for some time, Chen Qingyuan resolved to revisit. After all, The matter of the demon cave and the flowing star domain remained unresolved, and the experts from various sects must surely be overwhelmed with their duties. Retracing his steps, he glanced back at the desolate graveyard, a heavy heart prompting him to bow in respect before departing on his journey home. After 6 months of travel, Chen Qingyuan finally emerged from the dead zone. On his return, he took a slight detour, collecting numerous treasures along the way, filling him with joy. Finding unexpected treasures was indeed a fortuitous event in life. As he exited the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan maintained his disguise, ensuring his true appearance remained concealed. Once he reached a secure location, he removed his disguise, revealing his true self, and summoned his spiritual treasure flying vessel, setting course for the flowing star domain. What was the significance of the cemetery deep within the dead zone? What a coffin! And to whom did the silver spear belong? Seated within the flying vessel, Chen Qingyuan found himself unable to suppress these questions, his brow furrowed in a mix of gravitas and confusion. Who? Days later, Chen Qingyuan noticed an individual blocking his path ahead. Chapter 32. The 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness. Wu Junyan and Chen Qingyuan approached the front of the flying vessel, and upon recognizing the visitor's visage, Wu's expression subtly shifted. It is you. The newcomer, clad in a purple brocade robe, stood a towering 8 feet tall, with long hair tied in a crown, exuding an extraordinary presence. I heard you were still alive, so I came to see for myself. He was Wu Junyan, the foremost prodigy of the northern Song star domain, and one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness. Now that you've seen, may I have the way cleared? Chen Qingyuan gestured for Wu Junyan to step aside. Among the nearby star domains, only Chen dared to speak to Wu in such a manner. Were it any other peer, Wu would have undoubtedly suppressed them without hesitation. Years ago, we agreed to a duel, yet you broke your word. As fellow members of the 10 prodigies, Wu Junyan sought to determine their standings. They had met a century prior, shared a few drinks, and exchanged idle chatter. At their parting, Wu had proposed a battle. To dismiss Wu, Chen had carelessly mentioned a time, but soon after, Chen found himself embroiled in misfortune, rendering their agreement void. A promise is a promise. As long as one is alive, one must fulfill it regardless of circumstances. Your absence back then was your own failing. Wu Junyan held commitments in higher regard than life itself. Why must you be so unreasonable? Chen Qingyuan lamented. I can understand your perspective, but you must honor our agreement. I cannot bear to wait for so many years. Wu's demeanor was icy, as though someone owed him a debt. I've only just had my spiritual roots treated by the ghost doctor. Are you here to bully me? Chen Qingyuan replied impatiently. Shall I concede defeat? Is that acceptable? Not at all. Wu Junyan shook his head. It is not about bullying you. I insist on a fair contest. Such fairness does not exist in this world, Chen retorted. Choose another time. I will suppress my realm to duel with you. The duel from a century ago lingered in Wu's mind. If he did not settle the score with Chen Qingyuan, it would inevitably morph into a lingering inner demon. Is this truly necessary? Chen could not fathom Wu Junyan's reasoning. Indeed, Wu replied succinctly, nodding slowly. In a battle of equal realms, should you emerge victorious, all is well. But if you lose, how embarrassing that would be. Listen to me. The time for our duel has long since passed. Let us not dwell on the past. Matters of promises cannot be trifled with. Wu Junyan interjected, his gaze piercing. To violate a promise is to invite death. With that, a strand of his aura locked onto Chen Qingyuan. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Chen dared not refuse, hastily agreeing, very well, as you wish. Excellent. Satisfied, Wu nodded. When shall we schedule our duel? 10 years hence. How does that sound? Chen proposed. Initially, he considered suggesting a century, but quickly realized that would only provoke Wu. 10 years would allow for some delay. Agreed. After a moment's consideration, Wu accepted. When the time comes, I shall seek you out. You are truly obstinate, Chen remarked with resignation. It is merely a duel. Why take it so seriously? You do not understand, Wu Junyan replied. In this world, one stands by their word. The common folk cannot comprehend. Indeed, Chen sighed softly and produced 2 flasks of fine wine, gesturing. Would you care to join me for a drink? Certainly. Wu Junyan entered the flying vessel without hesitation. The two shared drinks, reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, Wu turned to Chen and bluntly stated, I hear you were jilted. Chen Qingyuan, already troubled by such talk, felt as though it was merely adding fuel to the fire. What concern is that of yours? Just a casual inquiry, Wu replied, his demeanor cold, as though he had never formed close ties with anyone. His nature made it difficult for others to connect with him. Additionally, as one of the 10 prodigies, few could stand on equal footing with him, let alone forge friendships. She will regret it, Wu said, referring to Bai Shishue, who had abandoned Chen. I have lost the charm of my youth. What is there for her to regret? Chen replied with a self-deprecating smile. No. Although Wu could not discern the essence within Chen, his innate perception, befitting a prodigy, led him to assert, in my eyes, you have merely descended the mountain for a time. You will soon return to the peak, surveying the vast landscape below. Why do you have such faith in me? Chen queried, puzzled. If you lacked the ability, you would not merit being my rival. Wu sipped his drink and pondered. Are you praising me, or yourself? Chen continued to steer the vessel forward, the rich aroma of wine wafting through the interior. Both, Wu replied earnestly. Speaking of her duel, have you encountered any of the other 10 prodigies in these years? Chen inquired, genuinely interested. Yes, Wu nodded. Have you fought with them? Chen fixed his gaze on Wu, pressing for details. Not yet, Wu admitted, a hint of regret in his voice. Among all the prodigies, why do you fixate on me? Chen's eyes held a trace of longing. Engaging in battles with them would determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. With you, it is unnecessary. In Wu Junyan's heart, he viewed Chen Qingyuan as principled, despite his love for wealth and clever schemes, a worthy individual to engage with. Most importantly, Wu felt he could remove his mask around Chen, enjoying a rare sense of ease. Are you afraid of death? Chen asked, astonished. That seems unlikely. Death holds no terror for me. It is simply not yet time for a desperate struggle, Wu replied solemnly. True enough, the future is rife with possibilities. Should the time for a life-or-death battle arrive, it must occur upon a grand stage, not here where progress halts. The northern wilderness is vast, yet it is not the end. It is said that in the distant imperial state lies the true center of the world, teeming with mighty beings and prodigies. Only by reaching the imperial state can one behold the colors of the world stage, ensuring a life well lived. Chen Qingyuan, I heard you emerged alive from the abyss. Will you not meet an old acquaintance? Just as Chun and Wu were discussing future aspirations, a harsh voice called out from afar. Previously, Chen had revealed himself in the land of the dead, engaging with the Morong family. News of his arrival in the northern Tsang star domain had spread among many acquaintances, and they now sought to pay him a visit. However, those approaching were unlikely to be as amiable as Wu Junyan. They were more likely to come to gloat. Chapter 33. Who is the bastard blocking my path? Chen Qingyuan muttered a curse under his breath as he gazed outside. Upon scanning the surroundings, his expression subtly shifted. He remained seated and exclaimed loudly. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the substitute saint of the Lotus Ghost Sacred Land. He deliberately emphasized the term substitute. There are 4 substitute saints in the Lotus Ghost Sacred Land, one of whom is named Li Jinxing. A century ago, Li Jinxing and Chen Qingyuan had a conflict that resulted in a duel, which, as expected, Chen Qingyuan won. Consequently, the formal appointment of Li Jinxing as a saint was indefinitely postponed, for the Lotus Ghost Sacred Land would not wish to have a defeated individual leading the younger generation, tarnishing their reputation. 100 years have passed, and Li Jinxing's strength has significantly increased, surpassing that of the other 3 substitute saints. Many speculate that in the coming years, Li Jinxing may finally shed the title of substitute. Are you too cowardly to confront me, Chen Qingyuan? Li Jinxing, clad in a dark brocade robe, sneered as he observed the tightly sealed flying vessel. I am indeed cautious. I never engage in perilous endeavors. Have you come here today in hopes of seizing your opportunity while I am vulnerable, seeking revenge for the past? Chen Qingyuan chuckled lightly. Your cowardice? How quaint. Li Jinxing scoffed. How many enemies did you make back then? Yet you showed no signs of fear. Moreover, daring to step into the abyss is no small feat. Enough of this banter. State your purpose for obstructing my path, Chen Qingyuan interjected. He and Li Jinxing were hardly friends, and had no time to waste on idle chatter. I invite you to the Lotus Ghost sacred land for a visit. You shall be treated with utmost hospitality. Perhaps in an attempt to regain the dignity lost a century ago, or perhaps out of curiosity regarding the internal affairs of the abyss, Li Jinxing sealed the surrounding void, preventing the vessel from breaking free. I decline, Chen Qingyuan stated firmly. Your choice is not yours to make. With Li Jinxing's arrival, it was clear he would not relent easily. Are you serious about attacking me? Chen Qingyuan set down his cup, his voice echoing. You have lost your former luster. Do not attempt to intimidate me, Li Jinxing retorted. The Lotus Ghost sacred land has no intention of taking your life. It is merely an invitation for tea. Come out. In the past, Li Jinxing would have never dared to confront Chen Qingyuan, but now, with Chen Qingyuan having fallen from grace, it seemed anyone could come forth to trample upon him. Your arrogance is amusing. Have you consulted my friends? Chen Qingyuan boldly declared. Friends? Someone like you has friends in the North Song Star Domain? Li Jinxing laughed. Even if you did, I would not care. After a century of maneuvering, Li Jinxing had gained considerable influence within the Lotus Ghost sacred land and believed himself a significant figure in the North Song Star Domain. Inside the vessel, Chen Qingyuan lowered his voice intentionally. Old Wu, it's your turn to take action. Wu Junyan stared intently at Chen Qingyuan, silent as a statue. Don't look at me like that. It's quite unnerving. Chen Qingyuan pointed at the fine wine on the table, earnestly stating, this wine was crafted with immense effort. Having consumed it, shouldn't you assist me in return? 5-spice brew. Many taverns sell it, Wu Junyan replied indifferently. Despite Wu Junyan's revelation of the wine's origins, Chen Qingyuan felt no embarrassment. Instead, he asserted, wine is easily obtained, but genuine camaraderie is rare. Old Wu, if it weren't for our drinking together and the time it consumed, I would have already departed the North Song Star Domain and avoided this encounter with Li Jinxing. Now that trouble has found me, shouldn't you step up? This is not my concern, Wu Junyan replied dismissively. Very well, alas. Chen Qingyuan sighed, feigning sorrow. Had I known you were so ungrateful, I would not have shared a drink with you. If I were to perish today, our duel would be rendered void. I have but one request. If I die, do not disturb my grave and lament my broken promises. Having reached this point, Wu Junyan could no longer contain himself. He set down his cup and slowly rose. Old Wu, I knew you were a helpful soul. Chen Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, praising him. To know you is a complex matter, Wu Junyan replied, casting a complicated glance at Chen Qingyuan, his expression cold. Regardless of Wu Junyan's words, Chen Qingyuan maintained smile. As long as Wu Junyan was willing to intervene, everything he said was right. Hey, why the silence? Outside, Li Jinxing, growing impatient from the lack of response, called out loudly, Chen Qingyuan, have you made your decision? If you do not come out soon, do not blame me for being impolite. Buzz at that moment, the barrier of the flying vessel shifted. A triumphant smile appeared on Li Jinxing's face, as if he envisioned Chen Qingyuan's impending humiliation, filling him with delight. However, the situation did not unfold as Li Jinxing anticipated. Emerging from the vessel was not Chen Qingyuan, but Wu Junyan. Upon seeing Wu Junyan for the first time, Li Jinxing's smile faltered, his pupils widening in shock. Wu Gongzi, what brings you here? Must I report my whereabouts to you? Wu Junyan replied coldly. Not necessary. Li Jinxing answered, his pride wounded, yet he dared not express his anger. Leave. In the vast expanse of the nearby Star Domain, the only peer whom Wu Junyan regarded highly was Chen Qingyuan. He held an air of disdain for others, dismissing them entirely. I have come to invite Chen Qingyuan to visit the Lotus Ghost sacred land. Reluctantly, Li Jinxing tried to invoke the authority of the sacred land. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Not even you, let alone the head of the Lotus Ghost sacred land, would dare threaten me. The Lotus Ghost sacred land is a formidable force in the North Song Star Domain, yet Wu Junyan exhibited no fear, speaking with confidence. Upon hearing this, Li Jinxing cast a lingering glance at the flying vessel, gritting his teeth as he clasped his fists. Farewell. Li Jinxing lacked the courage to confront Wu Junyan and turned away. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not fathom that Wu Junyan would choose to stand by Chen Qingyuan's side. even willing to support him. In the eyes of countless individuals in the North Song Star domain, Wu Junyan was known for his solitary nature, indifferent to others, and had never forged friendships. Leaders from various sacred lands had advised their disciples, if encountered by Wu Junyan, do not provoke him, lest it bring trouble to the sect. Wu Junyan's background remains shrouded in mystery, known to very few. Regarding this matter, Chen Qingyuan was equally in the dark. Old Wu, you did well. A simple word from you sent that brat fleeing. Chen Qingyuan praised him. Chapter 34. Return to the Xianxing sect. Daoi Academy. Chapter 35. A glimpse of 5 years. Achieving the celestial spirit realm, Lin Chongsheng hurriedly spoke, according to the letter left by our master uncle. As long as the wooden tablet is shattered, you can inscribe your name and convey it to the Daoi Academy. Brother, you could at least have consulted me, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, feeling bewildered by the sudden turn of events. I intended to wait for your return to discuss this, but the moment I took out the tablet, it accidentally shattered. The circumstances surrounding this event were indeed peculiar. It seemed that the master uncle had set up a restriction long ago, which would activate upon opening the box, thereby shattering the tablet. As a result, even if Chen Qingyuan wished to decline the invitation to the Daoi Academy, he found himself with no means to refuse. Lin Chongsheng recounted the entire sequence of events to Chen Qingyuan, expressing his own helplessness. The shattering of the tablet signified that Chen Qingyuan had officially become a candidate for the Daoi Academy. When the designated time arrived, representatives from the academy would come to seek him for an assessment. Junior brother, do you have any further questions? Lin Chongsheng inquired. Given the situation, what more can I say? Chen Qingyuan replied with a wry smile. This is our master uncle's final wish. I hope you do not disappoint him. No one knew the true origins of the Daoi Academy. Lin Chongsheng believed that their master uncle meant no harm to Chen Qingyuan, so he felt little concern. I understand. Chen Qingyuan nodded lightly, his expression complex. His somewhat troublesome master truly had a knack for creating complications. It was uncertain when the Daoi Academy would arrive. Your health has only just recovered. Take the time to rest well, Lin Chongsheng advised. The flowing star domain has become increasingly unstable. You should refrain from going out for a while and stay at home. Very well, Chen Qingyuan replied as he returned to his dwelling, contemplating recent events. It felt as though an invisible hand was guiding him toward a new path. Whether it was the graveyard of the dead zone or the Daoi Academy he had just learned about, both portended that Chen Qingyuan's future would not be without its challenges, fraught with potential troubles. The carefree days at the Xianxing sect would likely be short-lived. Thus, Chen Qingyuan lived quietly for 5 years. Over this period, his cultivation advanced remarkably, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm. Just one step remained before he could enter the golden core realm. Once he reached that stage, further cultivation would become significantly more challenging. The path ahead grew increasingly arduous. Countless cultivators had spent centuries achieving the golden core realm, while Chen Qingyuan had, at most, been reconstructing his Dao bone for less than a decade. It seemed that this final step would not require much time for him. During these years, aside from his training, Chen Qingyuan enjoyed leisurely moments with his fellow disciples, sharing wine and tea. Wherever he went, the disciples treated him with utmost respect, addressing him as Little Master Uncle. Little Master Uncle, here are the accounts I've just collected. Please have a look. Lin Pingyan entered, placing a high-quality Qingyuan bag on the table. To help Lin Pingyan overcome his indecisive nature, Chen Qingyuan had presented him with many overdue accounts, instructing him to recover the debts. Initially reluctant, Lin Pingyan believed he would not be able to handle such matters well. However, under Chen Qingyuan's authoritative insistence as Little Master Uncle, he had no choice but to comply. At times, when Lin Pingyan was unable to recover certain debts, he would return to report to Chen Qingyuan. The latter would then coach him on various strategies, such as challenging the debtors, hiring people to create a scene, or blocking their entrances. Gradually, Lin Pingyan became familiar with these procedures. After a few years, he could manage these affairs with ease, without needing Chen Qingyuan's intervention. Here, all of this is for you. To instill a deeper understanding of his past mistakes, Chen Qingyuan gave all the resources he had acquired to Lin Pingyan. At first, Lin Pingyan hesitated, outright refusing. However, after Chen Qingyuan's insistence, he forcibly placed the resources into Lin Pingyan's hands. "Thank you, little master uncle," Lin Pingyan exclaimed, overwhelmed by the bounty before him. "Do not mention it. We are family," Chen Qingyuan said, patting Lin Pingyan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "I have high hopes for you. The future is bright." Through Lin Pingyan's expression, Chen Qingyuan recognized that his years of guidance had not been in vain. The once gentle and refined Lin Pingyan had transformed significantly. His demeanor altered. The Lin Pingyan of yesteryear had been a good youth, but after meeting Chen Qingyuan, he gradually became more avaricious and frugal. Today, Lin Pingyan mirrored that transformation. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyuan had always maintained a moral compass. Greed was one thing, but integrity was another, and the two should never be conflated. Moreover, the resources Chen Qingyuan had acquired were merely overdue debts from years past, with only slightly elevated interests. And the borrowers had been informed of the terms clearly at the outset. It was a mutual agreement. "Little master uncle, I shall take my leave now." Lin Pingyan departed, laden with joy. As word spread over the days, many became aware of Chen Qingyuan's restored spiritual roots, finding it hard to believe. How could one who had been tainted by the laws of the abyssal zone, rendered a waste, suddenly regain the ability to cultivate? While it was true that the ghost doctor possessed extraordinary medical skills, it seemed implausible that he could resolve the residual laws affecting Chen Qingyuan. Many powerful figures found the situation suspicious and frequently lurked around the Xianxing sect, eager to uncover the truth behind it. They suspected that the Xianxing sect had orchestrated a ruse to conceal the fortune Chen Qingyuan had obtained from the abyssal zone, as long as Chen Qingyuan stayed indoors. Even if various parties were skeptical, they would not dare to act overtly. One day, the powerful sects of the Flowing Star domain convened to discuss matters concerning Chen Qingyuan and reached a decisive conclusion: to confront the Xianxing sect and question Chen Qingyuan directly. The extraordinary phenomenon of the abyssal zone a century ago must have signified the emergence of some celestial treasure. Chen Qingyuan, having spent a century within the abyssal zone, undoubtedly harbored many secrets. On this day, 10 first-rate sects dispatched their formidable warriors, totaling over 100 core elders of the transformation stage, gathered in one place. "Sectmaster, we have a serious situation." An elder, who had been gathering intelligence, reported immediately upon receiving the news. Upon hearing this, Lin Changsheng's expression turned grave. He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, contemplating deeply. "Summon all elders to the council hall and recall all the disciples who are out." After issuing this command, Lin Changsheng turned to a nearby elder, saying, "Prepare tea and welcome our guests." Understood. The Xianxing sect's members were placed on high alert, ready to face any potential situation. Chen Qingyuan, remaining indoors, was also aware of the brewing tensions, murmuring to himself, "When I first returned, various sects had already expressed their intent to interrogate me. Back then, my spiritual roots were shattered, and with the sect's protection, no forces dared to act recklessly. Now that I can cultivate once more, they suspect that a great opportunity from the abyssal zone has fallen into my hands, or that I possess inside knowledge. Their intentions are far from benevolent." Chen Qingyuan exited his dwelling, standing atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow. 2 hours later, the powerful figures from various sects made their appearance. Chapter 36. The Arrival of Heroes and the Inquiry into Tianyuan. The assembly present consisted of formidable figures, each possessing at least the cultivation of the transformation realm, with several venerable beings reaching the tribulation stage. Among them were representatives from the Tianyuan sect, Dongyi Palace, the Southern Ming Great Awakening Temple, the Wangquan Spirit Gate, and the North Sea Dragon Clan, among others. Nearly all first-rate powers from over half of the Flowing Star region had convened, having covertly formed an agreement to collectively exert pressure on the Xianxing sect, demanding Chen Qingyuan reveal all matters concerning Tianyuan. "Esteemed friends, please enter." The venerable Elder Dong Wenjun personally greeted the attendees, clad in a black brocade robe. Despite his advanced years, he exuded an extraordinary aura. To safeguard Chen Qingyuan, Lin Changsheng dispatched Lin Pingyan to oversee him. ensuring he remained within the confines of the cave dwelling. Over 100 distinguished cultivators gradually stepped through the gates of the Xianqing sect, observing the disciples flanking the path, each wielding sharp blades and displaying a stoic demeanor. These disciples were well aware that the individuals in attendance were great figures they seldom encountered. Yet, they displayed no hint of trepidation, their eyes fierce and their stances unwavering. Should the sect face peril, every disciple was prepared to fight to the death without regret. Witnessing the indomitable spirit of the Xianqing disciples, the assembled powers could not help but express admiration, even feeling a tinge of envy. Within the grand hall, the powerful figures took their seats on the right, while the elders of the Xianqing sect occupied the left. Outside, thousands of disciples donned white garments, standing in solemn formation, with no whispers or exchanges, creating an atmosphere of profound silence. What brings you all here today? Lin Changsheng sat at a high vantage point, gazing down at the various sect leaders with an impassive expression. Master Lin is a perceptive man. You must know our intentions, replied the elder, known as Shun Shiji, the supreme elder of the Tianyuan sect and a genuine powerhouse of the tribulation stage. I am unaware. Please speak plainly. Lin Changsheng feigned ignorance, seeking to retain the initiative in this discourse and not be led by the other sections. In that case, I shall speak candidly. If I inadvertently offend, I ask for your forgiveness. Shun Shiji stroked his white beard thoughtfully. We have heard that Elder Chen Qingyuan of your sect has restored his spiritual roots, and we extend our congratulations. Furthermore, we wish to glean information regarding Tianyuan directly from Elder Chen. Ah, so it is this matter. I recall that the Xianqing sect had previously provided an answer. Years ago, our junior disciple was sealed within a barrier for a century before managing to escape. Lin Changsheng responded, Do you expect us to believe such a tale? Shun Shiji chuckled. Believe it or not, I have said all that I can on the matter. Lin Changsheng replied, his demeanor remaining aloof. The elders seated on the left bore sharp gazes, fixating on the powerful figures opposite them with grave expressions. Perhaps we should summon Elder Chen to clarify matters and avoid straining the bond between our sects, Shun Shiji proposed. Shun, I advise you to manage your own affairs before meddling in others, lest you awaken the abyss of demons. Otherwise, the Tianyuan sect may find it difficult to survive in this world. If not for Lin Changsheng representing the dignity of the Xianqing sect, he would have unleashed a torrent of invective. The abyss will be resolved in due course. No need for Master Lin to concern himself. Shun Shiji replied with a disingenuous smile. Today, we shall discuss Elder Chen and Tianyuan and defer other matters for later. Indeed, let us meet Elder Chen at once, chimed in a voice from beside Shun Shiji, belonging to Lu Ruoyi, the protective elder of Dongyi Palace, a middle-aged woman clad in light-colored robes, still possessing a striking demeanor. Our sect suffered significant losses in Tianyuan, and it is only reasonable that we seek to understand the current situation, another voice interjected. Three mighty beings of the tribulation stage turned their attention towards Lin Changsheng, intensifying the pressure upon him. Had he been an ordinary sect leader, he might have succumbed to panic and acquiesced to their demands. However, Lin Changsheng was no ordinary individual. He rose to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade, and declared, My junior disciple has narrowly escaped death, having undergone treatment from the ghost doctor to reclaim his path of cultivation. Whether you choose to believe it or not, the truth remains. With a swish, Dong Wenjun and the others rose, their formidable presence palpable. Should Lin Changsheng issue the order, they would not hesitate to expel the intruders. As for the consequences, they held no fear. Master Lin, please do not be agitated. We mean no disrespect to the Xianqing sect. As long as Elder Chen allows us to probe his soul, he will not suffer any lasting harm. Once this matter is resolved, we shall take our leave. One of them asserted. The soul-searching technique could reveal the life experiences of the target, exerting considerable influence upon the subject. Naturally, if executed by an exceptionally powerful practitioner, and the subject offered no resistance, their body would remain unharmed. Every cultivator harbors secrets, and typically, no one willingly permits another to delve into their soul. Outrageous! Dong Wenjun could no longer contain himself, unleashing a powerful aura that overturned the table before the gathered powers and shattered the teacups atop it. The intensity of Dong Wenjun's reaction startled many, but they quickly regained their composure. Given Dong Wenjun's volatile temperament, such a response was expected upon hearing the suggestion of soul-searching. Dong, if Elder Chen truly endured a century of imprisonment as previously stated, it would prove the Xinqing sect's honesty, and we would certainly offer our apologies. However, if Elder Chen conceals the truth, considering the number of lives lost in Tianyuan, we are entitled to know. Chen Shiji skillfully diffused Dong Wenjun's pressure with his own formidable presence. Do you take the Xinqing sect's goodwill for granted? Dong Wenjun chastised, pointing an accusatory finger at the assembly. Lin Changsheng cast a glance at Dong Wenjun, prompting him to swallow the coarse words that lingered on his tongue. Lin Changsheng then stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze directed outside the hall, his voice resonating like a bell. Disciples of the Xinqing sect, if anyone dares to oppress my junior uncle, do you agree or disagree? Disagree. Over 10,000 disciples voiced in unison, their declarations echoing across the land, reverberating through the heavens. In previous times, Chen Qingyuan had shared his fortune with the disciples of the sect, fostering goodwill. He had also contributed to the construction of useful facilities, such as improving the living conditions of the outer disciples and providing additional spiritual stones for the inner disciples' cultivation, along with gifts for outstanding disciples each year. Thus, the disciples held Chen Qingyuan in high esteem, their heartfelt cries of junior uncle resonating with sincerity. Wealth is hard-earned, all for the sake of family. Chen Qingyuan seldom hoarded resources, ensuring they served a purpose. Han Shan of the Yinhai Star region learned only Chen Qingyuan's avarice, failing to recognize his contributions, resulting in a tarnished reputation within his sect. In contrast, despite the disciples being aware of Chen Qingyuan's penchant for wealth, none would speak ill of him behind his back. You do not agree? Very well. Lin Changsheng's gaze shifted to the assembled powers, his tone firm as he declared, "For I too do not agree." As his words fell, Lin Changsheng's fury ignited, radiating the terrifying pressure of a tribulation stage powerhouse, shattering the hall's floor and distorting the very skies above, creating a colossal vortex in the heavens. Chapter 37. The appearance of Chen Qingyuan. Tensions rise. Lin Changsheng suddenly struck, catching everyone off guard. The atmosphere grew tense, and expressions shifted dramatically. "Master Lin, what do you intend to do?" questioned Chen Shiji from Tianyuan sect, his voice hoarse. "It is not about what I intend to do, but rather what you wish to achieve," Lin Changsheng replied solemnly. "Do not presume that your gathering here will instill fear in the hearts of those from Xinshan sect. Should you not know your place, then let us engage in battle. We merely seek the truth." Chen Shiji and others furrowed their brows, surprised by the tenacity of Xinshan sect. If Chen Qingyuan cooperates, soul-searching will not harm his foundation. Why escalate matters to such a stalemate? If my master and uncle were still alive, had you dared to act so recklessly within Xinshan sect, you would have been swiftly suppressed. Lin Changsheng reminisced about the past, when Xinshan sect stood as a formidable force in the meteorite region, not pursuing power or fame, nor infringing upon the resources of others. Xinshan sect fostered unity and assistance among its disciples, guarding against the erosion of camaraderie for personal gain. This tenet was sacrosanct. In times past, the elders of Xinshan would have dispensed with Chen Shiji and his ilk without hesitation, quelling their arrogance. "Is there no room for negotiation?" Chen Shiji inquired gravely. If Elder Shun would permit soul-searching, it could be reconsidered. Lin Changsheng scoffed. At this juncture, Chen Shiji comprehended Lin Changsheng's stance. His expression darkened as his spiritual energy surged within him. How could he acquiesce? His secrets were manifold, not merely related to the abyss beneath Tianyuan sect, but also to numerous past deeds. It was absurd for him to seek Chen Qingyuan's memories while refusing to allow anyone to delve into his own. With a sudden motion, all parties rose, poised for confrontation. Should conflict erupt, Xinshan sect would face catastrophic repercussions. Yet, they remained undaunted, their disciples forming a battle array in readiness. The other sects struggled to fathom Xuanshan's resolve, over a single individual. In any other sect, such a situation would have led to a sacrifice for the greater good. Indeed, even if it were any other disciple in jeopardy, Xianshan would not yield. Lives may be lost, but dignity must never be trampled. The legacy of Xuanshan's predecessors was a testament to their commitment, striving to make the sect a refuge for all disciples, a bastion of belonging. Without faith, the sect would crumble when faced with adversity. Activate the protective formation, Lin Chongxing commanded. Elder Dong Wenjun raised a hand, triggering the grand array of Xianshan sect. The rules of the formation ensnared Shen Shiji and his companions, the battle imminent. Although the overall might of the other sects surpassed Xianshan, this was their domain. Should a disastrous conflict ensue, the outcome would surely be mutual destruction, with countless casualties. Even those in the tribulation stage could scarcely guarantee their safety. The situation became a stalemate, neither side daring to strike first, lest calamity ensue. What now? They pondered, initially believing pressure would compel Xianshan to relent. They were astonished at the turn of events. Xianshan was proving to be a tough nut to crack. In all honesty, being a disciple of Xianshan was a blissful existence, free from the fear of bullying. The leaders of the various sects exchanged whispered communications, their gazes fixed upon Xianshan, their bodies tense. At that moment, many felt a pang of envy, recalling the internal strife of their own sects in their youth. Lin Chongsheng gradually descended from his elevated position, his gaze fixed on Shen Shiji, standing with arms crossed. Shen Shiji, you were overshadowed by my master and uncle in your youth. Now I wish to test you as well. What does it matter how strong your master was if he fell before me? Shen Shiji, now advanced in years, grasped the fleeting nature of his time. He sought from Chen Qingyuan the opportunity to enhance his cultivation and prolong his life. At least I live a life more splendid than yours, Lin Chongxing remarked. I shall see if your fists are as formidable as your words, Shen Shiji retorted, stepping forward, ready to engage Lin Chongsheng. As the leader, he could not retreat. To do so would sow discord among the other sects, leaving them vulnerable to Xianshan. Ah, what a lively scene! Just as hostilities were about to erupt, Chen Qingyuan strolled leisurely through the entrance. Beside him was Lin Pingyan, his eyes cast downward, wary of meeting the gaze of the elders. To secure Lin Pingyan's release, Chen Qingyuan had exerted considerable effort. After much entanglement, he had finally succeeded. In an instant, all eyes turned to Chen Qingyuan. Little master uncle. The thousands of disciples outside bowed in unison, clad in white, perfectly aligned. Greetings, everyone. Chen Qingyuan smiled and nodded at the gathered disciples as he stepped into the grand hall. Little junior brother, what brings you here? Lin Chongsheng and the others wore expressions of concern, fearing that conflict would ensue, jeopardizing Chen Qingyuan's safety. To see senior sister, an elderly matriarch with a wrinkled visage gestured to Chen Qingyuan telepathically. Chen Qingyuan, however, did not approach but reassured Lin Chongsheng and the others. There is no need for such concern. I shall handle this matter. Lin Chongsheng furrowed his brow, turning to Lin Pingyan, demanding, Lin Pingyan, I entrusted you with guarding your little master uncle. Why do you defy my orders? Father, I apologize, Lin Pingyan began to explain. But Lin Chongsheng interrupted with a vehement outburst. Apologies are of no use here. In such close proximity, should the leaders of the other sects resolve to harm Chen Qingyuan. Even with the protective formation, Lin Chongsheng could not ensure that calamity would not strike, his heart filled with anxiety. Brother, do not scold little Yin. This is my fault. Today, Chen Qingyuan, dressed in a light-colored long robe, with his dark hair neatly tied, exuded grace and elegance, confidently stated, Trust me. Lin Chongsheng and Chen Qingyuan exchanged a profound gaze, unable to deny him, gradually nodding in agreement. All right. Chen Qingyuan then turned to face the leaders of the various sects, his countenance revealing not an iota of trepidation. Calm and composed. Chapter 38. The Absurdity of Robbery. Chapter 39. A gaze of sympathy. What is this compensation for mental anguish? Not only were Shen Shiji and his companions bewildered, but even the members of the Xianqing sect were taken aback. Countless eyes were fixed on Chen Qingyuan, creating an atmosphere that was palpably awkward and eerily silent. After what felt like an eternity, an elder from a certain sect broke the stalemate, inquiring, Chen Qingyuan, are you implying that we owe you money? Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. After all, you all intended to probe my soul, which has undoubtedly impacted my personal safety. It would be unreasonable not to compensate for my mental suffering. Chen Qingyuan offered the elder a reassuring glance, smiling broadly as he spoke. Wasn't that what I just provided you with? At this moment, Shun Shiji felt little anger, his mind still grappling with the situation. The elder is getting old and somewhat forgetful, it seems. Chen Qingyuan hastily clarified, what I provided earlier was merely for tea. Everyone was thrown into confusion. You are being excessively greedy. Chen Qingyuan, do not overstep your bounds. Lu Ruoyi from Dongyi Palace retorted angrily. Old woman, your entire entourage came to the Xianqing sect to exert pressure. Who is truly overstepping here? Chen Qingyuan's smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. He held nothing back against the members of Dongyi Palace. Once, for the sake of Bai Shishua, he had been particularly attentive to Dongyi Palace, providing them with an abundance of resources. However, how had Dongyi Palace treated Chen Qingyuan? Upon his return, they had dispatched Yao Susu with a mid-grade spiritual vein to appease him, an utterly distasteful gesture. Were it not for Chen Qingyuan's good temperament, he would have cursed him outright. I absolutely refuse to acknowledge this so-called compensation for mental anguish. Upon hearing the term old woman, Lu Ruoyi's anger intensified. Although she was indeed quite aged, her appearance remained youthful and alluring. Refuse? Chen Qingyuan turned to Lin Chongsheng, his expression earnest. Master brother, if a conflict arises, can we withstand it? Should the Xianqing sect face annihilation today, I assure you that few present shall escape alive. I can guarantee that none from Dongyi Palace will survive. Lin Chongsheng instantly grasped Chen Qingyuan's intent and declared loudly, that is acceptable. Should a fight break out, pay no mind to my well-being. If our sect is destroyed, what purpose would my survival serve? Brothers and sisters, first eliminate the old hag from Dongyi Palace. Do not show any mercy. Even if she is a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, we can drown her in our collective spit. Chen Qingyuan turned to Dong Wenjun and the others. Very well. I've long harbored a disdain for Dongyi Palace. A fiery sister stepped forward, glaring fiercely. If they wish to gnaw at our Xianqing sect, we shall ensure that the majority of the forces from the Fuliu star domain will deeply regret it. As the protector elder of the sect, Dong Wenjun, second only to sect master Lin Chongsheng in strength, was absolutely qualified to voice such sentiments. Had our masters and uncles not perished, even if all the forces of the Fuliu star domain united, they could not shake the foundation of the Xianqing sect. Listening to the increasingly impassioned remarks from the elders of the Xianqing sect, one elder even shattered a white jade pillar behind him, radiating an overwhelming aura. Observing this scene, the strong figures from various sects felt a twinge of apprehension. They had initially thought this endeavor would be effortless and that they could easily force the Xianqing sect to submit. Yet they found the resolve of the Xianqing sect's members to be formidable. Outside the hall, the disciples of the Xianqing sect had already formed a killing formation. Judging by their demeanor, they were not afraid to confront even those who had cultivated for millennia. The elders from various sects had come merely to gather information about Tianyuan and had not intended to truly fight. If a disagreement escalated into violence, leading to the loss of life, it would indeed be a steep price to pay. Goodness, Brother Wu, we haven't even started fighting yet, and you've already destroyed a spiritual pillar. How wasteful! Observing one elder's overwhelming might as he shattered a jade pillar, Chen Qingyuan felt a pang of anguish and reproached him. My apologies, I got a bit carried away. The elder, Brother Wu, did not feel embarrassed by the rebuke. Instead, he sheepishly scratched the back of his head and offered an awkward smile. Once this battle concludes, if we survive, you will need to use your savings to repair the pillar. From a young age, Chen Qingyuan had engaged in numerous business ventures, accumulating considerable wealth for the Xianqing sect. I fear your savings may not suffice for the repairs. Perhaps we can leave a little debt? Brother Wu's imposing aura dissipated instantly, and he mumbled, disregarding Shan Shiji and the others. I recall you mentioning that your savings were not substantial. Chen Qingyuan inquired with surprise. Don't even mention it. 2 years ago, your sister-in-law discovered them and took everything. When recounting this incident, the burly brother Wu appeared quite aggrieved. Upon hearing this, the male elders of the Xianqing sect cast sympathetic glances at brother Wu, lamenting the loss of his hidden wealth accumulated over millennia, now plundered in a single day. The female disciples merely scoffed, thinking it served him right. Having already formed a partnership, how could he dare to hide savings, and for over a millennium at that? Chen Qingyuan felt it inappropriate to express anger, instead offering sympathy. Brother Wu, you can earn money alongside Xiao Yinzi. This lad has barely qualified as a disciple and will surely help you make a fortune. Really? Thank you, little junior brother. Brother Wu's eyes sparkled, as though he envisioned a plethora of spiritual stones approaching him. Just as the camaraderie among the brothers began to blossom, the strong figures from various sects could no longer contain their frustration. Hey, we are still here. Do you truly disregard us? We are on the brink of a bloody clash. Who cares about you? Chen Qingyuan glanced back at Shun Shiji and the others, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Is it not permissible to chat with my master brother before facing death? Truthfully, many of the powerful figures felt a surge of anxiety. They did not wish to gamble with their lives. The members of the Xianqing sect were exceedingly fierce, showing no fear of death, and if a fight broke out, it would undoubtedly be intense and uncontainable. Young friend, do not be so rash. We have not stated that we would not provide compensation for mental anguish. Shun Shiji suppressed his anger, forcing a smile. Didn't that old hag just say she wouldn't? Chen Qingyuan shot a glance at Lu Ruoyi from Dongi Palace, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Lu Ruoyi gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, leaving deep imprints. As the protector elder of Dongi Palace, she held a prestigious position that demanded respect. However, she had not anticipated being humiliated multiple times before the elders of various sections. Although she longed to explode with rage, she was dissuaded by the others through telepathy. For the sake of the greater good, Lu Ruoyi had no choice but to suppress her fury, striving to avoid further escalation of the situation. You better hope you don't fall into my hands, or you will find it nearly impossible to die. Lu Ruoyi harbored a deep-seated grudge against Chen Qingyuan, wishing nothing more than to dismantle him piece by piece. Chapter 40, Toying with the Titans. Tension's rising elder Lu's remarks were merely a moment of frustration, not a consensus among us. Shun Shiji thought to himself that once he obtained the information from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, he could easily turn the tables. For now, avoiding conflict seemed the wisest course of action. After all, no amount of resources could replace a life. All discussions would be rendered meaningless without it. Most importantly, if a desire for bloodshed arose, Shun Shiji had no absolute confidence in his survival within the Xianqing sect. Then, esteemed seniors, are you truly willing to compensate me for my mental anguish? Chen Qingyuan's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from cold indifference to warm enthusiasm. Indeed, Shun Shiji replied, pressing his parched lips together. How much do you desire? That depends on your sincerity, Chen Qingyuan retorted, determined to maintain control and conceal his true limits. After a brief exchange through voice transmission, the powerful figures from various sects collectively gathered a total of 20,000 superior spirit stones. Is this all? Chen Qingyuan surveyed the pile of spirit stones that hovered before him, his smile fading. You are all prominent figures from the flowing meteor domain. How can you be so miserly? What do you propose? Shun Shiji asked, suppressing his irritation. At the very least, I require tenfold more. Otherwise, we can cease this discussion. Chen Qingyuan stated, feigning contemplation with a serious demeanor. With that, the assembly contributed additional spirit stones, bringing the total to 220,000 superior spirit stones, all laid before Chen Qingyuan. He retrieved a large Tianyuan bag, which could only contain 1/10 of the total. Senior sister, may I borrow your Tianyuan bag? Chen Qingyuan turned to an elder sister. Take it all. She decisively tossed her entire Tianyuan bag. You can use mine as well, another offered. I too shall lend you mine, but remember, there will be interest. The sight of such a vast collection of spirit stones left Wu Shixiang and the others in awe. As they scrambled to retrieve their own spatial artifacts, even engaging in business transactions. Lin Chongsheng, the sect master, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unable to bear the antics of these brash youngsters, each behaving as if they had never encountered wealth before. Yet, he too felt a pang of temptation. The sheer amount of spirit stones could purchase several second-rate forces. The yield from a fully mined spiritual vein would barely reach 100,000, meaning this haul equated to the total output of 2 superior spiritual veins, a staggering quantity. Once Chen Qingyuan had filled his bag, it bulged against his clothing. Now, may I proceed with the soul-searching? Shen Shiji's expression grew grave, his patience nearing its limit. The climax had arrived. It was inevitable that things would reach this juncture. The members of the Xianqing sect became immediately vigilant, preparing for a potential bloodbath. Lin Chongsheng internally laughed bitterly. Despite Chen Qingyuan's successful maneuvering of resources, it could not alter the ultimate outcome. No matter how plentiful the resources, life remained paramount. Initially, Chen Qingyuan had deliberately thrown out a smokescreen, leading the powerful sect members to believe they could achieve their goals without conflict. He then began to reel in the spirit stones, drawing them from their pockets. It was a mutual agreement. After all, the overall strength of the Xianqing sect was evident, and their resolute stance made confrontation undesirable. At this critical juncture, what would Chen Qingyuan do? It seemed he had long prepared a countermeasure. Clearing his throat, he earnestly declared, I previously mentioned that the matter of soul-searching was open for discussion. As long as young friend Chen honors his word, the consequences will be dire otherwise. Hearing this, Shen Shiji and the others were satisfied, believing Chen Qingyuan had acquiesced. However, Lin Chongsheng and the others felt a twinge of anxiety. Would they truly allow the junior disciple to be subjected to soul-searching? We had promised our master to look after the junior disciple. How could we push him into the abyss? Though the soul-searching technique would not directly endanger his life, there is no guarantee that those with ulterior motives wouldn't employ underhanded tactics. Furthermore, the matter pertained not only to Chen Qingyuan's safety, but also to the dignity of the Xianqing sect. If this went further, Lin Chongsheng felt he would be unable to face his elders in the afterlife, unworthy of resting in the sect's burial grounds. Lin Chongsheng exchanged a glance with Dong Wenjun, and they resolved to act swiftly to protect Chen Qingyuan. After careful consideration, I have decided to refuse the soul-searching request. The atmosphere was palpably tense as Chen Qingyuan spoke earnestly. Boom! An overwhelming force erupted from Shen Shiji and the others, who roared, Chen Qingyuan, are you toying with us? At that moment, Dong Wenjun stepped in front of Chen Qingyuan, shielding him from the terrifying pressure. I assure you, I have made no promises regarding the soul-searching. I merely stated it was open for negotiation. Given the compensation you provided, I deemed it insufficient and thus chose to decline your impudent request. No one has ever dared to mock me. Chen Qingyuan, do you truly believe we would hesitate to act here? Shen Shiji took a step forward. The pressure of the tribulation stage engulfing every corner of the Xianqing sect, the sound deafening like thunder. I will ensure your suffering, making you wish for death. Lu Ruoyi stood beside Shen Shiji, her patience also at its limit, her expression slightly menacing as she fixed her gaze on Chen Qingyuan. Others began to channel their techniques, swords drawn and tensions taut. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan received a transmission, sighing in relief as he finally reached this crucial moment. He then turned to the space outside the hall and called out, Old Han, over here. Not long ago, upon learning that various sects had dispatched powerful figures, the Xianqing sect had immediately secluded Chen Qingyuan to protect him. Chen Qingyuan had utilized a precious two-world communication stone to summon his good friend Han Shan from the distant Yinhai star domain to seek the ghost doctor. To ensure Han Shan's commitment, Chen Qingyuan emphasized the importance of the matter and promised to arrange a match for him. Thus, Han Shan expended considerable effort to reach the ghost doctor's location, uncertain if assistance would be granted, yet he repeated Chen Qingyuan's name. Given Chen Qingyuan's previous experiences and his connection to the Chang'eng Sword Immortal, he was confident that the ghost doctor would lend aid. Consequently, everything Chen Qingyuan had done was primarily to buy time, while also acquiring some pocket money. After all, they were enemies. There was no need for mercy. Who goes there? At that moment, All eyes turned toward the void outside the hall, where two figures approached with remarkable speed. Chapter 41. The emergence of the ghost doctor in pursuit of his own happiness and the safety of his brothers. Hongyan exhausted all his resources on this journey, significantly compressing his time. He utilized numerous large teleportation talismans, using over a dozen merely to expedite his escape, alongside many other treasures. It is likely that few great cultivators possess wealth surpassing that of Hongyan. He is indeed a concealed magnate. After a dozen breaths, the ghost doctor, adorned in a flowing black gown and wearing a dark veil that left only her eyes and forehead visible, appeared, exuding an air of profound mystery. Hongyan trailed behind her, panting heavily, resembling a weary dog, which starkly contrasted with the ghost doctor's regal demeanor. "Ghost doctor, you have finally arrived," Chen Qingyuan exclaimed as he hurried towards the ghost doctor, standing at the entrance of a hall, eager to voice his grievances. "I have repeatedly told them that my injuries were treated by the ghost doctor. Yet, they remain unconvinced. They even wish to search my soul. It is utterly intolerable." The ghost doctor exchanged a glance with Chen Qingyuan, taken aback by his incessant use of sister, her mind brimming with questions. "Chen Qingyuan, are we so intimately familiar?" The ghost doctor recalled the time when the sword immortal Chang'eng was present, and Chen Qingyuan's demeanor had been markedly different. Now he called her sister, seemingly eager for everyone to know of their close relationship, which came off as a blatant display of bravado. "This fellow is truly shameless." The ghost doctor, though she prided herself on her composure, found it difficult to maintain her poise in the face of Chen Qingyuan's antics. "She is the ghost doctor? The ghost doctor is a woman?" The onlookers scrutinized the ghost doctor, their faces reflecting astonishment and disbelief. The legendary ghost doctor was said to be a grumpy old man. No one had ever witnessed her true appearance, as she was known to obscure her identity with esoteric arts, shrouded in mystery. Perhaps this was merely a counterfeit summoned by Chen Qingyuan. They must not be deceived. Deep within the hearts of the masses, they had firmly established the image of the ghost doctor as a capricious and unattractive elder. After all, the reputation of the ghost doctor in the outside world was far from favorable. Chen Qingyuan, known for his crafty schemes, delighted in deceiving others, and the crowd was unlikely to easily accept that the figure before them was indeed the ghost doctor. Not only were Shun Shiji and others skeptical, but even the members of the Xianqing sect expressed their doubts, believing that this was a ruse concocted by their junior brother to intimidate the various sections. Elder Dong Wenjun of the sect thought to himself, "My junior brother has been too careless. Even if he wishes to instill fear among the sacred lands, he should not have a delicate woman masquerading as the ghost doctor. At the very least, it should be a frail old man, appearing aged and weary, to evoke genuine trepidation. A woman, especially one with such a fine figure, is hard to take seriously." "Chen Qingyuan, are we so familiar?" The ghost doctor, known as Gongsun Nan, pointedly ignored the crowd, her gaze fixed on Chen Qingyuan as she coldly remarked, "Indeed, we are well acquainted." Chen Qingyuan unabashedly grinned, unbothered by his image. "Umph." Gongsun Nan let out a scoff, unable to withstand Chen Qingyuan's brazen demeanor. "If you wish for me to testify on your behalf, silence yourself. Your voice is quite bothersome. Were it not for the favor of sword immortal Chang'eng and his prior words, I would never have come this far." "Who is Gongsun Nan?" "She is renowned across the northern wilderness, known to command respect even from the elusive great cultivators. It is incredulous that she must personally come to provide false testimony for Chen Qingyuan's trivial matters. Given the lofty status of the ghost doctor, none could fathom that Chen Qingyuan could have summoned her here." Chen Qingyuan, hiding behind Gongsun Nan, feared that some unwise individual might strike unexpectedly, causing him harm. With Gongsun Nan present, the weight on his heart began to lift, emboldening him as he addressed the powerful elders, esteemed seniors. It took considerable effort to invite the ghost doctor to testify. "I feel somewhat embarrassed to collect your compensation for emotional distress, so let us clarify everything at once. Feel free to raise any questions, though I may not necessarily answer." The crowd's faces flushed crimson as they struggled to contain their frustration at Chen Qingyuan's sly demeanor. Tempted to strike him. "A mere child. I refuse to believe she is the ghost doctor." An elder scoffed, voicing the collective sentiment. How dare you impersonate the ghost doctor and deceive us so audaciously? Disbelief and resentment filled the eyes of those present as they glared at Chen Qingyuan. Not long ago, they had been thoroughly outsmarted by him, and now he sought to trick them again, which was intolerable. Though I cannot discern your cultivation level, you surely employed some secret techniques or treasures. How much did Chen Qingyuan bribe you to dare deceive us without considering the consequences? Lu Ruoyi from Dongyi Palace stood and slammed her palm against the armrest of her chair, a chilling aura emanating from her eyes as her expression turned frigid. Chen Qingyuan wore a mocking expression, for this time he had genuinely summoned the ghost doctor. If you choose not to believe, any ensuing discord or conflict is no longer my concern. I have made my position abundantly clear. Consequences? Gongsun then stepped closer to Lu Ruoyi, gently placing her hands before her, an invisible force dispelling Lu Ruoyi's oppressive aura. I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Strange. Lu Ruoyi felt her pressure inexplicably dissipate, her heart tightening as her gaze sharpened. Should you speak of collusion with Chen Qingyuan, we might forgive your ignorance. However, if you remain obstinate, it may be difficult for you to survive until tomorrow. Nevertheless, Lu Ruoyi still refused to believe that Gongsun Nan was the ghost doctor, perceiving it all as Chen Qingyuan's scheme. The powerful figures of various sects watched keenly. They were unwilling to be made fools of by Chen Qingyuan repeatedly. This farce was overdue for a conclusion. Their reluctance to engage in conflict with the Xinqing sect did not imply they lacked the courage. Previously, they had thought to resolve the issue with spirit stones, enduring Chen Qingyuan's antics. Little did they know that his audacity had ignited their ire. For many years, no one had dared threaten me. Gongsun Nan chuckled, perhaps finding the ignorance of those before her amusing, or perhaps feeling a flicker of indignation. Ghost Doctor, they truly are foolish. They refuse to believe anything. Chen Qingyuan murmured from his position slightly behind Gongsun Nan. Let us teach them a lesson to remind them that there is always someone stronger and more capable. You wish to use me as a weapon? Gongsun Nan cast a cold glance at Chen Qingyuan. Who would dare? Chen Qingyuan rapidly shook his head, loudly denying it. Were it not for the favor of that individual, I would have dealt with you myself, Gongsun Nan warned quietly. Chapter 42, The Terrifying Power. Everyone Trembles, Chapter 43. Digging a pit for Chen Qingyuan. Gongsun Nan was well aware of Chen Qingyuan's ulterior motives, yet chose not to expose them. While Chen Qingyuan's words were tinged with personal grievances, they held a modicum of truth. If Gongsun Nan were to let Lu Ruoyi off so easily, where would his own reputation lie? After much contemplation, Gongsun Nan resolved to administer a measure of punishment, snapping his fingers. I shall not take your life, but you will certainly endure some hardship. A mystical light emanated from the tip of Gongsun Nan's finger, descending upon a silvery spirit needle, causing it to tremble slightly. In an instant, Lu Ruoyi emitted a heart-wrenching scream, the pain piercing her very soul, rendering her unable to bear it, and she unleashed her torment vocally. The chilling cries sent shivers down the spines of those present, each feeling a sense of dread at the thought of experiencing the torment of the ghostly physician. This agony persisted for a full quarter of an hour, after which Gongsun then extended his left hand, palm open. With a whoosh, all the spirit needles embedded in Lu Ruoyi's body withdrew, returning to Gongsun Nan's grasp, vanishing from sight. Lu Ruoyi's form quivered lightly, still ensnared in the aftermath of her suffering. However, after a brief period of recuperation, she regained her composure. Despite having endured such torment and humiliation, Lu Ruoyi exhibited no signs of anger or hatred. Instead, she respectfully bowed to Gongsun Nan, weakly expressing, "Thank you, esteemed one, for your mercy." Gongsun Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, acknowledging Lu Ruoyi's remarkable composure. She was indeed not an ordinary woman. This young man is fated to be linked with me, and I have expended considerable effort in reshaping his Tao body. Should you ruin him, it would be tantamount to slapping my face. Casting a sweeping glance at the powerful figures of various sects, Gongsun Nan spoke slowly. We harbor no such intentions. We would never dream of that. The likes of Shun Shiji and others bowed in agreement. Do not take advantage of the youth. Preserve some dignity for yourself. Of course, if this young man finds himself trampled by his peers, that would be his own misfortune. I shall not intervene. Gongsun then issued a warning to the assembly, subsequently placing Chen Qingyuan upon the metaphorical pyre. The elders of the various sects had lost considerable face today, and they dared not hold Gongsun accountable for it. They could only seek retribution from Chen Qingyuan. Is what the esteemed one says true? A bold elder from one sect inquired. It is true, Gongsun affirmed with a nod. If Chen Qingyuan falls to the hands of his contemporaries, regardless of life or death, would the esteemed one not intervene? The elder pressed further. Competing among peers, if one is outmatched, then death is deserved. I have no intention of seeking justice for a waste. As Gongsun uttered these words, he cast a provocative glance at Chen Qingyuan standing beside him. Clearly, Gongsun sought to retaliate against Chen Qingyuan, ensuring that his future would not be easy. Hearing this exchange, Chen Qingyuan's expression darkened. The esteemed one possesses great wisdom. We are far inferior, Shun Shiji praised. Let's take our leave. With that, the powerful figures of the various sects departed the Xianqing sect in a dejected manner. As they exited, Lu Ruoyi shot a venomous glare at Chen Qingyuan, attributing the day as humiliation solely to him. Chen Qingyuan felt quite aggrieved. It was not his hand that had struck, yet he bore the brunt of the blame. He had merely nudged the situation along. Furthermore, Chen Qingyuan had spoken the truth. The arrival was indeed due to the ghostly physician. It was not his fault that none of them believed him. Now they had lost face, and somehow it was his fault. Once the powerful figures had left, Lin Changsheng approached Gongsun, clasping his hands in invitation. Esteemed one, having traveled from afar, why not sit a while and rest? I have arranged for fragrant tea and exquisite fruits. No need, Gongsun coldly declined. With that, he turned and strode toward the exit. At this moment, Chen Qingyuan hastened to follow, glancing back at Lin Changsheng and the others, offering a reassuring look. Sister Ghost Physician, let's discuss a matter, Chen Qingyuan implored, his expression obsequious. Speak, Gongsun replied tersely, reluctant to engage in extensive conversation with Chen Qingyuan, fearing it might disrupt his tranquility. What if he became a revered elder at my Xianqing sect? Chen Qingyuan stated his intentions directly. Revered elder? Gongsun halted, regarding Chen Qingyuan with a cold smile. Though the Xianqing sect holds some renown in the Flowing Star domain, it cannot afford to attract me. However, if you were to provide me with a premium spirit vein annually, I might consider it. Though they had yet to exit the Grand Hall, Lin Changsheng and others overheard their exchange. Initially, at the mention of a revered elder, all hearts leapt with excitement and anticipation. To secure the ghostly physician as a revered elder would be tremendously beneficial for the Xianqing sect. However, Gongsun response sent their hopes crashing, leaving them with bitter smiles. One premium spirit vein per year. Who could possibly afford that? A premium spirit vein is rare and precious. The vast Xianqing sect possessed only one premium spirit vein, serving as the foundation of the sect, extractable only every few years without harming its essence. One premium spirit stone equated to 100 superior spirit stones, 10,000 medium spirit stones, or 1 million inferior spirit stones. Its value was beyond dispute. Meeting is a matter of destiny. Let's not speak of such trivialities. Chen Qingyuan grinned amiably. Then why do you speak so trivially? Hearing Chen Qingyuan's words, it was evident he wished to have Gongsun as a revered elder without offering substantial compensation, a classic case of trying to reap rewards without investment. I am but a mundane person, thus I cannot escape the trivial. In contrast, Sister Ghost Physician, you are a celestial being descended to earth, untainted by the muck of the world, and unblemished by the cleansing waters. To discuss spirit stones and resources between us would be a desecration of your nobility. Chen Qingyuan earnestly showered her with flattery. Gongsun found his heart warmed by the praise, but concealed it well, snorting coldly. Flowery words are of no significance. Sister Ghost Physician, please consider this seriously, Chen Qingyuan insisted, doggedly pursuing Gongsun. Only when Gongsun quickened his pace and vanished from sight did Chen Qingyuan finally halt, gazing into the distance with a soft sigh. Having come this far, Could you not spare me some precious medicine? Truly stingy. Chen Qingyuan murmured to himself. For the sake of his trivial matters, Gongsun Nan had traveled to the two-realm star domain without demanding any compensation, yet he had ended up sacrificing quite a bit. Should she overhear this, Gongsun Nan would undoubtedly struggle to contain her fury and might retaliate. Upon returning to the Xianxing sect, Chen Qingyuan discovered Han Shan, still waiting expectantly. Old Han, is everything well at home? Why have you not left? Chapter 44, We Are Brothers. We would never deceive you. Chapter 45, Young Master, you are truly fickle. Your change of expression is astonishingly swift. Chapter 46, The Mysterious Origin of Han Shan. The true local tycoon, little uncle. You are quite the rascal. A smile crept across Lu Lingren's face at the thought of how Han Shan had been deceived. I assure you, I am a man of integrity. Do not cast unfounded judgments. Chen Qingyuan puffed out his chest and strode confidently towards the guest reception hall. Having promised Chen Qingyuan to handle this matter well, Lu Lingren knew she could not afford to be lax. She needed to carefully consider her words and prepare herself mentally. In the reception hall of the Xianxing sect, Han Shan was growing increasingly agitated, unable to remain seated, pacing restlessly. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan arrive, riding the clouds and treading on mist, Han Shan's face lit up with joy. Brother Chen, with the matter regarding Lu Lingran settled, Chen Qingyuan approached with an air of confidence. When will the ferry arrive? Han Shan inquired, a flattering smile adorning his face. Just wait and see. Chen Qingyuan responded as he took a seat on one of the closer chairs in the hall. Han Shan eagerly followed suit, settling beside him. You must tell me who it is. Otherwise, I'll be left in the dark. Have you heard of the three fairies of the flowing meteor domain? Chen Qingyuan did not divulge immediately, but aimed to lead Han Shan slowly into the revelation. I have heard something. They say the three fairies are all extraordinary beauties, unmatched in grace. The topic of lovely maidens was one in which Han Shan could easily engage. I am here to introduce you to the Xianxing sect's Lingran fairy, a saint in the hearts of countless young heroes, truly unattainable. Chen Qingyuan praised fervently. This, Han Shan was rendered speechless with excitement, taking a long moment to compose himself before grasping Chen Qingyuan's hand. Brother Chen, I misjudged you. It turns out you truly have my best interests at heart, and did not simply find someone to deceive me. Let go. Chen Qingyuan shook off Han Shan's hand, a look of disdain clear on his face. We are like brothers, though not of the same father or mother. I could never deceive you. That is indeed reasonable. Han Shan did honestly. Although I have introduced you to Lingran Fairy, whether you achieve success depends solely on your own abilities. For your first meeting, do not be stingy. Prepare a decent gift. Chen Qingyuan began to encourage him. Yes, the gift must be generous. First impressions are crucial. Han Shan wholeheartedly agreed. And one more thing. Chen Qingyuan cleared his throat, signaling with his gaze. I have been running around for you, exhausting myself. Han Shan instantly understood and took out a Qingyuan bag, generously handing it to Chen Qingyuan. Brother Chen, take this. With the reward presented, Chen Qingyuan had no reason to refuse, snatching the Qingyuan bag while expressing his courtesy. You really shouldn't have. A mere token would suffice. Please do not give too much. Immediately, Chen Qingyuan opened the Qingyuan bag, sending a strand of divine sense inside. The sight startled him, a mid-grade spirit vein. If fully mined, it could yield approximately 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If mined gradually without harming the vein's essence, it could provide a steady output over time. What a grand gesture! When the Dongyi Palace had sent Chen Qingyuan off, they had merely given him a mid-grade spirit vein. In comparison, the Dongyi Palace, as a first-rate power, appeared embarrassingly modest beside Han Shan. Chen Qingyuan suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Old Han, when did you become so wealthy? While we may covet wealth, a gentleman acquires it through righteous means. We should not resort to underhanded tactics. Where do you think I got this from? This is all my own money. Its origins entirely clean. At least 100 times cleaner than yours, Han Shan scoffed lightly. I was trapped in Tianyuan for over a century. What did you do all this time? Chen Qingyuan asked, his curiosity piqued. To be honest, if it were a legitimate source, I might have wanted to get involved. Chen Qingyuan mused, considering the lucrative side of brotherhood. It's rather complicated, Han Shan reflected, sighing. Spill it. Chen Qingyuan urged impatiently. To make a long story short, Han Shan said, not intending to conceal anything, as he turned his back to prepare the meeting gift. I was taken in and raised by my master since childhood. A century ago, I suddenly encountered a group of mysterious individuals who claimed I was the son of a certain power, lost due to an accident. I found them rather unattractive, certainly not 1/10 as handsome as I, and suspected ulterior motives, so I did not return with them. They then offered me several properties to manage as a sort of assessment. Han Shan continued, if I failed this assessment, I would have to return and accept training, inheriting a portion of the family business. They spoke extensively, but I paid little attention. Later, they introduced me to the heads of the properties, a deal too good to pass up. Listening to this, Chen Qingyuan was left bewildered. If you fail in business, you must return home to inherit the family business? What kind of nonsense is that? Is this fellow trying to pull a fast one on me? He scrutinized Han Shan with a hint of skepticism. However, upon further reflection, if Han Shan's claims were untrue, how could he have amassed such wealth? Yet, the absurdity of Han Shan's words made them difficult to believe. What kind of properties are we talking about, old Han? Chen Qingyuan whispered. According to their rules, I cannot disclose that information. Otherwise, it would be deemed a failure, and they would forcibly take me away. I was too busy reviewing the accounts and admiring the treasures to pay close attention. That should be the gist of it, Han Shan replied. You little rascal. Suddenly acting so elusive. Chen Qingyuan felt his appetite whetted, but received no satisfying answers, leaving him in a state of frustration. You can't win against me now. If you try to make a move, I will turn the tables and teach you a lesson. Han Shan shot Chen Qingyuan a challenging glance, sporting a mischievous grin. If I end up with Lingran Ferry, I'll prepare a grand red envelope for you. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan kicked Han Shan lightly. Han Shan brushed off his clothes nonchalantly. As dusk fell an hour later, Lu Lingran descended from Yuzhu Peak, gracefully stepping through the air, clad in a flowing gown of snow white, its hem trailing 3 meters behind her, dancing as she moved. She wore a simple veil, her long hair tied back, cascading down to her waist. As Lu Lingran approached, each step causing Han Shan's eyes to widen in awe. Truly, she was one of the 3 fairies of the flowing meteor domain, living up to her esteemed reputation. What are you staring at? Go and greet her. Chen Qingyuan urged as Han Shan remained entranced. Snapping back to reality as Lu Lingran reached the entrance of the hall, Han Shan composed himself, suppressing his excitement. With a polite bow, he smiled and said, Greetings, Fairy Lingran. I am Han Shan. I trust Brother Chen has already informed you. Taoist Han, I salute you. Lu Lingran replied with a courteous nod, showing her respect. Please accept this small token of my appreciation, Han Shan said, presenting an exquisite Tianyuan bag, his heart racing with anticipation. Thank you. Lu Lingran accepted the gift without hesitation. Shall we go inside to converse? Han Shan gestured towards the hall with an inviting motion. Very well, Lu Lingran agreed, casting a playful wink at Chen Qingyuan as she entered. Brother, it's not that I'm putting you in a difficult position. I simply had no choice. Chen Qingyuan concocted a hasty excuse and made his exit. Inside the hall, only Lu Lingran and Han Shan remained, engaged in conversation. Little junior brother, stand right there. Just as Chen Qingyuan was about to depart, many senior disciples, having completed their task of tidying up the grand hall, began to emerge one after another. Chapter 47. The contemptible face of a nouveau riche confronted by his senior brothers. Chen Qingyuan found himself at a loss for words. Brothers, is there something you need? You've made quite a fortune. Don't you think it's time to share a portion with your seniors? One of the seniors, with a straightforward disposition, bluntly expressed their intent. Oh, I see. That's understandable. Chen Qingyuan feigned enlightenment. We all borrowed your Qingyuan bag, and we expect some interest. One of the younger brothers lamented, adding, it's not that we are stingy, it's just that we are truly short on funds. The seniors present were ancient beings, having lived for millennia, yet they found themselves in dire financial straits. They would not have lowered themselves to beg Chen Qingyuan for spirit stones if they hadn't been genuinely pressed for resources. With a glance at the assembled seniors, many of whom had families to support, Chen Qingyuan noted the rarity of their savings. One senior, clad in a patched Taoist robe, made his heart tremble slightly as he thought, are we truly this impoverished, being inner elders of the Xinshan sect and mighty beings in the transformation stage? The Xinshan sect did not encroach upon the resources of others, nor did it engage in underhanded dealings. Thus, despite their formidable cultivation, these seniors lacked substantial wealth. The resources in the Fuliixing domain had been nearly exhausted, and news of new secret realms had become scarce, leaving the seniors in a precarious situation. Fortunately, the sisters-in-law managed the finances wisely, seemingly anticipating such a day, providing the seniors with ample cultivation resources periodically. However, any spirit stones for indulgences like drinking or revelry were strictly off-limits. They had to fend for themselves in that regard. Take it. Chen Qingyuan, feeling flush after his recent earnings from Hongyan, generously distributed spirit stones to all present. One senior, clutching 800 medium-grade spirit stones and eyeing Chen Qingyuan's extravagance, remarked with a fierce expression yet meek words, "Junior brother, I truly can't stand your nouveau riche demeanor. If you have the ability, why not throw some spirit stones at me and crush me?" All eyes turned to the 8th senior, internally cursing him for his shamelessness. I'm not boasting. 1,000 years ago, I wouldn't have even glanced at such a trivial amount of spirit stones. Even if they fell to the ground, I wouldn't bother picking them up. It would be too tiresome. In recent years, they had consumed too many resources without avenues for income, and their meager monthly stipends rendered their lives quite challenging. In truth, the Xinshan sect was not impoverished. The treasury was filled with valuable items. However, maintaining the various spirit arrays across regions and preparing for emergencies required frugality, forcing them to endure hardship. Junior brother, how about I serve as your bodyguard for a while? You could provide me with a little stipend each month. The seniors continued to lament their recent hardships, each contributing their tales of woe. As profound cultivators, they had numerous means to acquire spirit stones if they truly desired. Yet, they had no wish to leave the Xinshan sect or become subservient to some merchant association. They preferred to rely solely on their monthly allowances, which made them appear quite destitute. In summary, it was simply a matter of laziness. They would not venture out for profit unless absolutely necessary. That should suffice for your leisure for a while, Chen Qingyuan mused, unconcerned for their cultivation resources, knowing the sisters-in-law were well aware of their needs. Once they received their spirit stones, they would likely squander them on fine wine or indulge in lively outings. How stingy! The group, having benefited from Chen Qingyuan's generosity, departed with a few grumbles. Chen Qingyuan chuckled, shaking his head at their antics. He then allocated a portion of spirit stones to his senior sister, kept some for himself, and deposited the remainder in the mission hall, enhancing the rewards for disciples who completed their tasks. The tasks listed in the hall were quite standard, such as dealing with bandits who had been terrorizing a nearby area, with their cultivation levels indicated for capable disciples to undertake. This not only elevated the reputation of the Xinshan sect, but also provided disciples with practical experience and opportunities to earn additional cultivation resources. Truly a multifaceted benefit. Chen Qingyuan had established this mission hall, significantly improving the overall caliber of the sect's disciples. Additionally, he had implemented various initiatives to gradually enhance the disciples' sense of belonging. An hour later, Han Shan arrived at Chen Qingyuan's cultivation cave. How'd it go? Chen Qingyuan inquired with a smile, pouring Han Shan a cup of tea. Alas, it was rather inappropriate. Han Shan sighed. What happened? Chen Qingyuan asked, intrigued. Fairy Ling Ran is exceptional in many aspects, but there is one unfortunate detail. Han Shan lamented. I wish to find a partner who loves jasmine, yet Fairy Ling Ran prefers roses. And then? Chen Qingyuan prompted. Then I left, concluding this faded yet unfulfilled connection. Han Shan felt regretful, but bore no remorse. You truly have resolve. Chen Qingyuan commended, genuinely impressed. A life partner should be chosen with care. One must not be careless. If interests do not align, happiness will surely elude them. Initially, Lu Lingran had struggled to find the words to refuse, but Han Shan had preemptively expressed their incompatibility, offered an apology, and departed, leaving Lu Lingran in a state of bewilderment. Han Shan had high standards for a partner, desiring not only talent and beauty, but also shared interests. Old Han, I hope you find a suitable partner. Chen Qingyuan patted Han Shan on the shoulder, truly admiring his stance. Fate cannot be forced. One must let it unfold naturally. In truth, Han Shan found Lu Lingran to be quite admirable in all respects. However, he did not feel that spark of instant attraction, merely a sense of appreciation for her beauty. That makes sense, Chen Qingyuan agreed. Just came to say hello. I must take my leave. With that, Han Shan waved and strode away. Take care. I want to see you off, Chen Qingyuan called after him. As he watched Han Shan depart, a twinge of guilt stirred within Chen Qingyuan, knowing he had taken advantage of his brother to some extent. However, it wasn't too long before his spirits lifted again. Occasionally teasing a brother was no great sin. After all, Han Shan had also played tricks on him at times, each to their own. As for matters of danger, both understood boundaries and refrained from joking about them. Meanwhile, as the powerful figures from various sects returned to their respective factions, news of the Ghost Doctor's visit to the Xianshan sect spread like wildfire across the Felixing domain, inciting great commotion. The rumored Ghost Doctor was, astonishingly, a woman. Whispers circulated regarding her peculiar temperament and why she seemed particularly invested in Chen Qingyuan, even personally visiting the Xianshan sect to lend her support. It was said that Chen Qingyuan referred to her as sister, receiving her tacit approval. To demonstrate her might, the Ghost Doctor had subdued the protective elder of Dongyi Palace, forcing her to kneel in humble supplication, narrowly escaping with her life. This incident not only failed to extract useful information from the Xianshan sect, but also left the other sects in a state of humiliation. The event became the talk of the town, stirring considerable excitement. The matter of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation capabilities was suddenly brought to light, causing many cultivators to shudder in apprehension. Bai Shishua, donned in a simple long dress, gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Chapter 48. Bai Shishua enters Yinshua City. Bai Shishua stepped into Yinshua City, her heart a tumult of emotions upon learning that Chen Qingyuan had once again embarked on the path of cultivation. Since the dissolution of the marriage alliance between Dongyi Palace and Tianyuan sect, her situation had become rather awkward, with incessant rumors reaching her ears, leaving her in disquiet. Nevertheless, she harbored no regrets about her past decisions, believing that even in the absence of Qin Yutong from Tianyuan sect, any outcome between herself and Chen Qingyuan would have been unlikely. Though Bai Shishua was not the foremost prodigy of her time, she had a promising future ahead. In contrast, Chen Qingyuan, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, faced a predetermined fate with a mere century of life left. Having come to terms with this, Bai Shishua had long avoided reminiscing about her past with Chen Qingyuan, resolutely adhering to her choices, her heart steeled against any regret. Yet in this moment, her heart stirred with conflicting waves, her gaze towards the horizon glimmering with a complex light. She maintained her silence, her tightly clenched hands betraying her inner turmoil. Biting her lip until it bled, she remained steadfast, refusing to yield. After an indeterminate time, she finally withdrew her gaze, her resolve hardening as she murmured to herself. Even if he could reclaim his path of cultivation, he would never reach the heights he once did. Those peers he once overshadowed had long since surpassed him. Bai Shishua remained unyielding, convinced that her choices were not in error. I shall ascend to greater heights, observing your gradual ascent. Even without your aid, I will carve out my own destiny and behold the world's more exquisite vistas. She could not afford to question her own choices, for doing so would jeopardize her resolve and lead her to spiritual disarray. No matter the circumstances, she would not acknowledge any misstep, choosing instead to walk this path to its conclusion. Understanding Chen Qingyuan's temperament, Bai Shishua recognized that their fates had been severed, and there was no turning back. Since retreat was not an option, she resolved to become even more exceptional, thereby avoiding regret and despair. Child, you are aware of the recent events concerning Xinqing sect, are you not? At that moment, Yao Susu arrived like a breath of wind, landing beside Bai Shishua. Master, Bai Shishua greeted respectfully, rising to speak. I have been informed. Chen Qingyuan has allied with the ghost physician, and his spiritual roots have been restored, which is indeed remarkable. If you still hold any lingering feelings for him, You might consider rekindling your relationship, Yao Susu suggested softly. Upon hearing this, Bai Shishue did not hesitate for a moment, firmly rejecting the notion. I implore you, master, do not speak of this again. I have severed all ties with Chen Qingyuan. Very well. Surprised by Bai Shishue's resolute demeanor, Yao Susu momentarily paused, taken aback by her intensity. Master, I wish to step into Yinshua City. Bai Shishue then made a decisive declaration. Are you out of your mind? Yao Susu furrowed her brow, astonished. I am not mad. I merely wish to test my limits. Bai Shishue sought to strengthen herself, believing this path to be the only way forward. Yinshua City, a secret realm of Dongyi Palace, was fraught with peril and intricate traps. Since the founding of Dongyi Palace, a rule had been established. Only those who passed the trials of Yinshua City could ascend to the positions of Holy Son or Holy Maiden. It had been over 3,000 years since Dongyi Palace had appointed such figures. The city was littered with the remains of many core disciples, with scarcely a few managing to emerge alive. This is not a matter of underestimating you. Yinshua City is exceptionally dangerous, not a place for the faint-hearted, Yao Susu cautioned. I am resolute. Please assist me in reporting my intentions to the sect, Bai Shishue insisted, her gaze unwavering. Rather than endure the whispers of others, she chose to gamble her life in this endeavor. Either she would emerge triumphant from Yinshua City, adorned with glory and elevated to the rank of Holy Maiden, or perish within its confines, a fate she deemed preferable to the torment of her inner conflict. Bai Shishue had painstakingly stabilized her resolve, refusing to succumb to regret. However, she feared that prolonged exposure to her circumstances might cause her to falter, ultimately leading to her becoming a source of ridicule. Very well. Observing the determination in Bai Shishue's eyes, Yao Susu seemed to grasp her motivations and ceased her objections, nodding solemnly. Days later, under the watchful eyes of the higher-ups, Bai Shishue stepped into the secret realm of Yinshua City. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. The Holy Master of Dongyi Palace, Du Ruoxing, had once emerged triumphantly from Yinshua City, achieving her current status through sheer tenacity. Given her understanding of the dangers within Yinshua City, she believed the odds of Bai Shishue's survival to be exceedingly slim. No one anticipated that Chen Qingyuan would be able to reclaim his path of cultivation, let alone gain the favor of the ghost physician, who was willing to guide him. An inner elder sighed deeply, expressing his sentiments. Without my command, no one shall act against Xianqing's sect or Chen Qingyuan. Those who defy this order shall face the sect's penalties. Du Ruoxing sensed an undercurrent of unease, fearing that if the guardian elder, Lu Ruoyi, were to suffer indignities, she might seek revenge against Chen Qingyuan, thereby embroiling Dongyi Palace in turmoil. Understood, the assembly acknowledged, wary of defying the Holy Master's will. In a certain location within the Flowing Star Domain, after departing from Xianqing's sect, the ghost physician did not return immediately to the Yunhai Star Domain, but instead journeyed to a more secluded town. Here resided the Changgung, Sword Immortal, whom the ghost physician sought to visit. During their last encounter, the Changgung Sword Immortal had informed the ghost physician of his whereabouts, inviting him to seek him out should the need arise. Knock, knock, knock. The ghost physician stood at the door, his heart slightly racing as he gently tapped. Kumin, the Changgung Sword Immortal, aware of the visitor's identity, allowed the door to swing open with a thought. Upon entering the courtyard, the ghost physician beheld the unassuming Changgung Sword Immortal wielding a rusted broken sword, chopping dried wood. Senior, the ghost physician greeted. Is there something you require? The Changgung Sword Immortal did not lift his gaze, engrossed in his task. Having previously assisted Chen Qingyuan with a matter, I thought it prudent to pay my respects since I am in the Flowing Star Domain, the ghost physician replied. Has something troubled young Master Chen? The Changgung Sword Immortal, having secluded himself within his abode, had deliberately avoided inquiries about the outside world. Unless Chen Qingyuan faced mortal danger, he would remain oblivious to any developments. It is as follows. The ghost physician succinctly outlined the situation and mentioned Chen Qingyuan's invitation for him to serve as a venerable elder. You declined? The Changgung Sword Immortal inferred this from the ghost physician's tone regarding the elder invitation. Yes, The ghost physician confirmed with a nod. Foolishness. The Chang'eng, sword immortal, set down his work, slowly raising his head to meet the ghost physician's gaze, sighing softly. Chapter 49. The ancient history of the Xianqing sect. The ghost doctor was taken aback, utterly perplexed. Is it truly inappropriate for the venerable elder of the Xianqing sect to refuse an invitation? Furthermore, I am accustomed to a solitary existence and disdain being constrained. Were young Master Chen to extend an invitation to me, I would certainly accept. After a prolonged contemplation, the sword immortal Chang'eng spoke candidly. What? The ghost doctor trembled slightly, aghast. Senior sword immortal, are you jesting with me? Do you believe I would indulge in such frivolity? Chang'eng retorted. But you were once a revered figure, suppressing countless powerful beings in the dojo, the third greatest swordsman in the world. A person of your caliber, even if diminished in strength, is beyond what the Xianqing sect could afford to honor. In name, Chang'eng was the third in the world, but in truth, he was the unmatched sword master of his era, unrivaled in prowess. He claimed to be the third only because he considered the heavens and earth as the first two. That year, Chang'eng sought to take a step forward and challenge the heavens to become the undisputed first. Alas, he was defeated, suffering a loss that damaged his foundation and shattered his sword. After that, the world presumed him dead, leaving behind a legendary tale. Even after thousands of years, no sword cultivator dared to claim the title of third in the world, let alone first or second. All of this stemmed from the profound influence left by Chang'eng. My dear, you do not comprehend, Chang'eng said, gazing at the sky, his voice hoarse. You have not reached that level. If I were to reveal this to you, it would only lead to your detriment. Senior, the ghost doctor felt a swirl of confusion, struggling to articulate her thoughts. For both you and myself, becoming the honored guest of the Xianqing sect is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Yet, regrettably, you have cast aside the fortune within your grasp. Now that I have unveiled this opportunity, if young Master Chen does not extend another invitation, you must not broach the subject. Otherwise, a potential boon may transform into a calamity. Chang'eng's expression was solemn as he imparted this warning. If this is indeed an opportunity, why can I not take the initiative? The ghost doctor, unable to grasp how an opportunity could morph into a misfortune, posed her inquiry. In matters of cause and effect, to follow the flow brings peace, while to act against it invites peril. Now that I have illuminated this opportunity, you must refrain from mentioning it, lest you entangle yourself in profound karmic consequences that you cannot bear. Chang'eng advised gravely. What if young Master Chen were to invite me again? The ghost doctor, acutely aware that even Chang'eng referred to Chen Qingyuan as young master, could not help but ask. In that case, you may accept without fear of calamity. Chang'eng nodded affirmatively. What is the distinction? The ghost doctor pondered, struggling to comprehend the ethereal nature of cause and effect. The difference is substantial, Chang'eng elucidated. If young Master Chen invites you, it signifies a benevolent cause. If you pursue the opportunity with overt intent, it may lead to myriad troubles. I find myself somewhat perplexed, the ghost doctor remarked, akin to a bewildered child, standing in place, unsure of her next move. Fear not, in time, you shall understand. Chang'eng replied with a gentle smile. Is it not merely a faction within the flowing star domain? How could it involve such profound karmic implications? The ghost doctor expressed her deep-seated confusion. Silly girl, the greatest cause and effect does not lie with the Xianqing sect, but rather with Chen Qingyuan. Yet, Chang'eng refrained from articulating this thought aloud. Let her misunderstand, for the Xianqing sect was indeed far more complex than it appeared. Do you know Song Xiandaoren? Chang'eng shifted the topic. Of course, he is a figure of renown from millennium ago, whose might compelled many ancient holy lands to apologize, the ghost doctor recounted, having heard tales of him during her visit to the dojo. Are you aware of Song Xiandaoren's origins? Chang'eng continued to guide her. I'm not. The ghost doctor shook her head. Please enlighten me. Song Xiandaoren was the previous holy master of the Xianqing sect, Chang'eng revealed slowly. What? The ghost doctor was rendered speechless, her mind a blank slate. After a moment of stunned silence, she exclaimed, how is this possible? If the Xianqing sect held such a background, Why remain in the flowing star domain? This tale is lengthy, and I've come to know it by chance, leaving me in profound admiration of the Xianqing sect. Chang'eng began to recount. The previous holy master of the Xianqing sect was named Feng Changxian, and his most trusted disciple was Lin Changsheng. Long ago, Feng Changxian departed suddenly, shortly after which news of his passing emerged. The Xianqing sect, leaderless, fell into disarray. In the wake of this turmoil, the elder generation was left with only the likes of Shangwan Rong, who stabilized the situation and elevated Lin Changsheng to the holy master's position, urging the disciples to foster harmony and mutual assistance, lest they be blinded by personal gain. This was also the master of Chen Qingyuan. However, shortly after accepting Chen Qingyuan as his disciple, it was rumored that Shangwan Rong faced a mishap in his cultivation and perished. Thus, the elder generation vanished, leaving the burden of the sect upon the shoulders of Lin, Changsheng, and others. As far as I know, the previous holy master of the Xianqing sect was named Feng Changxian, bearing no relation to the illustrious Song Xiandaorun, the ghost doctor. Having inquired about Chen Qingyuan's origins, sought to uncover the history of the Xianqing sect. Song Xiandaorun is merely an alias. Unwilling to reveal his true identity to spare the disciples from entanglements of endless karmic ties, Chang'eng aimed to enlighten the ghost doctor further. The Xianqing sect has a long lineage, with its ancestral land situated in the Dazhou, rich in heritage. Once, the ancestors of the Xianqing sect discovered a demonic abyss and allied with the myriad powers of the Dazhou to suppress it. However, in a corner of the Dazhou lay a demonic abyss of terror far beyond human comprehension. Approximately 300,000 years ago, the founder of the Xianqing sect, alongside hundreds of formidable beings, launched an assault and ultimately sealed the abyss. Due to the immense karmic burden borne by the founder, he perished a few years after this event. Before his passing, he left behind a final decree. The matter of the demonic abyss was not yet truly resolved, and the seal must be reinforced every 10,000 years. Initially, the powers of the Dazhou agreed, for an eruption of the abyss would threaten everyone's safety. Yet, as time passed, aside from the Xianqing sect fulfilling this responsibility, the other factions gradually ceased to heed it. The cultivators of those factions were loath to risk their lives for such a task. They had toiled their entire lives to reach the pinnacle of the world, and had scarcely enjoyed their hard-earned peace before being compelled to confront the abyss. The supreme beings of the Xianqing sect, though enraged, found themselves powerless. Since the other factions were unwilling to take risks, the Xianqing sect would go alone, as the founder's decree would not be forgotten by future generations. Gradually, all the leaders of the Xianqing sect ventured to the demonic abyss, with few returning alive, severely diminishing the sect's strength. 100,000 years ago, a holy master of the Xianqing sect made the momentous decision to relocate from the Dazhou in search of a more suitable refuge. If possible, the Xianqing sect would certainly prefer to remain in the spiritually rich Dazhou. Could the Xianqing sect ever return to the Dazhou? The holy master gazed at the heavens, sighing with reluctance and regret as he journeyed to the northern wilderness. In such circumstances, this was the only way to preserve a sliver of the sect's bloodline. Chapter 50. I Want to Strangle You Once. The Su-In-Quing sect was rich in resources, yet without its top-tier combatants. Countless factions in the imperial province descended upon it like predatory beasts. If the Su-In-Quing sect did not retreat, it risked losing its very foundation. A millennium ago, the sects Taoist broke through to the great Ascension realm, inheriting the will of his ancestors, and rapidly advanced in strength. He also delved into the history of the Su-In-Quing sect. Upon entering the imperial province, the sects Taoist began to confront various factions, challenging and suppressing numerous renowned powerhouses. Perhaps these factions felt guilty, or perhaps they were unwilling to confront the mad sects Taoist directly. Or maybe they sought to leverage his strength to guard the demon abyss, thus avoiding open conflict. Having vented his frustrations, the sects Taoist did not forget the teachings of his forebears and set off towards the demon abyss. After that, he never appeared again. The Su-In-Quing sect possessed such a profound legacy. The ghost doctor harbored no doubts regarding the history recounted by the sword immortal Chen. For the sword immortal had no reason to deceive her. The present-day Su Nqing sect was a shadow of its former self. The sword immortal Chen lamented. In my old age, I once shared tea with the Chen Qingyuan Taoist, discussing matters of the world. He left without appointing a successor, perhaps intentionally, not wishing for his descendants to bear that burden. According to the ancestral teachings of the Su Nqing sect, matters concerning the demon abyss were not to be divulged, but rather communicated to the next leader through special methods of inheritance. The Chen Qingyuan Taoist harbored selfish motives, unwilling to sever the already dwindling bloodline of the Su Nqing sect, desiring to halt all causality at that point. Thus, when he departed, he did not pass on the memories to Chen. Did the factions of the imperial province truly remain indifferent? Through Ng's narrative, the ghost doctor developed a profound admiration for the sages of the Su Nqing sect, feeling a sense of injustice for Su Nqing. If you were asked to march to your death, would you do so? The sword immortal Ng encountered. The ghost doctor fell silent, unable to provide a definitive answer. Human hearts are inscrutable, and few can remain true to their convictions. Upon introspection, Ng felt inferior to the past sages of the Su Nqing sect. Are those individuals still alive? The ghost doctor asked softly. I do not know. Ng replied, shaking his head gently. I have never ventured to the demon abyss, so I'm unaware of the specifics. Guarding the demon abyss for over 300,000 years is indeed commendable and worthy of admiration. Once a dominant force in the imperial province, the Su Nqing sect had now become a premier sect in the northern wasteland star domain, evoking a sense of profound nostalgia. Surely, the heavens must take note of such merit. The sword immortal Ng gazed into the boundless sky, contemplating silently. After conversing with the sword immortal, the ghost doctor no longer viewed the Su Nqing sect with disdain. She had initially thought the sword immortal treated Tianyuan with such courtesy due to the legacy of the Su Nqing sect sages. It was not so. The various factions of the Xing domain had issued notifications, allowing their peers to confront Qingyuan to reclaim their honor. Qingyuan would not leave the Su Nqing sect for the time being, denying those factions the opportunity to bully him. Within his cultivation chamber, Qingyuan contemplated a singular matter. What is the true nature of the DOY Academy? When will they come seeking me? According to LNCHNGSHing, the DOY Academy is an immensely mysterious faction in the northern wasteland, with ancient traditions and unfathomable depth. How did my unremarkable master establish ties with the DOY Academy? It is truly perplexing. If the DOY Academy possesses significant influence, then surely the Su Nqing sect would not be eligible for admission. This matter was undoubtedly orchestrated by Nguyen Ring, who had dealings with the DOY Academy and secured an opportunity for Qingyuan to enroll. As long as Qingyuan firmly established himself within the DOY Academy, even if the history of the Su Nqing sect were to be exposed, he would not need to fear retribution from the top factions of the imperial province. Moreover, Nguyen Ring and the previous holy master, Ngxuan, had deliberated and decided that the responsibility of the Su Nqing sect should end with their generation, preventing further escalation. Should the DOY Academy choose to intervene, they could sever the ties between the Su Nqing sect and the demon abyss, ensuring the continuation of his sect's bloodline. The letter left by his master indicated that, upon shattering the wooden talisman, representatives from the DOY Academy would arrive at the Su Nqing sect in approximately 10 years. 5 years had already passed. It seemed prudent to prepare mentally. Unable to resolve these issues, Qingyuan opted to shift his focus and attempt to break through to the Golden Core realm. One day, while Qingyuan was in meditation, he suddenly sensed a faint disturbance within the room. He immediately opened his eyes, startled to see the ghost Dr. Ngs and pouring tea, presenting it to the red lips hidden beneath her veil. After taking a sip, smiled gently at Chen Qingyuan. Sister Ghost Doctor, what brings you here? Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise. I came to check on you, she replied, her veiled face adding an air of mystery. How did you enter? In response to N's arrival, Chen Qingyuan felt more astonishment and caution than joy. Surely, this old hag Wu Ti caused me trouble. He mused. Do you think the protective array of the Su Inquing sect could stop me? N laughed. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan quickly understood. Cautiously inquiring, Sister Ghost Doctor, do you have something to discuss with me? I have always been honest, kind-hearted, and resolutely opposed to evil. I don't believe I have wronged you in any way. You informed the Murong family in the northern Sea Ing Star domain about my whereabouts, did you not? N stated directly. I never revealed your location. Chen Qingyuan insisted vehemently. On your account, I assisted the Murong family. Initially, I was reluctant to help when they approached me, but upon hearing your name, I decided to lend a hand. Subsequently, learned that a venerable ancestor of the Murong family had encountered a critical failure in his cultivation. Thanks to her intervention, the ancestor was saved and stabilized. The Murong family expressed immense gratitude, presenting her with numerous gifts, which she accepted, having expended considerable effort to save a life. This has nothing to do with me, Chen Qingyuan thought, eager to inquire about the Murong family's circumstances, but unable to do so, feigning ignorance instead. Aren't you going to thank me? N squinted at him. Sister Ghost Doctor, I'm utterly broke. I truly have no money. Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in a panic. I require no spiritual stones. Shot him a disdainful look. Do not harbor any intentions towards me. I am quite averse to such matters. Without spiritual stones, what do you seek? I want to strangle you, she retorted. Now you invite me to be a venerable elder? I would certainly accept. Why did you not extend the invitation? However, could not make this matter explicit, lest it spoil the fortune of their encounter. Leave, she said, her expression darkening. Sister, this is my residence. If I leave, would it not be somewhat inappropriate? Qingyuan murmured softly. So you mean for me to leave then? Glared fiercely at him from her seat. I dare not. I shall take my leave immediately. Qingyuan hastily retreated to the door, fearing retribution from N. Chapter 51. A person without shame is invincible in the world. Chapter 52. Do not seek me for a duel if you lack funds. Dealing with this fellow is truly a headache. Gong Sun Nan pressed her forehead, her expression one of resignation. Before long, she suddenly let out a light chuckle, her gaze softening. For many years, she had been solitary, with not a flicker of emotion. Since meeting Chen Qingyuan, however, it seemed she had rediscovered the rhythm of life, experiencing joy and sorrow, her emotions now complex. Upon returning to the cave, Chen Qingyuan cautiously opened the jade box, revealing a white jade spiritual root, the essence of a supreme medicinal herb. Exhilaration coursed through him. A complete and unblemished top-grade jade spiritual root, a treasure not found even in the vaults of the Xianqing sect. Why was she so generous? After the initial joy, Chen Qingyuan felt a twinge of wariness, pondering whether there might be some ulterior motive at play. He then took out the jade bracelet and used its unique properties to inspect the spiritual root. After a thorough examination, he found that the root had not been tampered with. Everything appeared normal. How peculiar. Chen Qingyuan frowned slightly. Could it be due to the presence of the Sword Immortal? Or perhaps my striking appearance has stirred some unwholesome thoughts in the Ghost Doctor. Why some? The crimson-clad maiden from the abyssal depths had proposed a partnership upon first meeting Chen Qingyuan, leaving him somewhat shaken. But what of it? One should seize opportunities when they arise. Chen Qingyuan brushed aside these thoughts, feeling a touch of annoyance. If he were to refine the spiritual root, he could undoubtedly ascend to the Golden Core realm and regain his place on the grand stage of the world. Yet he decided against this for the time being, opting instead to solidify his cultivation base. That was of utmost importance. There was no need to rush the breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. He could consider it in a few years. Stowing away the spiritual root, Chen Qingyuan prepared to meditate. Suddenly, an anxious voice called from outside the cave, "Little Master Uncle, there are many people looking for you. You should come out and see. Can't they be quiet for once?" Chen Qingyuan felt a surge of irritation, his mood souring. Stepping outside, he encountered an inner sect disciple who reported, "There are over 100 people gathered at the sect entrance, all renowned talents from various holy sites, eager to spar with Little Master Uncle." "And who are they?" Chen Qingyuan inquired further. "The young master of the Tianyuan sect, Qingyuan, the monk pushing from a Nanshang Deju temple, and the names go on," the disciple replied, listing several others. "Merely former subordinates. Years ago, during Chen Qingyuan's dominance over the Flowing Star domain, he had suppressed these contemporaries to the point they dared not raise their heads. Now they had the audacity to challenge him. The situation was rather complicated. It would not do to simply drive them away. The elders of the Xianqing sect had attempted to disperse the crowd, but to no avail. They could not bully the weak, as that would only invite ridicule upon the sect. Furthermore, it had been made clear during previous gatherings that if contemporaries sought trouble with Chen Qingyuan, the older generation would not intervene. Each would rely on their own abilities. "Very well," Chen Qingyuan replied, his impatience evident. At the edge of a cliff on a nearby peak stood a group of elder brothers, their silver hair glinting in the light, gazing towards the sect entrance. "Can our junior brother resolve this predicament? Though he is recultivating, do not underestimate him. If he cannot subdue former subordinates, he would not be called Chen Qingyuan. Our junior brother possesses a myriad of clever ideas and will not suffer losses. Let's enjoy the spectacle." The elders watched with keen interest, unperturbed by the prospect of trouble. At the entrance of the Xianqing sect, over 100 elegantly dressed youths hovered in the air, hurling insults in an attempt to draw Chen Qingyuan out, seeking to reclaim the lost dignity of their elders. Moreover, the grievances from when they were once beneath Chen Qingyuan's heel lingered in their hearts. This was an opportunity they could not let slip by. "Chen Qingyuan, do you intend to be a turtle for the rest of your life? In my opinion, you should come out, bow, and apologize. We might then consider leaving. Once, you were brimming with confidence. Now you cower within the sect, lacking even the courage to face us?" The crowd jeered, their laughter grating. Chen Qingyuan approached the entrance, lifting his gaze to the familiar faces before him, finding them quite dull. Whether in the past or present, he had never regarded them as rivals, merely stepping stones on the path of cultivation. "Forgive my candor, but even if you were to cultivate anew, you would no longer be worthy of the title of the 10 talents of Beihuang," he declared. Qingyuan, clad in dark silks, had nearly formed a partnership with Bai Shishua back in the day. He harbored little affection for her. His motives were twofold: to unite with Dongyi Palace and to vex Chen Qingyuan. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan had swept through the Flowing Star domain, defeating contemporaries, including Qingyuan. Yet, Qingyuan, unwilling to accept defeat, had repeatedly challenged Chen Qingyuan, only to be bested time and again. Over time, rather than striving to improve, he had nurtured a grudge against Chen Qingyuan. "Have you not grown weary of your incessant insults?" Chen Qingyuan replied calmly, unfazed by their words. "You finally show yourself." The crowd murmured, their eyes narrowing, the atmosphere suddenly tense. "How can we tire of scolding you? It is a most enjoyable pastime," Qingyuan scoffed. "You traveled all this way to the Xianqing sect to seek trouble. You must be somewhat unhinged," Chen Qingyuan remarked, casually bringing over a stool to sit down, addressing Qingyuan and the others from his relaxed position. "We have come here to challenge the once-renowned 10 talents of Beihuang. Do you dare to accept?" In those days, Chen Qingyuan was a name that commanded admiration and fear. Following his demise, only 9 talents were acknowledged in Beihuang. When Qingyuan mentioned the 10 talents, it was laced with mockery, devoid of respect. "Why should I accept your challenge?" Chen Qingyuan countered. "Peer-to-peer sparring, a contest of skills," Qingyuan asserted. "And then what?" Chen Qingyuan nonchalantly poured himself some tea, taking a sip. "Do you dare or not?" Qingyuan demanded, his voice rising. "You must be out of your mind," Chen Qingyuan retorted, pointing at Qingyuan. Is this your first day knowing me? Are you not aware of my rules? To challenge me, one cannot come empty-handed. There must be a wager involved. Your greed will surely lead you to madness. Hearing Chen Qingyuan's rebuke, Qin Yutong's face turned ashen, cursing, "That is my business. It is none of your concern." Chen Qingyuan shot back, "I cannot be bothered to waste my breath on you lot, a bunch of paupers. What shall you wager?" A young man, unable to tolerate Chen Qingyuan's attitude, stepped forward, eager to engage in battle. At least 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones as a starting point. The sky is the limit. Chen Qingyuan proposed, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. The bait had been taken, and a substantial profit was within reach. It seemed there were still many fools in the flowing star domain. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Such a sum of spirit stones was no small matter. Indeed, they were all impoverished. If they lacked funds, they ought not to seek me for a duel. Chen Qingyuan, observing their troubled faces, deliberately mocked them, employing the tactic of provocation. Chapter 53. Preparing for the battle against Qin Yutong. Chapter 54. Astonishing power. Chen Qingyuan nonchalantly dispelled the sword's might, leaving many in a state of bewilderment and shock. Initially, numerous onlookers believed that Chen Qingyuan would struggle, yet his effortless demeanor belied their expectations. Qin Yutong's gaze sharpened. He could not underestimate Chen Qingyuan and resolved to unleash his full power, sparing no opportunity for leniency. The thought that such pressure could harm me is laughable. Chen Qingyuan reminisced about his century-long existence within the abyss, a time that truly felt like an eternity. The young woman in red frequently cast him into terrifying, lightless realms, honing his character and teaching him to conquer his fears. Alternatively, she would subject him to an overwhelming, unknown pressure, testing his endurance. In summary, although Chen Qingyuan emerged from the abyss as a seemingly useless being, the gains he reaped were beyond verbal expression. Though challenging, they did not pose a headache for him. Since merging with the Golden Dao Bone, he had not truly engaged in combat. This time, he intended to confront Qin Yutong, not only to instill awe among the onlookers, but also to validate his own combat prowess. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had acquired a silver spear in the dead zone of the North Song star domain, which he had diligently studied without yielding any insights. The only certainty he possessed was that the silver spear was an unparalleled Dao treasure, to be revealed only in dire circumstances, lest it incite envy. In his duel with Qin Yutong, Chen Qingyuan did not plan to reveal all his cards. A mere glimpse would suffice. As the spectators reveled in the spectacle, he glanced back at his fellow disciples near the mountain gate and declared loudly, "Junior uncle, this is my sword. Take it for your use." The Xianbing blade, a spiritual treasure he had obtained from a secret realm, was now entrusted to his junior uncle. A flurry of core and inner disciples tossed their weapons into the air, to lend their arms to the fight. The clash between junior uncle and the young master of Tianyuan sect captivated everyone in Xinqing sect. Apart from the elders and disciples bound to their duties, all eyes were glued to the unfolding drama, brimming with excitement. Junior uncle and Qin Yutong were rivals in affection. This confrontation was sure to draw significant attention. Our junior uncle, despite being somewhat greedy and sharp-toned, was nothing short of perfect. Bai Shishue from Dongyi Palace seemed blind to overlook junior uncle. If he emerged victorious today, it would surely be a moment of triumph. Leaving Dongyi Palace to rue their decision. When the Tianyuan sect and Dongyi Palace were rumored to be uniting in marriage, junior uncle gifted a white umbrella. Do you think junior uncle still harbors feelings for Bai Shishue? Impossible. Junior uncle is no lovesick fool. He would not squander his time on a heartless woman. Wherever one goes, gossip thrives. The disciples of Xinqing sect, who once whispered in the shadows, now openly discussed their speculations. Even some elders joined in the conversation, indulging in the juicy tidbits. As Chen Qingyuan surveyed the myriad of spiritual weapons suspended in the air, his gaze settled upon a jade sword, 3 feet long, pure and translucent, akin to a flawless work of art. "It is my treasured sword." "Huzzah!" exclaimed a delighted inner disciple. "Junior uncle, give Qin Yutong a thorough beating. Do not hold back." The crowd rallied. "Indeed, junior uncle, let the world witness your might." Chen Qingyuan's reputation within Xianqing sect was formidable, and many eagerly anticipated the spectacle of his prowess. While the disciples of Xianqing sect appeared ecstatic, a tinge of apprehension lingered within. Regardless of how extraordinary Chen Qingyuan might be, he remained merely a celestial spirit realm cultivator. Could he truly best the pinnacle of Golden Core realm? Qin Yutong? Holding the jade sword, Chen Qingyuan faced Qin Yutong. Change the venue. Do not disturb the sanctity of Xianqing sect's mountain gate. After a brief stalemate, Chen Qingyuan uttered these words and swiftly made his way to a nearby clearing, with Qin Yutong hot on his heels, fearing Chen Qingyuan might escape. All eyes were upon them. Some utilized spells to gain a better view, while others summoned spiritual mirrors to project the battlefield. Chen Qingyuan, you are doomed. Qin Yutong sneered suddenly. How tiresome. Chen Qingyuan retorted, swiftly unleashing a strike with his sword. A beam of sword light erupted from the jade sword, descending upon Qin Yutong's position. Qin Yutong raised his sword to block, emerging unscathed. You wield another's sword against me. You cannot unleash its full power, courting your demise. Weapons possess spirits, and without a soul contract with the jade sword, Chen Qingyuan wielded it as a mere sharp mortal blade, lacking lethality. Chen Qingyuan smiled silently, intentionally allowing Qin Yutong to sense true despair, making him regret opposing Chen Qingyuan for a lifetime. Clang! Qin Yutong's sword shot forth like a dragon, carving a lengthy scar in the void, with clouds roiling and extending for miles. Chen Qingyuan, employing the simplest of defenses, intercepted Qin Yutong's forceful strike without sustaining any injury. How can this be? Qin Yutong gasped in disbelief upon witnessing Chen Qingyuan standing firm with his sword. The earlier strike had drawn upon all his spiritual energy, and he believed few, even among his peers, could withstand it. Too weak, Chen Qingyuan scoffed, his disdain palpable. Could it be that his cultivation was not merely at the celestial spirit realm? Qin Yutong pondered, yet when Chen Qingyuan struck, he exuded a distinctly celestial spirit realm aura, leaving no room for deception. I did not understand her intentions before. Perhaps now I do. In a fleeting moment, Chen Qingyuan recalled the words of the woman in red. Shatter your foundation, disperse your cultivation. It is all for your sake, to establish a flawless base anew. A towering edifice rises from the ground. To ascend to greater heights in the future, a solid foundation must be laid, without any flaw. It was undoubtedly a fade. Qin Yutong steadied his mind and launched another assault. Boom! In an instant, the battle intensified. Qin Yutong took the offensive while Chen Qingyuan defended. Regardless of how ferocious Qin Yutong's attacks were, Chen Qingyuan adeptly parried each one. After half an hour, having exhausted much of his arsenal, Qin Yutong found himself unable to subdue Chen Qingyuan, and a hint of panic crept into his heart. Throughout the ordeal, Chen Qingyuan maintained an air of tranquility. You have forced my hand. Initially, Qin Yutong merely wished to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson, but now he altered his strategy, unleashing everything without reservation. A resonant hum echoed through the heavens. Golden light radiated from Qin Yutong, and a shimmering golden core floated above his head, dazzling in its brilliance. Chapter 55, Chen Qingyuan began to take the battle seriously as the conflict intensified. The manifestation of the golden core appeared like a blazing sun. With a diameter of approximately 10 miles, its golden patterns swirling and dazzling. Qin Yutong no longer held back, revealing the true form of his golden core, allowing all to discern his genuine strength. Most crucially, any damage to the golden core manifestation would inevitably jeopardize Qin Yutong's foundational power. At this juncture, Qin Yutong was consumed by a singular desire to eliminate Chen Qingyuan, fully prepared to risk his own foundation's integrity. The young master of the Qin clan was clearly prepared to fight to the death. The other elite disciples from various sects instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, their hearts tightening with apprehension. The pure golden core represented a superior foundation. Indeed, the might of the young master of the Qin clan was formidable. I am far inferior. One young man, filled with a sense of inadequacy, looked on in astonishment. Ultimately, Chen Qingyuan was merely a practitioner at the heavenly spirit realm, and could not withstand the forthcoming onslaught from Qingyuan. The realms of cultivation, postnatal, innate, yellow spirit, mysterious spirit, earth spirit, and heavenly spirit, constituted the 6 stages of physical existence that established the foundational groundwork. The subsequent realms of golden core and nascent soul represented the path to transcendence, capable of altering fate and wielding unfathomable power. Entering the golden core stage could grant a lifespan of 1,000 years, while achieving the nascent soul stage could extend life to 10,000 years. Should one reach the great completion stage, with ample resources and elixirs, it might be possible to live for 30,000 years. Do you seek my life? Chen Qingyuan sensed the unmistakable killing intent in Qin Yutong's gaze, which was hard to conceal. Within the inner sanctum of the Shenqing sect, a group of elders bore grave expressions, wishing to avert an irreparable situation. Sectmaster, allow me to put an end to this battle. A female elder implored Lin Chongsheng, deeply concerned for Chen Qingyuan's safety. Qin Yutong was clearly intent on killing the junior disciple. Given the latter's current cultivation level, resistance seemed nearly impossible. The elders voiced their collective anxiety, expressing their worries. Lin Chongsheng meticulously observed the changes in Chen Qingyuan's expression, pondering for a considerable time before stating, "The junior disciple is no ordinary person. Let him handle this matter himself. If he cannot overcome this minor obstacle, how can he hope to ascend higher in the future?" In truth, Lin Chongsheng harbored significant concerns, though he chose not to display them. For years, he had been preoccupied with the affairs of the Daoyi Academy. Should Chen Qingyuan fail to withstand the pressure brought by Qin Yutong, his future endeavors at the academy would only become more arduous. Lin Chongsheng's stance was not born of cruelty, but rather a profound belief in Chen Qingyuan's capabilities. Additionally, he speculated that emissaries from the Daoyi Academy had already arrived within the territory of the Shenqing sect, covertly observing Chen Qingyuan's performance. If Chen Qingyuan's demonstration proved inadequate, it could adversely impact his chances of becoming a student at the academy. With Lin Chongsheng's pronouncement, the elders, despite their desire to intervene, found themselves powerless to act. Within an elegant hall, Gongsun then employed a secret technique to project the battle scene before her. How would you manage a confrontation that spanned a vast realm? Gongsun then was intrigued by Chen Qingyuan's innate talents and strength, observing him closely. On the battlefield, Qin Yutong launched another assault. The edge of his sword gleamed like a bolt of thunder, slicing through the heavens towards Chen Qingyuan's crown. The overwhelming aura of the golden core manifestation descended relentlessly, distorting the surrounding void and creating a suffocating atmosphere. In the face of Qin Yutong's attack, Chen Qingyuan gripped his jade sword tightly, executing a gentle sweep. Clang! The sword light flickered, its residual force radiating outward. "I had intended to toy with you, but alas, you have gone too far." Chen Qingyuan's expression turned exceptionally grave, a rare sight indeed. Until now, he had exuded an air of cunning and frivolity, resembling a reckless scion unversed in the world's complexities. However, when he became serious, he revealed a ruthless and merciless side. Qin Yutong was evidently intent on taking Chen Qingyuan's life, his murderous intent palpable. In response, Chen Qingyuan would no longer indulge in games. He aimed to make Qin Yutong understand the true meaning of despair and the chasm between them. "A sword is not wielded in this manner," Chen Qingyuan murmured, his gaze sharp as a blade. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan shifted from a defensive stance, stepping toward Qin Yutong, his sword's might surging like a tidal wave, engulfing the space around them. Years of confinement had compelled the young lady in red to push Chen Qingyuan to peruse countless ancient texts and secret techniques, ensuring he gained knowledge of various weapons, even reaching an advanced level of understanding. Had he failed to fulfill her demands, he would have been cast into an abyss, shrouded in endless darkness and solitude, forced to reflect and ponder. Alternatively, the lady in red could have severed his meridians, subjecting him to excruciating pain. It was precisely because of the years of torment that when the lady in red proposed a partnership, Chen Qingyuan trembled in fear. A century of suffering had been sufficient. The thought of such a bond sent shivers down his spine. Consequently, Under the lady's benevolent demands, Chen Qingyuan was obligated to fulfill 9 commitments to settle their karmic ties. To master the sword, one must wield it with the heart. Although Chen Qingyuan could not converse with the jade sword in his hand, he could perceive the trajectory of its Tao patterns, magnifying them and subsequently unleashing a unique sword technique. Swish! At that moment, Chen Qingyuan materialized before Qin Yutong. A mere 1,000 meters apart, he thrust his sword forward, devoid of flamboyant techniques or oppressive might. The simplicity of his move resembled that of an ordinary person wielding a sword. Qin Yutong, having sparred with Chen Qingyuan multiple times, understood that he was far from the mere surface he appeared to be. He dared not underestimate his opponent, switching from offense to defense, raising his sword to block. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan's sword pierced Qin Yutong's chest. Fortunately, Qin Yutong had anticipated the strike, raising his sword in defense. The instant their swords clashed, Qin Yutong realized the soundness of his decision. Boom! What appeared to be a simple attack was, in reality, the essence of swordsmanship, revealing its true brilliance upon contact with the material. The jade sword in Chen Qingyuan's hand erupted with a terrifying sword aura, akin to a massive mountain shattering, toppling the void and sending Qin Yutong reeling back for dozens of miles. Junior disciple's mastery of the sword has reached the stage of returning to simplicity. This, in my recollection, the junior disciple was not a sword practitioner. Don't look at me. I have no idea either. The elders wore bewildered expressions, utterly perplexed by the current situation. Typically, only sword practitioners with millennia of cultivation and extraordinary talent could attain such a realm. Yet, Chen Qingyuan had previously been a practitioner well-versed in magical techniques, with little engagement in swordsmanship. Could it be? In a moment of realization, the crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Do not utter what should remain unsaid. Just observe carefully. Lin Changsheng issued a warning. The elders understood the significance of the matter, their expressions grave. Should the outside world learn that Chen Qingyuan had been utterly ignorant of swordsmanship until now, it would surely provoke a multitude of speculations, leading to a myriad of troubles. Chapter 56. Standing tall. Overlooking peers in the days of his youth, my junior disciple devoted several months to the practice of swordsmanship under my guidance. An innate talent. He has indeed surpassed my expectations with his remarkable achievements today. An elder, seasoned in the art of swordplay, stroked his beard with a look of satisfaction. The other elders exchanged knowing nods. Meanwhile, outside, the prodigies from various sects watched in astonishment as Chen Qingyuan executed a sword strike with utmost seriousness, their expressions shifting dramatically. How could Chen Qingyuan, a top-tier swordsman, have remained unnoticed until now? The crowd was taken aback, realizing this truth for the first time. These skills were honed through necessity. Chen Qingyuan had nearly reached the brink of despair in the past, overwhelmed by the plethora of knowledge imparted by the lady in red. Then one day, she unexpectedly stripped him of his powers, leaving him desolate. I refused to believe it. Qin Yutong, having staked his foundation, roared softly, his emotions in turmoil, unable to dominate Chen Qingyuan. Ignorance. Chen Qingyuan, his expression impassive, released his jade sword, allowing it to move freely, emanating a chilling aura of swordsmanship. Both sides were resolute as they prepared for battle once more. A manifestation akin to a blazing sun flickered, gradually elevating Qin Yutong's power while simultaneously imposing considerable pressure on Chen Qingyuan, who felt a suffocating sensation in his very soul. Go! Chen Qingyuan, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, maneuvered the jade sword towards Qin Yutong. Clang, clang. For the moment, the jade sword held Qin Yutong at bay, rendering him unable to approach Chen Qingyuan. The might of his golden core had little effect on Chen Qingyuan, as if it were non-existent. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingyuan was channeling the hidden power of the golden Tao bone within, compensating for their disparity in realms. The intricate ancient inscriptions on the golden Tao bone were mostly obscured by a veil of white mist, with only a few strands of golden light shimmering, nourishing Chen Qingyuan's body and refining his spiritual energy, significantly enhancing his strength. Had it been in his former state, such feats would have been impossible. Chen Qingyuan mused inwardly, appreciating the benefits of having rebuilt his foundation. Although once a prodigy, he struggled to bridge the vast gap between himself and the elite of various realms. With a mere snap of his fingers, the golden core manifestation could shatter. Chen Qingyuan commanded the sword with his mind, forcing Qin Yutong into a defensive stance. He then gathered spiritual energy within, silently reciting incantations to concentrate power at the tip of his right index finger. Boom! Moments later, as Qin Yutong sent the jade sword flying, he noticed a swirling vortex of dense spiritual energy forming beneath Chen Qingyuan's feet, stirring unease within him. Qin Yutong rushed towards Chen Qingyuan, wishing to avoid unforeseen circumstances. As he advanced, a terrifying aura enveloped Chen Qingyuan's space, causing the ground beneath to crack like a spider's web, stretching for miles and transforming the area into ruins. Without his sword, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Observers were captivated by the duel, convinced that Chen Qingyuan, having lost his treasured sword, could not possibly withstand Qin Yutong's onslaught. As Qin Yutong approached Chen Qingyuan, he suddenly gazed up at the golden core sun suspended in the heavens. Whoosh! Chen Qingyuan flicked his finger, unleashing a flash of white light that descended upon the golden core sun with an untraceable speed. With your abilities, you dare to threaten my foundation? Dream on. Qin Yutong, unaware of any anomaly, mocked loudly. Clang! The sound of a sword resonated sharply. Qin Yutong pressed on, lunging towards Chen Qingyuan's brow with his sword. At the critical moment, Chen Qingyuan deftly sidestepped, extending his right hand to grasp the incoming sword between his index and middle fingers. Just as Qin Yutong prepared to unleash another technique to sever Chen Qingyuan's hand, an unexpected event transpired. A fissure appeared in the golden core sun hanging high in the sky. Qin Yutong's body suddenly felt heavy. Turning back, he was struck with disbelief, exclaiming, "No, it's impossible." Just moments ago, Chen Qingyuan had pointed, seemingly blocked by the barrier of the golden core manifestation. Yet now, it was injuring the manifestation itself. This was beyond Qin Yutong's comprehension. As the crack lengthened and multiplied, spreading across the golden core manifestation, Qin Yutong felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body, prompting a sense of panic. Clang! Chen Qingyuan tightened his grip on the sword, flicking it with force, causing it to emit a tremulous sound. Qin Yutong immediately released his sword, fearing the residual power might harm him. Seizing the moment, Chen Qingyuan launched a palm strike at Qin Yutong. Without hesitation, Qin Yutong countered with a punch. Initially, they were evenly matched, but as the cracks in the golden core manifestation proliferated, they began to affect Qin Yutong's foundation, forcing him to cough up blood, his breath erratic. As he was flung back thousands of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. With a resounding thud, a deep pit formed as Qin Yutong lay within, blood streaming from multiple wounds. The golden core manifestation in the void began to sway, gradually blurring. In mere moments, the manifestation vanished, leaving Qin Yutong pale and weakened. From above, Chen Qingyuan cast the sword he had seized to the ground beside Qin Yutong. He stood tall, gazing down coldly at Qin Yutong, exuding an intense chill that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Qin Yutong had been defeated. He lost to Chen Qingyuan, who possessed only the cultivation of the celestial spirit realm, and the manifestation had sustained damage to its foundation. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The young master of the Qin sect had indeed fallen. The prodigies of various sects were incredulous, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. How could this happen? Many were unable to accept it, looking up at the figure of Chen Qingyuan, who stood like a beacon against the clouds, his presence almost blinding. It's impossible to lose, it can't be. Qin Yutong, having lost all face, repeated this mantra, unable to bear the weight of his failure. Previously, losing to Chen Qingyuan had left him with a lingering psychological scar. Now, being defeated by one with lesser cultivation transformed that scar into a haunting specter. Unless Qin Yutong could purge this inner demon, he would find no progress in his path, forever stunted in his cultivation. How admirable my junior disciple appears when earnest. The elders of the Xianqing sect were taken aback, never anticipating that this battle would conclude in such a manner. They believed Chen Qingyuan might have unleashed a powerful trump card, but never did they imagine he would dominate Qin Yutong throughout the encounter, his prowess eclipsing the confines of cultivation realms. Do any of you wish to test your mettle? Chen Qingyuan's gaze swept across the gathered prodigies, and none dared meet his eyes. The members of various sects lowered their heads, overwhelmed by Chen Qingyuan's imposing presence, rendered speechless. Chapter 57. Unparalleled Elegance. Shocking the world, the strength exhibited by Chen Qingyuan astounded all present. Despite Qin Yutong's utmost efforts, he was unable to defeat Chen Qingyuan, and naturally, no one else dared to challenge him. In the deep pit below, Qin Yutong stared vacantly, his golden core shattered, giving rise to inner demons. This battle had utterly shattered his pride, leaving him to deeply experience the taste of despair. Chen Qingyuan, what ruthless measures you possess. At that moment, an elder appeared. He was the Grand Elder of Tianyuan sect. Having concealed himself in the rear to observe, the Grand Elder had believed that Qin Yutong, unleashing his full power, would surely vanquish Chen Qingyuan. However, the turn of events was entirely contrary to his expectations, leaving him bewildered for quite some time. With a mere finger, Chen Qingyuan had shattered Qin Yutong's foundational golden core, executing his strike with such swiftness that none could intervene. What? Is it permissible for Tianyuan sect to kill while others cannot retaliate? Chen Qingyuan met the Grand Elder's gaze with indifference. This was the territory of Xianqing sect, and the Grand Elder dared not utter any harsh words. He cast a lingering glance at Chen Qingyuan before leading the dazed and numbed Qin Yutong away. Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to invite you for tea? Chen Qingyuan cast a disdainful glance at the talented individuals from various sects and coldly remarked, "The tea of Xianqing sect is not cheap. Can you afford it?" His words not only disgusted the hundreds of ill-intentioned prodigies, but also once more trampled the dignity of the powerful from various sections. Let's go. The crowd, faces ashen, turned away, no longer daring to be as brazen as before. Once the crowd had departed, Chen Qingyuan promptly retrieved the 2 Qingyuan bags he had left near the mountain gate. His previously cold and indifferent demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a satisfied smile. He then picked up the jade sword that had fallen on the battlefield and returned it to its rightful owner, bestowing some spirit stones as well. "Thank you. Little Master Uncle, you were so cool just now." A female disciple received the jade sword, looking at Chen Qingyuan with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. "You speak nothing but the truth." Chen Qingyuan, feeling elated, bestowed her with additional spirit stones. "This is a reward for you. Little Master Uncle, I want some too." Several exceptionally beautiful female disciples approached, grinning and extending their hands. What? What sound? I can't hear it." Chen Qingyuan quickly pretended to be deaf, gazing up at the sky. To incapacitate a peak golden core cultivator at the heavenly spirit realm, Little Master Uncle, is truly monstrous. The disciples of Xianqing sect expressed their astonishment, their awe for Chen Qingyuan deepening significantly. "Little Master Uncle," many called out to Chen Qingyuan, chattering excitedly, unable to endure such a scene. Chen Qingyuan sought a casual excuse to slip away. His primary concern was that the spirit stones he had just earned would be divided among the group of young women. The mere thought of it gave him a headache, so it was best to leave. Truly, he is the sole disciple taken in by our ancestor before his passing. His talent is so exceptional that none of us can compare. An inner sect elder side, as long as we can protect our little junior brother as he grows. The future of Xianqing sect will surely shine brightly across the world. The elders began to envision a promising future, filled with anticipation. This young man harbors many secrets. Lin Chongsheng mused inwardly. Whether it was the sword intent Chen Qingyuan displayed or the finger technique that destroyed Qin Yutong's foundation, both were previously unseen abilities. Lin Chongsheng speculated that these skills were likely connected to the forbidden area of Tianyuan. However, to safeguard Chen Qingyuan's safety, Lin Chongsheng and the others concocted numerous lies to deceive the world. An elder from the Sword Pavilion inadvertently boasted to his disciples, claiming that Chen Qingyuan had trained under him in swordsmanship for several months as a child, showcasing extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. As he spoke, the elder himself began to believe it, taking pride in the narrative. To conceal the truth of Chen Qingyuan's mastery over various disciplines. The first step was to deceive their own people. Consequently, many disciples within Xianxing sect were indoctrinated with tales of Chen Qingyuan's rigorous training, using him as an example to inspire hard work. In reality, however, Chen Qingyuan had hardly practiced diligently as a child, often tugging at the beard of the sect elder Dong Wenjun, sneaking spirit fruits from the medicinal garden, or crafting slingshots to break the windows of his senior brother's homes. In summary, Chen Qingyuan had no true connection to the concept of diligent study, due to Chen Qingyuan being the sole heir left by the supreme ancestor. Coupled with his adorable appearance, his senior brothers and sisters indulged him, rarely resorting to punishment. At most, they would scold him. Were it any other child, they would likely have faced severe consequences for such mischief. In the flowing star domain, various sects marveled at the astonishing and inconceivable capabilities of Chen Qingyuan. Even if the ghost doctor managed to heal him, it was said he would have to start his cultivation anew. Yet just a few years had passed. How could he unleash such terrifying strength and directly incapacitate the young master of Tianyuan sect, once hailed as one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness? Chen Qingyuan's reputation was indeed well-deserved. The leanest of camels is still larger than a horse. The northern wilderness was home to countless stars and prodigious talents. To be ranked among the 10 prodigies was no small feat. This battle had a significant impact, igniting a storm of discussion and speculation. Once overlooked by the world, Chen Qingyuan was once again thrust into the limelight, subtly hinting at a revival of his former glory. Across the flowing star domain, few peers could hope to match him. What an extraordinary individual he is. Those who had once contended with Chen Qingyuan were left in stunned silence upon hearing of this battle, eventually uttering a sigh of resignation. Even though Qin Yutong had been rendered helpless, Tianyuan sect refrained from causing trouble at Xianxing sect. Firstly, in peer rivalries, defeat was simply defeat. There was no reason to seek vengeance. Secondly, the matter of the demon cave remained unresolved, and Tianyuan sect dared not provoke Xianxing sect further. To address the issues of the subterranean demon cave, Tianyuan sect had not only enlisted the help of a renowned formation master, but had also sought assistance from other star domains, exhausting their resources. Although their foundation was depleted, should Tianyuan sect weather this crisis, they would have ample means to acquire resources again, relying on the resources within the demon cave. Tianyuan sect's overall strength was rapidly enhanced. As long as people remained, hope persisted. Alas, many within Dongyi Palace fell silent upon hearing the news of Chen Qingyuan's resurgence, eventually letting out a long sigh. Fortunately, Shishue had already entered the secret realm. Otherwise, upon hearing this news, her heart might falter with unpredictable consequences. Yao Susu, as by Shishue's master, had been instrumental in orchestrating the union between Tianyuan sect and Dongyi Palace. However, due to the Demon Cave incident, the alliance had failed. Bai Shishue had entered Yanshue City, and no news had since emerged. If she could return alive from the secret realm of Yanshue City, she would become the saintess of Dongyi Palace, eligible for inheritance and a leap in status. In truth, Chen Qingyuan had never harbored any resentment towards Bai Shishue. At that time, the world believed him to have perished in Tianyuan. He could not allow Bai Shishue to remain alone forever. It could only be said that fate had not aligned for them, and their love was not profound enough. Having severed his ties with Bai Shishue, Chen Qingyuan felt a sense of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. However, he still wore a frown, troubled by the matters concerning Daoyi Academy and the challenge from Wu Junyan. Wu Junyan, one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, was the foremost genius of the northern Song star domain. The last time Chen Qingyuan had encountered Wu Junyan, they had agreed to a contest a decade later at the same realm to determine a victor. Alas, why engage in conflict when I'm a person who cherishes peace? Chen Qingyuan sat indoors, emitting a series of soft sighs. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 58. The Murong family comes to express gratitude. The new list of the 10 heroes of Beiwang, Chen Qingyuan utilized his spiritual sense to investigate and discovered it was an inner sect disciple on duty. He conveyed, "What is the matter? Junior Master, envoys from the Murong family of the North Songstar region have arrived, claiming they wish to express their gratitude to you, reported the inner sect disciple. Ah, understood. Chen Qingyuan mused en Wardli. The Murong family traveled countless miles. Surely their visit was not merely for verbal thanks. In the guest hall, Lin Changsheng personally entertained the esteemed guests from the Murong family, with tables laden with exquisite wines and delicacies. The Murong family held significant prestige in the North Songstar region, and Lin Changsheng could not afford to be negligent. Thank you for the hospitality of the Xianxing sect, said the Murong family envoy. This time, the Murong family has dispatched a formidable elder and over 10 core members, including Murong Wensi. Of course, Lin Changsheng replied courteously, wearing a smile. Soon, Chen Qingyuan strolled in leisurely. Is this elder Chen Qingyuan? The elder of the Murong family immediately rose, lowering his stance, and clasped his fists in greeting. On behalf of the Murong family, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your assistance. If it were not for your connections, the ghost doctor would not have intervened, and our family would undoubtedly face grave troubles. One of our ancestors has fallen into a state of madness and could lose his life at any moment. In the surrounding star regions, only the legendary ghost doctor possesses the capability to save him. To heal our ancestors' injuries, the Murong family sent many out to seek help, and a team ventured into the dead zone, where they encountered you. Unfortunately, that expedition resulted in the deaths of over half our people, a substantial loss. As for Murong Wensi, had it not been for your protection, she would not have escaped with her life. No need for formalities, Chen Qingyuan replied graciously. To express their gratitude, the Murong family prepared a modest gift and requested that Elder Chen not find it lacking. The elder produced a spatial ring and presented it to Chen Qingyuan. While unaware of the treasures contained within, one could surmise that the Murong family, being a first-rate clan, would not offer something meager. Chen Qingyuan, without hesitation, accepted the ring, placing it in his pocket, and his smile brightened as he thanked them profusely. The Murong family is truly too gracious. Since this is a gesture of goodwill, I shall shamelessly accept it. You young man, Lin Changsheng, who had been observing, silently held his forehead, bemused. Elder Chen is indeed generous, befitting a young prodigy. The family elder sincerely praised. Laughter erupted among the Murong family, who raised their glasses in Chen Qingyuan's honor, expressing their gratitude. They afforded him great respect, leaving him somewhat flustered as he hurriedly returned the courtesy. After several rounds of drink, Chen Qingyuan sat beneath a tree in a side hall, enjoying the coolness. Hey, you didn't say a word to me earlier. Isn't that a bit excessive? Suddenly, a plaintive voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. Turning, he found it was Murong Wensi. Today, she wore a light blue gown that trailed on the ground, accentuating her graceful figure. Her light blonde hair was tied with a pale red ribbon, her nose delicate and her features exquisite, resembling a fairy descended from the heavens. I have nothing to discuss with you. Chen Qingyuan shrugged, unperturbed by the potential offense. Rude man, shift over a bit. Murong Wensi lightly kicked his back and huffed. Why? Chen Qingyuan retorted. I think your current position is quite good for enjoying the scenery. Murong Wensi provided her reasoning. Isn't it all the same? Chen Qingyuan casually replied. Will you move or not? Seeing Chen Qingyuan remain still, Murong Wensi's tone chilled. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Chen Qingyuan obediently shifted, moving a meter to the side. Thus, Murong Wensi took the spot he had vacated. Feeling a lingering warmth, her cheeks slightly flushed, which she discreetly concealed. After a moment of silence, Murong Wensi feigned indifference. I heard that you, with your heavenly spirit realm cultivation, defeated an opponent at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Is that true? False, Chen Qingyuan replied without hesitation. You clueless man, can you not engage in conversation? Murong Wensi took a deep breath to maintain her composure, suppressing her irritation. I inquired, and this is not a fabrication. Knowing it's not a fabrication, why ask? Are you unwell? Chen Qingyuan glanced at her, his eyes tinged with pity. Chen Qingyuan, do you believe I would not hesitate to strike you? At this, Murong Wensi lost her composure, grabbing a nearby branch to threaten him. Let us speak calmly. There is no need for anger. Chen Qingyuan chuckled awkwardly. Humph. Murong Wincy scoffed, perplexed by her own actions. Contemplating why she sought to converse with Chen Qingyuan, truly a self-inflicted hardship. If you dare to provoke me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Sigh. My life is so difficult. Chen Qingyuan sighed inwardly. Miss Murong, do you not have other matters to discuss? After a lengthy silence, Chen Qingyuan broke the stillness, asking softly. I do, Murong Wincy replied coldly, but I do not wish to speak of them now. Come on, I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have spoken that way, all right? Chen Qingyuan, sitting close under the tree, felt a gentle breeze carrying a fragrant scent that was intoxicating. Given your acknowledgement of your mistake, I shall share something with you. Murong Wincy needed a way to ease the tension. After all, she was a girl, her pride less resilient than Chen Qingyuan's. I'm all ears, Chen Qingyuan said. A century ago, you were named one of the 10 heroes of Beiwang. Although news of your demise in Tianyuan circulated, your title was not revoked, albeit it became somewhat nominal. Recently, news of a new list of the 10 heroes of Beiwang emerged, and the previous heroes have been replaced with new candidates. As she spoke of this matter, Murong Wincy's expression turned grave, revealing her concern. What does this have to do with me? Chen Qingyuan furrowed his brow slightly. It is highly relevant, and in fact quite significant. Murong Wincy met his gaze, contemplating. Your name is prominently listed. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, doubting his own ears. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, but after thorough verification, you are indeed included in the new roster of the 10 heroes of Beiwang. Murong Wincy herself was puzzled. Chen Qingyuan had clearly been rendered incapable, and even considering his recultivation, it seemed impossible for him to hold the title of a hero. Yet, such an outrageous situation had indeed occurred. Which scoundrel compiled this list? Are they trying to ruin me? Chen Qingyuan cursed vehemently. Chapter 59. A Gentleman Takes Revenge. 500 years is not too late. I advise you to tread carefully with your words. The list of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness has existed since ancient times, and the forces behind it possess extraordinary capabilities. To this day, no one knows who issued the list, rendering its origin shrouded in mystery. What terrifies the world is that every era has seen similar lists, all crafted by the same enigmatic power, steeped in ancient tradition and unfathomable depth. Alas, my life is exceedingly arduous. Chen Qingyuan yearned for a few peaceful years, yet it seems such tranquility remains elusive. I have heard that many wish to come to the Falling Star domain to seek you out and challenge you. Should they manage to defeat you, they would use you as a stepping stone to ascend to the list of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness. Upon arriving at the Falling Star domain, Murong Wincy came both to express gratitude and to caution Chen Qingyuan, urging him to remain vigilant and prepared. Why do they seek to challenge me? Chen Qingyuan instinctively voiced his displeasure. What do you think? Murong Wincy responded with a knowing glance. The 10 talents of the northern wilderness, aside from Chen Qingyuan, are all top-tier prodigies, none of whom are to be trifled with. While Chen Qingyuan was indeed once a prodigy, he is now perceived as a mere shell of his former self, lacking any qualification in the eyes of the other geniuses across the star domains. Many harbor intentions to teach Chen Qingyuan a lesson while simultaneously seeking fame and recognition for themselves. After all, those with talent tend to be young and brash, unwilling to concede defeat. They fear the other members of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, but feel no trepidation towards Chen Qingyuan. My life has been too tragic. Even the simplest, most stable existence seems out of reach, Chen Qingyuan lamented. In the coming days, many prodigies will undoubtedly come looking for you. Take care of yourself. Murong Wincy could offer no assistance, only silently praying for his safety. Having remained within the Xinqing sect for some time, Chen Qingyuan was, of course, unaware of the latest developments in the outside world. However, given the sect's intelligence network, they should certainly know about the 10 talents of the northern wilderness. It is likely that Lin Chongsheng and others chose not to inform him to spare him unnecessary distress. Can I voluntarily withdraw from the list of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness? Chen Qingyuan truly wished to evade the pursuit of numerous adversaries, and the mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Do you know who created the list? Murong Wincy asked, her eyes piercing into him. To this, Chen Qingyuan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. If you do not even know who is behind it, how can you withdraw on your own? Observing Chen Qingyuan's despondent expression, Murong Wenxi's lips curled into a slight smirk, finding a sense of schadenfreude in his predicament. This is retribution for your earlier retorts, she thought, though a shadow of worry deepened in her gaze. If anything were to befall Chen Qingyuan, it would certainly weigh heavily on her heart. I must leave quickly. I cannot remain in the Xianqing sect any longer. Chen Qingyuan resolved not to sit idly by. The best strategy was to retreat. Hey, why are you so cowardly? Murong Wenxi exclaimed, exasperated. You could defeat enemies across realms. Can we not maintain some dignity? You speak as if you are unscathed. At this juncture, what dignity remains? Chen Qingyuan retorted. When a horde of prodigies descends upon me, will I gain any respect? That may be true, but you are now one of the newly appointed 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness. To withdraw without fighting would be quite shameful, Murong Wenxi argued. Shame is trivial. Being beaten senseless is far more daunting. Were Chen Qingyuan currently at the Yuaning realm, he would suppress every challenger without a moment's hesitation. However, as he stood at the Tianling realm, facing the true top-tier prodigies of the Northern Wilderness, he had no hope of victory. A century ago, many of those elite prodigies had already entered the Yuaning realm. Now, 100 years later, who could fathom how much their strength has grown, far surpassing that of Qin Yutang from the Tianyuan sect? Indeed, it is wise to avoid the spotlight and re-emerge only when you are stronger. After some reflection, Murong Wenxi conceded that Chen Qingyuan's point held merit. If he did not escape now, it would be too late when surrounded by foes. Quickly gather your belongings and flee. A gentleman takes revenge. 500 years is not too late, Chen Qingyuan declared fiercely. With that, he dashed back to his cave residence, leaving Murong Wenxi staring blankly beneath the tree. That scoundrel runs away with such speed, Murong Wenxi muttered quietly, watching Chen Qingyuan's retreating figure. Then, casting her gaze downward, she lightly touched the spot where she had been seated, her cheeks flushing a soft hue. Initially, she had thought little of sitting in the place Chen Qingyuan had occupied, but she could distinctly feel the warmth lingering from his presence. What is happening to me? After a moment, a gentle breeze ruffled her, breaking her reverie. She shook her head slightly, dispelling her errant thoughts. At this moment, within the cave, Chen Qingyuan hastily packed his belongings, preparing to make his escape. As he pushed open the door, he collided with Lin Changsheng, who had come to find him. Junior brother, what are you doing? Lin Changsheng inquired, peering into the empty room. I plan to venture out for some time. Chen Qingyuan fabricated a response. At this juncture, Lin Changsheng's brow furrowed, and he lowered his voice. Have you forgotten about the Dao Yi Academy affair? I have not forgotten. When the time is right, I shall return, Chen Qingyuan replied dismissively. This is reckless, Lin Changsheng admonished sternly. This is the wish of our master. If you leave and the Academy's envoy arrives, how shall I explain your absence? Well, senior brother, did you not say that the Dao Yi Academy is immensely powerful? Surely they will be able to locate me. Chen Qingyuan chuckled awkwardly. That is not acceptable. I cannot allow any mistakes in this matter. Lin Changsheng resolutely refused. Senior brother, are you aware of the recent uproar surrounding the list of the 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness? Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to reveal the truth. I learned of it not long ago. Upon Chen Qingyuan's candid revelation, Lin Changsheng had no choice but to nod in acknowledgement. Whoever compiled that list has led me into a perilous situation. If I do not flee soon, I fear my days of peace will be over. Chen Qingyuan harbored deep resentment towards the individual responsible for the list. So it is due to this matter, Lin Changsheng feigned ignorance, though he understood all too well. The credibility of the 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness is formidable. Young people are often proud and ambitious, especially those with extraordinary talents, unwilling to be surpassed by others. Among the entire 10 talents, only Chen Qingyuan is easily bullied, making him a prime target for those seeking to rise to prominence. Many would eagerly seize such an opportunity. Senior brother, I trust you do not wish to see me beset by others? Chen Qingyuan managed a wry smile. To be honest, I rather look forward to it. Lin Changsheng murmured, clearing his throat softly. What? Chen Qingyuan stared in bewilderment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 60. My dear, do not develop affections for me. Is this something a senior brother should utter? Do you truly desire for me to leap into the flames? The foremost prodigies of the northern wilderness are beyond comparison with peers from the flowing star domain. Many among them are cultivators of the Yuan-Ying realm. It is not an exaggeration to assert that Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation is far too weak, easily subdued by others. Fear not. As long as you remain within the confines of the Xianqing sect, those individuals cannot breach these walls. Lin Chongsheng could not afford to let Chen Qingyuan slip away. Should the envoy from the Dao Yi Academy arrive, he would find himself in a precarious position. Though such words were spoken, the danger remained palpable. Allow me a few hundred years of cultivation. I shall return to subdue them all. Chen Qingyuan was not concerned about momentary embarrassment, but rather feared the loss of opportunity for resurgence. Practitioners should not be overly fixated on present honors and dignity. They ought to cast their gaze further into the future. No. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chongsheng shook his head, resolutely declining once more. Senior brother, do not press me. Chen Qingyuan's tone bore an edge of threat. Oh, what do you intend to do? Lin Chongsheng, unfazed, provocatively inquired. If you do not permit my departure, I shall incessantly pester Xiao Yin, corrupting your precious son. After much deliberation, this seemed the only recourse Chen Qingyuan could devise. Very well, do as you wish. I anticipated something far more alarming. Lin Chongsheng felt a sudden jolt in his heart, fearing Chen Qingyuan had discovered some damning evidence against him. Do not regret this, Chen Qingyuan warned. Regret? Never, Lin Chongsheng affirmed with a nod. Agreed. With that, Chen Qingyuan turned and stepped into the room, slamming the door with finality, leaving Lin Chongsheng on the outside. Years later, Lin Chongsheng would often reflect upon this day with deep regret, even beginning to reminisce about the benevolent and refined Lin Pingyan. In the days that followed, Chen Qingyuan frequently played with Lin Pingyan, imparting his insights on wealth generation without reservation. Lin Pingyan was no longer the kind-hearted boy he once was. He had developed cunning and scheming traits. Many elders noticed the transformation in Lin Pingyan's character, exclaiming it was impossible. For years, the upper echelons of the Xianqing sect had instructed Lin Pingyan not to be soft-hearted. One must possess certain means to become a leader and advance the sect. However, at that time, Lin Pingyan was impervious to such counsel, unable to change. After years spent alongside Chen Qingyuan, Lin Pingyan seemed a different person, having outwitted several elders. We cannot allow Pingyan to remain with the junior disciple. It may corrupt the child, one elder suggested. Surely not. Most elders were skeptical that Lin Pingyan could go astray, as his image as a well-behaved child was deeply ingrained in their minds. In my view, should Pingyan truly go astray, it might prove beneficial. When the time is ripe, we can assess him and position him as the junior sect master. Elder Dong Wangjuan, protector of the sect, stroked his beard, sharing his perspective. Though the junior disciple is greedy, he never engages in outrageous behavior. Even if Pingyan were to be influenced, he would not cross the line. There is no cause for concern. A lengthy meeting lasting 3 hours ensued regarding the matter of Lin Pingyan and Chen Qingyuan. The distinguished guest from the Morong family had lingered at the Xianqing sect for half a month, preparing to return home. On the eve of her departure, Morong Wincy arrived at Chen Qingyuan's residence. Hey, I am leaving. Will you not come out to bid farewell? Morong Wincy shouted at the firmly closed door of the cave dwelling. Do you require my presence? You have legs of your own. Chen Qingyuan's voice drifted out lazily. Chen Qingyuan, should you speak to me thus again, I shall withhold any news from you in the future. Were it anyone else, Morong Wincy would have long since resorted to violence. At times, she herself could not fathom why. Despite Chen Qingyuan's detestable nature, she found it difficult to harbor true aversion, feeling only mild irritation at most. With a clatter, the door swung open. Chen Qingyuan emerged slowly. What news do you bring? Humph. Morong Wincy shot him a frosty glare, clearly displeased, and remained silent. We are comrades who have faced life and death together. Can I not jest? Sensing her anger, Chen Qingyuan attempted to lighten the mood. Smiling warmly, The Qingqiu Mountain of the Tianqi Star Domain and the Yin Qianling of the Mo Su Star Domain were once the Northern Wilderness's top 10 prodigies a century ago. With the emergence of a new list, they have been removed. Should anyone wish to target you, these two would undoubtedly be your greatest foes. Let bygones be bygones. Morone Wincy replied, her demeanor turning serious. Why did you not mention such an important matter before? Chen Qingyuan was aware of these two figures. Renowned prodigies of the Northern Wilderness, each at least at the Yuan-Ing realm. You fled before I could finish speaking. How can you blame me? Morone Wincy shot him a reproachful look, playfully pouting. Is there any other significant news? Due to Lin Chongqing's interference, Chen Qingyuan could not leave the Xianqing sect. Otherwise, he would have slipped away long ago. None, Morone Wincy replied. Very well. Chen Qingyuan turned and walked back inside. Wait, watching Chen Qingyuan turn away so decisively. Morone Wincy kicked a small stone on the ground, sending it skimming towards him. What is it? Chen Qingyuan glanced back at her, feigning confusion. Nothing. Morone Wincy bit her lip, her expression cold, and turned to leave. Once Morone Wincy had departed, Chen Qingyuan retracted his nonchalant facade, muttering to himself, My dear girl, do not let your heart sway. It would bring you no good. The reason Chen Qingyuan treated Morone Wincy this way was to prevent her from developing feelings, maintaining a certain distance. At the very least, Chen Qingyuan understood this point. He could not delay her future. After much contemplation, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the secluded palace, where Gongsun Nan resided. Only he knew of Gongsun Nan's presence at the Xianqing sect. Dear sister, have you been living comfortably of late? Chen Qingyuan smiled ingratiatingly. Unless you have urgent business, do not disturb me, Gongsun Nan, nestled in the courtyard with her eyes closed, retorted playfully. Truly, the famed ghost physician can discern my thoughts at a glance. I am in awe, Chen Qingyuan flattered. You wish for me to help you leave the Xianqing sect? Not a chance. Before Chen Qingyuan could articulate his intentions, Gongsun Nan directly saw through him. With her formidable prowess, it was trivial for Gongsun Nan to ascertain the recent events. Please, dear sister, do you truly wish to see me bullied? Chen Qingyuan stepped closer, a hint of urgency in his plea. Indeed, Gongsun Nan affirmed. Chen Qingyuan. Just as Chen Qingyuan prepared to plead further, Gongsun Nan suddenly opened her eyes, chuckling lightly. Young man, it is too late for you to leave now. In that fleeting moment, Gongsun Nan sensed numerous formidable auras emerging near the Xianqing sect, most likely converging upon Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 61. The talents from all directions converge at the Xianqing sect, foreboding a storm. Chapter 62. The appearance of Wu Junyan. Despite alterations to the list, Wu Junyan's name remained prominently inscribed. The North Song Star region, once obscure in the Northern Wilderness, garnered attention solely due to Wu Junyan. His life story is nothing short of legendary, akin to a myth. It is said that in his youth, he was whisked away by a celestial crane, vanishing for a full 3 years. Upon his return to the North Song Star region, he left his peers far behind, his formidable strength rendering them awestruck and submissive. Ah, you have arrived, Yin Qianling, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them to gaze at Wu Junyan from a distance, his expression a mix of emotions. Wu Junyan cast a silent glance at Yin Qianling, remaining reticent. Yin Qianling had heard of Wu Junyan's aloofness and bore no resentment. Indeed, Wu Junyan possessed the merit to be proud, eliciting no ire, only acceptance. To think even Wu Junyan has come. Is he here for Chen Qingyuan? A bystander pondered, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Rumors suggested that Wu Junyan had inherited the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, and since his emergence, he had never tasted defeat. A true prodigy among the 10 heroes of the Northern Wilderness, his strength was formidable. The crowd watched Wu Junyan's retreating figure in astonishment, their mouths agape. The higher-ups of the Xianqing sect learned of the situation, realizing the storm had escalated to an unmanageable level. A talent like Wu Junyan would be a guest of honor at any sect and warranted the utmost hospitality. As long as Wu Junyan lived, he was destined to become a pinnacle figure in the realm, roaming freely through the heavens. What shall we do? The upper echelons of the sect deliberated, aware that turning him away would be a significant affront. I shall handle it, proclaimed the Grand Elder, eager to take on the task. Very well. It is entrusted to you, Lin Chongqing agreed. Thus, the Grand Elder, clad in simple robes, approached the mountain gate and greeted Wu Junyan with a respectful clasp of his fists. Young friend Wu, what brings you to our Xianqing sect? I seek to duel with Chen Qingyuan, Wu Junyan replied coldly, his words few and far between. As anticipated, the gathered cultivators tightened their expressions, realizing they had correctly surmised the situation. This is troublesome, the Grand Elder lamented, feeling a headache coming on. After a moment of contemplation, he said, since you are not here as a guest, we have little to offer. Wu Junyan remained silent, standing aloof like an insurmountable snow-capped mountain. Although the Xianqing sect was loath to offend a future top-tier powerhouse, the safety of Chen Qingyuan took precedence over all else. Wu Junyan's arrival had thrust the sect into the limelight, attracting countless gazes. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan, sealed within the confines of his cave by a barrier, remained oblivious to the developments as he sat cross-legged, solidifying his foundation in preparation for a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Young man, Wu Junyan of the 10 heroes of the Northern Wilderness has arrived. You now have another rival. Gongsun Nan's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's eyes snapped open, a slight smile gracing his lips. Were it any other of the 10 heroes, he might have felt disheartened. However, since it was Wu Junyan, the situation was far more manageable. With a hum, Chen Qingyuan dispelled the barrier and stepped outside. Before long, he stood at the entrance of a Xianqing sect, drawing the attention of many. It's him. Chen Qingyuan has shown himself. Does he intend to accept the challenge? Excitement rippled through the crowd as they anticipated the spectacle. To their astonishment, Chen Qingyuan revealed his cultivation level, displaying his true strength without the concealment of his jade bracelet. The spectators were thrilled, taking their seats to watch the unfolding drama. Yan Qianling, however, bore a cold expression, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Chen Qingyuan, do you dare to face me in battle? Chen Qingyuan, unperturbed by Yan Qianling's challenge, dismissed him entirely, thinking, what nonsense. Although he kept this thought to himself. Old Wu, you are too eager to join the fray, Chen Qingyuan remarked, turning to Wu Junyan with a cheerful greeting. In just a few years, it will be time for our duel. I wanted to ensure you wouldn't run away. Previously, when Chen Qingyuan ventured into the dead domain, he had been confronted by Wu Junyan, and under pressure, they had agreed to a 10-year duel time frame. Given Chen Qingyuan's recent rise to prominence, Wu Junyan worried he might flee or fall to another's hand, prompting him to arrive early to avoid any complications. This battle held immense significance for Wu Junyan. He could not afford any missteps. He had long desired to challenge Chen Qingyuan, but had missed their scheduled encounter when Chen Qingyuan had journeyed to Tianyuan. I am a man of my word, Chen Qingyuan asserted. Is that so? Wu Junyan regarded this statement with skepticism. Do not look at me with such doubt. We have known each other for many years. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, I would never have broken my promise. Under Wu Junyan's gaze, Chen Qingyuan felt a bit uneasy. Wu Junyan chose to trust him, nodding slowly. There's still a few years until the duel. Come in for a drink and a chat, Chen Qingyuan invited. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan fell silent, deep in thought. What is it? Are you afraid I might poison you? Chen Qingyuan teased. Come or not, it's your choice. Lead the way, Wu Junyan replied, lowering his guard and taking a step forward. According to various reports, Wu Junyan was known for his reclusive nature and lacked any friends. Yet, before the multitude, he not only engaged in normal conversation with Chen Qingyuan, but also seemed inclined to drink and chat as if they were friends. Many were left dumbfounded, confused by the unexpected cordiality between apparent rivals. Throughout the encounter, Chen Qingyuan paid no mind to Yan Qianling or the other prodigies who had come from afar. As long as he remained within his domain, those prodigies posed no threat to him. As for reputation, it was of little consequence. Could it be eaten? Chen Qingyuan cared little for hollow fame. Had he the choice, he would have long discarded the title of one of the 10 heroes of the Northern Wilderness. Within the courtyard of his residence, Chen Qingyuan procured a fine vintage, personally pouring wine for Wu Junyan. Old Wu, this is a treasured brew from our Xianqing sect. Do give it a taste. Wu Junyan, Are you plotting something? Wu Junyan narrowed his eyes slightly, questioning Chen Qingyuan's excessive enthusiasm. Chapter 63. Should there be any dissent, one may engage me in battle. Nonsense. Am I truly that kind of person? Chen Qingyuan's expression hardened. Are you not? Wu Junyan cast a glance at the drinks on the table, choosing not to indulge, as he probed deeply from the core of his being. Brother Wu, despite being rivals, we are also friends. There is no need for such hostility. Chen Qingyuan remarked. Wait, when did we become friends? Wu Junyan furrowed his brow slightly. Our relationship has not reached that stage yet. During our last meeting, we shared wine and conversed. Chen Qingyuan replied after a moment's thought. You are mistaken. I have no friends, Wu Junyan retorted coldly. Is that so? You have not a single friend? How pitiful. Chen Qingyuan feigned sympathy, seemingly oblivious to the implication in Wu Junyan's words. Fear not, from this moment, we shall be friends. My intention was to maintain a distance, viewing you solely as a formidable opponent, making you aware of our relationship, which does not yet qualify as friendship. Why do you now pity me? Can you not comprehend human speech? Wu Junyan was taken aback, staring intently at Chen Qingyuan in silence. Come, let us drink. Before Wu Junyan could respond, Chen Qingyuan lifted his drink and downed it in one go. Seeing Wu Junyan remain motionless, Chen Qingyuan gestured, Drink. Rest assured, there is no poison. After a moment, Wu Junyan averted his gaze from Chen Qingyuan and glanced at the drink before him. After a brief hesitation, he lifted the cup and took a sip. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's declaration of their newfound friendship, Wu Junyan felt an inexplicable sensation arise within him, difficult to articulate. Since his birth, he had rarely engaged in conversation with others, even with his own kin, akin to a lofty ice lotus, untouchable. Old Wu, we must discuss serious matters now. Chen Qingyuan smiled broadly. Wu Junyan, ever the man of few words, remained vigilant in his gaze. In just over 4 years, it will be time for our duel. If I am defeated by certain individuals before that, and should we meet as equals later if you happen to lose or we draw, others will trample upon our heads and gain fame. Chen Qingyuan pulled his chair slightly closer to Wu Junyan. So, Wu Junyan regarded Chen Qingyuan with indifference, curious about his intentions. You must go out and settle those matters. At the very least, they must not cause trouble during these years. Chen Qingyuan expressed his thoughts candidly. I refuse, Wu Junyan declined. Do not be like that. Chen Qingyuan quickly interjected. Those individuals cannot possibly engage me on equal ground. That would be bullying. They are blocking my doorstep, and should I lose my temper and go out to confront them, I likely would not emerge victorious. Would you still wish to spar with me then? I do not care for such things. Crushing someone based solely on cultivation is the act of the weak. For me, only defeating you in an equal match can be deemed a true victory. Solidifying my resolve and aspiring to the heights, Wu Junyan asserted, valuing enlightenment over fame. Alas, this matter has left me exhausted. When the time comes for our battle, my state will surely decline significantly, increasing your odds of winning. Faced with such an unyielding character, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to exploit his vulnerabilities. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan's expression grew solemn. Should the battle not be fair, even a victory would hold no meaning for him. He placed great emphasis on promises. Once committed to a matter, he would see it through, even at the cost of his life. Thus, he had agreed to a 10-year duel with Chen Qingyuan and had no intention of issuing a challenge before the appointed time. The previous century's duel had been rendered void when Chen Qingyuan entered the abyss. This time, Wu Junyan wished for no further complications. Speaking of the abyss, it was not Chen Qingyuan's desire to venture into danger. Rather, he felt compelled to do so. During that period, he felt as though an unseen force guided him, compelling him to go. Before our duel, no one shall disturb you. Wu Junyan pondered for a moment and made a promise. Exactly. That is what friends are for. Chen Qingyuan replied, his face alight with joy. Unpalatable, Wu Junyan remarked seriously after taking another sip, as if voicing his displeasure. This is the finest brew of my Xinqing sect, Chen Qingyuan stated. The taste was acceptable before. Now it is not, Wu Junyan implied, indicating that it was not the wine that was unpalatable, but rather Chen Qingyuan's presence that rendered it so. Wu Junyan's manner of approach was subtle, catching Chen Qingyuan off guard. However, he paid little heed to such words. He merely wished for Wu Junyan to resolve the issues at hand. Leaving already? Chen Qingyuan inquired as he watched Wu Junyan prepare to depart. I will not go back on my word, Wu Junyan replied, before stepping out of the courtyard with an air of nonchalance. Truly impressive, Chen Qingyuan praised. To be honest, Chen Qingyuan felt quite at ease in Wu Junyan's company, unburdened by the need for deceit. In contrast, dealings with a cunning old fox would require utmost caution. Engaging in battle with someone of equal standing would at least spare him from humiliation and afford him a greater chance of victory. In contrast, fighting those who adhered to no sense of fairness, where the disparity in cultivation was too great, would result in nothing short of a beating. Chen Qingyuan was prepared for a fair battle with Wu Junyan. After all, neither would resort to lethal force, and simply determining a victor would suffice. Outside the gates of the Xianxing sect, Wu Junyan stood upon the clouds, surveying the surroundings with a detached demeanor, declaring to all realms, from this moment forth, no peer shall challenge Chen Qingyuan, nor obstruct the gates of the Xianxing sect. Should there be any dissent, let them engage me in battle. A stir erupted at his proclamation, reverberating like thunder. What is happening? The illustrious figures arriving from all directions were left bewildered. Is Wu Junyan standing up for Chen Qingyuan? They wondered. What is the nature of their relationship? Those who sought to ascend by stepping on Chen Qingyuan were filled with questions. In Wu Junyan's history, he had seldom interceded on behalf of others. The practitioners from a northern Songstar domain were well aware of Wu Junyan's solitary nature, preferring solitude over companionship. One particularly outrageous story circulated that a certain sect's saintess from the northern Songstar domain had meticulously orchestrated a scheme to isolate herself with Wu Junyan in a sealed chamber, igniting alluring incense to awaken his primal instincts. The saintess harbored no malicious intent. She merely wished to forge a fleeting romance with Wu Junyan, hoping that if he reached the pinnacle in the future, he would remember her fondly. However, much to the saintess's surprise, Wu Junyan remained resolute, maintaining his clarity. Gazing at the saintess before him, completely undraped, he uttered not a word, his eyes devoid of lust. He then approached the entrance of the chamber, unleashing a series of powerful punches against the sturdy door. Despite knowing that the chamber was fortified with ancient laws, Wu Junyan persisted, his hands bloodied and his vitality surging within him. He ultimately broke through the stone door, leaving behind a solitary and desolate silhouette. In this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. Word of this incident reached many ears. Thus, the news of Wu Junyan's disinterest in the fairer sex spread, causing quite a stir. A certain formidable figure remarked, "If this youth does not meet an untimely end, he is destined to stand at the pinnacle of this era." This illustrates Wu Junyan's renowned aloofness, showing that he pays little heed to anyone in the world. However, his current actions have overturned the perceptions of countless individuals. What on earth is happening? Many began to feel exasperated and confused. In the void, Yin Qianling, once one of the 10 talents of the northern wasteland, furrowed his brow and turned to Wu Junyan, inquiring, "What do you mean by saying that peers should not challenge him?" Chapter 64. The day of the challenge approaches. Visitors from the Dao Yi Academy upon hearing the voice, Wu Junyan turned to meet Yin Qianling's gaze, coldly stating, "I have never heard of prohibiting peers from competing. Are you trying to protect him?" Yin Qianling, wary of Wu Junyan, replied solemnly, "He is my opponent." Wu Junyan spoke candidly, "Before my battle, no one shall interfere." "Your battle?" Yin Qianling paused. "You have always been among the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, an unparalleled prodigy of this era. If it were the former Chen Qingyuan, he might have been your equal, but does the current him qualify as your opponent?" "The weak will never understand," Wu Junyan replied, offering no further explanation, deeming it pointless. Upon hearing this, Yin Qianling's countenance darkened considerably. The onlooking cultivators widened their eyes. Yin Qianling was a renowned figure in the northern wilderness, exceptionally gifted and immensely powerful. If someone of his caliber was considered weak, what did that make them? Nothing at all. They felt insulted, yet powerless to refute. "You are indeed strong, with ample cause for arrogance. However, there are many who surpass you in this world." Such words came from Wu Junyan himself. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, Yin Qianling would have already trampled him underfoot. There are indeed many stronger than I, and I do not deny that, Wu Junyan said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone unruffled. At least, you do not count among them. You, Yin Qianling, gritted his teeth, yearning for a contest with Wu Junyan. Yet, he lacked the confidence, knowing the odds of victory were slim. Suppressing his emotions, Yin Qianling resolved not to engage Wu Junyan for the time being. He intended to first contend with Chen Qingyuan, and after a few years of strengthening himself, he would surely regard Wu Junyan as his next target. Individuals like you only see those temporarily weaker than yourself as rivals, relishing the feeling of assured victory. No matter how far you progress, you shall never become a true powerhouse. Wu Junyan never bullied the weak. His eyes were set only on higher peaks. In a battle against Chen Qingyuan of the same realm, Wu Junyan held no assurance of victory. All was uncertain. It was this very uncertainty that compelled him to fortify his foundations, constantly striving to grow stronger, to be equipped to face the unknown. Listening to Wu Junyan's discourse, Yin Qianling's expression turned ashen, remaining silent. Do not stand too high, lest you fall, Wu Junyan cautioned. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qianling descended from the lofty heights above the Xinqing sect and landed on the ground, retreating to a nearby city to await an opportune moment. Should he have lingered, he would likely have faced Wu Junyan's assault at any moment. Having dismissed those obstructing his path, Wu Junyan sought a comfortable spot at the foot of the Xinqing sect's mountain, sitting down to meditate. Among his peers, none dared disregard Wu Junyan's words. In the ensuing 4 years, anyone who dared to provoke Chen Qingyuan or disrupt his life would surely meet a grim fate. When did the junior disciple become so close to Wu Junyan? The elders of the Xinqing sect exchanged puzzled glances. Younger individuals should resolve their own matters. Wu Junyan's presence has swiftly silenced the realm of the Xinqing sect, quelling all disturbances. Many elders sighed, acknowledging Wu Junyan's formidable presence as a top prodigy among the 10 talents. Is Wu Junyan preparing to battle the junior disciple? Can he handle it? A sense of unease arose among the elders, realizing for the first time that Chen Qingyuan might struggle against such overwhelming pressure. Why does our junior disciple seem so inferior compared to someone like Wu Junyan? Elder Dong Wenjun of the protective sect grumbled, observing how Wu Junyan's mere words commanded respect, while Chen Qingyuan attracted challengers eager to trample him. In the following 4 years, tranquility reigned in the Xinqing sect, with no rival among his peers daring to challenge. Even a figure as strong as Yin Qianling chose to yield before Wu Junyan's brilliance, granting him some measure of respect. Ordinary prodigies, of course, dared not be reckless. In his chamber, Chen Qingyuan diligently solidified his cultivation, striving to reinforce his foundation further. He had no intention of breaking through to the Gold Core realm just yet, opting to wait until after his confrontation with Wu Junyan. Only 10 days remained. Calculating the time, Chen Qingyuan felt prepared for battle, his spirit and energy reaching an optimal state. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Junyan slowly opened his eyes, whispering to himself, "This time, I shall determine our victor." Whether in victory or defeat, Wu Junyan would find closure, taking a step forward toward becoming even stronger. 8 days passed, and only 2 days remained until the challenge. Suddenly, a visitor arrived at the Xinqing sect, a tall youth, clad in white robes adorned with a pattern of a flower from the other shore, strode directly through the gates of the Xinqing sect, effortlessly bypassing the barriers. The guarding elders and disciples failed to perceive his presence, allowing him to pass by unchallenged. In the next moment, he approached the depths of the rear hall, standing before Lin Changsheng. Only when the youth drew within 10 zhang did Lin Changsheng sense him, turning in shock as cold sweat beaded on his brow. Who? At such a close distance, Lin Changsheng had only now realized the youth's presence. The youth appeared somewhat transparent, as if not entirely of this realm, his features obscured by a veil of white mist. Upon hearing this, Lin Changsheng's body trembled slightly, his expression shifting dramatically. He quickly bowed. "So it is the messenger from the academy. I apologize for my disrespect. Where is the candidate for evaluation?" Due to Lin Changsheng's shattering of the signaling token, the white-robed youth could pinpoint the location precisely. In the Yunxia Hall, 100 miles to the west, Lin Chongqing indicated. The person is coming with me. The white-robed youth's tone was calm, yet left no room for dissent. Before Lin Chongqing could respond, the youth vanished from sight. Moments later, he arrived at the Yunxia Hall, where he found Chen Qingyuan meditating in silence. Time is up. It is time to leave. A mysterious voice echoed, awakening the meditative Chen Qingyuan. Who are you? Chen Qingyuan asked, his guard fully raised, his body tense with unease at the sudden appearance of the white-robed youth. I am from the Dao Yi Academy, the youth replied. After a brief pause, Chen Qingyuan did not relax his vigilance, asking, What proof do you have? Enough talk. The youth replied dismissively, pointing at Chen Qingyuan to seal his internal energy, rendering him immobile. Then, the white-robed youth took Chen Qingyuan away from the Yunxia Hall, slipping through the protective barriers of the Xianqing sect unnoticed. Gongsun Nan, who had been seated inside, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression drastically changing. Where's Chen Qingyuan? It was only when Chen Qingyuan had been taken from the Xianqing sect that Gongsun Nan realized he had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from existence. Was this an illusion cast by the Xianqing sect, or was it the work of a person? If it were merely a ruse, Gongsun Nan could somewhat accept it. For the former Xianqing sect was indeed a formidable entity, leaving behind a trace of heritage. However, if it were orchestrated by human hands, Gongsun Nan could scarcely fathom the nature of such an existence, leaving his heart in turmoil for an extended period. Senior, I have a crucial confrontation ahead. May I request to finish it before departing? Chen Qingyuan, immobilized in body yet still capable of speech, implored earnestly. Chapter 65. The Duel Postponed. Journey to the Daoyi Academy. The young man in white regarded Chen Qingyuan with a placid gaze, momentarily halting his advance, and shook his head slowly, stating, The time for the examination has arrived. Tardiness is not permissible. Could we not make an exception? Chen Qingyuan implored once more. The Academy's rules are inviolable. If you are even a moment late, you shall forfeit your eligibility for the entrance assessment. The young man in white firmly rejected Chen Qingyuan's request, elucidating the gravity of the situation. Yet, Chen Qingyuan hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for a different approach. Senior, may I speak with a friend for a brief moment? I assure you it will not delay us. Very well. Should Chen Qingyuan pass the assessment, he would then be a member of the Daoyi Academy. Considering the slim possibility of camaraderie, the young man in white nodded in consent, as long as it did not impede the matter at hand. Allowing Chen Qingyuan to bid farewell to a friend was acceptable. Please, Senior, restore my ability to move. A flicker of joy appeared on Chen Qingyuan's face. With a snap of his fingers, the young man in white released the restriction on Chen Qingyuan. Without delay, Chen Qingyuan summoned a thread of the sound transmission law to communicate with Wu Junyan, instructing, Old Wu, come over here. Standing at the foot of the Xianqing sect, Wu Junyan recognized the familiar voice, a hint of suspicion crossing his features. Chen Qingyuan's voice? Why is he not within the Xianqing sect? With this perplexity, Wu Junyan followed the sound's directive, making his way into a nearby, secluded mountain. Where did Wu Junyan go? The surrounding cultivators began to stir, noticing Wu Junyan's sudden departure. Puzzled by the situation, upon entering the deep mountain, the young man in white cloaked the space, preventing any external probing of their thoughts. What brings you here? Wu Junyan inquired, frowning as he spotted Chen Qingyuan beneath a large tree. This is quite complicated, Chen Qingyuan replied. But I wanted to inform you that our duel will likely be postponed. He offered an awkward smile as he uttered these words. It was not his intention to flake out, but rather a matter of necessity. For years, Chen Qingyuan had diligently prepared, never anticipating such an eventuality. The timing of the Daoyi Academy's appearance, just 2 days before their scheduled duel, was truly unfortunate. What did you say? Wu Junyan's expression hardened, his eyes flashing with a chilling light that dropped the surrounding temperature. I apologize for this, but I assure you we will have a proper match in the future. If you're dissatisfied, we can arrange several bouts until you're satisfied. Chen Qingyuan genuinely wished to engage Wu Junyan in a battle of equal standing to fulfill this ambition, yet fate had conspired against him, rendering the circumstances most unfortunate. Chen Qingyuan, you should be well aware of my character. A promise made is more precious than life itself. Wu Junyan's countenance grew stern, his tone sharp, emanating a formidable pressure. Previously, Wu Junyan had forgiven Chen Qingyuan for failing to uphold their duel due to unforeseen peril. But the prospect of being let down again was intolerable. His anger surged. I understand, which is why I intended to engage you earnestly. Alas, unforeseen events have arisen. Chen Qingyuan lamented, feeling a pang of guilt. Unforeseen events? Is it your excuse? Wu Junyan's disbelief was palpable. Truly, I have no reason to deceive you. Chen Qingyuan insisted, nodding earnestly. Wu Junyan scoffed. If I wish to evade, why would I even contact you? Noting Wu Junyan's skepticism, Chen Qingyuan endeavored to clarify. You are cunning. How can I trust your sincerity? Wu Junyan's ire escalated, disbelieving Chen Qingyuan's inability to fulfill their duel. As Chen Qingyuan prepared to further explain, a cold voice echoed from a distance. Time's up. We must depart. Who? Upon their arrival, Wu Junyan had not detected a third presence, only seeing Chen Qingyuan. The sudden voice sent a chill through him, igniting a state of heightened alertness. The young man in white had remained by Chen Qingyuan's side, employing an enigmatic technique to conceal his physical form and suppress his aura. Senior, could you grant us a little more time? Chen Qingyuan turned to the young man in white. There is no time left. We must go. It was not that the young man in white lacked compassion. The urgency of their journey to the Daoyi Academy was paramount, lest they jeopardize critical matters. As he spoke, the young man in white revealed his true form, finally allowing Wu Junyan to see him. Who are you? Wu Junyan inquired, his soul trembling instinctively, sensing danger. Despite the peril, he maintained his composure, masking any sign of fear. The young man in white cast a fleeting glance at Wu Junyan, but offered no reply. A mere look from him caused Wu Junyan to feel as though he were burdened by countless mountains, nearly collapsing to the ground. Old Wu, I hope you can understand my predicament, Chen Qingyuan said with a bitter smile, feeling helpless. How could such a formidable individual appear in the flowing star domain? Wu Junyan exerted every effort to lift his head, mentally etching the young man's outline into his memory, tumultuous thoughts swirling within. I can comprehend, yet you still violated your promise. Wu Junyan's initial understanding touched Chen Qingyuan, leading him to believe a peaceful resolution was possible. However, the latter part of Wu Junyan's statement tightened Chen Qingyuan's heart with unease. When we meet again, I shall grant you no excuses. The day we encounter each other again will be the day of our battle. This is not my fault. Please do not hold a grudge against me. Chen Qingyuan felt utterly helpless. Wu Junyan gazed deeply at Chen Qingyuan, remaining silent. Suddenly, the young man in white, unwilling to waste any more time, pointed at Chen Qingyuan and disappeared. In the deep mountain, only Wu Junyan remained, the inexplicable pressure gradually dissipating. After taking a few breaths, Wu Junyan stared into the distance, his resolve unwavering. When we meet again, there shall certainly be a battle. Faced with such a terrifying presence, Chen Qingyuan was indeed powerless to resist. Nonetheless, while Wu Junyan understood, he remained furious. A promise, above all, must never be broken. This was the unwavering belief of Wu Junyan's life. After a brief respite, Wu Junyan quietly departed the flowing star domain, his destination unknown. Cultivators from various star realms awaited Chen Qingyuan's appearance, anticipating the duel with Wu Junyan. However, on the day of the scheduled battle, both were missing, leaving countless individuals in bewilderment, unsure of what to do. Senior brother, where has the junior brother gone? The elders gazed at Lin Changsheng, their faces etched with concern. Chapter 66. A backdoor? No examination required? Lin Changsheng sighed deeply, weighing his thoughts before deciding to disclose matters regarding the Daoyi Academy. This matter was of utmost significance. Hence, Lin Changsheng sealed the surrounding void, allowing only the core figures of the sect to enter, to prevent eavesdropping from certain factions. Are you aware of the Daoyi Academy? Lin Changsheng scanned the crowd, his expression grave. The elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng began to narrate the sequence of events. Meanwhile, An influx of foreign cultivators had emerged within the territory of Xinqing's sect, all seeking to trouble Chen Qingyuan, hoping to establish their own renown. Despite their substantial efforts to investigate, they could not discern why Chen Qingyuan refrained from battling Wu Zhenyan. After much deliberation, they resolved to wait a while longer. However, even if they waited 2 more years, it would be futile, for Chen Qingyuan had already departed from the Fulliu Star region. Chen Qingyuan's body was beyond his control, being led by a young man in white to the shattered void rift, traversing the star sea with remarkable strength, moving countless miles in a single step, faster than many top-tier sects' grand teleportation arrays. 3 hours later, Chen Qingyuan arrived in a place resembling a celestial paradise. Countless high mountains were interconnected, with a gentle mist wafting through every corner, adding an air of mystery to the locale. Lush greenery blanketed the ground, and the lakes were crystal clear, occasionally revealing ethereal fish leaping from the water, tracing graceful arcs in the air. As Chen Qingyuan gazed into the distance, it seemed there was a colossal palace suspended in the central expanse, surrounded by mountains, standing impervious to the elements. "Stop dawdling, let us proceed." The young man in white released the restraints on Chen Qingyuan and took a step forward. "Oh!" Chen Qingyuan snapped back to reality, hastily following in the footsteps of the young man. As they walked, Chen Qingyuan admired the scenery of this enigmatic realm, which felt like a hidden utopia. "Old Wu, it is not that I wish to break my word. When we meet next, I shall engage you in earnest." Reflecting on Wu Zhenyan's exceedingly solemn gaze, Chen Qingyuan sighed inwardly, silently affirming his resolve. He understood that Wu Zhenyan placed immense value on his promises, thus he never contemplated fleeing, preparing himself for a battle with all his might. Little did he expect that individuals from the Daoi Academy would suddenly arrive, causing him to miss the duel once again. At the foot of the mountain lay a staircase of jade leading upward, each step floating independently in mid-air, shrouded in thick mist, as if one were treading upon clouds. Ascending toward the heavens, the young man in white led the way, guiding Chen Qingyuan to higher ground. Upon closer inspection, a magnificent palace came into view, leaving Chen Qingyuan in awe. Above the palace, 2 large characters were faintly etched, Daoi. The palace and its inner structures were predominantly white, crafted from exceedingly precious jade. The entrance to the academy towered approximately 30 meters high, with a transparent barrier enveloping the void at the entrance, occasionally displaying strands of faint golden Dao patterns, exuding an aura of mystery. At the entrance stood over 100 exceptionally gifted youths, evenly split between genders. These individuals hailed from various locales, none of whom Chen Qingyuan recognized, certainly not from the Fulliu Star region and its surroundings. Those gathered were fated to the Daoi Academy, having secured qualifications for the entrance examination. Every millennium, the Academy selected suitable candidates, ultimately admitting only the top 10, making the competition particularly fierce. Just as Chen Qingyuan arrived, an ancient voice echoed throughout the void. "Time's up. The examination officially begins." The young man in white leaped to a high vantage point, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the 100 applicants below. Then, the young man pointed with a flick of his finger, conjuring a dark vortex that led to an unknown secret realm. Enter the secret realm to commence the examination. The young man in white served as the examiner for this admission test, gesturing downward, causing a flicker of light to illuminate the foreheads of the participants, instantly clarifying the examination rules. This examination would assess each individual's character, talent, perseverance, and integrity. The secret realm contained numerous trials, with rankings determined by points. The top 10 scores would ultimately become students of the Daoi Academy, with the examination lasting 5 years. Whoosh! Some individuals, without a moment's hesitation, plunged into the secret realm, eager for the forthcoming challenges. As Chen Qingyuan prepared to enter, he was suddenly halted by a gentle force. "What is the matter? Young one, you need not take the examination." A benevolent voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears, unheard by others. Why not?" Chen Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, surmising that this voice must belong to a powerful figure from the Daoi Academy. He inquired softly. In the void, the young man in white had already sent the other candidates into the secret realm, leaving only Chen Qingyuan. Upon noticing the laws manifesting around Chen Qingyuan, the young man immediately understood who was intervening and gazed toward the depths of the academy, seemingly questioning. Zhao Yichuan, this individual need not undergo the examination. A voice resonated in the young man's ear. Why? Zhao Yichuan, the name of the young man in white, possessed a significant standing within the Daoyi Academy. Otherwise, he could not serve as an examiner. He is from the Qing sect of the Emperor Prefecture. Is that reason sufficient? An elder within the academy transmitted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yichuan's pupils dilated slightly, a trace of astonishment flickering across his brow. He then glanced down at Chen Qingyuan, his gaze softening. That suffices. Having received his answer, Zhao Yichuan acquiesced to Chen Qingyuan's exemption from the examination, his heart unburdened. The Qing sect of the Emperor Prefecture had fallen to the Xianqing sect of the Fuliu Star region. The higher-ups of the Daoyi Academy were well aware of the immense contributions the Qing sect had made for the stability of the world in the past. Long ago, the Qing sect gradually declined. The then sovereign, unwilling to let its legacy fade, made a choice to forsake all resources in the Emperor Prefecture, gathering the remaining essence of the sect, severing the causality between heaven and earth, causing the Qing sect to vanish from public view, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. Years passed, and countless individuals in the Emperor Prefecture believed the Qing sect to be extinct, with only a handful of top-tier factions aware of its continued existence, albeit without the constraints of causality, rendering its current location undetectable. Little did they know, the Qing sect had been renamed the Xianqing sect, residing in a relatively remote star region of the northern wilderness. No wonder you insisted on personally bringing this lad. It all makes sense now. Zhao Yichuan's earlier doubts evaporated, and he cast a deep gaze at Chen Qingyuan before turning toward the examination's secret realm to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Chen Qingyuan stood in a daze, perplexed by the situation. Young one, follow this path into the academy. The elder's voice resonated once more in Chen Qingyuan's ears. As the words fell, the mist parted to reveal a pathway of white clouds leading into the depths of the Daoyi Academy. Chapter 67. The mysterious elder in black, Chen Qingyuan, hesitated momentarily as he traversed the Jade Gate barrier, slowly making his way into the depths of the Daoyi Academy. Along the path, he encountered no one, with thick fog obscuring his surroundings, leaving only the road ahead visible. After a prolonged period, he still had not reached the end of the path. The elder, somewhat discontented with Chen Qingyuan's sluggish pace, employed a mystical technique that enabled Chen Qingyuan to pierce through the fabric of space, landing him in a picturesque courtyard. A quaint bridge arched over flowing waters, and flowers vied for attention in vibrant hues. Occasionally, a gentle breeze caressed his face, accompanied by the melodic chirping of birds. Hundreds of willow trees bordered the lake, their slender branches cascading over the water surface. As the breeze stirred the branches, countless ripples danced across the lake's surface. At the lakeside stood an ancient pavilion where an elder clad in black robes sat, savoring the rich aroma of tea with an expression of contentment. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan found himself outside the pavilion, momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he bowed respectfully towards the elder within. Junior Chen Qingyuan pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Come in and take a seat, the elder replied kindly, turning to Chen Qingyuan with a gentle smile. Yes, Chen Qingyuan responded without hesitation, cautiously stepping inside the pavilion and settling down opposite the elder. After taking his seat, he mustered the courage to gaze directly at the elder and quietly inquired, Esteemed elder, why am I not required to undergo an assessment? Is it because you do not intend for me to become a student of Daoyi Academy? Or is there another reason? From the moment you shatter that token, you have already become a student of Daoyi Academy, the elder explained, lacking the demeanor of a formidable figure, instead embodying the warmth of a caring elder. He personally poured a cup of tea for Chen Qingyuan and gently pushed it towards him. Ah! Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief evident in his eyes. I inexplicably became a member of Daoyi Academy. Wasn't there supposed to be an assessment? What is going on? Chen Qingyuan was momentarily speechless, taking a while to compose himself before asking, Esteemed elder, you are not jesting with me, are you? What do you think? The elder in black raised an eyebrow, his gaze deep and inscrutable. A being of your stature has no reason to jest with a junior like me. Yet, Chen Qingyuan hesitated, deciding to voice all his doubts. It's just that I feel somewhat uneasy entering without doing anything. You truly did not do anything, but someone acted on your behalf. The elder replied with a knowing smile. Someone acted on my behalf. The doubt on Chen Qingyuan's face intensified at this revelation. Suddenly, he recalled his benefactor, his seemingly casual master, who had left behind the token and the letter concerning Dao Yi Academy. Could this be related to his master? Come to think of it, Chen Qingyuan had never truly met his master, only seen their portrait. Please, esteemed elder, enlighten me, he urged, rising and bowing earnestly. There's no need for reverence. The elder gestured, guiding Chen Qingyuan back to his seat. First, pledge yourself as my disciple, and I shall clarify your uncertainties afterwards. Become a disciple? Chen Qingyuan's pupils dilated, his body trembling slightly as he stammered, Esteemed elder, you must be aware of my background. I already have a master. I'm aware, the elder chuckled lightly. 200 years ago, I met your master and discussed your matters. It was made clear then that if fate allowed, I could take you as a disciple, and your master would not object. You met my master? Chen Qingyuan was astonished, calculating the timeline. 200 years ago was indeed when he had just been born, with no memories of that time. That was the first and last time you met him. Reflecting on this, the elder sighed, feeling a sense of regret and longing for a meeting that had come too late. You are not deceiving me, are you? Chen Qingyuan murmured apprehensively. At my age, why would I need to deceive you? The elder retorted lightly. That could be uncertain. The older one gets, the more cunning one may become, capable of deceiving without leaving a trace. Chen Qingyuan thought to himself, refraining from voicing his doubts. That makes sense, he conceded, though the words felt insincere. Observing the subtle changes in Chen Qingyuan's expression, the elder recognized the skepticism and continued. When your master visited Dao Yi Academy, he took a token. Whenever that token shatters, it will signify your arrival at Dao Yi Academy. Now I understand, Chen Qingyuan acknowledged, having no doubts about this fact, as it was indeed the truth. This is the letter your master left behind, along with the unique Dao imprint of the Xianqing sect. Take a look. The elder presented a jade slip and a letter. With curiosity and trepidation, Chen Qingyuan opened the letter first, confirming that the handwriting was unmistakably his master's. He could discern it from the portrait and calligraphy he had seen before. Next, he infused a strand of his consciousness into the jade slip, revealing the intricate Dao patterns of the Xianqing sect's core secret arts, an extraordinary method that even Dao Yi Academy could not replicate. The letter's contents were simple. If a powerful being from Dao Yi Academy wishes to take you as a disciple, accept without hesitation, for it will be beneficial. Have you finished reading? The elder inquired, observing Chen Qingyuan's dazed expression. Yes, Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, coming back to his senses. Could it be a deception? He had pondered this thought more than once while staring at the letter and jade slip. However, reconsidering, he realized that the elder had no reason to mislead him. If he truly intended to scheme against him, he would not need to go to such lengths. If you do not mind my humble aptitude, I am willing to pledge myself as your disciple, Chen Qingyuan declared, performing a respectful bow. With a thud, he knocked his forehead to the ground, awaiting the elder's response. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. The elder smiled contentedly, stroking his beard. Then, with a wave of his hand, the elder lifted Chen Qingyuan back to his feet, growing increasingly fond of the young man. Master, Chen Qingyuan murmured quietly, lowering his gaze. Indeed, the elder's eyes sparkled with a sense of pride. In that moment, he reminisced about past events, as vivid as if they had transpired yesterday. 200 years ago, Shangguan Rong arrived at Dao Yi Academy, emanating a formidable aura that compelled the elder to reveal himself. Who goes there? The elder inquired. Let's engage in battle first. Shangguan Rong replied, and without hesitation, he launched an attack. To avoid drawing too much attention, the two retreated to a secluded realm to duel for 3 full days. The outcome was inconclusive. Exhausted, Shangguan Rong revealed his identity and his association with the Xianqing sect from the Flowing Star domain. Such power you possess. Why have I never heard of you before? The elder expressed his bewilderment, astonished that Dao Yi Academy had not uncovered such a formidable presence hidden in the remote northern wilderness. You are unaware of the Xinqing sect? Then you must know of the Qing sect from the imperial province. Shangguan Rong responded candidly. You are a descendant of the Qing sect from the imperial province. The elder gasped in astonishment, suddenly piecing together the fragments of history that had been lost to him. After some conversation, the elder confirmed Shangguan Rong's identity and treated him with great respect. You have come here for a purpose, have you not? The elder inquired. I wish for the Daoyi Academy to safeguard an individual. Shangguan Rong, clad in light-colored robes, possesses a youthful visage despite his white hair, exuding an ethereal presence. Who is it? The two exchanged glances, the elderly man in black displaying a grave and solemn expression. Chapter 68. The vice president of the academy in a 200-year agreement. When I spoke these words, a profoundly intricate expression flickered in the depths of Shangguan Rong's eyes. Why should a disciple of a fellow cultivator seek my protection at the Dao Yi Academy? Could you elaborate? The elder clad in black, having clashed with Shangguan Rong, was acutely aware of the latter's formidable power. If even Shangguan Rong could not resolve a particular issue, the Dao Yi Academy would likely find it equally insurmountable. I must journey to the abyss of demons. Initially reluctant to involve himself, Shangguan Rong ultimately recognized the weight of the beliefs borne by the esteemed predecessors of the Xinqing sect and could not remain a passive observer. Thus, he embarked on the same path as his junior brother. Shangguan Rong's junior was none other than the previous sovereign of the Xinqing sect. 100,000 years ago, the sovereign of the Xinqing sect exhausted all resources to sever ties with the imperial continent, relocating the entire sect to the flowing star domain, while simultaneously sealing the sect's transmission techniques. This was done to spare future generations from the burdens of ancestral wishes, allowing them to live freely. Although this act may appear selfish, the sovereign had no other recourse. Without such measures, the Xinqing sect might have faded into oblivion. However, the unfolding events deviated sharply from the sovereign's predictions. Perhaps the heavens would not allow the Xinqing sect to rest easy. Or perhaps the disciples of the sect were simply too extraordinary. Every 10,000 years or so, a prodigious talent would arise within the Xinqing sect, breaking through the invisible seals and awakening the memories of their legacy. Those who underwent this baptism of ancestral memory could rapidly ascend in cultivation and comprehend myriad laws. The previous era's sovereign, Feng Changxian, after awakening his ancestral memories, achieved astounding heights in a mere century. Consequently, Feng Changxian feigned death to extricate himself from the Xinqing sect and adopted the moniker of Tsang Xiandao Run in the imperial continent. Before suppressing the abyss of demons, Tsang Xiandao Run traversed the various powers of the imperial continent, feeling a sense of injustice on behalf of the ancestors of the Xinqing sect. Ultimately, he discerned signs of weakening in the seal of the abyss and charged forth without hesitation. Presently, Shangguan Rong, like Feng Changxian, had awakened his ancestral memories and chosen this path. Before departing, he was most concerned about the Xinqing sect. Thus, he arrived at the Dao Yi Academy, hoping that, in light of the countless merits accrued by the Xinqing sect over the years, the Academy would provide protection. I assure you, I will not allow the Xinqing sect to decline, and I will take good care of your disciple. The elder in black, having grasped the situation's intricacies, felt a surge of respect for the Xinqing sect. Throughout endless ages, how many forces have achieved what the Xinqing sect has? Initially, the abyss of demons was jointly suppressed by the top sects of the imperial continent. However, as time passed, the powerful sects became unwilling to sacrifice themselves, leaving the burden solely upon the Xinqing sect. Had it not been for the sacrifices made by the ancestors of the Xinqing sect, the seal of the abyss would have shattered long ago, resulting in untold casualties. If that child joins the academy, allow him to cultivate independently. Do not interfere with his path. Moreover, that child's karmic ties are formidable. Shangguan Rong offered this kind reminder. The Dao Yi Academy has existed far longer than the Xinqing sect and fears no karmic repercussions. The elder in black confidently replied, believe it or not, There are some matters Shangguan Rong could not disclose. According to the rules of the Dao Yi Academy, every student must study under a teacher. Your disciple, upon joining, must adhere to this as well. The elder in black clarified that this was not an attempt to usurp a disciple, but rather a matter of protocol. If you are unafraid of the karmic consequences, then take him. I have no objections. Shangguan Rong remarked, though this karma is daunting. It holds the potential to transform into a grand fortune. Oh, I am quite eager to meet your disciple then. The elder's interest was piqued. Later, the elder in black and Shangguan Rong conversed for a while longer. Shangguan Rong left behind letters and jade slips before taking his leave. After 2 centuries of anticipation, the token finally shattered, and the elder was filled with expectation. Upon laying eyes on Chen Qingyuan, the elder began to observe, seeking to unravel his mysteries. For reasons unknown, whenever the elder felt he had discerned Chen Qingyuan's essence, an impenetrable mist would obscure his vision, rendering the experience quite eerie. This lad is indeed extraordinary, the elder mused, eagerly anticipating Chen Qingyuan's future. Returning to reality, Chen Qingyuan found himself with an additional, unexpected master. With a hint of discomfort, he inquired, "Master, I still do not know how to address you. I am called Yu Chenran, the vice president of the Dao Yi Academy." The elder introduced himself. "You are the vice president of the academy." Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. The master he had just pledged allegiance to bore such an imposing title. Vice president. Merely that title is quite impressive. Let us keep a low profile, Yu Chenran said, stroking his beard and feigning modesty at Chen Qingyuan's astonishment. "Master, may I now pose my queries to you?" Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully and asked. 200 years ago, your master, Shangguan Rong, arrived at the Dao Yi Academy. Following this, Yu Chenran broadly recounted the events of that time. However, he refrained from mentioning the Xianqing sect's origins tied to the imperial continent Qing sect. The karma entwined with the Qing sect was immense. Revealing such information to Chen Qingyuan would only burden him further. Throughout countless years, while the Xianqing sect has suppressed the abyss of demons, it has also offended numerous forces, particularly the demon clan. Should the specifics of the Xianqing sect's origins be disclosed, the consequences would be dire. Thank you, Master, for clarifying my doubts. Chen Qingyuan understood the situation. It turned out that his master, Shangguan Rong, had forcefully acquired a token and left it for him. What do you mean by master? Yu Chenran's expression turned serious. You see, I now have 2 masters, so this distinction helps avoid confusion. Chen Qingyuan explained with a smile. No need for that too. Just master will suffice, Yu Chenran stated sternly. Yes, master. Chen Qingyuan dared not argue. Please have a seat. Yu Chenran nodded in satisfaction. Yu Chenran was, in fact, a playful old man. Initially, he had little interest in Chen Qingyuan, yet Shangguan Rong's repeated insistence on Chen Qingyuan's significant karmic ties piqued his curiosity, compelling him to take the lad as his disciple. You cannot deter me from doing what I desire. I am simply that willful. Settling onto a chair, Chen Qingyuan gradually relaxed and took a sip of the tea before him. Suddenly, with an additional master in his life, he pondered the unpredictable nature of existence. Master, is my grandmaster still alive? This question had long troubled Chen Qingyuan. He found it hard to believe that Shangguan Rong had simply passed away, deeming it too suspicious. Yu Chenran gazed into the distance, his expression grave, revealing a complex mix of emotions: admiration, self-reproach, and a hint of concern. Chapter 69. The profound depths of the academy. I do not know, Yu Chenran responded softly after a long pause. Once one enters the abyss of demons, life and death become uncertain. He held great admiration for the sages of the Xianqing sect, who, despite knowing the perilous path ahead, steadfastly adhered to the ancestral teachings, willingly embracing their fate. Master, does the Xianqing sect harbor secrets? Are you aware of them? Chen Qingyuan sensed an anomaly within the sect. Unlike other sects that had elder ancestors retreating into the shadows, the elder generation of the Xianqing sect had all vanished, leaving only graves behind. As the new generation of disciples emerged, the elders seemed to have fallen in unison. Why was this coincidence so striking? You are not yet qualified to know these matters. Yu Chenran replied, choosing not to disclose the history of the Xianqing sect. When you reach that stage, you will understand everything. Even if I were to tell you now, you would not grasp its significance. The founding ancestor of the Xianqing sect had created a secret technique that, when endowed with a gifted individual, would activate the memories of the inheritance, revealing all about the abyss of demons and the location of the formation's core. Furthermore, the will of the past sages would infuse spiritual energy into the inheritor, enabling them to grow rapidly within a short span of time. Most inheritors of the Xianqing sect only became aware of the ancestral lineage and comprehended everything upon reaching the later stages of the tribulation crossing realm. What stage must one reach? Chen Qingyuan was intrigued by the secrets of the Xianqing sect and yearned to discover the whereabouts of his master, Shangguan Rong, and whether he still walked among the living. At the very least, you must enter the tribulation crossing realm, Yu Chenran replied. He had conversed with Shangguan Rong for some time and was aware of these matters. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, master. Presently, Chen Qingyuan was merely at the celestial spirit realm, a vast distance from the tribulation crossing realm. Let's not dwell on this any longer. Yu Chenran changed the subject, revealing a dark ring that appeared in his palm and handed it to Chen Qingyuan. This is a gift from your master. Accept it. Thank you, master. Chen Qingyuan graciously accepted the ring, a smile brightening his face as he expressed his gratitude. Do not disgrace your master in the future, otherwise I shall break your legs. This was Yu Chenran's first time accepting a disciple, and if word of it got out, it would surely reverberate throughout the Academy of Dao Yi. Over the years, Yu Chenran had encountered numerous prodigies, but had never considered taking a disciple until now. By becoming Chen Qingyuan's master, he would have ample reason to protect him. Though Yu Chenran believed he could not compare to the countless heroes of the Xianqing sect, he could not allow the sect's legacy to suffer humiliation. This era felt subtly different from the past, and it was highly probable that the secrets of the Xianqing sect would be unearthed. When that day arrived, the countless forces that the Xianqing sect had offended would undoubtedly come knocking. Although the Xianqing sect had suppressed the abyss of demons for countless years, accruing immeasurable merit, how many would genuinely express gratitude once everything was revealed? Most of the top forces in the imperial province viewed the Xianqing sect as a mere plaything, leveraging every generation of its powerful members to maintain the suppression of the abyss of demons while reaping the rewards. It would be a blessing if these forces did not trample upon the Xianqing sect. Yes, I shall not bring shame upon you, master, Chen Qingyuan assured with a clasped fist. Begone. Yu Chenran waved his hand, indicating that Chen Qingyuan could leave. Master, where shall I go? Chen Qingyuan had just arrived at the Academy of Dao Yi and was unfamiliar with the surroundings, leaving him at a loss. How could I forget? Yu Chenran suddenly realized, pointing his right index finger toward the void beside him, causing a passage to materialize, the destination unknown. You may depart now. Very well. Please enjoy your tea. With that, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the circular passage and arrived at an exquisitely elegant place. It was a manor surrounded by 3-meter-high walls constructed of white stone, coated in a smooth layer of white paint with no visible cracks. Through the open gate, one could see over a dozen bamboo houses, a clear pond on one side, and several willow trees growing by the water's edge, beneath which lay a stone table and stone chairs. The innermost bamboo house was 3 stories high, likely serving as a resting place, while the other bamboo houses each had their own purpose. Yunchi Residence. A delicate plaque hung above the entrance. Every corner of this place seemed to exude an air of scholarly elegance, isolated from the world, akin to a paradise beyond reach. Young man, you shall reside here from now on. After 5 years, a position will be assigned to you. Yu Chenran's voice resonated in Chen Qingyuan's ears, advising him to hasten his cultivation, lest he face repercussions later. Should the other candidates discover that Chen Qingyuan had taken a shortcut, they would undoubtedly seek him out for an explanation. As long as the youthful disputes did not escalate into major incidents, the higher-ups of the academy would remain uninvolved. Understood. Chen Qingyuan entered the Yunchi residence. Suddenly, a token appeared in his hand, inscribed with the characters Yunchi. Upon grasping the token, Chen Qingyuan instinctively bonded with its laws, comprehending its usage as well as the purpose of each bamboo house within the Yunchi residence. Seal. As he held the token, Chen Qingyuan willed an invisible barrier to envelop the Yunshi residents, preventing outsiders from entering. Each bamboo house appeared ordinary, yet upon entry, one would find themselves in a realm of mystery. Every cultivation cave within the Academy of Tao operated on such principles, with intricate laws that eluded the understanding of ordinary individuals. The library. Let us see what lies within. Following the stone path, Chen Qingyuan arrived at a simple thatched bamboo house, using the token to unlock its restrictions before pushing the door open. With a hum, upon opening the door, he was met with a swirling white vortex. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. Instantly, an unforgettable scene unfolded before him. Before his eyes lay an endless corridor, 3 meters wide, flanked by towering bookshelves. One shelf housed ancient tomes with yellowed pages, another displayed jade slips, and yet another contained fragments of texts. The books here encompassed the histories of the northern wasteland and the imperial province, from the lives of the most powerful beings to the remarkable deeds of ordinary cultivators. Books on artifact forging, Taoist techniques, formation insights, puppet crafting methods, and alchemical arts were all present. A cursory glance suggested that the total number of books and jade slips would not be less than 1 million. Moreover, this was merely the collection available for Chen Qingyuan's perusal. The core materials were surely located elsewhere within the Academy of Tao. Is this the depth of the Academy of Tao? Chen Qingyuan felt a tightening in his throat, disbelief washing over him. Even for one with an exceptional memory, it would take hundreds of years to peruse this vast collection, let alone comprehend its depths thoroughly. What other mysteries did the other bamboo houses hold? For the moment, Chen Qingyuan refrained from delving into the books and exited the library, casting a curious glance at the surroundings. Chapter 70. The two vice-deans prepared to break through on the left side of the library. A humble plaque hung outside a bamboo house, labeled Training Hall. Chen Qingyuan entered the training hall using the same method, making his way to a small chamber filled with various spiritual treasures and weapons, each inscribed with special prohibitions, rendering them non-transferable. Additionally, within this space were unique buttons that allowed one to select puppets of varying cultivation levels for combat practice, enhancing practical skills. These puppets were crafted by a teacher from the academy and possessed formidable strength within the same realm, not to be underestimated. To his astonishment, even puppets of the tribulation stage were present. How outrageous! Chen Qingyuan stared at the buttons sealed before him, utterly dumbfounded. With his current cultivation, he was not yet qualified to activate all the puppets. Only the button for the celestial spirit realm was lit. To be able to forge puppets of the tribulation stage was indeed extraordinary. Chen Qingyuan hesitated, his eyes filled with astonishment. The depth of Tao Academy's foundation was truly unfathomable. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan inspected the layout of the other bamboo houses. The Serenity Hall housed special laws. If one's mind was unsettled, they could come here to stabilize their Tao heart. Regular meditation in the Serenity Hall for several hours greatly benefited the Tao heart and even enhanced spiritual power. The Cultivation Hall was rich in spiritual energy, fortified with robust defensive barriers to prevent disturbances. The Artifact Refining Hall contained numerous precious ores and tools for weapon crafting. As he walked through, Chen Qingyuan was genuinely astounded. This was true opulence. He realized he had previously been too small-minded. Upon entering the Cultivation Hall, he observed a transparent barrier below, revealing a premium spiritual vein, which explained the purity of the spiritual energy within. Moreover, a powerful gathering array inscribed within the hall significantly increased the rate at which cultivators could absorb spiritual energy. Finally, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the only 3-story loft. It appeared normal, with a typical tea room, kitchen, wardrobe, and wooden bed. The interior compartments were adorned with blooming flowers, occasionally wafting delightful fragrances. Even a pig residing here could easily develop intelligence and embark on the path of cultivation, Chen Qingyuan mused. After resting for several hours, Chen Qingyuan entered the cultivation hall and began to seclude himself. Meanwhile, those exceptionally gifted individuals selected from the northern wilderness were engaged in combat within the secret realm. Among them, several young prodigies at the nascent soul stage. At the same time, by the lakeside in an ancient pavilion, Yu Qinran was savoring tea when a purple-clad elder walked across the water and sat directly in front of him, producing a flask of fine wine to drink heartily. The elder, named Lin Wenqiu, held an equal status to Yu Qinran as a vice dean of Dao Yi Academy. There were two vice deans who had managed the academy over the years, ensuring no disturbances arose. As for the dean, he had vanished many years ago, whereabouts unknown. To think you old fool actually took on a disciple. How peculiar, Lin Wenqiu remarked. He enjoyed drinking, while Yu Qinran preferred tea. At times, they conversed like close friends, and at others, they would spar as if rivals, their relationship complex and difficult to articulate. Mind your own business, Yu Qinran retorted. What is the background of this kid? Care to enlighten me? Regarding the matters of the Xinqing sect, Lin Wenqiu was currently unaware. You figure out. Yu Qinran, disinclined to explain, tossed a jade slip toward Lin Wenqiu. The slip contained a wealth of information regarding Chen Qingyuan, his age, cultivation level, and battles with others. It even documented the ghost doctor and the Changgung sword immortal. However, the events within the Tianyuan remained undiscovered, while most other details were accurate. To have formed a benevolent connection with the Changgung sword immortal, this young man possesses extraordinary fortune. Lin Wenqiu mused, dismissing the ghost doctor as merely a local physician of no consequence. Yet, upon seeing the mention of the Changgung sword immortal, he was genuinely taken aback. The Changgung sword immortal was a figure of unparalleled prowess from 1,000 years ago, renowned for daring to draw his sword against the heavens. It was no exaggeration to say that even combined, Lin Wenqiu and Yu Qinran would likely be no match for the peak Changgung sword immortal. He is the heir of the Qing sect, Yu Qinran stated in a calm tone. What did you say? Lin Wenqiu nearly choked on his drink, his expression one of disbelief. Upon seeing the intensely serious look in Yu Qinran's eyes, he felt no doubt, murmuring, "So that is why you old fool suddenly took on a disciple. This child must not come to harm." When Yu Qinran spoke, his demeanor was grave and unyielding. The heir of the Qing sect indeed could not afford any misfortune. Lin Wenqiu's expression turned serious as he suddenly recalled, "This young man has been to the Tianyuan. What transpired there? You ask me, and who should I inquire?" Yu Qinran also wished to know about the circumstances within the Tianyuan, but had no means of investigation. Would he dare venture there? That would be akin to courting death. Ordinary people were unaware of the true horror of the Tianyuan's forbidden zone. But as senior members of Dao Yi Academy, they had some understanding. It was said that a powerful figure had resided there for many years. The fact that this young man had emerged alive from the Tianyuan surely implied he possessed secrets. Lin Wenqiu's brow furrowed in concern. I advise you to refrain from probing into certain matters. Be wary of attracting calamity. Though Yu Qinran was also curious, he would not actively investigate the secrets of the Tianyuan. I know, I'm not foolish. Lin Wenqiu, clad in purple, stated. You're not foolish? Huh. Yu Qinran shot him a glance, scoffing. Speak plainly. No need for cryptic remarks. Lin Wenqiu, irritated, pointed a finger at Yu Qinran. I'm quite vexed right now. I have nothing more to discuss with you. Your presence here is quite bothersome. Kindly take your leave. When speaking with his old friend, Yu Qinran was decidedly unceremonious. I refuse to leave. Let us see what you intend to do about it. Lin Wenqiu huffed, his temper flaring. In the Yunqi residence's cultivation hall, Chen Qingyuan sat cross-legged in mid-air, retrieving the precious medicine gifted by the ghost doctor, resolved to advance his cultivation. Countless strands of pure, spiritual energy swirled around him, ready to permeate his body at his command. His foundation was already remarkably solid. It was time to take the next step. The supreme Tao bone within him trembled slightly, causing Chen Qingyuan to feel the agonizing sensation of flesh tearing. Refining the precious medicine and absorbing the spiritual energy, Chen Qingyuan's body began to undergo a transformation, his aura gradually shifting. Chapter 71. 3 Golden Pills. Exquisite trials. Not long after, a luminous moon appeared behind Chen Qingyuan, transitioning from transparency to a tangible form. Several hours later, the moon began to shrink, ultimately taking the shape of a fist-sized golden pill. It was evident that Chen Qingyuan had successfully condensed a golden pill, significantly enhancing his power. Yet, he did not cease his cultivation. he persisted in his practice. A resonant hum emanated from the golden Tao bone within him, enveloping Chen Qingyuan's body in a rich aura of law, manifesting a layer of mysterious Tao patterns on his surface. This is not my limit. Chen Qingyuan sensed an immense potential still residing within him, specifically stemming from that enigmatic Tao bone. Thus, he continued to solidify his foundation, exploring a pathway to the golden pill he had never comprehended before. A month later, a slightly dark red orb materialized at the center of his brow. Gradually, the red orb drifted behind him, exuding the aura of the golden pill realm. 2 golden pills. However, this was still not Chen Qingyuan's ultimate limit. Ancient texts recorded that if a prodigious talent were to break through, it is possible to forge 2 golden pills within. Such talents, however, are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one among millions of practitioners. The golden pill signifies the foundation of transcendent paths and is generally classified into inferior, medium, and superior grades. The world recognizes that ordinary prodigies can effortlessly condense superior golden pills, such as Qin Yutong, who had battled against Chen Qingyuan. Beyond these, there also exist Earth grade, Heaven grade, and Saint grade pills. To forge a golden pill of Earth grade or higher poses tremendous challenges, demanding not only rigorous innate talent, but also testing one's character, willpower, and fortune. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan possessed the foundation of a heaven-grade golden pill, with hopes of eventually reaching the great ascension realm. Regrettably, in the eyes of the crimson-clad maiden from the abyss of heaven, the heaven-grade foundation bore flaws, leading her to incapacitate Chen Qingyuan, compelling him to start anew, leaving no room for hidden dangers. At this moment, the 2 golden pills that Chen Qingyuan had condensed remained in a peculiar state, yet to stabilize. Their ultimate potential still unknown. Just as Chen Qingyuan believed he had reached his limits, a bizarre occurrence transpired. The golden Tao bone seemed to awaken, causing his body to tremble slightly as a powerful force surged throughout him. A faint Tao sound resonated from within the bone, echoing in Chen Qingyuan's ears. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes, a profound depth within them revealing something akin to the law patterns from the end of time. The golden Tao bone elevated Chen Qingyuan's innate talent, allowing him to surpass his limits. Days later, a 3rd golden pill formed, shimmering with radiant luster. The 3 golden pills now floated in unison above Chen Qingyuan's back. Return. Chen Qingyuan formed a seal with his hands and uttered a command. All the golden pills were absorbed into his body, becoming an inseparable part of him. Simultaneously, the vague laws surrounding the pills grew increasingly distinct. As Chen Qingyuan struggled to withstand the pressure of the golden pill laws, determined to maintain his Tao heart without a hint of wavering. This was the critical juncture in shaping the quality of the golden pills. One misstep would render a century of suffering in the abyss of heaven utterly futile. Once, the crimson-clad maiden had guided Chen Qingyuan in mastering numerous Tao techniques, teaching him the true path of the golden pill. Once he comprehended these teachings, she erased his cultivation without harming the foundation of his body, ensuring he did not age. If you fail to meet my standards, I shall incapacitate you once more, she had once declared. Each time Chen Qingyuan recalled these words, he felt as if countless ants crawled upon him, an unsettling sensation. The thought of being incapacitated again was tormenting. At that time, he had asked the crimson-clad maiden, "Why must I forge a flawless foundation for the golden pill?" In response, she had not answered directly, but gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with unspoken tales. "You will understand in due time." Reluctantly, Chen Qingyuan ceased to press further, allowing fate to take its course. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, inducing a suffocating sensation. Blood began to seep from various parts of his body, staining his garments crimson. The task of forging 3 golden pills was proving to be a burden too great for Chen Qingyuan to bear. "Endure, and all shall be well." He gritted his teeth, absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the void, executing the foundational techniques of the golden pill path. This technique had been imparted to him by the crimson-clad maiden, taking him an entire year to master. In his memory, the century spent in the abyss of heaven involved 90 years of relentless cultivation, followed by 10 years of recuperation, allowing him to internalize what he had learned into instinct. In summary, the cultivation within the abyss of heaven was exceedingly harsh. If given the choice, he would prefer never to return. The 3 golden pills within him trembled incessantly, emitting Tao sounds. The agony of his flesh intertwined with a soul-rending sensation, and as various sensations melded, beads of sweat poured from Chen Qingyuan, his jaw clenched in determination. The higher his innate talent and character, the finer the quality of the golden pills. The quality of the 3 golden pills was breaking free from its constraints, ascending from inferior to medium grade, and swiftly leaping to superior grade, to elevate all the golden pills to earth grade. However, Chen Qingyuan needed to endure patiently, without a hint of complacency. The moment his spirit relaxed, all would be lost. Thus, Chen Qingyuan persevered through 3 arduous months, elevating the quality of the golden pills to earth grade. In the process, he shattered 2 of his own teeth, becoming numb to the pain in his body as if he had lost all sensation. Am I reaching my limit? Chen Qingyuan's consciousness began to blur, yet he refused to relent. Once he had possessed a single golden pill, relying solely on his strength to reach the heaven grade level. Now, with 3 golden pills, the difficulty had multiplied exponentially. At least according to the ancient texts, there had never been a record of a prodigy possessing 3 golden pills, especially of such high quality. I refuse to endure the company of that woman any longer. It is too torturous. Voices urging him to abandon his efforts echoed in his ears. But in a fleeting moment, he thought of the crimson-clad maiden, and clarity washed over him, enabling him to endure once more. Despite her alluring figure and enchanting demeanor, the ruthlessness of the crimson-clad maiden instilled fear in Chen Qingyuan to this day. At that time, she had presented him with 2 choices to forge a partnership with her. Chen Qingyuan had decisively chosen the latter. Only a fool would become her Tao partner. I shall see if this forced endurance will cost me my life. Should he falter, the crimson-clad maiden would undoubtedly drag him back to the abyss of heaven, subjecting him to another round of torment. Rather than face that ordeal anew, he would wager his life on enduring until the end. Should word of his 3 earth-grade golden pills spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. Yet, Chen Qingyuan remained unsatisfied. According to the crimson-clad maiden, anything below saint grade is deemed useless. Chen Qingyuan resolved to push forward, seeking a slim chance of reaching the saint grade golden pill level, even if it meant risking his life. As for the likelihood of success, that would depend solely on his own fortune. Chapter 72. I am unworthy of being the saintess. Chapter 73. The matter of the abyss remains unresolved, a strange dream child. Are you aware of what you are saying? Yao Susu approached Bai Shishue, her face etched with concern and urgency. I know, Bai Shishue replied slowly, feeling lost. To pass this trial is not due to my abilities, but rather sheer luck. In this world, luck is a part of strength. Bai Shishue did not respond further, but turned her gaze towards the distance, towards the direction of the Xianxing sect. Her eyes shimmered with tears, her heart pierced with pain. Perhaps she truly once harbored feelings for him. Perhaps she had even hoped for his safe return. In her former life, she had been an unremarkable, ordinary woman. Yet after encountering Chen Qingyuan, she became the renowned goddess of the realm, attracting the attention of many. I have erred in not fulfilling my promise to you. Between us, this lifetime may indeed be devoid of destiny. Could it be that Bai Shishue's memory had faded, which explained her lack of reaction to Chen Qingyuan's return? No, it was not so. It could only be said that her affections for Chen Qingyuan were entangled with too many vested interests. On the day Bai Shishue met the returning Chen Qingyuan, though she initially felt some shame and self-reproach, that fleeting sense of guilt vanished the moment she realized he had become a cripple, leaving her emotionless, as though he were a stranger. Had all the shared moments between Bai Shishue and Chen Qingyuan truly been sealed away by Yao Susu? How could that be possible? If Yao Susu possessed the ability to seal memories of a particular individual without harming their body or foundation, she would not merely be an intersect elder, but would likely dominate the world. In other words, it was Bai Shishue's own issue, rather than the fault of others. She had known that Qin Yutong did not genuinely care for her, yet she had agreed to the union back then, all for the sake of climbing to the Tianyuan sect and reaping benefits. Master, have there been any recent news about Chen Qingyuan? Bai Shishue turned to Yao Susu, her voice trembling slightly as she uttered his name. Yao Susu hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Standing nearby, the sect leader, Du Ruoxing, answered for her. According to reliable sources, Chen Qingyuan remains one of the 10 heroes of the North Wilderness. Not long ago, he fought Qin Yutong and, with his heavenly spirit realm cultivation, incapacitated him. He is currently recovering from his injuries. Upon hearing this, Bai Shishue's delicate frame shivered slightly. Indeed, he was still as exceptional as he had been in the past, unmatched by mere mortals. I have severed all ties with him. Perhaps it was destined to be so. Someone like me does not deserve to remain by his side. Moreover, it was my own inability to hold steadfast that has led to this outcome. Reflecting on this, Bai Shishue chuckled, mocking her own ignorance and lack of loyalty. The harrowing experiences in Yanshu City had made her acutely aware of how well Chen Qingyuan had treated her in the past. Alas, all was lost, and there was no returning to those days. With a sudden thud, Bai Shishue collapsed, darkness enveloping her. After enduring countless tribulations and inner torment, she could no longer withstand the burden. Take her away to rest. She must not suffer any harm, Du Ruoxing ordered, gazing at the fallen Bai Shishue. Elders quickly approached to examine her condition and transported her back to the sect for treatment. From this day forth, Bai Shishue was to be the saintess of Dongyi Palace, holding a revered status above many elders. Those disciples who had entered the sect alongside Bai Shishue were astounded to learn of her elevation. Once merely an ordinary inner disciple, she had astonishingly become a saintess in the blink of an eye. Recently, the matter of the abyss in the Fuliexing region had escalated to a critical point. A distinct malevolent aura emanated from deep within the abyss, causing numerous disciples of the Tianyuan sect to become corrupted, neither human nor ghost. The Tianyuan sect coldly eradicated all corrupted disciples to prevent a calamity. Hasten to inform the masters of all sects. They must convene at the Tianyuan sect to discuss the abyss, commanded sect leader Qin Yang, his urgency palpable. If this trend continued, the abyss would erupt within a few years, with catastrophic consequences. Approximately a decade prior, the Tianyuan sect had invited a master of formations and powerful figures from various sects to address the threat of the abyss, establishing several grand formations. Believing they could effectively suppress the abyss's laws, only to find little effect. Now, the interior of the abyss was undergoing immense changes, with cracks appearing in the surrounding formations, signaling imminent danger. Days later, the foremost powers of the Fuliexing region gathered to deliberate on the abyss, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping them. If the abyss were to erupt, a tremendous surge of malevolent energy could emerge, transforming countless beings into fiends. If that were not enough, I fear, there are terrifying demonic entities concealed within the abyss. An elder of the Xianxing sect, his face lined with concern, voiced his opinion. To truly resolve the abyss, we must delve into its depths and dismantle its interior. However, the danger involved is immense. It is uncertain whether we can succeed, and entering could very well mean death. Many were acutely aware of this reality. If one wished to eradicate the abyss entirely, one had to venture into the lion's den, for there were no alternatives. Initially, it was believed that the grand formation laid out previously could temporarily suppress the abyss. Yet merely a decade later, upheaval ensued, heralding impending disaster. However, the experts of the Tianyuan sect were unwilling to sacrifice their lives for this cause, and it was even less likely that other sects would. Speaking of self-sacrifice is easy, yet once the moment arrives, how many would secretly curse the foolhardy? Senior brother, what do you think we should do? Dong Wenjun looked to Lin Changsheng, seated high above. All the elders turned their gazes in unison, hoping Lin Changsheng would offer a reasonable solution. Once the abyss erupts, it will undoubtedly affect everyone in the Fuliexing region, and the Xianxing sect cannot evade its impact. Let us first observe the actions of the Tianyuan sect. Lin Changsheng refrained from revealing his thoughts. Should the situation necessitate a descent into the abyss, and if others were unwilling to risk their lives, he would be willing to stake his own life on the endeavor. His motives were not for the Tianyuan sect, but for the innocent beings of the Xianqing sect and the Fuliexing region. In recent years, Lin Chongsheng had often felt drowsy, leading him to dream. He envisioned a place vastly larger than the Tianyuan sect's abyss, where figures clad in Xianqing sect attire surged into that realm. The imagery in his dreams was hazy, leaving Lin Chongsheng unable to discern clearly. Each time he awakened, he inexplicably shed 2 lines of tears. He could not comprehend the cause of this phenomenon. Was he succumbing to madness? Or had he encountered a flaw in his cultivation? Lin Chongsheng was a practitioner at the 5th stage of the tribulation crossing phase, endowed with the highest talent among his peers in the Xianqing sect. As his cultivation gradually advanced, the frequency of his dreams increased. No matter the methods he employed, he could not prevent the arrival of these visions. Initially, he believed he had been possessed, but gradually he recognized something amiss. For in his dreams, he glimpsed a somewhat indistinct figure, although unclear. He was certain that this person was an ancestor of the Xianqing sect. He had encountered the portrait of this ancestor within the ancestral hall, so there could be no mistake. Master, Uncle Master, have you truly passed? One day, Lin Chongsheng experienced the same dream once more, with the images becoming somewhat clearer. Upon awakening, he found himself pondering the sudden passing of his master and Uncle Master with a hint of suspicion. Thus, after much internal struggle, Lin Chongsheng made a bold decision. Chapter 74, Digging Graves and Unearthing Secrets. The sacred golden elixir Lin Chongsheng made his way to the ancestral burial grounds, establishing a unique barrier to ensure no one would discover his presence. Before the grave of his master, Feng Chongxian, he bowed 3 times, murmuring, "Master, please do not hold it against me. If I have erred and disturbed your eternal rest, I shall kneel here for 100 years." Taking a deep breath, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a tremendous force that unearthed the grave, revealing a coffin of black and gold. Lin Chongsheng then extended his hand, breaking the mystical seal upon the coffin and opening it. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid was cast aside. What lay inside left Lin Chongsheng momentarily stunned, a decayed scarecrow instead of corpse. The technique of feigned death. After a prolonged pause, his eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement, uncertainty, and a hint of concern. This suggested that his master had, through special means, faked his death years ago, extinguishing the soul lantern of the soul palace, and might still be among the living. Reflecting on this, he turned to the grave of his granduncle, Shang Wanrong. "I beg your pardon, granduncle," he said, lifting the coffin lid only to find it contained not flesh, but merely a withered stalk of grass. For the next hour, Lin Chongsheng opened the burial sites of ancestors recorded in the sect's history as having died unexpectedly. Out of 10 coffins, 9 were empty, and only 1 contained genuine remains. He returned the true remains to their resting place, bowing 3 times in apology. What could this mean? After restoring the graveyard to its original state, Lin Chongsheng sat in a daze, unable to comprehend the revelations. It was astonishing, since the Xianqing sect relocated to the Flowing Star domain 100,000 years ago. It was the first instance of someone digging graves and verifying the authenticity of ancestral remains. Initially, the avatar possessed formidable mystical laws, rendering the sect members oblivious as they buried their elders with great ceremony. Yet, as the years passed, the power of those laws waned, revealing the true forms of the avatars. Some ancestors had transformed into stones, others into wild grasses, and some even into fish bones, likely remnants from meals. Could this be related to the dreams I have been experiencing? Lin Chongsheng often dreamt, sensing that in a few years he would inherit the will of the sect's ancestors. At that moment, he would grasp the entirety of these mysteries. For now, he sat in bewilderment, gazing skyward and silently praying for the well-being of his granduncle and master. In a mysterious space within the northern wasteland, the Daoi Academy, Chen Qingyuan continued to endure unbearable agony, his body and soul deprived of even a moment's respite. At this time, he resembled a figure of blood, his skin torn, exposing stark white bones, a horrifying sight. 3 golden elixirs had reached the earthly tier and were progressing toward the celestial. Chen Qingyuan had no recourse but to endure. The Tao bone within him gradually improved his body and the 3 elixirs. As long as he could withstand the pressure, all would be well. Whenever he felt he could no longer bear it, he recalled the torment inflicted by the girl in red, stirring his fighting spirit for just a while longer. I would rather perish on the path of refining the golden elixir than endure her company again. Holding on to this belief, Chen Qingyuan persevered, enduring for over 5 months. Then, a surge of profound energy erupted from within him, elevating the 3 golden elixirs to the celestial tier, radiating immense power that distorted the air in the chamber. Yet, celestial-grade elixirs were still insufficient. The girl in red had stringent demands. Anything less than the sacred grade was deemed worthless. Chen Qingyuan had to elevate the quality of his elixirs to the sacred tier to avoid being captured by her again. The thought of being discarded once more filled him with despair. If you truly are reliable, then spare me from death. I shall handle the rest. Chen Qingyuan attempted to communicate with the golden Tao bone within him, preparing for a final gamble. The intricate patterns on the Tao bone flickered in response to him. Next, he produced a significant quantity of high-grade spirit stones and absorbed the pure spiritual energy swirling in the void. It was a gamble. As he spoke, he coughed up blood, forcibly enhancing the quality of the elixirs. In an instant, terrifying apparitions and ancient Tao diagrams emerged behind him. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan felt his soul being propelled outward by the elixir's power, leaving his body in a weak state. The next moment, the golden Tao bone played a crucial role, pulling his soul back into his body and stabilizing his foundation. At the Taoyi Academy, by the lakeside pavilion, 2 vice presidents, indulging in tea and wine, simultaneously sensed a shift in the laws of heaven and earth. They exchanged solemn glances before calculating the situation with furrowed brows. "Did you discover anything?" After a prolonged silence, Yu Chenran turned to his old companion and inquired gravely. "Nothing traceable." Lin Wenqiu, clad in purple, shook his head, his gaze deep with concern. The changes in the heavenly laws, coupled with their unknown cause, heralded ominous tidings. "I hope no great turmoil arises." Yu Chenran sighed heavily. "The dean has been missing for 5,000 years, and we know not when he shall return," Lin Wenqiu mused. A storm loomed. This era was unlike any other, and the Taoyi Academy might no longer remain in the shadows. 5,000 years prior, the Academy's dean had detected an anomaly and instructed the vice presidents to safeguard the Academy before vanishing. During this time, the vice presidents and several instructors had ventured out to search, but found no trace of a dean. With the dean's capabilities, no one in the world should be able to defeat him. Yet, there was concern he might have encountered some forbidden causality. Let's not dwell on such matters. We shall accept what comes. The 2 vice presidents ceased their discussions, gazing thoughtfully at the reflection of the slanting sun upon the lake. More than a year later, Chen Qingyuan had been in seclusion for 2 years, his body in tatters, flesh having fallen away, with bones exposed. The golden Tao bone emitted a gentle glow, enveloping his internal organs. Chen Qingyuan had lost all sensation of pain, leaving only a vague consciousness to persist. Each moment felt interminably long. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the beating of his heart grew stronger, resonating like the sound of drums. Chen Qingyuan's eyes appeared to be bathed in a rainbow, radiating brilliance. Boom! A rush of warmth emanated from his heart, coursing through his entire being. Simultaneously, the 3 golden elixirs underwent transformation, rotating within his Tianyuan as their quality ascended. They ascended to the sacred tier. Chapter 75. The Manifestation of Anomalies. The World in Awe. Chapter 76. The True Origin of Chen Qingyuan and the Longing of the Young Lady in the Red Dress. Chapter 77. The Third Agreement. Never regret within the room. Chen Qingyuan poured a cup of tea for Yu Chenran and quietly inquired, "Master, do you have something to say?" The human heart is difficult to fathom. Unless absolutely necessary, one should not reveal their true self. Yu Chenran did not directly address the matter, but subtly advised him. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids flickered. He was not naive. He understood the implications of Yu Chenran's words and felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely, his esteemed master would not harbor ill intentions towards him. Don't overthink it. If I wished you harm, would I have waited until now? Yu Qingyuan, perceiving Chen Qingyuan's unease through his gaze, playfully kicked him and chided him lightly. Hey, I assure you, I am not imagining things. Chen Qingyuan retorted, his mood lightened by the banter. Humph. Yu Qingyuan rolled his eyes at him, retorting, your thoughts are transparent to me. However, I must admit, when I first laid eyes on you, I was momentarily taken aback and felt a pang of envy. If you desire it, master, I shall dig it up for you. Chen Qingyuan jested. Get lost. Don't disgust me. Yu Qingyuan replied, and with this playful exchange, their bond strengthened, and the atmosphere became considerably lighter. Please keep this a secret from me. Master, Chen Qingyuan earnestly requested. Is it necessary to ask? Do you think I am foolish? Yu Qingyuan leaned back, comfortably, sipping his tea. I will personally guard your path, fearing that any mistakes might arise. Regarding the matter of the 3 Dan sacred items within Chen Qingyuan, even his most trusted confidants within the academy would remain uninformed. It was a secret he intended to keep. Thank you, master. Chen Qingyuan felt warmth in his heart as he bowed respectfully. Enough already. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, procure some fine tea leaves. This brew is quite dreadful, Yu Qingyuan remarked with a smirk, preparing to take his leave. Given Chen Qingyuan's intelligence, he certainly would not act foolishly. Thus, Yu Qingyuan felt it unnecessary to say more than a few words of guidance. Yes, master. Chen Qingyuan managed a wry smile. Seeing him off, safe travels, master. After bidding farewell to Yu Qingyuan, Chen Qingyuan sat in the room, a sense of lingering trepidation washing over him. This time, he had indeed escaped unscathed, and he was fortunate that the breakthrough had occurred within the confines of the Dao Academy. Had it been elsewhere, it would have undoubtedly caused a considerable uproar. With a long sigh, Chen Qingyuan's spirit began to ease. He then sent a thread of his consciousness into the space of the jade bracelet. He had not forgotten the promise made with the girl in the red dress. She had said that he could learn about the 3rd agreement only upon reaching the golden core stage. Now was the time, and with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, Chen Qingyuan ventured inside. Buzz. Within the mysterious space of the jade bracelet, a line of text materialized. Subdue the 10 prodigies of the northern wasteland, excluding yourself. What? Upon reading the 3rd agreement, Chen Qingyuan's expression changed, and he exclaimed in shock. Wasn't this request a bit excessive? The 10 prodigies of the northern wasteland were among the most formidable peers. Demanding that Chen Qingyuan subdue them was akin to asking him to trample upon the entire generation of cultivators in the northern wasteland. Can we negotiate for a different agreement? Chen Qingyuan murmured softly. Certainly. If we retract the agreement, you may marry me, and everything can be discussed. The moment Chen Qingyuan triggered the restrictions of the jade bracelet, the girl in the red dress could engage in a brief dialogue with him. I suddenly feel this agreement is quite suitable. No need for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan hastily changed his tune, fearing he would unwittingly step into a trap. Are you joking? To be bound to this woman as a partner? There would be no peace for me in this lifetime. He quickly withdrew his consciousness from the jade bracelet's space, sealing its restrictions, apprehensive of hearing the girl's voice. Subduing the 10 prodigies of the northern wasteland was no simple task. Chen Qingyuan felt a headache coming on, letting out a sigh. Although he had established a foundation with the 3 Dan sacred items, his own cultivation was still relatively weak. He certainly could not entertain the thought of battling those top-tier prodigies in the near future. Unless he revealed all of his golden core potential, he would have no chance of victory. However, should the matter of his golden core come to light, countless troubles would ensue. After all, she had not set a deadline. He could take his time. Chen Qingyuan had originally only wished for a low-profile existence, aiming to earn some spirit stones through legitimate means, caring little for the worldly accolades and titles. The Dao Academy's assessments should be concluding soon. Calculating the time, only a year remained. If they discovered that Chen Qingyuan had entered the academy without undergoing the assessments, they would undoubtedly view it as unfair and would not be kind to him. After all, in this world, only the strong earn respect. If Chen Qingyuan did not demonstrate some real skill, it would be difficult for him to garner recognition. Moreover, The two vice presidents would certainly not disclose that Chen Qingyuan was the inheritor of the Qing sect. He would have to face everything on his own. If he could not resolve these troubles, he could hardly hope to inherit the will of the Qing sect. Face challenges as they come, and let the water cover the earth. Chen Qingyuan decided to put aside his worries and continue his meditation and cultivation, solidifying his foundation while also seeking to comprehend the wonders of the sacred golden core. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. Over 100 individuals participated in the assessments, with only the top 10 being accepted as disciples of the academy, while the rest were sent back to their origins. Since the Tao Academy resided in an isolated, mystical space, even those who sought to uncover its location would find no success. Today, the assessments concluded, and the multitude stood at the entrance of the Tao Academy, their injuries visibly healing at an observable rate, their chaotic energies gradually stabilizing. Some bore expressions of joy, while others felt despondent, their fists clenched tightly, eyes filled with reluctance. The most tormented was the one who placed 11th, as he had missed the 10th spot by a mere few points. Had he been a tad more diligent and avoided a single mistake, he could have claimed the 10th position. Alas, opportunities are fleeting and cannot be reclaimed. First place, Hongyan, dressed in white, Zhao Yichuan, one of the examiners, announced the final results. He hovered in the air, gazing down at the young woman standing at the forefront. Hongyan, possessing mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, wore a dark long dress. Her looks were striking, her gaze cold, and her demeanor aloof, disinterested in conversing with others. You have the right to choose your instructor. First place always comes with certain privileges, and Zhao Yichuan introduced some of the lecturers for her selection. To his surprise, Hongyan met his gaze and, in a tone devoid of warmth, stated, "I choose you." Upon hearing this response, Zhao Yichuan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Very well, but do not come to regret your choice." Chapter 78. The assessment concludes, and Chen Qingyuan becomes the target of criticism. Chapter 79. Can face be eaten as food? Chapter 80. Defeating the opponent. Shocking the crowd, Chen Qingyuan received the Qingyuan bag, and a strand of divine thought probed inside, leaving him slightly astonished. Inside lay thousands of top-tier spirit stones and over 100,000 superior spirit stones. This young man has certainly amassed considerable wealth. Chen Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a lucrative gain. Wang Qing's background must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he possess such substantial assets? The fully Ustar domain is indeed somewhat remote, not comparable to those residing in the heart of the northern wilderness. Truth be told, Wang Qing felt quite pained to part with all his wealth. However, to secure a chance for admission, this price was worth it. It was a gesture of sincerity. Chen Qingyuan tucked the Qingyuan bag away and said earnestly, "You wish to battle me to prove your worth and gain entry into the Tao Academy. Am I correct?" Indeed, Wang Qing nodded after a moment of contemplation. Since it was about proving oneself, he had to perform exceptionally. Thus, a battle at the same realm was necessary to truly showcase who was stronger. Chen Qingyuan cleverly set a trap for Wang Qing, placing a label on him first. Wang Qing was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, while Chen Qingyuan had just entered the golden core realm. If Chen Qingyuan did not reveal the foundation of his saint-grade golden core, he would certainly not be a match. A battle at the same realm would be easier to manage. As you say, in front of the crowd, Wang Qing was concerned about his reputation and dared not pressure Chen Qingyuan with his cultivation level. Moreover, he thought that if he won solely based on his higher cultivation, Chen Qingyuan might renege on their agreement. Truly, a contemporary prodigy, so audacious. Chen Qingyuan praised him with a slight smile, secretly thinking how foolish this guy was. Having attained a high cultivation level through his own efforts, why would he insist on a battle at the same realm? While Chen Qingyuan outwardly complimented him, internally he considered Wang Qing somewhat naive. The cultivation world is exceedingly cruel. Death occurs at every moment. Those with simple minds seldom make it to the end. Even living securely is a luxury. Alas, he had been deceived. The instructor in the shadows was left speechless by Wang Qing's actions. This was not a friendly sparring session. So why insist on a battle at the same realm? Such behavior merely presented opportunities to the opponent, demonstrating a lack of wisdom. It seemed the Wang family had overly coddled him. After several centuries of cultivation, he still appeared naive, unaware of the world's perils. Many within the academy shook their heads discreetly. This battle had already lost its allure. Had Wang Qing relied on his cultivation advantage, he might have garnered some respect. Now, it was uncertain. Perhaps Wang Qing was too eager to prove himself, which led him to accept Chen Qingyuan's proposal without hesitation. Zhao Yichuan, curious to witness the spectacle, conjured a vast arena in the void for the two to spar. The arena was expansive, resembling a miniature spatial world. Gulme. Chen Qingyuan exuded the aura of an early-stage golden core cultivator, assuming a combat stance. Wang Qing, a man of integrity, truly suppressed his cultivation level. He transformed into a streak of light, swiftly appearing before Chen Qingyuan, delivering a powerful punch. Chen Qingyuan immediately dodged and countered with a finger strike, hitting Wang Qing's side. Boom! Wang Qing was pushed back by the strike, a bloody hole appearing in his shoulder. It was merely a probing move, yet Wang Qing found himself at a disadvantage. Feeling incredulous, despite both being early-stage golden core cultivators, why was the disparity in strength so evident? There was no time for reflection. Wang Qing unveiled his golden core foundation, determined to fight with all his might. A radiant golden core aura appeared behind him, resembling a blazing sun descending to earth. Its surface inscribed with the patterns of a heaven-grade golden core. Having the qualification to participate in the Dao E Academy's assessment, Wang Qing's talent was naturally exceptional. A heaven-grade golden core surpassed countless cultivators in the world. In response, Chen Qingyuan also manifested the phenomena of a heaven-grade golden core, engaging Wang Qing in close combat. With the jade bracelet given to him by the red-dressed maiden, Chen Qingyuan concealed his true condition. Even the world's top powers would be unable to discern it. After several dozen exchanges, Wang Qing found an opportune moment to unleash a divine technique. Taishin Song Shan Seal. Wang Qing struck forth, a Dao diagram appearing on his palm, depicting a towering mountain. After activating the technique, the palm seal projected into the void, merging with the phenomena of the heaven-grade golden core, resembling an immense mountain crashing down toward Chen Qingyuan. The colossal mountain descended rapidly, leaving Chen Qingyuan with no escape. In an instant, the space around him darkened, and a terrifying pressure struck at his soul. Initially, he had intended to play for a while longer, yet Wang Qing's urgency surprised him. Chen Qingyuan resolved to take the matter seriously. On the surface, he appeared to possess the foundation of a heaven-grade golden core. But in reality, he was a Saint-grade triple Dan. Even without revealing the phenomena of the triple Dan Saint-grade, he could exert power far beyond that of a heaven-grade level. With a solid foundation, the strength of his techniques would also be enhanced. Moreover, his physical capabilities received immense boosts, including the efficiency of spiritual energy utilization, the speed of drawing in heavenly aura, and heightened comprehension. Break! Chen Qingyuan's right hand shaped into a sword, thrusting upward toward the apex. Whoosh! The sword, like a startled swan, cleaved the Tai Xian Song Shan seal into fragments. Wang Qing experienced a backlash from his technique, staggering back several steps, his internal energy surging chaotically. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qingyuan appeared before Wang Qing like a wraith, the intangible sword poised at his brow. Everything transpired too swiftly for Wang Qing to contemplate or evade. I lost. Feeling the chilling intent of the sword at his brow, Wang Qing, though reluctant, humbly conceded defeat. Chen Qingyuan relaxed his right hand, the condensed 3-foot sword dissipating naturally. With a smile, he exited the arena. Following this battle, those who had previously harbored discontent towards Chen Qingyuan fell silent. To be accepted as a disciple by the Dao E Academy was indeed an indication of exceptional worth. The crowd was astonished. They had anticipated a fierce struggle. Yet the outcome arrived with astonishing rapidity. Their gazes toward Chen Qingyuan transformed into expressions of trepidation, tinged with undeniable astonishment. Is there anyone else who wishes to test their mettle? Chen Qingyuan, eager for more gains, gazed cheerfully at the group of eliminated contenders. The crowd fell silent, daunted by the prospect of facing Chen Qingyuan. If we do not need to battle at the same realm, I would be willing to give it a try. Someone in the crowd spoke up. That won't do. You must prove you are not inferior to him. How can you take advantage of your cultivation level? Chen Qingyuan unequivocally rejected the proposal. To have you use your nascent soul cultivation to bully me would be meaningless. Although Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation was indeed inferior to those present, the outcome of the previous battle instilled a newfound respect among them. Back in the crowd, Wang Qing watched Chen Qingyuan intently, devoid of hatred, only a sense of unfulfilled ambition. If he were to encounter Chen Qingyuan again, he would certainly seek a rematch. Even now, Wang Qing remained perplexed about his defeat. Both parties had similar cultivation levels. Why had he lost so easily? This mystery eluded him, as well as the onlookers, including the aged figures from the academy. This young man was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. Zhao Yichuan scrutinized Chen Qingyuan with keen interest, pondering silently. Chapter 81. Could he be an illegitimate child? Chen Qingyuan demonstrated his prowess, leaving little room for dissent among the crowd. Although his current cultivation was not on par with the others, it was well known that he had ventured into the abyssal forbidden zone to commence his training anew. Given sufficient time, he would soon catch up. With the matter settled, Zhao Yichuan addressed the void. Suddenly, several men clad in white emerged from the ether, gesturing towards the eliminated candidates. In an instant, the hundreds of unsuccessful candidates were whisked away by a gentle force, departing from the realm of Daoyi Academy. Young man, daring to profit on the very day of enrollment at Daoyi Academy, you're the first in countless years, Zhao Yichuan remarked with a smirk as he approached Chen Qingyuan. Under Zhao Yichuan's scrutinizing gaze, an ominous feeling washed over Chen Qingyuan. He had just insulted the individual responsible for announcing the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, unaware that it was Zhao Yichuan himself. Had he known that the list originated from Daoyi Academy, he would not have dared to utter such words. With the words spoken, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to devise a way to mend the situation, lest he face unwarranted repercussions. Senior, I had no intention of profiting. My aim was merely to alleviate complications and prevent those who failed the assessment from lingering, he explained, producing a Qingyuan bag. Handing the bag to Zhao Yichuan, he earnestly stated, now that the troubles have dissipated, I would like to present the unexpectedly acquired spirit stones to you, senior. Zhao Yichuan cast a glance at Chen Qingyuan, perceiving him as a cunning little fox. The academy is not so petty. Keep it for yourself, he replied with indifference. Should Zhao Yichuan accept the Qingyuan bag, it would imply a shared complicity with Chen Qingyuan, obligating him to provide assistance in future matters. Conversely, if he declined, Chen Qingyuan could retain the bag without guilt. Regardless of the outcome, it would bode well for Chen Qingyuan. What a clever scheme he had concocted. If he were to surrender it, why not present it directly to the academy? Those observing the scene speculated, finding Chen Qingyuan's actions to be excessively shrewd, ensuring he would not be easily deceived in the future. Zhao Yichuan would undoubtedly remember this maneuver of retreating to advance when the opportunity arose. Follow me, Zhao Yichuan commanded as he stepped through the academy's grand entrance, heading toward a palace shrouded in mist. Upon seeing this, Chen Qingyuan and the others promptly followed. Along the way, Song Mingyan and the others scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, intrigued as to why he was exempt from the examination and allowed to become a disciple of the academy. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Yichuan led the group to a place known as the Jade Mist Hall. The hall was remarkably spacious, devoid of tables or chairs. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhao Yichuan summoned 11 garments and 11 jade plaques from the void. The garments were pure white, surpassing even the snow in their brilliance. The jade plaques were translucent, inscribed with the characters Dao Yi. Drop your blood to forge a contract, Zhao Yichuan instructed, his demeanor serious as he surveyed the crowd. As Chen Qingyuan and the others grasped the floating jade plaques, they followed Zhao Yichuan's words to establish their contracts. The plaques symbolized each individual's identity, irreplicable and unique. Among the new students, there were 7 males and 4 females. The men's attire consisted of long robes, while the women's comprised long skirts. each adorned with an embroidered flower of the other shore, imbued with a hint of law, impervious to malevolent forces. Li Zhixing, you are fated with formations. Proceed to the Array Extreme Hall. Mo Yinying, you shall enter the Alchemy Room. Tianyuan, you will go to the Puppet Hall. Zhao Yichuan began to announce the destinies of each individual. Daoi Academy encompasses 7 branches. Main Branch, Sword Hall, Array Extreme Hall, Alchemy Room, Puppet Hall, Technique Gate, and Symbol Palace. As the direct disciple of the Vice Dean, Chen Qingyuan was undoubtedly destined for the main branch, free to pursue any path of cultivation as long as he had the energy. Disciples of the auxiliary branches must master their chosen disciplines, facing assessments periodically, with consequences ranging from penalties to expulsion from the academy for failure. Soon, the elders of each branch escorted the newly enrolled disciples away. As some elders departed, they cast lingering glances at Song Ningyan, sighing inwardly. This girl possesses extraordinary talent, but alas, she has chosen the wrong master. Many elders began to wager amongst themselves. How long do you think Song will last? I'll take the odds. Zhao Yichuan, the chief lecturer of Daoi Academy, possessed formidable strength, second only to the 2 vice deans. Many prodigious individuals had sought to become his disciples, but could not endure his rigorous training methods, opting instead for other branches or withdrawing from Daoi Academy entirely. Severe. This term best encapsulated Zhao Yichuan's character. Many elders at Daoi Academy feared him, refraining from jesting in his presence and behaving with utmost sincerity. I sensed something amiss. This assessment was presided over by Elder Zhao, who surely knew that Chen Qingyuan did not participate. Why then does he feign ignorance? This is uncharacteristic of him. Chen Qingyuan is the chosen disciple of Vice Dean Yu. Perhaps Elder Zhao is merely showing deference to Vice Dean Yu. Nonsense. Elder Zhao once dared to confront the dean himself, although he was suppressed for a century afterward. His temperament remains unchanged. Chen Qingyuan's admission is a blatant breach of academy rules. How could Elder Zhao possibly extend any courtesy to Vice Dean Yu? Indeed, it does sound plausible. Many murmured amongst themselves, perplexed by Zhao Yichuan's apparent transformation, seemingly unconcerned with favoritism and nepotism. Could it be that Chen Qingyuan is the illegitimate child of Elder Zhao? This speculation, voiced by an unknown individual, stirred a wave of commotion. Although the likelihood was slim, it cannot be entirely dismissed. Aside from this theory, the crowd struggled to conceive of any other rationale. Such words must not be spoken lightly. I can assure you that Elder Zhao remains untainted by worldly desires, and such rumors must be quelled. An esteemed elder from the alchemy room emerged to dispel the rumors, hastily quelling such discussions to prevent them from reaching Zhao Yichuan's ears, lest they provoke a unilateral reprisal. Elder Zhao has lived for over 10,000 years. Could he truly remain unblemished? With the elder's clarifications, the conversation smoothly transitioned back to Zhao Yichuan. Scoundrels, do not divert the blame onto me. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the alchemy elder declared a retreat into seclusion, vowing not to re-emerge for several years. The crowd dared only to whisper in hushed tones, lacking the audacity to speak such matters in Zhao Yichuan's presence, for fear of dire consequences. Within the Jade Mist Hall, Zhao Yichuan remained unaware that the elders were discussing his personal life. He regarded Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan with utmost seriousness from this day forth. You two shall be members of the main branch and train alongside me. Chapter 82. The child has grown up. No longer easy to punish, are we to cultivate alongside Zhao Yichuan? Chen Qingyuan's eyes widened with trepidation as he urgently inquired, Senior, should I not be training under my master? Your master has instructed me to assist in your education. Zhao Yichuan replied with a benevolent smile. Is this really happening? Is my master so cruel to his disciples? Chen Qingyuan mused internally, thinking that even if he inadvertently insulted Zhao Yichuan in front of others, remaining in Yunxi residence would spare him from the latter's potential vendetta. However, he never anticipated that his master, Yu Chenran, would relinquish him directly into Zhao Yichuan's hands. Was this not a betrayal? Senior, you are quite busy. Perhaps it is best if I manage on my own. Chen Qingyuan said awkwardly, attempting to evade this predicament. I have only one disciple, Song Ningyan. Teaching her while supervising you is hardly a burden, Zhao Yichuan countered, determined not to let Chen Qingyuan escape his grasp. Kid, many have cursed me, but you are the first to do so to my face. Aside from the academy head and the two vice heads, though you are the heir of Qingzong, I must teach you a lesson and, in the process, enhance your personal capabilities. Zhao Yichuan's smile sent chills down Chen Qingyuan's spine. He sought to flee but found no avenue of escape. Master, I detest you. Chen Qingyuan declared with a hint of resentment as he was compelled to follow Zhao Yichuan to a mysterious location. Hey, you're in trouble, Song Ningyan remarked. Hailing from a prominent force in the core region of Northern Wilderness, she was well acquainted with the Dao Yi Academy, having come with the intention of becoming Zhao Yichuan's disciple. And you won't fare any better, Chen Qingyuan retorted. The two had donned the academy's attire, pristine and white. Who is your master? Even now, Song Ningyan was unaware of Chen Qingyuan's status at the Dao Yi Academy. From their earlier conversation, she gleaned that his master was no ordinary individual, which explained Zhao Yichuan's willingness to assist him. I want to tell you, Chen Qingyuan replied, wary of Song Ningyan. Suit yourself, she said, narrowing her eyes and ceasing her inquiries. After half an hour of travel, they arrived at an enigmatic space dominated by an ancient tower. The tower stood 33 stories tall, each level governed by unique laws, forming one of the foundations of the Dao Yi Academy. Follow me. Zhao Yichuan unlocked the tower's restrictions and walked with his hands clasped behind his back. The first level of the tower was enveloped in darkness, resembling an endless void. With a snap of his fingers, Zhao Yichuan dispelled the darkness, illuminating every corner with radiant light. Soon, a black river surged forth, engulfing the space. Zhao Yichuan grasped one of them, ensuring that Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan were not consumed by the dark waters. This is the Black River, which can enhance your mental strength. Reaching the river's end signifies that your mental power has attained an acceptable level. The Black River roiled with countless whirlpools. To traverse its entirety, one must possess formidable mental fortitude. Good luck. In the next moment, Zhao Yichuan released his hold. Splash! Splash! The sound of two bodies plunging into the water echoed as Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan fell in simultaneously. The laws of this space have been activated by Zhao Yichuan, sealing their cultivation levels, rendering them as powerless as mere mortals, incapable of employing any techniques or even levitating. I'm not ready. Chen Qingyuan silently screamed as he was instantly submerged, his body sinking relentlessly. On the other side, Song Ningyan was equally unprepared for such a trial upon entry. It was indeed excruciating. Yet, she had no time to dwell on her predicament and quickly sought a way to succeed. As Chen Qingyuan continued to descend, it felt as if there was no end. Remaining calm, he closed his eyes and began to attune to his surroundings. Gradually, his descent slowed. At a certain moment, his body finally halted. An unseen mental force enveloped him, shielding him from the laws of this space. As he endured the immense pressure, he sensed his mental strength slowly growing. Outside the tower, Zhao Yichuan stood in white robes, his expression impassive. You cast them into the tower shortly after they began. Is that not asking too much? Vice Head Lin Wenshou remarked, disapproving of Zhao Yichuan's actions. Those of the main lineage must possess overwhelming strength over their peers. Only by enduring can they truly become core disciples of the Dao Yi Academy. Such expectations are not excessive, Zhao Yichuan replied solemnly. At least let them comprehend the significance of entering the ancient tower. Lin Wenshou sighed, continuing, the tower is perilous. Without adequate skill, they risk their lives. Countless prodigies have perished within its confines over the years, individuals who would be prominent figures in any realm. I shall inform them when they reach the summit. If they cannot achieve that, there is no need for further discussion. Zhao Yichuan remained indifferent to Lin Wenshou's concerns. Your demeanor is constantly grim, and you enjoy provoking others. I genuinely wish to teach you a lesson, Lin Wenshou fumed. Go ahead, Zhao Yichuan retorted nonchalantly. In a few years, when I grow stronger, I will return the favor. Lin Wenshou was left speechless with frustration. Had it been anyone else, Lin Wenshou would have felt no psychological burden in retaliating. However, Zhao Yichuan was different. He was the academy head's direct disciple, endowed with astonishing talent. In due time, it would not be surprising if Zhao Yichuan succeeded the position of the academy head. Alas, the child has grown up. It is no longer easy to discipline him. Had I known this day would come, I should have properly guided him when he was younger. Lin Wenqiu sighed helplessly. You must be aware of Song Ningyan and Chen Qingyuan's background by now. Do not let anything happen to them. Otherwise, this fortuitous connection may turn into a malevolent one, and our Dao Yi Academy may struggle to withstand the repercussions. I am aware, Zhao Yichuan replied, still cold and detached. You are aware of what? I should remain here. If anything goes awry, I can intervene. Lin Wenqiu's genuine concern for Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan prompted him to approach the ancient tower to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Do as you wish. Zhao Yichuan's demeanor remained icy, exuding indifference. Within the tower, Chen Qingyuan felt as though his body was being torn apart, his soul pierced by countless fine needles, a torment unbearable and life-threatening. Chen Qingyuan dared not relent, enduring the agony as he honed his mental strength. Chapter 83. Proving oneself. The ancient tower is an immensely significant structure within the Dao Yi Academy, comprising 33 levels, each embodying distinct principles. For countless years, few have managed to ascend to its pinnacle. Reaching the summit signifies unparalleled talent, fortitude, determination, and insight, qualities that are extraordinarily rare. Such exceptional individuals have not graced the Dao Yi Academy for over 10 millennia. It is essential to understand that anyone qualifying as a disciple of the Academy is already an outstanding prodigy among the best in the world. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the next dean is expected to be Zhao Yichuan, who, in his youth, could not reach the top either, having ascended only to the 30th level at most. As the pain gradually subsided, Chen Qingyuan, engulfed by the river, adapted to its laws, experiencing a significant enhancement in her mental fortitude. After half an hour, she resurfaced, finally able to discern the path ahead. Surely, her position as the top candidate in the assessment should shield her from any misfortune here. A cursory glance around revealed no sign of Song Ningyan. She was likely still enduring torment beneath the water. Chen Qingyuan gazed forward, unable to see the river's end, only feeling the relentless pressure of the principles bearing down upon her. This space suppressed her cultivation, and to venture deeper, she had to resist this pressure using her mental strength, as all other methods proved futile. With a splash, Chen Qingyuan commenced her swimming, albeit at a sluggish pace. With each movement, she could distinctly sense the increasing intensity of the principle's pressure. After intervals, she found herself needing to pause and catch her breath. Moments later, Song Ningyan emerged from the water, gasping for air, her hair drenched, with only her head above the surface, her expression a mix of urgency and anxiety. In the oppressive darkness of the river, her spirit nearly suffocated. Thankfully, she quickly discovered a method to break through the surface, experiencing a sudden alleviation of the pressure. This rival had gotten ahead of me. Song Ningyan spotted Chen Qingyuan 100 meters ahead and felt a surge of competitive pressure from her opponent. With a grave expression, she adjusted her state and prepared to advance. Proud by nature, Song Ningyan had never yielded to her peers within her family, dominating over many gifted individuals who dared not raise their heads. Upon arriving at the Dao Yi Academy, she, too, passed the assessment with flying colors. She was well aware of Zhao Yichuan's notorious strictness, having witnessed disciples perish due to his rigorous training methods. Nevertheless, she resolutely chose to become his apprentice. According to reliable intelligence from the Song family, Zhao Yichuan was likely to become the next dean. Should Song Ningyan earn his recognition, his future position as dean would undoubtedly benefit her significantly. Her every endeavor was driven by a singular purpose: to prove herself. Historically, the Song family has been dominated by male leadership, with women often relegated to marriage alliances. Song Ningyan refused to become a sacrificial pawn within her family. She saw only one path forward: to defeat her peers and transform the antiquated views of her elders. Yet this path was fraught with difficulty. I shall not be outdone by anyone. Gritting her teeth in determination, Song Ningyan pressed onward. To become the head of the Song family, was to earn the right to dictate her own fate. Thus, disregarding the opposition of some elders, she boldly ventured into the Dao Academy, intent on becoming stronger in the shortest time possible. With power comes the ability to repel oppression. A peculiar sensation washed over her. It seemed the discomfort had lessened. Chen Qingyuan, with her back turned to Song Ningyan, maintained a distance from her. As she swam, Chen Qingyuan detected a familiar essence within the principles here. After some contemplation, she suddenly recalled her past experiences in the Tianyuan, where she had endured for over a century. Although those days were filled with torment, they had also yielded significant growth. The guidance of the red-clad maiden had taught her the essence of human tribulation. Compared to Tianyuan, the pressure of the first level of the ancient tower appeared somewhat manageable. Strangely, it felt almost comforting. As time passed, Chen Qingyuan felt a delightful tingling throughout her body, as if faint currents of energy flowed within her. Initially, she had experienced discomfort, akin to a multitude of mountains pressing against her chest. Now, that pressure could no longer impede her progress. How is this possible? Behind her, Song Ningyan watched in astonishment as Chen Qingyuan's pace quickened, the distance between them widening. The subsequent scene would leave Song Ningyan even more astonished, casting doubt upon herself. Reflecting on her past experiences, Chen Qingyuan's mental strength surged dramatically. She then felt her body become remarkably buoyant, gradually rising to the surface. In the next moment, she floated entirely above the water, her feet resting upon the dark river surface. Witnessing this, Song Ningyan's body trembled slightly, halting her advance as disbelief filled her eyes, her expression rich with emotion. After a long pause, as Chen Qingyuan's figure gradually vanished into the mist, Song Ningyan finally regained her senses. Startled into exclamation, could it be that Chen Qingyuan possesses such formidable mental strength? No wonder she was an exceptional disciple admitted into the Dao Academy. Soon, Song Ningyan set aside her wild thoughts and pressed forward with determination. After more than 10 days, she traversed the river shrouded in thick mist and finally beheld a colossal stone platform. The circular platform, with a diameter of approximately 500 meters, was surrounded by steps. Song Ningyan's mental state had deteriorated significantly. She seemed to perceive a figure seated atop the platform, its form blurry and indistinct. Summoning her indomitable will, she dragged her utterly exhausted body from the water onto the icy steps. Gradually rising, she ascended step by step along the staircase. Upon reaching the platform, she finally discerned the figure she had glimpsed earlier. It was none other than Chen Qingyuan, leisurely sipping tea and reclining against a large stone. Finally arrived. Care for a cup of tea? Chen Qingyuan turned to the weary Song Ningyan, a gentle smile gracing her lips. My first treat is on the house. Song Ningyan, intending to respond, opened her mouth but found herself unable to utter a word. With a thud, her body collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. How disappointing, Chen Qingyuan muttered quietly, resuming her tea. It took Chen Qingyuan 3 days to reach the stone platform, whereupon her restrictions were lifted and her cultivation restored. Based on her deductions, she believed that only when Song Ningyan reached the platform would Zhao Yichuan reveal himself. Consequently, in the 10 days of waiting, Chen Qingyuan spent the initial days consolidating her mental energy, followed by leisurely tea and wine, savoring the celestial fruits and delicacies she had brought along. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan had already learned the circumstances within and swiftly made his way inside. Buzz, the void above the stone platform began to warp, and Zhao Yichuan appeared. Chapter 84. The second layer of the ancient tower. A battle to suppress cultivation. Zhao Yichuan flicked his fingers towards the unconscious Song Ningyan, safeguarding her spirit to prevent any lingering repercussions. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Chen Qingyuan, saying nothing, but a hint of unusual emotion flickered in his eyes. Outside, Vice Dean Lin Wenchou's face was filled with astonishment, fully aware of the events unfolding within the ancient tower. The inheritor of the Qingzong era is indeed remarkable. Chen Qingyuan's performance left Lin Wenchou deeply shaken. In just 3 days, he had traversed the first layer with ease, breaking the record set by the Dao Academy. Initially, Yu Chenran was reluctant to share this information with Lin Wenchou, but he could not withstand Lin Wenchou's persistent inquiries. Reluctantly, Yu Chunran divulged the details. Within the entire Daoi Academy, only 2 vice deans and Zhao Yichuan knew of Chen Qingyuan's true background. Lin Wenshou couldn't help but recall his own experience entering the ancient tower, which had been no better than Song Ningyan's. In the realm of the stone platform, with Zhao Yichuan's intervention, Song Ningyan soon regained consciousness, her physical injuries healing significantly. You need not endure such suffering. Your mental state is not yet at that level. Are you seeking death by hastening your progress? Zhao Yichuan admonished sternly. I accept my mistakes. Please punish me, master. Song Ningyan, unwilling to concede defeat to Chen Qingyuan, had exhausted herself resisting the oppressive laws of this place, ultimately resulting in a backlash against her spirit. Had it not been for Zhao Yichuan's timely arrival, it would have taken her months to recover. Only when you meet my requirements will you be deemed worthy to be my disciple. Zhao Yichuan regarded her coldly. I understand your purpose in coming to the Daoi Academy. If your heart is so unstable, it would be wise to abandon your ambitions. Chastened by Zhao Yichuan's reprimand, Song Ningyan lowered her head in silence, unable to refute. She was determined not to be a mere pawn of her clan, regardless of the cost. She sought to seize control of her own destiny. You seem rather relaxed, Zhao Yichuan remarked, turning his gaze to Chen Qingyuan, his tone icy. Not at all. Chen Qingyuan quickly cleared the table, his demeanor solemn. Prepare yourselves and ascend the tower. I shall not intervene further. How far you progress depends solely on your capabilities. If you find yourselves unable to continue, simply shatter this jade slip to exit the ancient tower. With that, Zhao Yichuan departed. 2 jade slips fell into the hands of Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan respectively. At the end of the stone platform, a wooden door appeared. Opening it would lead them to the second layer. Shall you go first? Chen Qingyuan inquired, putting away the jade slip and glancing at the wooden door before turning to Song Ningyan. Do you wish for me to scout ahead? Song Ningyan's voice was icy. I am not that kind of person. I merely suggested you proceed first, Chen Qingyuan replied, shaking his head. Since you refuse, I shall go ahead. It seemed that deceiving the current generation of girls was no easy feat with concerns about potential traps at the door. Chen Qingyuan hoped Song Ningyan would take the first step. Unfortunately, she remained resolute in her decision not to advance, leaving him no choice but to investigate on his own. Approaching the door cautiously, Chen Qingyuan placed his right hand upon it and pushed forcefully. Boom! In an instant, a powerful suction engulfed Chen Qingyuan, leaving him no room for resistance. Cursing inwardly, he was swallowed by darkness, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. Seeing Chen Qingyuan consumed by the wooden door, Song Ningyan hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and stepping forward. Whoosh! Song Ningyan too departed from the stone platform, entering the second layer. When light returned to Chen Qingyuan's vision, he found himself in a peculiar space, warily surveying his surroundings, refraining from any reckless actions. After a considerable wait, without sighting Song Ningyan, he surmised, we must have entered different spaces. The first layer tested mental strength. Those who did not meet the standards could not ascend the ancient tower further. Henceforth, the challenges they faced would differ, and their paths would not cross again. This space was a stark white, stretching infinitely, vast and silent. Chen Qingyuan remained alert, acutely aware of the changes around him. After a brief moment, a shadowy figure materialized before him. Post-heavenly realm? Chen Qingyuan assessed the figure, recognizing its level. The first realm of cultivation was disappointingly weak, regardless of his inclination. Chen Qingyuan's body floated uncontrollably into the depths of the space, confronting the indistinct figure 100 meters away. Simultaneously, all his cultivation was suppressed, placing him at the same level as the figure. At that moment, he could no longer sense the presence of his golden core, as if a terrifying force had severed its connection. Fight! The indistinct figure bellowed at Chen Qingyuan. Prepared for battle, Chen Qingyuan focused intently. The post-heavenly realm, the first foundation on the path of cultivation. Few valued this stage, all yearning to ascend swiftly and grow stronger. Chen Qingyuan had once shared this mindset, believing his foundation was already at a high level, aiming too far beyond reach. Later, while establishing his golden core, he found himself only at the heavenly grade. Bang! Chen Qingyuan and the shadowy figure struck simultaneously, colliding head-on. In that instant, Chen Qingyuan staggered back a half-step, his fist aching, while the figure remained unaffected, launching another attack. The will of the shadowy figure within the ancient tower was in its most perfected state. In simpler terms, its true combat prowess could sweep away countless post-heavenly realm cultivators throughout the ages. To match it blow for blow would indicate a foundation perfected in the post-heavenly realm. Defeating it, however, was practically impossible. Such a figure had never appeared since the inception of the ancient tower. What a formidable punch! Chen Qingyuan's fighting spirit ignited, engaging fiercely with the shadowy figure. After 100 rounds of physical combat, Chen Qingyuan received several blows from the figure, his body aching, yet he had not landed a single strike in return. According to the rules of the ancient tower, if one could battle the figure for 500 rounds, it would count as clearing the challenge. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingyuan had been fighting for quite some time, his clothes tattered and his appearance somewhat disheveled. At that moment, he noticed a wooden door appearing not far away. However, he had no intention of heading towards the door. Instead, he chose to confront the shadowy figure. "You think you can just beat me and let me go? What a joke." Chen Qingyuan couldn't swallow his pride without retaliating. In another space, Song Ningyan, bruised and battered, had endured 500 rounds. The shadowy figure before her paused, revealing a path to the third layer beside her. Unlike Chen Qingyuan, who was stubborn, Song Ningyan, having passed the challenge, was eager to leave. Thus, she hastened her pace, while Chen Qingyuan continued his struggle against the figure of the second layer. Outside, Lin Wenqiu and Zhao Yichuan exchanged glances laced with doubt. This boy has already cleared the challenge. Why does he not leave? Lin Wenqiu muttered softly. Perhaps he seeks to temper himself in this manner, Zhao Yichuan replied. This possibility seems slim. He likely refuses to accept defeat and simply wishes to reclaim his dignity, Lin Wenqiu remarked, his expression peculiar as he observed the scene within the ancient tower through his unique technique. Zhao Yichuan remained silent, unable to dispute Lin Wenqiu's assessment, for he found it to be quite accurate. For 7 long days, Chen Qingyuan, from an initial disadvantage, finally reached an equilibrium in their battle. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qingyuan delivered a powerful kick to the visage of the illusion, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Stop! I shall not continue," Chen Qingyuan called out towards the apparition, and promptly dashed to the side of the wooden door. Chapter 85. The lair is on the brink of eruption. Urgent situation. Chapter 86. Lin Chongsheng steps into the abyss. Willingly embracing death. Chapter 87. Fear not, for your senior brother is here. The demon cave, a land of great peril, poses a lethal threat even to those of the Great Ascension realm. Lin Chongsheng, a practitioner of the 5th realm in the Tribulation Crossing stage, stands as a formidable presence within the Fuliu star domain. Yet in the bustling world, he appears but a mere speck. As he steps into the demon cave, he harbors no illusions of emerging alive. "This is my destiny." For over a decade, Lin Chongsheng has been haunted by dreams, in which the abyss of demons looms far larger than the cave itself, its horror beyond comprehension. Later, he unearthed his ancestral tombs, many of which lay empty, awakening him to certain truths. How innocent are the beings of this world, and how can they be made to bear such a burden of karma? Lin Chongsheng seeks not the validation of the world for his actions, but rather to remain true to his conscience and uphold the honor of his ancestors. Boom! A dreadful miasma invades Lin Chongsheng's body, momentarily held at bay by his protective barrier. Yet, as he ventures deeper, the miasma thickens, overwhelming his defenses. Cracks appear in the barrier, and a shadow of concern crosses his gaze. Nevertheless, he does not consider retreat. Instead, he quickens his pace. This place resembles an endless abyss, darkness consuming all. Despite employing various techniques and treasures, Lin Chongsheng cannot discern the surroundings, relying solely on intuition to navigate. Below him, he perceives hundreds of grotesque skulls, the miasma surging towards him. In the instant of impending contact, Lin Chongsheng strikes with thunderous force, cleaving the obstructing skulls in two, seizing the opportunity to advance. A mournful wail echoes from the depths of the demon cave. The ghostly sound possesses a mysterious power, penetrating his protective barrier and reaching his ears. Despite his desire to remain unaffected, he cannot escape its grasp. Initially, Lin Chongsheng withstands the seductive whispers of the ghostly voices through sheer willpower. However, as time drags on, he begins to falter. Disciple, after I depart, you must diligently guard the Xianqing sect. Master, where are you going? My time is drawing near. I fear I shall not endure much longer. Do not speak such nonsense. Master, you are in the prime of your life. There is still a long way to go before your days are numbered. The master smiles faintly, choosing silence. Soon after, Master Feng Chongxin passes away. The memories of the past surge forth like a tidal wave before Lin Chongxing's eyes, stirring his heart and moistening his gaze. I do not understand. Why must this responsibility fall upon my Xianqing sect? Why? There are countless powers in the world far stronger than us. They remain indifferent, yet our ancestors must face death? In a daze, Lin Chongshang glimpses a fragment of a dream. The once blurry vision now sharpens, becoming as vivid as if witnessed firsthand. In a certain era, two high-ranking members of the Xianqing sect deliberated over the abyss of demons, evidently awakened to the burden of ancestral legacies and responsibilities. Do you wish to witness the slaughter of the populace? A man in purple robes, older and patient, seeks to guide the discussion. Certainly not. Another, clad in white, his face etched with unwillingness, retorts through clenched teeth. We do not act for others. We act for ourselves. If the abyss of demons descends into chaos, this homeland will inevitably succumb to corruption, and our friends and loved ones will face calamity. The man in purple gazes into the distance, his tone grave. Senior brother, I fear. The haunting imagery from the ancestral memories terrifies the man in white. It is not that he wishes to evade their duty, but rather that his body instinctively recoils in fear. Fear not, for your senior brother is here. The man in purple approaches, ruffling the hair of his companion with a smile. The scene shifts, decades pass. The man in purple and the one in white employ superior techniques of feigned death to elude the entire Xianqing sect, embarking on this fateful journey to the imperial state. Senior brother, if we do not return, will there be a next life? Along the way, the man in white seeks to alleviate the tension, breaking the oppressive silence. Perhaps we uttered similar words in our previous lives, the man in purple jests. That would be unfortunate, to have perished in one life and face death again in this one. Upon hearing this, the man in white grows troubled, pouting in displeasure. Ha ha! The man in purple laughs heartily, braving the winds and waves, forging ahead. Senior brother, did our esteemed ancestor mysteriously pass away, perhaps venturing into the abyss of demons? The man in white hastens to keep pace, posing another question. Most likely. The man in purple gazes into the distance, his expression complex. Knowing this journey may lead to death, we have no path of retreat. Let it be for the sake of our future descendants. Striving to carve out a more peaceful era. Within the abyss of demons, Lin Chongxing's vision blurs, obscured by the mist of tears. When he blinks, the images of his ancestors vanish. Then, a spectral voice whispers in his ear, "What significance do your actions hold?" The entities within the cave seek to sway Lin Chongsheng, dissuading him from delving deeper. Should the formation's spirit pearl be activated, the cave would remain sealed for at least a century. Human hearts are treacherous and selfish. Even should you sacrifice yourself for them, they would remain ungrateful. Turn back. If you depart now, you shall leave in safety. The world is vast, and with your abilities, there are countless places you could go. Why sacrifice your life? Not worth it. Voices echo, resembling the council of elders, the alluring tones of women, and the cries of children. Lin Chongxing's pace slows considerably as a dreadful thought begins to take root: the folly of mankind, the selfishness of powerful sects. Why should the Xianqing sect bear this burden? Why can they live without worry? If it is for future generations, we could simply relocate to a remote corner and live in peace. Give up. The eerie force within the cave urges Lin Chongsheng to abandon his quest. For a moment, his steps falter, his gaze growing vacant. The will of my ancestors is not to be questioned. With a resolute mind, Lin Chongsheng shakes off the confusion. Clarity returns to his eyes, and he resumes his journey. Thus, Lin Chongsheng perseveres against the cacophony of demonic whispers, reaching the depths of the cave. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic sound resonates throughout the dark expanse, echoing like the heartbeat of some hidden entity. Lin Chongsheng sweeps his sleeve, parting the dense black mist, and through the gaps. He glimpses a portion of the scene ahead. Chapter 88. Through hardships, the task is accomplished. A mural depicted a myriad of bizarre entities and grotesque demons, shrouded in a veil of dark mist. Just a fleeting glance left Lin Chongsheng with a sharp pain in his eyes, making him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Esteemed sir, I offer my greetings. As scantily clad, alluring woman materialized before Lin Chongsheng, her every expression dripping with seduction. She approached him, her translucent garments cascading over her smooth skin, her ruby lips exuding an intoxicating fragrance, and her bare feet resembling jade. Enchantress, perish! Lin Chongsheng's resolve was unwavering. He struck out at the woman without hesitation. With a resounding thud, her form shattered, yet not a drop of blood was shed. Moments later, a mass of black mist coalesced, drawn in by an eerie demonic wind that swept close to Lin Chongsheng. The mist reformed into the captivating figure of the woman. Such a cruel heart you possess, my lord. She leaned against him, her voice laced with temptation, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Chongsheng retaliated yet again, but still failed to dispel her illusion. Is my appearance not to your liking? Her tone bore a hint of sorrow, evoking sympathy. Fear not, I have sisters who will surely please you. With that, 3 more enchanting figures appeared before Lin Chongsheng, each radiating charm that was utterly mesmerizing. Despite multiple attempts, Lin Chongsheng could not shatter the bewitching illusions. He steadied his mind and continued onward. He knew he could not activate the Erase Spirit Pearl until he reached the depths of the demon cave. There was but one chance. Should the pearl fail, dire troubles would befall the Fulyu star domain. Why do you not gaze upon me? One woman in white clung to Lin Chongsheng's left arm, her voice sweet and fragrant. Another, clad in a simple dress, stood on his right, employing various seductive tactics. With a clear gaze, Lin Chongsheng disregarded their enchantments. He understood that even a moment of distraction could lead him to lose himself, forever trapped in this realm. He recognized the demon's psychological tactics. His spirit must remain vigilant to avoid falling prey to their tricks. After half an hour, Lin Chongsheng remained untempted, advancing steadily down the mural. He was nearing the end of the demon cave. Intruders in the demon domain, if you wish to live, begone. The 4 enchanting women, realizing their allure was ineffective, dissipated into the air. They transformed into a grotesque, demonic figure, blocking Lin Chongsheng's path with claws bared and a shrill voice bellowing threats. I have no intention of leaving this place alive. Death is but a triviality, Lin Chongsheng declared, gripping the Erase Spirit Pearl in his left hand and a sword in his right. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, he needed to ensure he could activate the pearl at a moment's notice. Then perish. The demonic figure unleashed its might, crashing down like a tidal wave, engulfing Lin Chongsheng in an instant. Swallowed by the endless demonic aura, Lin Chongsheng felt no fear. He retained his composure. With a swift stroke of his sword, he cleaved a path forward. He had no intention of entangling himself with the demons. His mission was to deliver the Erase Spirit Pearl to the heart of the demon cave, undeterred. Countless tendrils stretched toward him, akin to chains of law, seeking to ensnare and suffocate him. Whoosh! With remarkable speed, Lin Chongsheng evaded the encroaching appendages, severing those he could not dodge with his sword, pushing deeper into the cave. A colossal demonic hand descended upon him, chilling him to the core and causing his very soul to tremble. Command! He shouted, unleashing his treasured sword. The blade flew from his grasp, targeting the massive hand, while Lin Chongsheng seized the opportunity to advance. If circumstances allowed, he would not part with his sword. Yet the situation was too dire. He had no choice. The sword struck the giant hand, powerful forces causing it to tremble violently before shattering into fragments. The hand continued its descent, intent on crushing Lin Chongsheng. The destruction of his prized sword inflicted backlash upon him, blood trickling from his lips, bones cracking, and vital organs severely injured. Yet, undeterred by his injuries, Lin Chongsheng pressed forward, fueled by a frantic urgency. Failure was not an option. He could sacrifice his life, but the mission must be accomplished. With that conviction, he began to burn through his lifespan, reckless in his determination. A haunting wail echoed through the depths of the demon cave, piercing and soul-stirring. Lin Chongsheng felt his blood surge violently. Darkness threatened to overwhelm him, and he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. In the next moment, however, he regained awareness, gritting his teeth to maintain his resolve. Following the mural of myriad demons, Lin Chongsheng finally beheld the cave's depths, astonished by the sight before him. A massive heart, akin to a towering mountain, throbbed ominously. The black heart pulsated, its veins starkly visible, resonating with a deafening rhythm. This is it. Lin Chongsheng glanced at the erased spirit pearl in his left hand. If he placed the pearl upon the heart, it would strengthen the seal, granting precious time for the beings of Fuliu, Star Domain. Suddenly, the colossal hand dispersed the mist, reappearing above Lin Chongsheng. He was cornered, with no escape in sight. Reaching his destination, retreat was no longer an option. Cold as ice, eternal as the ages, all is still. With a tranquil heart, I gaze upon my solitary divinity. Lin Chongsheng invoked his calming technique and protective arts, forming several barriers around himself, cradling the erased spirit pearl close to his chest. Boom! The hand crashed down, obliterating his protective barriers and striking Lin Chongsheng directly. Blood spewed from his mouth, bones shattered, and his internal organs sustained grievous damage. Though injured, Lin Chongsheng gritted his teeth and held onto his breath, seizing the moment to rush toward the heart. He glanced down at the erased spirit pearl, relieved to find it unharmed by the demon's might. He activated the pearl and hurled it toward the pulsating heart. Buzz, the erased spirit pearl awakened, establishing a resonant bond with the external array. In an instant, the massive hand that was about to descend upon Lin Chongsheng froze in mid-air, a shrill, resentful cry reverberating throughout the cavern. Momentarily, the hand vanished, and the throbbing black heart lost its vitality. Silence enveloped the space. Outside, the powerful practitioners of various sects watched as the demonic energy waned. Understanding that Lin Chongsheng had succeeded, their joy palpable. As for Lin Chongsheng, he lay gravely wounded, adrift in the dark recesses of the demon cave, his vision blurred and consciousness fading. Tudi? As death loomed closer, Lin Chongsheng felt no trace of fear. Instead, a profound calm settled within him. Severely injured and with his spirit waning, he lacked the strength to escape the cave, life slipping away with each passing moment. In the depths of the cave, an unseen force began to erode his spirit, seeking to assimilate him into a demon. A wisp of demonic energy slithered from the mural, coiling around Lin Chongsheng, intent on seizing his form. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted from within Lin Chongsheng, dispelling the demonic aura in an instant. A demon within the mural let out a mournful cry, echoing through the dark expanse. Not long after, the image of the monstrous entity became translucent and then completely vanished, signifying that this trace of demonic thought had been eradicated. What transpired? Although Lin Chongsheng's consciousness was hazy, he sensed the changes within his body, causing his heart to tremble. Chapter 89. The Legacy of Memory. Returning to life within Lin Chongsheng's body, a transparent talisman emerged, and with a sudden flash of white light, a crack appeared upon it. This fissure swiftly spread to other parts. Crack! The talisman shattered, causing Lin Chongsheng's body to tremble slightly, as fragmented images from his dreams coalesced, unraveling all mysteries. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Chongsheng opened his eyes, revealing a deep golden light within them, as his damaged foundation began to swiftly mend. He witnessed countless ancestors journeying to the same dread place, the abyss of demons in the imperial capital. The demonic energy swirling within the lair retreated in fear, unwilling to approach Lin Chongsheng. The legacy of memory had been awakened. Several hours later, Lin Changsheng absorbed the vivid images that formed in his mind. His expression tinged with sorrow as a profound reverence for his forebears arose within him. At this moment, he comprehended the origins of the Xianqing sect and grasped the will of the powerful ancestors. Lin Changsheng temporarily regained the ability to move, gazing upward into the pitch-black void. The surrounding demonic energy longed to engulf him, but recoiled in the face of the power of the legacy. He glanced at the mural of myriad demons on the wall and the black heart of darkness below. Clenching his fists, his gaze hardened, he murmured, "I cannot perish yet." Thus, leveraging the slightest power from the legacy of memory, Lin Changsheng resisted the overwhelming pressure of the demonic lair, striving desperately upward. Several hours later, he broke through numerous obstacles and emerged into the outside world of the lair. As the powerful figures from various sects prepared to depart, they were suddenly taken aback by the sight of Lin Changsheng, questioning if their eyes deceived them. What? Lin Changsheng is still alive? How can this be? He appears to have sustained injuries. Should we open a breach in the formation to allow the sect master to escape? Yet, some cautioned against breaking the formation, fearing Lin Changsheng might have been corrupted by demonic energy and transformed into a demon himself, while some wished to rescue Lin Changsheng immediately. They were met with opposition from others. Lin Changsheng stood in the void, watching the powerful figures with an expressionless face, knowing that without their assistance in breaking the formation, his escape would be perilous. Perhaps the sect master had already been possessed by demonic thoughts. Qingyuan of the Tianyuan sect expressed his view, stating, "I find this possibility quite high." Since Lin Changsheng was willing to take risks, he must have been prepared to sacrifice himself for the greater good of humanity. We cannot recklessly release a potentially possessed sect master. The consequences could be dire. Some individuals were solely concerned with their own interests, entirely forgetting Lin Changsheng's sacrifice to seal the lair. That makes sense, many concurred. Although Lin Changsheng was within the formation, he could faintly hear the discussions of the powerful figures, a sense of melancholy stirring within him. Is it worth it? It felt as if the remnants of demonic whispers lingered in his heart, questioning his resolve. Lin Changsheng slowly closed his eyes, lamenting the fate of the ancestors. However, as this thought surfaced, images of ordinary residents living near the Xianqing sect appear before him, enjoying peaceful lives amidst a simple folk. There are too many people in the world, and some possess a nature more vile than demons. Lin Changsheng's turbulent heart gradually regained its composure, perhaps due to the firmness of his resolve, also intertwined with the legacy of memory. Since he had awakened the sect's legacy, it signified he must bear the weight of countless ancestors' responsibilities. I possess the mirror of Amaterasu, which can reveal the true form of demons. Du Ruoxing, the leader of Dongyi Palace, donned an elegant, form-fitting gown and took a few steps forward, gazing up at Lin Changsheng in the void of the formation. As she spoke, Du Ruoxing produced a high-grade precious mirror, activating its restrictions to harness its power. The mirror of Amaterasu faced Lin Changsheng, and after a quarter of an hour, no changes occurred, indicating Lin Changsheng had not succumbed to demonic possession. The sect master has not been demonized. We must open the formation and rescue him. Although Du Ruoxing was concerned about her interests, she had not yet succumbed to madness. At the very least, she could not behave as those vile individuals who wished to see Lin Changsheng perish. Indeed, Du Ruoxing's mirror of Amaterasu is a treasure, but it may struggle to unveil the true terror of such formidable demons. Among the crowd, someone uttered these words, likely harboring a grudge against the Xianqing sect. Exactly. It's better to be overly cautious than to regret later, some timid individuals chimed in. If a demon could indeed evade the detection of the mirror of Amaterasu, do you truly believe such a creature would be ensnared by a mere formation? I understand your concerns, but do not forget that all that transpires here will reach the Xianqing sect. If Lin Changsheng were to suffer due to our negligence, consider the consequences. Du Ruoxing cast a cold glance over the crowd, her voice firm. Upon hearing this, those who had previously voiced their objection shuddered. If news of this reached the ears of the Xianqing sect, it could lead to a fierce confrontation with the various sects, resulting in mutual destruction. With this possibility in mind, the crowd ceased their resistance and quickly opened the formation. Buzz! A gap appeared in the formation, and Lin Changsheng seized the opportunity to emerge. Upon his exit, the powerful figures of various sects donned expressions of concern, inquiring after Lin Changsheng's well-being and any injuries he may have sustained. Lin Changsheng ignored them completely, striding directly towards Du Ruoxing, speaking solemnly. "Thank you. There is no need for thanks. I lack the qualification." Du Ruoxing shook her head and added, "Moreover, if anything were to happen due to the formation's closure, Dongyi Palace would not escape blame." Lin Changsheng said nothing further and departed into the distance. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the Xianqing sect, where the entire sect rejoiced, tears of joy streaming down their faces, celebrating his safe return. When Lin Changsheng initially decided to enter the demonic lair, he had already informed everyone of the situation, urging them to remain vigilant and protect the sect. After some discussion, the members learned that the lair was temporarily sealed and would not pose a threat for at least a century. However, Lin Changsheng did not disclose the matter of the legacy of memory to anyone. Having sustained injuries, he entrusted the elders with the mundane affairs of the sect and began his seclusion. Not long after, the Xianqing sect learned of Lin Changsheng's narrow escape from the lair, sparking outrage among them, who sought justice from the various sections. However, Lin Changsheng had previously advised against escalating conflicts due to external factors. With Lin Changsheng currently in seclusion, the elders suppressed their anger, refraining from rash actions, deciding to wait until he emerged before addressing the situation. At the Daoi Academy, in the ancient tower, Chen Qingyuan had arrived at the 13th level. Chapter 90. Layers of Illusion. Departing the ancient tower previously, Chen Qingyuan had undergone extreme challenges across various realms, persevering until he reached this point. Upon arriving at the 13th level, the trials transcended mere cultivation and delved into the essence of the Tao heart. Water? Chen Qingyuan gazed at the boundless expanse of water before him, akin to an oceanic domain. Lowering his head, he observed the murky currents, oblivious to their depth. Raising his gaze, he pondered the origin of the water and its ultimate destination. Stepping upon the water's surface, he took a step forward, causing a ripple to emanate from his toes. Initially a small circle, it gradually expanded outward before settling into tranquility. With a heart as serene as water, he felt an intrinsic connection to the Tao heart. After a thorough exploration, Chen Qingyuan formulated a hypothesis. Subsequently, he seated himself upon the water's surface and began to meditate. With his eyes closed, his inner turmoil subsided. The once turbulent waters became calm, and the impurities gradually dissipated, rendering the vast expanse of water clearer. Just as Chen Qingyuan believed he could overcome this trial, his consciousness was drawn into a peculiar realm. This was an illusion, yet felt strikingly real. Within this mirage, Chen Qingyuan transformed into a beggar, subsisting through daily alms, often met with disdain and violence, enduring a life of torment. The authenticity of this experience caused a slight tremor within him. With his heart unsteady, the boundless waters began to ripple, and the sky darkened. Soon, Chen Qingyuan adapted to the life of a beggar, suffering the trials of existence, only to succumb to a plague years later. His consciousness did not return to his body, but was whisked away to another illusion. In this new mirage, he became a prince of an ordinary dynasty, sacrificing everything in a bid for power and wealth. Ultimately, he fell to a brother of kinship, relegated to a life of confinement, devoid of attendance, and after decades, he perished in solitude. Thus, Chen Qingyuan traversed through numerous lives, experiencing both joy and sorrow, gaining profound insights. Power, beauty, and fame could not sway his inner essence. Even the countless precious spirit stones held no sway over him. Outside the ancient tower, Zhao Yichuan was astonished. Was this little fellow not the one who cherished wealth above all? Why then did his heart remain untouched, even if he recognized the illusions? The laws within the tower struck at the core of his being, leaving him seemingly unaffected. Lin Wengqiu also found this perplexing, her interest in Chen Qingyuan deepening. Could it be that his previous demeanor was merely an act? Zhao Yichuan, having investigated Chen Qingyuan's every affair, was well aware of his fixation on wealth, often employing various so-called legitimate means to acquire spirit stones. If it were an act, how could it have manifested since childhood? It seemed implausible. For him, wealth was insignificant. What mattered was the purpose behind its acquisition. Lin Wenqiu contemplated a resolution. Zhao Yichuan nodded in agreement, his head moving slowly. The boundless waters of the 13th level grew crystal clear, the surface tranquil and rarely disturbed by waves. Yet the trial was far from over. An unknown force infiltrated the depths of Chen Qingyuan's heart, conjuring a unique illusion. He found himself back at the Xianying sect, living harmoniously among his fellow disciples. Suddenly, one day, a demonic calamity erupted, engulfing the flowing star domain in malevolent energy overnight, transforming countless beings into abominations, leading to grievous losses. The Xianying sect was no exception. Many disciples either became mere skeletons or were turned into monsters. Darkness shrouded the world, and cries of despair echoed from every corner. Chen Qingyuan fought alongside his sect, slaying innumerable fiends. Yet, the number of corrupted foes was overwhelming, and the Xianying sect could not withstand the onslaught. Chen Qingyuan witnessed his brothers perish, saw his beloved sister turned into a plaything for demons, and watched as his fellow disciples became puppets. In the end, the sect leader Lin Changsheng and the elder protector Dong Wenjun met tragic fates, and the Xianying sect was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. Chen Qingyuan felt as if he were invisible to the monsters, not subjected to attack. Gazing upon the corpses amidst the ruins, his heart ached, tears streaming down his face. His complexion ashen, trembling with weakness. No! Chen Qingyuan yearned to halt this devastation, but his efforts were in vain, leaving him to scream in anguish from his place. In an instant, his consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes abruptly, tears flowing freely as cold sweat drenched him, the once boundless waters swirling into a tumult of waves once more. Fortunately, Chen Qingyuan ultimately discerned the illusion, recognizing it as a fabrication, which spared him from losing his mind. Had he succumbed, he would certainly have been expelled by the tower's laws. It took Chen Qingyuan considerable time to regain his composure, and the water's surface gradually settled. Once prepared, he resumed his meditation. The next round of illusions was once again related to the Xianying sect, which inexplicably faced assaults from various sects, igniting a fierce and brutal war. Many lives were lost within the Xianying sect, and Chen Qingyuan could only watch, powerless to intervene. Through multiple trials of illusion, Chen Qingyuan's mental fortitude significantly strengthened, allowing him to sense the falsity of all that transpired before him. Nevertheless, the anguish within him remained unbearable, a stinging pain in his heart. The Xianying sect was his home, and every individual within it was family. Now he was forced to witness the demise of his kin, his heart shattered, engulfed in sorrow. Upon awakening, Chen Qingyuan still could not attain the highest levels of mental clarity. He had not passed the trial and needed to endure further tribulations. Thus, 3 full years elapsed. Though the passage of time was merely 3 years, it felt to Chen Qingyuan as if he had endured eons. A sense of weariness etched into his gaze. After expending such a lengthy duration on the Tao Heart's trials, he finally succeeded. A wooden door materialized before Chen Qingyuan, signifying his entry into the 14th level. At this moment, he appeared somewhat haggard, requiring time to recuperate, and had no intention of immediately pushing open the door. "Come forth." At that moment, a voice reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. Before he could fully prepare himself, a gentle force enveloped him, drawing him out of the ancient tower. With a whoosh, when Chen Qingyuan opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the ancient tower. Zhao Yichuan, Lin Wenqiu, and Song Ningyan awaited him. Upon seeing the three, Chen Qingyuan finally believed he was no longer trapped in an illusion. He stiffly bowed in greeting. "Esteemed seniors, you have spent 4 years within. Great gains await you, but you must take time to recuperate." Chen Qingyuan had devoted a year to the first 12 levels, while the 13th level consumed 3 years. Zhao Yichuan, concerned for the two, had forcibly extracted them from the tower, fearing they might lose themselves. Song Ningyan appeared in a dire state, her eyes devoid of spirit. Unlike Chen Qingyuan, who retained his lucidity and clarity. Observing her condition, it was evident that Song Ningyan had faltered at the 13th level and had yet to recover. Will we be able to enter again? Chen Qingyuan cast a glance at the ancient tower, marked by the passage of time, and softly inquired. Chapter 91. The Eternal Youth, all disciples of the Tao Academy are permitted to enter the ancient tower 3 times. Do not worry, there will be future opportunities. Having witnessed Chen Qingyuan's performance within the tower, Zhao Yichuan's demeanor softened considerably as he spoke gently. Although it remains unclear just how high Chen Qingyuan's limits may extend, it is evident that his foundation is remarkably solid and devoid of flaws. In contrast, Song Ningyan falls significantly short of Chen Qingyuan. Whether it be the refinement of their foundational skills across various realms or the examination of their Tao heart, she cannot compare to him. Undoubtedly, individuals of Chen Qingyuan's caliber are exceedingly rare in the northern wasteland. Zhao Yichuan expressed a degree of satisfaction with Song Ningyan's performance, deeming her worthy of becoming his disciple. After 3 attempts, will we no longer be able to enter? Chen Qingyuan inquired. Indeed, Zhao Yichuan replied with a slight nod. This serves as a trial and a means of self-refinement. However, it is not absolute. Should you reach the pinnacle and gain the tower's acknowledgement, no restrictions will apply. Chimed in Lin Wenqiu, who stood nearby with a smile. May I ask who this esteemed elder is? Chen Qingyuan respectfully inquired, clasping his hands in greeting. Like your master, I am Lin Wenqiu, the vice president of the Tao Academy. He introduced himself, his gaze fixed intently upon Chen Qingyuan, scrutinizing him closely. Vice president. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was taken aback and hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, It is an honor to meet you, Vice President Lin. No need for formality, Lin Wenqiu replied with a benevolent expression. Earlier, you mentioned that reaching the top allows for free entry into the ancient tower. Is that a formidable challenge? Chen Qingyuan felt that the trials within the tower significantly aided his cultivation. If granted frequent access for training, the benefits would be immense. It is not overly difficult, Lin Wenqiu began, causing Chen Qingyuan to feel a surge of hope. However, the latter part of his statement struck Chen Qingyuan with shock. It is exceedingly high. The last individual to reach the pinnacle did so 2 millennia ago. What? 2 millennia ago? Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Young lad, I sense a glimmer of hope for you to reach that height. Do your utmost, Lin Wenqiu encouraged, having been impressed by Chen Qingyuan's previous performance. Had it not been for Yu Qinran's prior intervention, Lin Wenqiu would have undoubtedly taken Chen Qingyuan as his disciple, envisioning a worthy successor to inherit his legacy, allowing him to depart this world without regrets. That is too lofty an expectation for me, Chen Qingyuan humbly responded, unwilling to boast. Young man, do not be overly modest. Pride and audacity are attributes of youth. However, one must always be mindful of their limitations and avoid crossing the line, Lin Wenqiu remarked, sharing a similar playful disposition with Yu Qinran, both being mischievous elders. Who teaches their juniors in such a manner? It is quite vexing, Zhao Yichuan interjected sternly. Admonishing Chen Qingyuan, do not heed Lin's foolishness. Following his words may invite trouble. Brother, he is the vice president. Is it truly wise to speak to him in such a manner? Chen Qingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, perplexed by Zhao Yichuan's audacity to disregard the vice president's authority. Stealing a glance at Lin Wenqiu, he noted that the elder remained unperturbed, wearing a smile as if accustomed to such situations. Understood, master. Chen Qingyuan managed to suppress his doubts and respectfully clasped his fists. Rest for a few days. I shall take you both to undertake an important task, Zhao Yichuan stated, intent on nurturing Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan. What task? Chen Qingyuan instinctively inquired. You will find out in due time, Zhao Yichuan replied mysteriously. Subsequently, he led the disoriented Song Ningyan away from the ancient tower, needing to assist her in escaping the illusion to prevent her from developing inner demons that could jeopardize her foundation. Vice President Lin, I shall take my leave, Chen Qingyuan said, bowing to Lin Wenqiu before departing. As he watched Chen Qingyuan leave, Lin Wenqiu sipped from a small cup of wine, his smile fading. replaced by a grave demeanor as he murmured to himself, "This boy possesses extraordinary talent. Will the Qing sect, in this era, ever regain its former glory? And how shall we address the abyss of demons in the imperial capital?" Upon returning to Yunshi residence, Chen Qingyuan promptly seated himself in meditation. After several hours, his mind finally settled, freed from the haunting illusions of the ancient tower. His journey had yielded tremendous rewards, further solidifying his foundation. Simultaneously, he sensed his cultivation had begun to loosen after 4 years of arduous training, anticipating a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm in the near future. Resuming his practice, Chen Qingyuan realized that hastening his advancement was not inherently beneficial. It was crucial that his foundation be impeccable to ascend to greater heights in the future. With a deep exhale, Chen Qingyuan approached the edge of the clear lake, standing beneath a willow tree, gently caressing its soft branches, reminiscing about his family in the Xianqing sect. The visions of the demonic calamity presented in the ancient tower stirred an unsettling worry within him, leaving him restless. Pushing open the door to Yunshi residence, he ventured towards one of the halls within the Dao Yi Academy. In the Qinxin Hall, the elder on duty was well informed. For a certain fee of spirit stones, he could acquire a wealth of information. "Greetings, elder," Chen Qingyuan said as he entered the hall. "No need for such formalities." An elderly man with white hair reclined in a rocking chair, nonchalantly crossing his legs while holding a fan, surrounded by delectable fruits and fine wine, indulging in a leisurely life. As the elder lazily rose and scrutinized Chen Qing, recognition flickered in his eyes, and his demeanor shifted to one of warmth. You are the esteemed disciple of Vice President Yu. What brings you to the Qinxin Hall?" "I seek to inquire about certain matters," Chen Qingyuan replied, producing a Qinquan bag from his waist and placing on the table. "Speak freely," the elder said, glancing at the Qinquan bag with a beaming smile. "What information does young master wish to know?" "Recent news regarding the Xianqing sect and the demonic abyss in the Fuliu star domain," Chen Qingyuan stated. "Wait a moment. Let me look for it," the elder replied, making his way to the back of the hall, where numerous jade slips were stored, containing vital messages from various star domains, organized in a unique manner. Before long, the elder emerged holding a blue jade slip, extending it towards Chen Qingyuan. "According to our rules, this information is valued at 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. However, since it is your first inquiry at the Dao Yi Academy, I shall waive the fee. You may keep your Qinquan back. Is that appropriate?" Chen Qingyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "If you do not accept it, it would be a slight against me." The elder feigned displeasure. "Since the elder insists, I shall graciously accept it." "Thank you," Chen Qingyuan said, recognizing that sometimes free gifts hold the highest value. "Do not mention it. It is merely 1,000 high-grade spirit stones," the elder replied, willing to cover the cost to foster goodwill with Chen Qingyuan. Having finally taken on such a promising disciple after many years, Yu Chunran would surely nurture him well. If all goes as anticipated, Chen Qingyuan is destined to become a formidable figure, making now the perfect moment to cultivate a good relationship. Chen Qingyuan's consciousness delved into the blue jade slip, revealing recent events in the Fuliu star domain. Upon seeing Lin Chongsheng venture alone into the demonic abyss, his heart jolted, worry etched across his brow. Fortunately, Lin Chongsheng emerged alive from the abyss, escaping without significant peril. After perusing the information, Chen Qingyuan let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, a rumor regarding the eternal virginity of a certain individual reached Zhao Yichuan's ears, inciting an uncontrollable fury within him, prompting him to pursue and deliver a thorough beating to several elders. Previously, Zhao Yichuan had been stationed at the ancient tower, cut off from the flow of information. Now, he visited each elder in turn, administering a sound thrashing to all those who had once laughed the loudest. Unwilling to submit? Then let us unite in our wrath. Consequently, anguished cries emanated from a certain corner of the Dao Yi Academy, sending shivers down the spines of newly initiated disciples, leaving them trembling in fear. Chapter 92, The Dean's Pet. The Black Python. A few days later, Zhao Yichuan's voice transmission summoned Chen Qingyuan to wait at Yuxing Pavilion. Nestled on the western side of Dao Yi Academy, Yuxing Pavilion stands suspended in the air, enveloped by mist. A staircase of floating steps ascends from below, leading directly to the pavilion. Upon arrival, Chen Qingyuan felt as though he had entered a realm of immortals. The view was filled with clouds, and occasionally, one could glimpse celestial cranes soaring through the mist, their calls ringing clear and melodious. As Chen Qingyuan arrived, Song Ningyan followed closely behind. Their eyes met, and Chen Qingyuan offered a polite smile. "How far have you progressed in the ancient tower?" he inquired, dressed in a white gown adorned with the emblem of Daoi Academy. Song Ningyan exuded an air of frosty aloofness that made her difficult to approach. "It's a secret," she replied. Chen Qingyuan suppressed his smile, feigning mystery. "I shan't indulge you," he said, choosing to ignore her further. He retrieved a flask of fine wine, sipping it leisurely while gazing into the distance, savoring the beauty around him. "Let us proceed." Moments later, Zhao Yichuan appeared abruptly, his expression devoid of warmth. Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan quelled their respective thoughts and followed Zhao Yichuan to an undisclosed location. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhao Yichuan dispersed the clouds above Yuxing Pavilion, revealing a staircase of white jade that seemed to stretch into infinity, its destination unknown. After a quarter of an hour, the group arrived at a concealed space. Zhao Yichuan utilized a special hand seal to unlock part of the spatial barriers, granting them entry. Inside lay a vast, empty expanse, where a faint scent of blood lingered, and an inexplicable pressure weighed heavily on Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan, causing them to hold their breath and feel their hearts tremble. "Old Black, come out quickly," Zhao Yichuan called out loudly. Shortly thereafter, the space began to tremble, and the void twisted slightly. Then, a colossal head emerged from the clouds high above, a serpent's visage, menacing and flickering its tongue. As the serpent moved, it revealed its massive body, the surrounding mist parting to unveil its true form. 1,000-meter-long giant python, its scales a deep black, bore numerous wounds adorned with thick scars. Hints of dragon-like features were evident beneath its form. "Lie down, I will change your bandages," Zhao Yichuan said as he approached, producing various herbs. The black python obediently lay on the ground, allowing Zhao Yichuan to attend to its injuries. After some time, Zhao Yichuan replaced the old dressings, checking the wounds, estimating a swift recovery. "Elder Zhao, what is this?" The imposing presence of the black python sent shivers down Chen Qingyuan's spine as he whispered his inquiry. "It is the dean's pet," Zhao Yichuan replied. "What? A pet?" Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, having anticipated something akin to a guardian beast, only to discover it was merely a pet. The dean's peculiar tastes seem rather eccentric, he mused. He has been missing for many years. An old black has remained confined to this area. It must be quite trying for him. Zhao Yichuan sighed softly, feeling sympathy for the black python. "What does that mean?" Chen Qingyuan asked, intrigued. "It's a long story," Zhao Yichuan began, revealing the truth. Years ago, the dean feared that the black python would cause chaos if left unchecked, so he confined it here. One day, the dean suddenly vanished from Daoi Academy, and its whereabouts became unknown. The black python was sealed within this space, marked with a special imprint that prevents its escape. Over the years, the two vice deans sought ways to liberate it, but external force proved futile. Ultimately, it was concluded that only when the python became strong enough could it shatter its shackles and leave this area. Thus, it periodically attempts to break the spatial laws, resulting in injuries. Zhao Yichuan frequently visited the black python, changing its bandages and engaging in conversation. As the dean's direct disciple, their bond had grown exceedingly strong. "Indeed, it is a hardship for the esteemed elder," Chen Qingyuan said, his gaze toward the black python tinged with sympathy. "There is no need to pity old black. Rather, pity yourself," Zhao Yichuan remarked with a knowing smile, observing the change in Chen Qingyuan's expression. "Is that so?" Chen Qingyuan felt an ominous premonition. Song Ningyan, standing nearby, trembled slightly, sensing a wave of unease. "Old Black, these two youngsters are new disciples of Daoi Academy. I brought them today for you to train them and alleviate your boredom. It should be somewhat entertaining," Zhao Yichuan said to the black python. Understanding the directive, the black python opened its mouth and emitted a hoarse growl. "Understood." As long as they survive, feel free to test them thoroughly. Do not hold back. As he departed, Zhao Yichuan added, "All right." The black python nodded, indicating its comprehension. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan could no longer remain composed, hastily exclaiming, "Elder Zhao, I believe that is unnecessary. I can cultivate just fine on my own, no need for special treatment." Song Ningyan cast a wary glance at the imposing black python, a flicker of fear igniting within her. She bit her lip, apprehensive about the days to come. However, her desire to become Zhao Yichuan's disciple quelled her fear, preventing her from voicing any refusal. "Old Black, this little rascal is quite mischievous. Take good care of him," Zhao Yichuan said, gesturing towards Chen Qingyuan with a knowing smile. "Please no," Chen Qingyuan protested, wishing to counter the suggestion. Yet, Zhao Yichuan, disinterested in further debate, turned and left the area, leaving behind only an afterimage. Gulp! Chen Qingyuan felt a tightness in his throat, swallowing the words he had left unspoken. He then turned to the black python, forcing a smile. "Senior, could we perhaps negotiate a gentler approach?" Boom! The black python answered with decisive action, conjuring a humanoid avatar in an instant, which sent Chen Qingyuan flying 10 miles with a single blow, leaving a long trail on ground. Clearly, the black python rejected his plea, determined to train him rigorously. Thus, for half an hour, Chen Qingyuan endured a thorough beating, rendered immobile upon the ground. Witnessing this scene, Song Ningyan shuddered slightly, her heart filled with anxiety. With Chen Qingyuan dealt with, it was now Song Ningyan's turn. Fortuitously, the black python merely gave her a light reprimand before ceasing. Unlike the harrowing experience Chen Qingyuan had faced, "You only suffered superficial wounds. In a couple of days, you'll be fine. Prepare yourself, for I shall return to discipline you again in 2 days." The black python declared, its massive form vanishing into the mist, leaving no trace behind. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan nearly spat blood in exasperation. "You can beat me, but why specify a timeline?" The torment lay not in the act itself, but in the anticipation of impending pain without any means of escape. Sighing, Chen Qingyuan found his clothes dusted and his visage bruised, embodying a woeful figure as he gazed skyward, lamenting his fate. Chapter 93. Brotherhood with the Black Python. 2 days later, the Black Python arrived as promised. Without uttering a word, it lunged directly at Chen Qingyuan, slamming him into the ground. Thus began a new chapter of suffering for Chen Qingyuan, where even the heavens turned a deaf ear to his cries. In contrast, Song Ningyan fared much better. Although she too was subjected to beatings, the intensity was markedly different. It was evident that the master was exacting revenge on him. Observing Chen Qingyuan being mercilessly pummeled, Song Ningyan couldn't help but recall the moment he had vehemently cursed the person responsible for the Northern Wilderness 10 heroes list. Despite the thrashing, Chen Qingyuan never revealed his trump card, the Sacred Grade Golden Core, for he understood that even if all 3 Sacred Grade cards were laid bare, the outcome would remain unchanged. Moreover, the Black Python had no intention of taking Chen Qingyuan's life. At worst, he would suffer superficial wounds, which were manageable. Surprisingly, amidst the relentless beatings, Chen Qingyuan broke through his cultivation bottleneck, ascending to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. During this period of advancement, the Black Python was unusually quiet, granting Chen Qingyuan an entire month to solidify his foundation. Once Chen Qingyuan's cultivation stabilized, the Black Python returned to unleash another wave of punishment, eliciting pained cries from Chen Qingyuan. "Brother, you're too ruthless. Please show some mercy." The Black Python, insisting it was for Chen Qingyuan's own good, encouraged him to endure. This was a unique form of training, significantly enhancing Chen Qingyuan's combat experience. Additionally, the Black Python pointed out his vulnerabilities and struck decisively. "Why don't you take a swing at that girl too? Don't just do this for me," Chen Qingyuan shouted, gesturing towards the onlooking Song Ningyan. "Let's take them both on." The Black Python chuckled, conjuring a shadow to attack Song Ningyan. She, however, was far from pleased, casting a fierce glare at Chen Qingyuan. This peculiar existence continued for a full 4 years, during which Chen Qingyuan's cultivation ascended to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, while Song Ningyan achieved the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Over this time, the bond between Chen Qingyuan and the black python strengthened significantly. After calculating the time, Zhao Yichuan decided to pay a visit. Upon entering, he was met with a scene that left him momentarily speechless. In a vast clearing, Chen Qingyuan had set up an enormous iron grill. Flames of spiritual fire licking beneath it. The grill was laden with assorted meats, accompanied by various wines and rare fruits. "Brother Black, how does it taste?" Chen Qingyuan asked, offering a piece of roasted meat to the black python. "Quite good. Let it roast a little longer," the black python replied, savoring the food with satisfaction. Using a surge of spiritual energy to lift a jar of fine wine and draining it in one go. "Very well. As per your request, I shall roast the meat a bit longer. There are spiritual fruits over there. Please indulge yourself for now. You've got the hang of it. Well done." The black python praised him. At that moment, Zhao Yichuan arrived, looking bewildered. "What's going on?" he asked, still processing the sight before him. He approached with long strides, exclaiming, "Old Black, how come you're indulging in food now?" "I'm just craving it," the black python replied. For years, apart from having ample spirit stones, it had known no flavor. It was not hunger, but mere craving. A year prior, Chen Qingyuan had intended to prepare something delectable for himself, inadvertently drawing the black python out, ready to face a beating. However, the outcome was far from what he anticipated. The black python devoured the spread before him with gusto, leaving him wanting more. Since then, Chen Qingyuan had embraced the role of provider, daily crafting diverse culinary delights for the black python. Fortuitously, his love for gourmet food meant his spatial ring was stocked with fresh meat, rare fruits, exquisite wines, and fragrant teas. Having tasted Chen Qingyuan's offerings, the black python found it hard to retaliate. Consequently, over the past year, only Song Ningyan faced the brunt of the beatings while Chen Qingyuan remained unscathed, leveraging his thick skin and emotional intelligence to forge a fraternal bond with the black python. "Perhaps I should have considered things more thoroughly in these years," Zhao Yichuan mused. While he had visited frequently, he had never brought anything substantial for the black python, merely exchanging pleasantries and medicinal supplies. The eternally youthful Zhao Yichuan, devoted entirely to his cultivation, had never thought to provide delicacies for the black python. Most importantly, the black python had never mentioned such a desire, leaving Zhao Yichuan unaware of its cravings. Having lived within the confines of the Taoist Academy since its infancy, the black python was unfamiliar with the outside world, its myriad delights unknown to him. In its eyes, spirit stones were the least valuable items, consumed daily simply to sustain its energy needs, devoid of any flavor. "All is well. This is quite acceptable," Zhao Yichuan observed, noting the improvement in both their cultivations, offering an appreciative nod. Song Ningyan shot a resentful glance at Chen Qingyuan, feeling betrayed by his newfound camaraderie with the black python, who had never spoken a kind word on her behalf while reveling in her misfortunes. "Once I find the opportunity, I shall make you pay dearly," she vowed silently. "It's time to leave," Zhao Yichuan declared, hands clasped behind his back. "At last, I can escape this wretched place." Chen Qingyuan thought, though he feigned reluctance, saying, "Brother Black, I must take my leave." The black python's mood also soured. After Chen Qingyuan's departure, it will be left to consume those tasteless stones once more. How disheartening. "Brother Black, this is all I have to offer you," Chen Qingyuan said, producing a bag and placing the remaining morsels and wines inside. "Little brother, I regret the hardships you've endured these past years. I apologize. Please do not hold it against me," the black python said, reflecting on their initial encounters with a sense of guilt. "It's of no consequence. If not for your assistance, my strength would not have escalated so swiftly. I am grateful, not resentful," Chen Qingyuan replied earnestly. "Let us speak no more of it. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, retreat temporarily. When I emerge from my seclusion, I shall help you reclaim what is yours." Though the black python was ancient, its isolation had left it naive to many worldly matters. Thus, through a year of companionship and persuasion from Chen Qingyuan, they forged a deep brotherly bond, making heartfelt promises to one another. Excellent, Chen Qingyuan thought joyfully, concluding that the trials he had endured were not in vain. Over the course of a year, He had gained profound insight into the black python. The creature raised by the Academy's head was no ordinary pet. Its cultivation had long reached the stage of great ascension. Unfortunately, the seals placed by the head were too formidable, requiring time for the black python to break free. Seeing the poignant farewell between Chen Qingyuan and the black python, Zhao Yichuan stood in disbelief. In just a few years, you've managed to turn old black into your brother. This is utterly absurd, Zhao Yichuan thought, struggling to accept the reality, his expression betraying a myriad of emotions. If Chen Qingyuan lingered any longer, their bond would only deepen further. Stop dawdling. We must leave now. I cannot allow old black to be brainwashed. Let us hurry. As Chen Qingyuan turned to depart, he called out, Brother Black, when you break free, I shall take you to savor the culinary delights of the world. Really? The black python's eyes glimmered with disbelief. Of course, it was true. After all, we are brothers, Chen Qingyuan assured with a thump of his chest. The last time Chen Qingyuan uttered such words, it seemed directed at Han Shan, nearly deceiving him completely. How wonderful it would have been to encounter you sooner. The profoundly lonely black python felt a flicker of warmth. We must depart at once, Zhao Yichuan said. His face darkened as he pulled Chen Qingyuan and Song Ningyan away, preventing Chen Qingyuan from uttering another word. Had he met Chen Qingyuan earlier, he would have been sold out, yet still joyfully counting the profits. Alas, old Hei's maturity was lacking, necessitating careful guidance. Otherwise, he would be easily duped. Chapter 94. The Master, the disciple has departed after leaving. Chen Qingyuan finally felt a sense of relief. Serving the black python day after day had placed an immense psychological burden upon him. Well done, my boy, Zhao Yichuan observed Chen Qingyuan with a slightly somber tone. Chen Qingyuan awkwardly smiled, but refrained from responding. Your master is looking for you. You should hurry. Had it not been for this, Zhao Yichuan would have undoubtedly engaged Chen Qingyuan in deeper conversation to gain a better understanding of him. Yes, Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully and swiftly turned to leave, moving with urgency as if fearing Zhao Yichuan might detain him. As Zhao Yichuan's disciple, Song Ningyan had nowhere to go and thus remained in place. Once you have entered my sect, be prepared to endure hardships. Follow me. Although Song Ningyan was performing adequately at the moment, she had yet to truly satisfy Zhao Yichuan, necessitating further assessment and refinement. Determined for the future, Song Ningyan followed Zhao Yichuan, embarking on a new round of trials. Chen Qingyuan returned to Yunxi residence, changed into a clean outfit, and proceeded to his master Yu Chenran's abode. Yu Chenran resided in Baiyan Palace, a place of exquisite scenery, resembling a rare landscape painting from every vantage point, with great swans soaring amidst the clouds and ethereal fish leaping from the water. By the lakeside, Yu Chenran sat in an ancient pavilion, clad in a dark robe, his countenance kind and benevolent. Master, Chen Qingyuan approached the pavilion and bowed. Not bad. It seems you have made significant progress over the years. Yu Chenran assessed Chen Qingyuan with a few glances, nodding in approval. Fair enough. Chen Qingyuan replied with a simple smile. Come, sit. Yu Chenran gestured. Thus, Chen Qingyuan sat opposite Yu Chenran, feeling somewhat constrained. Master, you summoned me for a reason? After a moment of silence, Chen Qingyuan could no longer restrain his curiosity. I need you to undertake a task. Travel to the Eastern Lands, Yu Chenran stated. The Eastern Lands? Chen Qingyuan's expression changed, filled with astonishment. Master, what business do I have there? The world is divided into 5 regions. The Imperial Province, Northern Wilderness, Western Frontier, Southern Domain, and Eastern Lands. Each region encompasses thousands of star domains, and every star domain contains myriad stars. Long ago, I owed a favor to a high monk in the Eastern Lands. A few days ago, he shattered the interrealm communication token and conveyed a message requiring my assistance. Since you are my disciple, it is only fitting that you help repay this debt, is it not? Yu Chenran declared with conviction. Chen Qingyuan longed to refuse, but when he met Yu Chenran's unwavering gaze, he felt a twinge of trepidation and hesitantly replied, Master, is it truly appropriate for me to repay a favor you owe? Are you unwilling to assist your master? Yu Chenran countered. That is not my intent. I merely fear my abilities may fall short and lead to unintended consequences. Chen Qingyuan quickly devised a reasonable excuse. You needn't worry about that. Simply going will ensure you can be of aid. Moreover, your presence will yield greater results with less effort. In truth, Yu Chenran perceived Chen Qingyuan's reluctance, but chose not to directly confront it. I am merely a practitioner at the Golden Course stage. Is that truly sufficient? Chen Qingyuan muttered, feeling as though his master was deceiving him. That is settled then. No room for objections. To dispel Chen Qingyuan's reluctance to travel to the eastern lands, Yu Chenran feigned a serious demeanor. Very well. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Qingyuan realized he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan acquiesce, Yu Chenran's solemn expression softened into a benevolent smile. Qingyuan, you are most understanding. Well done. Are you treating me like a 3-year-old? Chen Qingyuan's eyes glimmered with a sense of resentment, feeling as though he had been cornered. Originally, Chen Qingyuan had hoped for a few peaceful days, but having just escaped the control of the Black Python, he now faced another journey into the unknown, a daunting prospect indeed. Master, is this journey perilous? Given the situation, Chen Qingyuan felt compelled to ascertain the specifics concerning the eastern lands. Not perilous, Yu Chenran replied. Upon hearing this response, Chen Qingyuan felt a tightening in his chest and resolved to carry all possible protective measures with him, leaving no room for negligence. What exactly is this matter? Can you share? Chen Qingyuan inquired. You will understand once you arrive, Yu Chenran replied with an enigmatic smile. Master, surely you cannot subject your disciple to such uncertainty. Observing the smile on his master's lips, Chen Qingyuan felt a chill run down his spine, as if despairing for his fate. Such uncertainty? Yes, Yu. This is for your own good, Yu Chenran insisted, stroking his beard with righteous fervor. Do you truly believe I would fall for that? Having already boarded this metaphorical ship, Chen Qingyuan felt emboldened, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking it in one gulp. You will come to appreciate my good intentions in due course, Yu Chenran said with a knowing smile. Cut it out, Chen Qingyuan scoffed, his expression one of resignation. I have heard such deceptive words countless times. How could they possibly fool me? Chen Qingyuan dismissed every word and syllable from Yu Chenran, refusing to believe them. Prepare yourself today. We shall set off tomorrow morning. Yu Chenran assessed the time and concluded that a prompt departure was necessary. So soon, Chen Qingyuan's eyes widened at the sudden arrangement. The matter is urgent. Time is of the essence and cannot be delayed, Yu Chenran stated. The eastern lands are distant and fraught with potential troubles. Will you not grant me some protective treasures? Chen Qingyuan's meaning was clear. One must rely on their own abilities during their journey. An excess of protective items would detract from the experience, Yu Chenran delicately declined. Master, you are quite stingy. Chen Qingyuan briefly entertained the thought of abandoning the endeavor, but after some consideration, he resolved to proceed. One must learn to submit when necessary, and seeking favor from one's own master is hardly shameful. The following day, under Yu Chenran's urging, Chen Qingyuan embarked on his journey to the eastern lands. Yu Chenran provided him with the shortest route and a teleportation J talisman, enabling him to utilize the grand teleportation arrays scattered across various star domains, significantly reducing travel time. According to Yu Chenran's instructions, utilizing the grand teleportation arrays, Chen Qingyuan could reach the eastern lands in no more than a month. Previously, lacking access to such arrays, traversing even 2 star domains would take several months. Now, with ample resources, his speed had considerably increased. Master, I am departing. Indeed, travel safely. Master, I truly am leaving. Chen Qingyuan turned back every few steps with reluctance, not wishing to become a mere laborer. Most importantly, he sought some means of self-preservation from Yu Chenran. Go on. Yu Chenran waved his hand dismissively. Master, will you miss your disciple? Chen Qingyuan paused and looked back. Of course, Yu Chenran nodded gently. Master. Chen Qingyuan turned back once more. This time, before he could finish his sentence, Yu Chenran delivered a swift kick through the air, scolding, Are you never done? With a whoosh, Chen Qingyuan was kicked out of this small world within the Daoi Academy, landing in a corner of a star domain in the northern wilderness. Chapter 95, Journey to the Eastern Lands, Tianshu Temple, Chen Qingyuan gazed upon the unfamiliar scenery before him, realizing he had strayed far from the Dao Academy. His spirits sank, and he muttered softly, "The old man is truly stingy. Not a single treasure for his disciple while traveling." Sighing deeply, he followed the route his master had provided, hastening his steps. Upon arriving in the eastern lands, it was said that someone would come to assist him, a matter that required no concern from Chen Qingyuan. Dao Academy. Buy-in Palace. After bidding farewell to Chen Qingyuan, an immediate tranquility enveloped the place. The smile on Yu Chenran's lips gradually faded, his expression turning solemn as he murmured, "Child, your journey to the eastern lands will greatly benefit both you and the Qing sect." Having taken Chen Qingyuan as his disciple, Yu Chenran was eager to pave a path for him. While he ostensibly provided no protective treasures, he secretly inscribed a primordial seal upon Chen Qingyuan. Should the young man encounter life-threatening peril, the seal would activate to safeguard him. Yu Chenran refrained from informing Chen Qingyuan of this, wishing for him to rely on his own abilities to overcome challenges, thereby enhancing his strength and gaining valuable experience. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse, no matter how beautiful, cannot withstand the ravages of the external world. It is merely pleasing to the eye, but of no practical use. Child, if you can gain the support of those old monks in the eastern lands, even if your identity is revealed, your life will not be gravely endangered. Yu Chenran intended to entangle the Buddhist temple in the eastern lands in this karmic affair, alleviating the Qing sect from the burden of suppressing the demonic abyss. Those old monks, who prided themselves on their compassion, had never demonstrated any significant altruism, content to remain in their corner without striving for progress. Seizing the opportunity presented by the temple's plea for help, Yu Chenran aimed to bind the temple to this karma, rendering them unable to evade responsibility. The monks, overly concerned with karma, never set foot in the imperial capital, thereby avoiding entanglement in external affairs and merely guarding their territory. Dear monks, though I harbor selfish intentions, this will also benefit the temple. Should the temple seize this opportunity, it might cultivate a true flesh and blood Buddha. Yu Chenran was acutely aware of the responsibilities and karma that Chen Qingyuan bore. Yet he chose to accept him as a disciple out of respect for the Qing sect and a desire to preserve its lineage, wishing to alter the situation with his own meager strength. Throughout the journey, Chen Qingyuan pressed on with unwavering determination. He encountered minor troubles along the way, such as being intercepted by Star Domain bandits, all of which he adeptly resolved. After nearly a month, and utilizing the great teleportation array over 20 times, he finally traversed a chaotic sea of realms and arrived in the eastern lands. Upon entering, he was greeted by a landscape of yellow sands, an inexplicable sense of suffocation washing over him. The old man did not specify where in the eastern lands he was to go, which left him exasperated. With no other option, Chen Qingyuan stood waiting. With time to spare, he found a higher-lying lust mound, laid out some wine and delicacies, and savored them leisurely. Having given his previous provisions to the black python, he had stored some food before his departure to satisfy his cravings. After all, while one could refine spirit stones and feel no hunger, life would lack its joys without good food and drink. This was one of Chen Qingyuan's life principles. After half an hour, Chen Qingyuan sensed an aura approaching and looked up. A young monk clad in a pale, yellow robe floated towards him, tall and striking, with a distinctive mark on his forehead and a handsome visage. Were he to don female attire, he would be breathtakingly beautiful. "Are you a disciple of the Dao Academy?" the young monk inquired, his hands clasped together in a gesture of respect. Having awaited the arrival of someone from the Dao Academy, the monk had been lingering nearby since early morning. "Yes," Chen Qingyuan nodded, producing a token given by Yu Chenran. The young monk examined the token and confirmed his identity, but displayed no joy, only a deep-seated suspicion, pondering, why would the Dao Academy send a golden core disciple? Chen Qingyuan concealed his sacred-grade golden core and Dao bone aura with a jade bracelet, revealing only his cultivation level. Anyone with strength surpassing his own could easily discern his true capabilities. Excessive mystery would only invite unnecessary complications. "I am Monk Dao Chen. May I know your name, benefactor?" he asked. Chen Qingyuan, disciple of Chen Qingyuan introduced himself. Realizing he was the esteemed disciple of Yu, the vice president of the academy. Monk Daochen recalled hearing of Chen taking on a disciple, now realizing it was the person before him. Did the academy send you here alone? Indeed, Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a nod. This, upon receiving a definite answer, Monk Daochen fell into a stupor. A golden core cultivator? This seemed rather dismissive. The relationship between the Eastern Buddhist temple and the Daoyi Academy was tolerable. There was no need for such an awkward situation. Rather than sending a golden core disciple to fill a quota, it would have been better to decline outright. Consequently, the atmosphere grew heavy. Chen Qingyuan glanced at Monk Daochen, discerning his thoughts. After all, even Chen Qingyuan himself found it perplexing. If there were truly significant matters at hand, a golden core cultivator would be of little assistance. Though somewhat disheartened, Chen Qingyuan continued to eat and drink. If the Eastern Buddhist temple wished to send him away, it would liberate him to return home directly. Monk, would you care for a cup of tea? Chen Qingyuan asked, observing Monk Daochen, unable to gauge his cultivation depth, but estimating their ages to be similar. No, thank you. Monk Daochen declined outright, promptly contacting his elders using secretive Buddhist techniques to report the situation accurately. After discussions among the higher-ups of the Buddhist sect, it was decided to invite Chen Qingyuan back for further deliberation. Given their understanding of Chen, it was inconceivable that he would engage in such distasteful actions without a deeper purpose. Benefactor Chen, please accompany this humble monk to Tianyuan Temple. The most powerful force in the eastern lands was indeed the Buddhist temple, with Tianyuan Temple at its core, housing many formidable beings whose mere presence could stir tremors across multiple realms. Very well, Chen Qingyuan replied, gathering the tableware and food before following Monk Daochen. Time was of the essence, and Monk Daochen employed a swift Buddhist seal, propelling both of them rapidly toward Tianyuan Temple. In the span of just 2 hours, they traversed numerous star seas and arrived at a vast plain. Before them stood a grand temple of pale gold, towering like a mountain. The entrance bore a plaque inscribed with the words Tianyuan Temple. Alongside the mountain gate were hundreds of palatial structures, with the Tianyuan Treasure Hall situated centrally. We have arrived. Please enter, Monk Daochen announced, unlocking the entrance's restrictions as he stepped forward. Chen Qingyuan felt a tinge of anxiety within, uncertain of what awaited him next. Chapter 96. The Elder Monk of Tianyuan Temple, Chapter 97. The demon beneath the Buddha cauldron. The Buddhist community has long devoted itself to the salvation of all beings. Indeed, granting countless mortals in the East a tranquil existence, which is truly commendable. Once confronted with the formidable troubles of the imperial capital, the Eastern Buddhist sect, aware of its limitations, opted for a stance of seclusion. At this moment, a phrase uttered within the jade slip by Chen echoed in the mind of the venerable monk, influencing his resolve. Master Xinkong, if the Eastern Buddhist sect cannot save the masses, can it save the heir of the Qing sect who seeks to rescue them? This sentiment reverberated in the old monk's ears, lingering long after. Old you, when we next meet, I shall undoubtedly express my gratitude. Throughout the entire Daoyi Academy, only the long-vanished dean could match the old monk in strength. Although the two vice-deans were formidable, they were still no match for the old monk. Nevertheless, the time had come. The Buddhist path could not be evaded. After 2 days of contemplation, the old monk resolved to engage with this karma. While he lacked the power to resolve the abyss of demons, he must protect Chen Qingyuan, ensuring that the heir of the Qing sect was not harmed by the treachery of the world. In addition to the ties of karma with the Qing sect, unrest brewed within the Buddhist community. The old monk shattered the communication talismans between realms, seeking assistance from Chen, hoping to employ the sacred techniques of the Daoyi Academy to dispel the demonic barriers and suppress a formidable demon. Despite the strength of the Eastern Buddhist sect, this demon was no ordinary foe. It had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, yet remained alive. Even with the Buddhist sect's extraordinary methods, annihilation remained a daunting task. According to Buddhist teachings on karma, if they could harness a fragment of the Qing sect's power from Chen Zaishi, the demon could indeed be subdued. Indeed, the arrival of Chen Qingyuan proved to be more effective than any other means. With the Qing sect having suppressed the abyss of demons for 300,000 years, its inheritors possessed an inherent authority over demons. Typically, one would require the awakening of ancestral memories to unleash such astounding power. However, the Buddhist sect possessed numerous secret arts capable of temporarily extracting the intangible karma from Chen Qingyuan. As the appointed time arrived, Dao Chun, the monk, stood outside the guest room, gently knocking. Chen Shizhu. With a click, the door opened, and Chen Qingyuan stepped out, clad in a pale white robe. "Please follow me." "Poor monk," Dao Chun said with hands clasped together. Puzzled, Chen Qingyuan did not inquire further and followed closely behind. Within the inner sanctum of the Buddhist temple stood a massive black cauldron, towering approximately 100 meters high. Its surface was dark, inscribed with countless ancient Sanskrit characters, bearing the marks of age and the passage of time. Upon arrival, Chen Qingyuan beheld over 100 venerable monks seated around the black cauldron, reciting scriptures. In the void above, a statue of a closed-eyed Buddha materialized, exuding an overwhelming aura. The old monk stood before the cauldron, a faint golden light shimmering around him. "Go forth." Dao Chun signaled Chen Qingyuan to approach his position. With a heavy heart, Chen Qingyuan walked forward slowly. "Master," he bowed in respect. "Chen Shizhu." This is the sacred cauldron of Tianyuan Temple, containing supreme Buddhist teachings, the old monk explained with a smile, meeting Chen Qingyuan's gaze. 50,000 years ago, a powerful demon emerged in the east, having refined a life star for its cultivation, resulting in the demise of countless beings. The Tianyuan Temple and numerous other Buddhist masters struggled to subdue this demon. Although much effort was expended, the demon could not be entirely eradicated and was instead sealed beneath this cauldron, in hopes that the power of Buddhist teachings would gradually eliminate it. Regrettably, while the demon's physical form was destroyed, its malevolent essence remains within the cauldron, and in recent years, it has begun to stir, threatening to break free. A particular secret technique from the Taoyi Academy was known to be effective in suppressing malevolent essences, and the Buddhist sect had initially intended to summon the master, only to find that Chen Shizhu had arrived by chance. After the old monk's explanation, Chen Qingyuan began to grasp the situation. "Master, is the demon within the cauldron truly that terrifying? 50,000 years of Buddhist mercy have failed to eradicate it. That is indeed alarming, extremely alarming." The old monk stated gravely. "Should the malevolent essence escape the cauldron, countless innocent beings in the East will suffer. Having just become a disciple of the Taoyi Academy, I have not yet learned the supernatural techniques you speak of, Master. I fear I may be of little assistance." Chen Qingyuan lamented, feeling the weight of the situation. "No, Chen Shizhu can be of great help," the old monk replied, his words laden with deeper meaning. Hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was left bewildered, filled with questions. What can a mere golden elixir cultivator like myself do to assist? Glancing around at the venerable monks seated near the cauldron, each one a terrifying figure of the Mahayana stage, he felt dwarfed. In the past, even encountering a single one would have been a challenge, let alone facing so many. Not only was Chen Qingyuan perplexed, but the other monks present were equally bewildered, murmuring their scriptures while casting skeptical glances at him. What could a golden elixir practitioner like Chen Qingyuan possibly contribute? None, aside from the old monk, believed in his potential, including Chen Qingyuan himself. "Master, are you jesting with me?" he protested. "With my abilities, I would not only be of no help, but would likely cause chaos. Do not worry. Simply follow the instructions of this poor monk, and all shall be well." The old monk reassured with a calm smile, then approached the cauldron. The cauldron stood on 4 legs. The inscriptions upon it were legacies of past Buddhist masters, accumulating immense power over the years. Despite this, the cauldron could only barely contain the demon. One could only imagine the terror of the entity trapped within, its origins shrouded in mystery. Amitabha. The old monk pressed his left hand against the cauldron, channeling Buddhist techniques, causing the cauldron to tremble. The malevolent essence trapped within sensed the disturbance, seeking to break free, unleashing a sound that pierced the soul and drawing forth humanity's darkest instincts. Fortunately, Those present were enlightened monks, not easily swayed. Had ordinary cultivators been present, they would have succumbed to madness. As for Chen Qingyuan, he remained unaffected by the sinister sound, finding it rather mundane. The winds howled, as if the cries of the damned filled the air. Ominous clouds obscured the sun, casting the realm of Tianyuan Temple into darkness, creating an oppressive atmosphere that stifled the spirit. Demon, I am aware of your intentions and shall not allow you to wreak havoc upon this world. Years prior, the laws governing the cauldron had shifted, and the old monk, after much contemplation, had come to realize that the malevolent essence within had found an opportunity. To prevent the situation from escalating further, he was determined to devise a solution. If I break the cauldron, I shall certainly annihilate you, you bald fiends. The malevolent essence no longer concealed itself, erupting with terrifying power, a force so potent that even the cauldron's suppression could not mask it. Chapter 98. Summoning the will of the ancients with a drop of blood from the brow of the Buddha cauldron trembled, causing the ground of Tianyuan Temple to become unstable, as if the earth itself was quaking. A terrifying demonic aura shattered the cauldron's restraints, surging into the heavens and forming a colossal shadow, its visage grotesque and fearsome. This was the projection of demonic will. Given a few more years, it could break free from the cauldron. The old monk detected this and realized it was imperative to thwart the demonic intent. Several Buddhist seals struck the cauldron, and the demonic presence felt an overwhelming pressure. The skeletal shadow above emitted a piercing shriek, unsettling many of the senior monks. Fortunately, this void had been sealed with a Buddhist barrier. Otherwise, countless innocent beings would have been harmed by the demonic might. What a dreadful creature! Chen Qingyuan looked up at the skeletal shadow, a shiver coursing through his soul, as a flicker of alarm appeared in his eyes. The assembly of monks recited scriptures in unison, golden light radiating forth to clash with the demonic force. For a moment, Tianyuan Temple was enveloped in a surreal tableau of black mist and golden light. At times, the black mist held the upper hand, collapsing several Buddhist halls. At other times, the golden light overwhelmed the demonic might, distorting the skeletal shadow which emitted a deep, resonant growl. The old monk had established a premier Buddhist formation, temporarily confining the demonic will within the cauldron. The skeletal shadow appeared bound by dozens of golden chains of order, rendered immobile. A fierce wind howled, battering against the formation, causing several fissures to appear. The monks dared not waver, fully focused on their chants and incantations. Little benefactor, I require your assistance, the old monk intoned, bathed in golden light, his expression solemn and sacred. Huh, what can I do? Chen Qingyuan responded, somewhat at a loss. A drop of blood from your brow. As he spoke, the old monk flicked his finger towards Chen Qingyuan's forehead. Buzz! Chen Qingyuan felt a sharp pain as a drop of seemingly ordinary blood emerged from his brow. What use is my blood? He queried, bewildered and perplexed. Although over 100 senior monks were suppressing the demonic will within the cauldron, they sensed the unfolding events and were filled with doubt, struggling to comprehend. Could the blood of a golden core cultivator truly suppress a great ascension demon? The abbot's actions must hold profound significance. Perhaps this little benefactor was not as simple as he appeared. They hoped the abbot's actions would indeed subdue the demon. For if the demon were to break free from the cauldron and return to the world, it would spell disaster for all living beings. The monks silently contemplated. Though they did not regard Chen Qingyuan with much weight, they still wished for the abbot's wisdom to be unfounded, praying that the demon would be contained. The old monk placed a drop of blood from Chen Qingyuan on the tip of his right index finger, employing a secret technique to draw forth its karmic connection. By doing so, it signified that the Buddhists were borrowing the might of the Qingzong. Should the Qingzong encounter tribulations in the future, if the Buddhists did not extend their aid, they would surely incur heavenly retribution. The old monk had resolved that the Buddhists had remained concealed in the East for countless years. It was time to take a step forward. Whether to suppress the current demon for the salvation of all sentient beings, or for the immense merit in the unseen, retreating was no longer an option. Go! Upon completing the incantation, the old monk flicked the drop of blood towards the Buddha cauldron. The blood merged within the cauldron, initially causing no noticeable disturbance. The old monk merely connected the karmic essence of the Qingzong with a Buddhist order. Whether it would succeed ultimately depended on Chen Qingyuan. After all, for an outsider to seek to harness the power of the Qingzong was a foolish dream. Only the heir of the Qingzong could grant such permission. Little benefactor, whatever I say next, you must echo, the old monk commanded from the heights of the heavens, striking down upon the skeletal shadow with a powerful palm, employing formidable Buddhist magic to force it into the cauldron. Then, radiating golden light, he looked down at Chen Qingyuan with a grave request. I beg of you. All right. Although Chen Qingyuan did not comprehend the full meaning of this, he nodded earnestly. Tai Ching platform. Spirit laws return to the heart. Banish evil and quell demons. Protect the body and maintain peace. 3 disasters without extremity. 6 realms of law. The old monk joined his palms in prayer, reciting with a tranquil cadence. Chen Qingyuan, uncertain of the origins of the incantation, followed suit with a hint of confusion in his voice. Tai Ching platform. Gradually, Chen Qingyuan's heart became remarkably pure, and he involuntarily closed his eyes. Upon closing his eyes, his consciousness seemed to transcend into an unknown, mystical realm. A pure expanse of white unfolded before him. A colossal jade platform standing in the heavens, approximately 10 miles in diameter. The platform was divided into 8 sections, embodying the duality of yin and yang. Chen Qingyuan found himself at the center of the jade platform. As he recited the incantation, the platform began to rotate clockwise. Its speed, initially slow, accelerated with each passing moment. In an instant, he perceived a figure clad in a white Taoist robe materializing from the edge of the jade platform. Its features blurred and indistinct. In the external realm, a beam of white light burst forth from the center of Chen Qingyuan's brow, streaming towards the Buddha cauldron. Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed in a white Taoist robe appeared above the cauldron, wielding a 3-foot sword, exuding an unparalleled heroism. Cut. The words thundered like a clap of lightning. The sword strike akin to the flow of the Milky Way. Whoosh! The sword energy swept away the demonic aura pervading Tianyuan temple, subsequently returning to the cauldron. Descending upon the demonic will, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the demonic essence, suffering a grievous blow. How can the karmic embodiment possess such power? Through the opening of the cauldron, the demonic will glimpse the middle-aged Taoist standing upon the clouds, its expression one of terror, its form contorted. The karmic embodiment represented a will that had yet to dissipate. Generally, this kind of will was far weaker than in life, exceedingly fragile, and easily obliterated. What is this? The assembly of monks opened their eyes wide, gazing upwards in astonishment. Such profound righteousness. Some of the monks, caught in the awe of the moment, forgot their recitations, paralyzed by the spectacle unfolding before them. Is it him? Daochen the monk glanced at Chen Qingyuan, who was in a state of trance, his eyes reflecting a different kind of emotion. Chen Qingyuan's consciousness remained ensnared within the jade platform, oblivious to the happenings outside. Yet it was not enough. Since the karmic essence of the Qingzong had been invoked, it was essential to eradicate the demonic will within the cauldron completely. The old monk discerned that although the demonic will was gravely injured, it was not yet on the brink of death. Thus, he began to chant the secret mantra of the Qingzong once more, and Chen Qingyuan, like a marionette, echoed, supreme and boundless, the aspect of the star platform. The old monk's ability to obtain the Qingzong's mantras was not an insurmountable feat many years ago. The Qingzong had fallen into decline while suppressing the demonic abyss. As various elite factions seized its resources and even covertly pilfered its techniques. Some of the Qingzong's teachings had circulated, and, after many years, the Eastern Buddhist sect had fortuitously acquired a replica of a jade tablet. Buzz, the consciousness of Chen Qingyuan, trapped at the center of the jade platform, felt the rotation accelerate once more. A figure clad in a green robe, hands clasped behind his back, stepped into the sea of clouds, disappearing from sight. In the external realm, the spectral figure of the green-clad man materialized. Chapter 99. Subduing the Demon Lord. The monks paid their respects. The figure of the man in green was indistinct as he stepped lightly above the Buddhist cauldron, slowly raising his right hand and striking down. With a mere flick of his wrist, he obliterated the already severely injured demonic essence into dust. Boom! The world was instantly restored to clarity, and the terrifying demonic aura dissipated in an instant. The dark clouds parted, and the warm sun once again graced the earth. The esteemed monks of Tianyuan Temple gazed in astonishment at the ethereal figures of the man in green and the one in white standing aloft. The Eastern Buddhist sect had expended countless efforts to eradicate this demonic essence. Yet these two spectral remnants could resolve it with such ease, shattering the worldviews of many monks. It is him. The old monk did not recognize the individual in the white robe, but immediately identified the man in green. Though his features were obscured, the old monk was confident in his deduction. Within an ancient palace of the Buddhist sect, there lay many precious items, among which was a painting depicting the man in green. It was said that long ago, a top-tier expert from the Qing sect had visited the Eastern Buddhist sect, seeking to harness its power to completely subdue the abyss of demons. However, at that time, the leader of the Buddhist sect lacked the courage to take such a significant risk and declined the proposal. The man in green did not press the issue and simply left after enjoying a cup of tea. After his departure, the young monk who had served tea to him etched his likeness from memory. Many years later, that painting was acquired by the Buddhist sect, serving as a cherished remembrance. In the years that followed, the leader of that generation of the Buddhist sect, recognizing his failure towards the Qing sect and the Buddha, could not gamble the fate of the entire sect. He severed the foundation of the Buddhist sect, distancing himself from it, and ventured to the abyss of demons in the imperial city. Thus, the leader of the Buddhist sect and the man in green jointly subdued the abyss of demons and never returned. As for the Eastern Buddhist sect, it remained untainted by such entanglements, living in comfort and passing down its legacy to the present with depths unfathomable. He had once debated with the ancestors of the Buddhist sect, impressing countless Zen masters. Ancient texts recorded that he had stood above the heavens, single-handedly suppressing the holy master of the ancient sect and defeating the grand master of the great teachings with a mere gesture, a life spent without finding a worthy opponent. It is no exaggeration to assert that the man in green ranks among the top 3 strongest figures of the Qing sect throughout history, second only to the founder of the sect. The old monk was taken aback that, by invoking the might of the Qing sect, he had summoned a wisp of the will of this sage, his heart racing. With the demonic essence eradicated, the 2 spectral figures in the void quickly dissipated, leaving no trace as if they had never existed. Once all was concluded, the assembly of monks fell into a daze, only regaining their senses after a considerable pause. They gazed at Chen Qingyuan, their expressions undergoing a dramatic transformation. They were acutely aware that those 2 spectral manifestations had originated from the center of Chen Qingyuan's brow. Amipa. The monks recalled their initial underestimation of Chen Qingyuan, bowing their heads in self-reproach, feeling a profound sense of shame. Some high-ranking monks resolved to engage in solitary reflection starting the following day, seeking self-improvement. Could he possibly be? A select few of the top monks seemed to recognize the identity of the man in green, their eyes flickering with a strange light, hesitant to speak. The portrait of the man in green had always been housed within a Buddhist hall, and the legend surrounding it had been preserved. Abbot. Several elder monks looked towards the old monk, their gazes imbued with significance, seeking an answer. The old monk discerned their unspoken query and nodded slowly. The Buddhist sect is in turmoil. An antiquated monk sighed deeply. To save all beings and aid the world. The old monk's expression turned solemn, his voice hoarse. The Buddhist sect was wrong in the past. Now, under this humble monk's guidance, we must not err further. I am guilty. My thoughts have strayed. I implore the abbot to punish me. The antiquated monk recognized his misstep and hastily admitted his fault. I sentence you to 10 years in the mundane world, forbidden from employing Buddhist teachings to experience the myriad facets of life as an ordinary monk. The old monk resolved to change the current state of affairs. Very well. The antiquated monk nodded in acquiescence. Today's events are not to be disclosed without permission. Discussions are prohibited. Those who contravene shall forfeit their spiritual practice and be expelled from the Buddhist sect. The old monk cast a stern gaze over the assembly of monks, the weight of his authority pressing upon each of them as he spoke resolutely. "We shall abide by the decree." The monks, though puzzled, dared not question further and nodded in unison, hands clasped together in reverence. After concluding these matters, the old monk descended from the void and approached Chen Qingyuan with measured steps. "Child, it is time for you to awaken." With that, the old monk retracted his majestic golden form and gently touched Chen Qingyuan's brow, pulling him from the profound state back into the realm of reality. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Seeing the old monk standing before him, he noted the silence within the Buddhist cauldron. The monk's no longer chanting. He softly inquired, "Master, is the demon lord subdued?" "Indeed, the demonic essence has been destroyed, leaving no future troubles." The resolution of this matter was largely thanks to the assistance of young benefactor Chen. The old monk's kind demeanor and warm smile radiated benevolence towards Chen Qingyuan. "I did nothing." Chen Qingyuan's expression was one of bewilderment. "Your mere presence was sufficient." The old monk's words left Chen Qingyuan in a state of confusion. However, he recalled his consciousness being trapped at the center of the jade platform, perplexed by the circumstances. "Master, it seemed I traversed an indescribable realm of consciousness just now. What was that about?" On this matter, Chen Qingyuan felt compelled to inquire. "In time, young benefactor will come to understand." The old monk had no intention of disclosing the matters of the Qing sect to Chen Qingyuan, at least not now, to avoid burdening him with additional pressure. Very well, mysterious as ever, the monk enjoyed keeping secrets. Chen Qingyuan decided not to dwell on these matters further, recalling that his own master had once uttered similar words. How could such a terrifying demon lord within the Buddhist cauldron be subdued so suddenly? It was indeed strange. Even stranger awaited him. As Chen Qingyuan resolved to depart, the assembly of monks parted respectfully, standing with hands clasped together on either side, demonstrating deep reverence. Even the monk Dao Chun, who had initially looked down upon Chen Qingyuan, now displayed profound respect and a hint of shame. What is happening? As Chen Qingyuan took a step forward, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Hesitant to proceed, swallowing hard, he turned to the old monk and whispered, "Master, how is the demon lord within the cauldron subdued?" Young benefactor is fated to the Buddha with an exceptionally high degree of wisdom. By utilizing the blood from your brow, one may successfully subdue the demon. The old monk replied with a smile. "I see." While Chen Qingyuan maintained a stoic exterior, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Fated to the Buddha? Could it be that the Buddhist sect wishes to accept me as a disciple? Perhaps as a child of the Buddha, or similar? Is that why their attitudes have shifted so dramatically? The likelihood of this was quite high. I must leave this place quickly. I have no desire to become a monk. A shiver ran down Chen Qingyuan's spine as he quickened his pace, fearing that a swarm of old monks might descend upon him. "Young benefactor, you are presently weakened. Please take care in your pace." The old monk followed closely behind, puzzled by Chen Qingyuan's sudden burst of speed. Chapter 100. The Mysterious Buddha Bead. As Chen Qingyuan strolled back to the Taoyi Academy, his mind was awash with thoughts. Upon his initial arrival at the Buddhist sect, the old monk had remarked, "You are destined to connect with the Buddha." Now, hearing similar words again, Chen Qingyuan couldn't help but ponder their implications. In this lifetime, I would never become a monk. Clinging to this conviction, he quickened his pace. Yet, he felt an unusual fatigue enveloping him, as though an unseen force had drained his vitality, leaving him bewildered about the mysterious state he had experienced. Upon reaching the front hall of Tianyuan Temple, he finally slowed down. "Little benefactor, why the haste?" The old monk walked alongside him, a smile gracing his face. The other esteemed monks had intended to follow, but the old monk had dismissed them, forbidding anyone from accompanying them. "Master, please be honest with me. Do you wish for me to take the monastic path?" Chen Qingyuan boldly inquired. If the little benefactor harbors such thoughts, then certainly, the old monk playfully replied, aware of the implications behind Chen Qingyuan's actions, teasing him further. "I have no such intentions. Being a monk seems exhausting. Rising at dawn to chant scriptures? Just the thought makes my head ache. And the numerous precepts, no alcohol, no meat, no entanglement with women, As he spoke, Chen Qingyuan's resolve intensified. There was no way he would embrace the Buddhist way. Ah, what a pity, the old monk mused, knowing that even if Chen Qingyuan wished to join the sect, he would not dare to accept him. His words were merely a jest to lighten the mood and foster a bond between them. Master, the matter is settled. May I take my leave? The solemnity of the temple's atmosphere weighed heavily on Chen Qingyuan. Not so fast. Linger a few more days. The old monk insisted. You have expended considerable mental energy and require ample rest. They won't force me to become a monk, will they? Chen Qingyuan whispered anxiously. Rest assured they will not. The old monk chuckled, reassuring him with a promise. That's a relief. Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, accepting the idea of staying a few more days. I am quite old and may not fully comprehend the thoughts of the young. Henceforth, let Daochen take care of you, the old monk declared, summoning Daochen. Daochen, summoned by the old monk's command, stood beside Chen Qingyuan. Ensure you attend to the little benefactor well. Do not be negligent, the old monk instructed. Understood, Daochen affirmed. Even without the old monk's directive, he was determined to provide the utmost hospitality to Chen Qingyuan, especially since it was Chen Qingyuan's assistance that had made it easier to quell the demonic presence within the Buddha cauldron. Please, Chen benefactor, Daochen gestured, leading him through the surroundings. Chen Qingyuan, however, found little interest in the sights. After half an hour, they arrived at a secluded and elegant guest hall, where Daochen encouraged Chen Qingyuan to rest. Alone in the room, Chen Qingyuan finally had the opportunity to recuperate. As night fell, Daochen gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The sound reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. Upon opening the door, he found Daochen holding a box, his expression grave. Chen benefactor, this item is a gift from the abbot of Tianyuan Temple. It contains a spiritual herb to replenish your mental energy, along with a Buddha bead. Please keep it safe. With a hint of curiosity, Chen Qingyuan accepted the box. He intended to inquire further, but Daochen offered no opportunity, completing his task with a respectful bow before departing. Once Daochen had left a considerable distance, Chen Qingyuan closed the door and returned to his room, placing the wooden box on the table. Curiosity piqued. He slowly opened the box. Inside lay a rare blue seven-leaf herb, known for its abilities to dispel evil thoughts, stabilize one's heart, and restore one's spirit. Additionally, there was a small square yellow box. Lifting it, he opened it carefully to reveal a golden Buddha bead, the size of half a fist, smooth and flawless. What is this? Chen Qingyuan scrutinized the bead for some time, unable to discern any anomalies. However, recognizing its gift from Tianyuan Temple, he deduced it must be a treasure, worthy of careful preservation. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan refined the spiritual herb, swiftly regaining his lost vitality. The next day, Daochen arrived with a specially prepared bowl of plain porridge. It lacks flavor, Chen Qingyuan muttered, slightly discontented. This porridge is made specifically for the benefactor. It must not be wasted. Daochen remained until Chen Qingyuan had finished, satisfied only then to take his leave. After consuming the porridge, a warm sensation spread through his body. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan felt a rush of heat and promptly sat down to meditate. Moments later, he opened his eyes, realizing his cultivation had advanced once more, and that he would soon break through to the Yuaning realm. Tianyuan Temple treats me exceedingly well, he thought, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. During his stay at Tianyuan Temple, Daochen frequently accompanied Chen Qingyuan on leisurely strolls and even ventured to nearby towns to lighten his spirits. Once Chen Qingyuan had sufficiently recuperated and assured the temple's higher-ups that he bore no lingering effects, they finally felt at ease. I am truly grateful for the hospitality of your esteemed temple. Chen Qingyuan expressed his appreciation as he prepared to depart, bowing to the old monk and the assembled monks. Little benefactor, the journey is long. Do take care, the old monk replied kindly, having never once assumed an air of superiority. There is no need for concern, master. I shall be on my way. Chen Qingyuan felt a sense of discomfort from the warmth of the temple's hospitality, eager to leave. Ensure that Buddha bead remains with you. It may prove vital in times of peril, the old monk cautioned telepathically. Hearing the old monk's words, Chen Qingyuan nodded earnestly. I understand. Thank you, master. With that, he set forth on his journey home. Remarkably, he encountered no obstacles along the way. Everything flowed seamlessly. Previously, he had faced bandits in the Starry Domain. Yet this return was remarkably smooth. Having expended a considerable amount of spirit stones, he utilized the grand teleportation formations across various regions, traversing the chaotic sea and arriving at a remote corner of the northern wasteland. Unbeknownst to him, the old monk had dispatched a senior monk to escort him, ensuring his safety in the eastern lands. After over a month, Chen Qingyuan reached the core area of the northern wasteland and activated the restrictions on his identity jade token. Almost instantly, a vortex appeared before him, and he stepped into it. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan found himself back at Daoi Academy.